House Dad's Literary Life Chapter 245 to Chapter 324. Although he decided to sing a new song, Xianxia did not start. He looked at Murphy strangely and said, "Sing here? The sound is too loud. What if she wakes up? Let's go to my room." Don't know why, Murphy felt that Xianxia's words had a hidden meaning. Then let's go to your room, but you're not allowed to do anything bad. Under the dim light, Murphy's face was flushed red as if she had drunk wine. She bit her lower lip and said solemnly, "Just sing." Xianxia promised. However, this kind of promise, he seemed to have never fulfilled it. The two left the computer that had not been saved and turned off, and went to Xianxia's bedroom. The light bulb burned at night, and Xianxia did not have time to change it. The pale yellow light bulb made the simple bedroom look like a new house. Murphy sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Xianxia, who was busy moving a chair. She pursed her lips and said, "Just sit next to me." "Why do you need to move a chair?" Xianxia smiled and sat down on the left side of Murphy with his guitar. Murphy had just taken a bath and her body exuded a faint fragrance. Without any delay, Xianxia plucked the guitar strings in his arms and began to play. The prelude was very simple. The lively melody seemed to open a fresh picture. Murphy listened carefully. Just from the prelude, she knew that this was a new song. It was not one of her 12 songs, nor was it the song University Days sung by Guazi. The prelude was very short. Xianxia's magnetic voice mixed in with the clear melody. We cried, we laughed. As soon as he opened his mouth, Mo Fei heard the difference from before. Although it was still a low singing style, Xianxia's voice could sink down just right, vividly reflecting the appeal of his magnetic voice. We looked up at the sky, there were still a few stars. It was really different. Even if Xianxia could sing with such a tone before, he could not sing with such a perfect volume. However, Murphy paid more attention to the lyrics that Xianxia sang. She looked at Xianxia's handsome side face in fascination. It was as if she was brought into that mood by him. Did he find the inspiration when they were chatting on the balcony? We sang, "The Song of Time." Xianxia was already gently shaking his head along with the melody, only then did we understand why we embraced each other. Hearing this, Murphy was still carefully savoring the meaning of Xianxia's lyrics. However, suddenly, Xianxia's voice changed, as if he had suddenly turned into a fast lane. Moreover, it was a super fast lane that made her scalp tingle when she heard it. "Because I just happened to." Xianxia instantly increased the support of his internal energy. It was as if he was pinching his throat and suddenly saying with the tone of a classic actor in a Beijing opera, "Meeting you, leaving behind footprints is beautiful." The soft and mellow female voice that came out of Xianxia's mouth suddenly made Murphy dumbfounded. It was not that it was bad. If she only listened to the voice, Murphy would definitely think that it was a different person singing. However, Xianxia, a big living person, was sitting right in front of her. What the hell was this charming voice? As if he knew that Murphy was wondering if her ears were playing tricks on her, Xianxia sang 2 more verses. It was still a male voice that changed to a female voice. "The wind blows and the flowers fall. Tears fall like rain, because we can't part, because we just happened to meet you, leaving behind 5 years of hope." Murphy finally could not help but reveal a surprised expression. She covered her mouth and looked at Xianxia in disbelief. After changing back to a male voice, although Xianxia continued to play and sing, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, as if he had succeeded in a little prank. After all, he had already confessed. Xianxia no longer sealed his ability. If he wanted to show it, he would show it in all aspects. Although Murphy's heart was full of doubts, she did not interrupt Xianxia. Instead, she calmed down and listened quietly. The lyrics of this song were relatively simple. The second time it was repeated word for word, but the melody was beautiful. It was almost impossible to get tired of listening to it 100 times. Murphy temporarily put aside her doubts about the change of male and female voices and listened carefully, savoring the meaning of the lyrics word by word. "Because we just happened to meet you, leaving behind footprints is beautiful. The wind blows and the flowers fall like rain. Because we can't part, because we just happened to meet you, leaving behind 5 years of hope. If we meet again, I think I will remember you." It turned out that this song was so beautiful, Murphy realized that she had been delayed by Xianxia's dazzling skills just now. Only now did she realize that these lyrics were not writing bits and pieces of her and Xianxia. Under the dim yellow light, Murphy was in a trance. It was as if she had returned to that night she did not want to recall. No, the beautiful thing should be that morning. The leaves of the maple forest were like bright red flames. Although there were no flowers, it seemed that the maple leaves that were blown down by the wind also fit the concept of the wind blows and the flowers fall like rain. Was this a confession from this bad guy, because they just happened to meet, leaving behind footprints in a world where they originally had no intersection? Because of that one encounter, he had been looking forward to meeting her again for 5 years. At this moment, Murphy recalled that when the two of them met again in Xianxia, it was Murphy who took the initiative to acknowledge him. What kind of expression he had at that time, Murphy could not remember clearly. But in this song, Xianxia sang very clearly, "I think I will remember you." That should be a heart full of joy and pretending to be calm, right? Murphy was now very sure that this guy, Xianxia, was using this song to confess to her. Although the two of them were already together, this confession was like a compensation confession after his hidden identity was revealed, the beautiful mood, the clear melody, and Xianxia's outstanding humming. Murphy listened to this song as if she had drunk a glass of wine. She, who could not handle the alcohol, had an intoxicated flush on her face. Those 5 years of expectations were his longing for her, so in those 5 years, Xianxia still could not forget her. This song was like honey, so sweet that it reached her heart. "If we meet again, I think I will remember you." At the end, Xianxia switched back to his calm male voice. It was still a clean and fresh melody. There was no drag, just a few loops, as if reluctant to part, before it slowly came to a stop. When Murphy started listening, she had a lot of questions to ask Xianxia. For example, how could Xianxia sing in such a falsetto? For example, was Xianxia pretending that his voice was not good, but were these questions still important? When Murphy heard the end, she forgot everything. She just bit her lower lip and looked at Xianxia with her watery eyes. "How is it? Can you forgive me now?" Xianxia held the guitar and asked gently, "If you are not satisfied with this song, I still have." What a familiar conversation. It was just like the night they confirmed their relationship. But this time, Murphy did not make things difficult for Xianxia. She pulled up Xianxia's hand that was still on the guitar to stop him from playing. Then, just like that, she looked at him emotionally. However, Xianxia was a little uncertain. He was still very nervous. He scratched his head and asked, so, do you forgive me?" Mo-Fei bit her lower lip, raised her eyelids, and rolled her eyes at Xianxia with her watery eyes, but she did not answer directly. She just said softly, "Actually, it's just one time. It won't have much impact tomorrow." At night, the guitar was casually thrown under the bed by the ecstatic person. It lay there quietly, helplessly listening to the light singing of the overlapping person and the bed. That was the most moving melody. In a strange city, in a familiar corner. In Murphy's personal recording studio, Murphy wore a fully enclosed headset and sat on a chair, singing affectionately into the microphone. Last night's lingering passion was no longer the same as before, which had troubled her recording work. It seemed that Xianxia had changed from his previous bayonet charge, to his delicate tender care and considerate early retreat, so that Murphy would not be tormented too hard. Now, she was probably only left with the rosy and translucent skin on her face, and a trace of happiness from last night's climb to the peak. Of course, a proper amount of pleasure was still very beneficial. Murphy was recording for the first time today. When she walked out of the recording studio, Jining, who was monitoring in front of the computer, could not wait to raise his arms and cheer at her. He even gave her a thumbs up. "Awesome. That's great, the standard this time is very, very high. It's even better than yesterday's." Mo Xiaowan was also sitting at the side. She took off her headset and asked with some confusion, "What's so good about it? Why do I feel like it's the same as yesterday?" No, Xiaowan, you don't understand. Murphy's singing today is very much better than yesterday's. Jining explained to Mo Xiaowan with a smile. Of course, if you analyze it purely from the singing style, Murphy's singing style is indeed not much different from yesterday. But pay attention to the emotional expression when she sings. In Murphy's voice today, besides the sadness from the past, there is also a kind of sweetness. With this sweetness, I feel that the feeling of singing is immediately different, as if it has been sublimated all of a sudden. Ming seemed to have discovered something amazing. He was in high spirits, gesticulating with joy as he described to Xiaowan. However, the person he was talking to obviously had a problem. Xiaowan could not understand Ming's details. She gulped down a mouthful of water, then said calmly, "Anyway, what you mean is that this is better than yesterday's? Are we going to use this sound source in the future?" Ming's hand stopped in the air gloomily. He found that his happiness for a while was like playing pearls to a cow. But fortunately, when it was not recording a song, his temper was not bad. He waved his hand and said helplessly, "You can't say that. The sweet singing style does make this song sound a lot better, but we haven't done a real comparison yet. I don't know if the general audience is more inclined to the pure sad singing style or Mo's current singing style." Murphy sat by the side and listened to them quietly. Then, she picked up the monitoring headset and drank some throat-soothing tea while carefully listening to the audio she had just recorded. "Teacher Jean, can I go and sing a few more times? I feel that there are still some things that aren't handled well," Murphy said softly. Good. Let's continue." Ming appreciated Murphy's dedication to music and said in high spirits. After revealing Mu Ziyang's identity, Xianxia seemed to have put down a heavy psychological burden. He looked like a different person and was in high spirits in the coffee shop. He even rolled up his sleeves, pulled Xiang out, and took her place to make coffee for the customers. Moreover, he did it for the whole morning. This situation was rarely seen after Xiang started working in the coffee shop, especially since Xiang didn't have classes today and was working part-time in the coffee shop. "Brother Yang, if you continue like this, I will lose my job." Xiang couldn't watch the boss being busy while she sat on the side doing nothing. She had to take out a rag and wipe the coffee shop's floor-to-ceiling windows. When she turned on the tap, she couldn't help but complain. This girl worked in the coffee shop and had a stable income. Gradually, she grew a lot. Xianxia still remembered that when he first saw her, she was a little shy. Although she liked to smile, she always had an inferiority complex that couldn't be hidden. Now, she was pretty good. She was much more confident and smiled more brightly. She wasn't so restrained and would occasionally joke with Xianxia. "Don't worry, I saw that there weren't many customers in the morning, so I came to revise. Don't let me leave all the work to you and forget how to make coffee." Xianxia smiled faintly and explained. Just as they were chatting, the wind chime at the door rang. Another customer had arrived. "Hello. Welcome." Xiang quickly turned around and greeted the other party with a smile. Xianxia didn't want to go through so much trouble, but Xiang insisted on doing it. In her words, only by treating customers with sincerity, the customers wouldn't be disgusted and there would be more repeat customers. However, this time, the customer wasn't a repeat customer, but an acquaintance. Xiang was stunned after greeting them. She stood there blankly with the rag in her hand. To be exact, in the pair of customers, Xiang was an acquaintance. She had seen them before, but they didn't know her. On the other side, Xianxia looked up and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He knew them too. In this pair of customers, the boy who was being held by the girl, wasn't he the big boy who came to his shop to apply for the position of a pianist? Xianxia carefully recalled the other party's name. Yes, it was the self-proclaimed bar singer, Lin Muan. Lin Muan's appearance was quite delicate and pretty. Like most of the boys in Guangdong province, he had an introverted temperament. Of course, the girl holding his hand wasn't bad either. Although she wasn't tall, she was quiet and gentle, like a pretty girl from a humble family. The two of them looked very compatible. Xiang was also sizing up the girl. In her impression, she had met her senior Mao Peifu a few times at the student activity center. She had some impression of her. Of course, they didn't know each other. Xiang didn't know which school she was from. "Isn't it too expensive?" The girl looked at the price list and flinched a little. She gently pulled Lin Muan's hand. "Why don't we go to the East Gate?" Indeed, whether it was milk tea or coffee, the East Gate was cheaper. "Of course not. I'm here to treat you to coffee today." Lin Muan glanced at the piano next to him, gritted his teeth, and firmly said, "How can the coffee at the East Gate compare to here? I heard that the coffee here is freshly ground." yes, our coffee here is freshly ground. The taste is better than those instant coffee. Xiang smiled and took the initiative to introduce, and it just so happens that our boss is free today. He personally made coffee for the customers. His craftsmanship is not ordinary. It's not easy for you to make money. The girl softly said to Lin Muan, I'm not greedy. Wait a minute. Lin Muan made up his mind. He patted his girlfriend's hand and walked toward Yang Yi, who was pretending to be invisible at the bar. Hello, boss, do you remember me? Lin Muan asked. Yang Yi didn't take the initiative to greet him, but he also didn't reject him. He just smiled gently and nodded to him. It's like this, we want to spend money in your coffee shop, but we have a small presumptuous request. Lin Muan said hesitantly, that is, can I borrow your piano? Yang Yi didn't expect Lin Muan's request. Also, when he remembered that this guy also wanted to apply to be a pianist in the shop, Yang Yi suddenly had a strange feeling of I treat you as a customer, but you want to play my piano. Seeing Yang Yi's stunned expression, Lin Muan thought that he had no chance, but he still wanted to fight for it. Boss, it's just one song, just one song. I promise I'll be careful, I won't use too much strength, and I won't damage your piano. Putting away that strange thought, Yang Yi glanced at the girl behind Lin Muan and understood his thoughts. The piano in the shop was originally set up for people to play, but I have a small rule here. Since you want to play in my shop, you have to show some real skills. If I think you play well, I'll treat you and your girlfriend to 2 cups of coffee. Yang Yi smiled slightly. But if you don't perform well, not only do you have to pay for these 2 cups of coffee, but you also have to buy a cupcake in the shop. This request isn't too much, right? Yang Yi's words were naturally not to make things difficult for Lin Muan, who was somewhat poor. Although Yang Yi didn't interrupt the conversation between Lin Muan and his girlfriend, he heard every word. He knew Lin Muan's financial situation. It was estimated that he wasn't much better than Qianli Chuanshu. Yang Yi could give Qianli Chuanshu a chance to show himself, so naturally, he would also give Lin Muan a chance. As for the so-called conditions and rewards, they were just incentives and gifts that Yang Yi deliberately gave him. Back then, this guy had the courage to apply to be a pianist in the shop. He shouldn't be a fake, right? Yang Yi's words made Lin Muan overjoyed and he quickly nodded. He was still very confident in himself. He didn't even ask Yang Yi in detail about his judgment standards. He clenched his fist and said excitedly, Boss, thank you, thank you. Lin Muan turned around and whispered a few words to his girlfriend. The girl didn't refute her boyfriend anymore. She only blushed and sat down in a booth. During this time, Xianxia, who was holding a rag, walked to the bar counter. She confusedly asked Yang Yi and lowered her voice, Brother Yang Yi, since when did our shop have this kind of rule? I don't seem to remember. The girl thought that she remembered wrongly. She took out a small notebook from her pocket and seriously prepared to write down Yang Yi's words. Yang Yi couldn't help laughing when he saw this. He said to Xianxia softly, Today. After Lin Muan settled his girlfriend, he bowed slightly to Yang Yi and sat down in front of the piano. He's the piano as a piano instrument, a piano, but more than that, he wanted to perform for his girlfriend SSSSSTS. Yang Yi raised his eyebrows in the pleasant sound of the piano. He could tell from the prelude that Lin Muan wasn't going to play pure music like Jian Yifan. The harmonious melody and bold and casual vocal parts were obviously the prelude to pop music. After the lively prelude slowed down, Lin Muan gently sang, He's always been able to control himself, he won't lose control. It was Cantonese. Yang Yi also realized that this was a song he had never heard before. He raised his eyebrows and listened attentively. Lin Muan's girlfriend had already recognized the song when the prelude started. She was slightly excited and covered her mouth with both hands. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Muan, who was playing the piano and singing attentively. The only person in the shop who didn't understand Cantonese and what Lin Muan was singing was probably Xianxia. However, Xianxia also listened attentively and focused on Lin Muan, who was sitting in front of the piano. She had seen Lin Muan perform in the past, but that was in a bar, separated by a complicated and noisy wall of people. But afraid of nightmares, the lover no longer treats her well, sleeping in the arms, waking up still with you, accompanying you in the next life, never to be separated in this life. Lin Muan's voice was very unique. Although the timbre was only average, his range was very wide. He switched between real and falsetto very easily. Especially this song, which was obviously a few pitches higher than normal male songs, he was still able to sing it with ease. So this should be a female song, Xianxia had a rough guess. Even if I met you by chance, God's will is the truth, but every second, every day, you give me 1,000 days to reminisce. To be honest, the lyrics at the beginning of the song weren't very well written. The mood was a bit depressing. However, it was as if there was a 90-degree turn here. The affectionate lyrics became lighter. As expected of the bar's resident singer, Xianxia felt that Lin Muan's singing was really good. Whether it was warmth or passion, this big boy could control it very well. Moreover, as he played and sang, his voice was full of emotion. It's especially unbearable when it's dark, fireworks don't know how to go on again, I don't want to be separated from you tonight. Lin Muan played gently, but suddenly his fingers exerted force, the rhythm accelerated, and he also raised his voice. He sang, casually order a cup of white coffee, wrapped in love with peace, sweet sugar is with him, vegetarian is enough for my heart. Xianxia was inexplicably happy. Why is this song related to coffee? No wonder he wanted to sing in a coffee shop. This environment, this atmosphere, it was as suitable as it could be. Of course, Xianxia knew that this was actually just a coincidence. Lin Muan, this kid, obviously only had his eyes on his piano, not coffee. May you always remember my stubbornness, unrepentance. If I'm forgotten, no matter how sad I am, the pain will be wonderful, but I'll never be willing to give up my love. After the song was finished, Lin Muan raised his head from his affectionate playing and singing. He didn't know if it was because he wasn't confident enough or because of his own characteristics, but when he sang, he was almost completely immersed, in exchange for a strong burst of emotion in the song. It wasn't until the end of the song that he could slowly get rid of the emotion that resonated with the song. Lin Muan's performance was not accidental. When he sang in the bar, it was the same. He lacked interaction with the audience, so even if he sang well, there were still not many people who supported him, not to mention that he was singing a Cantonese song. Now, in the middle of his playing and singing, he didn't interact with his girlfriend, but fortunately, it was his girlfriend. She also understood Lin Muan's habits, so she listened very carefully from beginning to end. It wasn't until Lin Muan turned his head that her face flushed with excitement and she gave Lin Muan 2 thumbs up. This kind of interaction was also very simple, but Lin Muan enjoyed it very much. He grinned and revealed a happy smile. To be honest, this scene was still a little exciting for a single girl like Ding Xiang. After all, it was a dog abuse. Moreover, a good-looking jade-faced gentleman like Lin Muan was still more popular with girls. What's more, Lin Muan could play the piano and sing. Girls who liked romance more than reality would inevitably be attracted to him. However, Ding Xiang was still very clear. How could she care about romance now? Work and study were almost everything for her. Ding Xiang shook her head and smiled, then turned and walked into the toilet. After a while, she came out with a heavy bucket and wanted to go outside to clean the windows. After listening to the song, Xianxia looked at Lin Muan and his girlfriend. These 2 young men and women who were indescribably compatible were showing off their love. He also shook his head, retracted his gaze, and cast his gaze on the shelf where the coffee beans were placed. Lin Muan's performance had obviously been approved by Xianxia. Xianxia took down the innermost jar and carefully took out 2 Mandeli beans. Xianxia wasn't a stingy person, but he wouldn't treat just anyone to Mandeli coffee. It wasn't because the specially made Mandeli coffee was expensive, but because he was worried that the other party wouldn't know how to taste it and would waste it, but Lin Muan was different. His relationship with his girlfriend made Xianxia feel the need to bring out Mandeli. The sour taste of the coffee beans wasn't strong, but it was easy to distinguish. It also had a strong herbal fragrance. Wasn't it just like their love? After saying a few words to his girlfriend, Lin Muan walked over and looked at Xianxia uneasily. Boss, may I ask if my singing is okay? The song you sang just now was quite good. Is it your original song? What's the name? Xianxia didn't answer directly. He was concentrating on fiddling with his utensils. When Lin Muan was embarrassed and didn't know what to do, he asked. No. Lin Muan quickly answered. This song is called Sugar in the Coffee. It's a song by a singer in Hong Kong called Virgo. My girlfriend, Ranjin, likes it a lot, so I sang it for her. This kind of name was very good, very powerful. Sugar in the coffee, in Hong Kong, meant to remove the sugar and not add any sugar. As for Virgo, Xianxia couldn't help but want to laugh. Who would use the English word for Virgo as a name? Of course, Xianxia only secretly criticized it. He still remembered the name of the song. He planned to buy it and play it in the shop later, so that the customers who drank coffee all day and added a lot of sugar could learn from it. Seeing that the atmosphere was about to become awkward again, Xianxia brought 2 cups of freshly brewed coffee over. He smiled at Lin Muan and said, "These 2 cups of coffee are on me. You sang well. Keep it up, keep it up." Xiangyi's last sentence was, of course, to encourage Lin Muan. Every bar singer had a dream to walk on the real stage. Lin Muan should also be pursuing his music dream, just like Xianxia and the other 2 boys. If he kept it up, Xianxia felt that Lin Muan could also be as successful as Xianxia. Lin Muan was a little stunned, and then a trace of surprise appeared on his face. He was already prepared to pay for the coffee. "Thank you, boss." Lin Muan happily carried the 2 cups of coffee and carefully moved back. He couldn't wait to tell his girlfriend the good news. Lin Muan's girlfriend, Ranjin, curiously, to ask him something. Then, she brought Lin Muan to meet with Yang. "Hello, boss. How are these 2 cups of coffee?" Compared to Lin Muan, Ranjin was much more generous in dealing with people. She pushed Lin Muan and said softly, "It's not easy to do business these days. We're already very grateful that you let Muan borrow the piano. Why are you spending money to treat us to coffee?" Lin Muan also took out his wallet and waited for Xianxia to say the number so that he could pay. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hand and said, "What money? How much money can you students have? This time, I feel that I hit it off with Lin Muan, so I'll treat you to 2 cups of coffee." "It's just 2 cups of coffee. What's so expensive about it?" "You've misunderstood. In fact, we've graduated several years ago." Ranjin quickly explained, "I'm a counselor in Jiangchuan, and Lin Muan also has his job. It's not like we don't have any income." Yes, we can still afford 2 cups of coffee." Lin Muan took out $100 bill and said to Xianxia, "Boss, just take the money." In fact, this $100 bill couldn't even afford a cup of mandolin on their table. Okay, you're rich. Come back next time when you have the opportunity to spend money." Xianxia smiled and stuffed the $100 bill back into Lin Muan's hand. He said, "I'll treat you to 2 cups of coffee. It's also a rule of the shop." Lin Muan moved me with his singing. "Don't say so much, Lin Muan. You and I are both people who like music. You should understand my thoughts. Coffee has a price, but music is priceless. You've brought wonderful music to me and this coffee shop. Isn't that worth a cup of coffee?" Xianxia said firmly. Ranjin was indeed a counselor. Her EQ was higher than Lin Muan's. She didn't insist on giving the money. Instead, she asked Lin Muan to put the money away. Then, she said gratefully, "Thank you, boss. We'll come back next time, but don't refuse to pay again. Of course, the rule only works once." Xianxia shrugged and smiled slightly. In the evening, Murphy and Mo Xiaowan sent Ji Ningming off. Mo Xiaowan comfortably stretched on the sofa and said lazily, "Sister, we finally finished recording this song. When teacher Jean finishes the rest in 2 days, we can report back to the company. Last week, I was almost dying." Murphy looked at her cousin with a strange expression and said, "What? You're asking for leave again?" "It's not that I'm asking for leave. I just saw that you've been busy recording songs. Then, it just so happens that Xiao Ai's place doesn't have all the furniture, so I wanted to find some time to go shopping with her." "Don't worry. Sister, I know what I'm doing. I definitely won't hold you back." Mo Xiaowan climbed up from the sofa and giggled. However, she saw Murphy's eyes. Mo Xiaowan saw the ridicule in Murphy's eyes. Her heart suddenly thumped. She suppressed her wildly beating heart and carefully probed, "Sister, you already know?" Murphy actually wanted to tease this girl, but she didn't expect her to react so quickly. She went with the flow and nodded. "How did you know?" Mo Xiaowan asked with an awkward expression. What do you think? Brother-in-law? Brother-in-law told you? Mo Xiaowan was still very smart. She immediately thought of the key point. Murphy didn't hide it anymore. She nodded and then said angrily, you said you wanted to set up this studio, why didn't you discuss it with me in advance? You even bypassed me to ask Xianxia for money. Don't tell me I don't have money to give you? Murphy's tone was more of a rebuke than a rebuke. Mo Xiaowan keenly sensed that she wasn't particularly angry. The big stone in her heart could finally be put down. She moved her butt to Murphy's side and giggled, okay, sister, don't be angry. I have my reasons for doing this. If I told you directly, would you have agreed? Do you think I will agree if you act first and report later? Mo Fei asked back. Of course not. Didn't I want to slowly work on your ideas with brother-in-law? When the contract is over, we'll talk to Sister Ling. Then what if I renew the contract with Sister Ling? If you take Xiangyi's money, wouldn't you be wasting it? Murphy was still a little unhappy. Yes. I didn't think it through. It's my fault. I'm a big idiot. Sister, don't be angry with me. Mo Xiaowan coquettishly twisted around. Mo Fei also didn't know what to do with this girl who always pretended to be childish when she was in trouble. Besides, she didn't really care about this matter. As soon as Mo Xiaowan apologized, Mo Fei let her go. Don't do it again. If you want to do something, you have to discuss it with me first. Murphy knocked her head and said. Yes, I promise. Also, about the studio, don't tell Sister Ling. I haven't thought about it yet. Murphy finally hesitated and said softly. Yes, sister. Once you've thought it through, we'll have a showdown with Sister Ling. Mo Xiaowan happily agreed to all the requests. This girl's happy appearance didn't look like she was admitting her mistake. Of course, she was happy because she didn't have to rack her brains for excuses to take time off. In the future, she could openly skip work. For a family, the most important thing was to be together. Murphy, who had experienced loneliness, now deeply understood this point. After a hard day of recording songs, Murphy returned home with Xiangyi's care and Xishi's chattering. This was a kind of happiness, a very simple kind of happiness. Although it had become normal for the entertainment industry to have less reunion and more separation, even if Murphy didn't run commercial performances, in the future, after the recording of her new album, it was inevitable that she would run around during the promotional period. However, Murphy still liked the warm feeling of being together as a family. Murphy found out that Xiangyi's identity was Mu Xiang, but it wasn't much different from before. This was like an ordinary episode. Murphy didn't force Xiangyi to write and sing new songs for her every day just because he was Mu Xiang. On the second day after their identities were exposed, Murphy sat in Xiangyi's car as usual and waited for Xiangyi's meticulously prepared food as usual. Then, the family finished dinner as usual and went for a walk on the dam of the Grand Canal. Murphy and Xiangyi liked this kind of disciplined life very much. The only change was that Murphy, who was about to watch TV after the walk, was called to the study by Xiangyi excitedly and then showed a new thing. This is called microbroadcasting. I asked Jiangchuan's students to create a website some time ago. You can think of it as a simplified version of a blog. On microbroadcasting, you can use simple words, like text messages, to post your recent situation. You can also share your mood today, photos. In the study, Xiangyi explained the functions of this new thing. Then, he changed seats with Murphy and let her try it. Xishi came over early to join in the fun. She had been stretching her neck and tiptoeing just now. Now that she saw her mother sitting in front of the computer, the little girl couldn't stay still. She excitedly squeezed into her mother's arms. I want to see it too. Let me play too, okay? However, the little girl was caught by a big hand. She cried out as her limbs were lifted into the air and she was carried up. Oh, I'm going to fall. She giggled and quickly hugged her father's neck. You're getting more and more naughty. Xiangyi looked at his daughter dotingly and gently pinched her little nose. He said softly, you can't see it. Dad will hold you and watch it. He pulled a chair and sat down next to Mo Fei, and the little girl was put on his lap. Okay then. Cece found a comfortable position, half sitting and half lying in her father's arms. Then, her black eyes rolled around, and no one knew what she was thinking. Under Xianxi's guidance, Murphy registered an account and directly used her own name as the account name. Later, I'll get someone to authenticate you. In the future, you can use this account to interact with your fans. Of course, if you don't play often, you can let Mo Xiaowan take over the operation management for you. Xianxi knew Murphy's character. She was definitely not the kind of celebrity who would update her status every day. Fans? Do they also use this micro-broadcasting? Murphy asked doubtfully. Of course, micro-broadcasting will be used more and more in the future, just like SNS. Xianxi said with certainty. Moreover, in the future, the micro-broadcasting operation of celebrities will also be a great knowledge. Later, I'll teach Mo Xiaowan so that she won't be stupid. Don't talk about her like that. Xiaowan will be angry with you later. Murphy couldn't help but laugh. Papa, look, look. She suddenly cried out. After watching her mother's clumsy mouse operation for a while, the little girl had already lost interest in watching. She was half lying in her father's arms, kicking her legs and playing by herself. Being called by their daughter, Xianxi and Murphy both looked down at her. They saw that the little girl had unknowingly pulled up her clothes, revealing her white belly. Then she pinched her belly that was squeezed out because of this position. Hee, Papa, look, I'm also the same as Xianxia. My belly is big. It's so fun. The little girl foolishly pinched her belly and laughed. She was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Murphy was stunned for a moment. She quickly reached out to pull down Xi's clothes to cover her belly and said reproachfully, Xi, how can a girl be like this? It's so unladylike. In the past, the little girl was very concerned about her image. Xianxi was a little confused by Xi's appearance just now. He reacted and said, Xi, girls can't lift up their clothes and show it to others, do you know? Why? Xianxia also let us play with her belly. It's soft and fun. Xi was very confused. She blinked her big innocent eyes and asked. Don't worry about what Xianxia does. Xi, just remember Mom and Papa's words. You can't lift up your clothes. Murphy said seriously with a straight face. Xi was still a little afraid of her mother's temper. The little girl pouted her small mouth and nodded obediently. Although it was just a small episode, Xianxi took it seriously. Xianxia also let us play with her belly. The little girl's words kept echoing in Xianxi's mind. He didn't know what Xi was talking about, but when Xianxi thought of how his daughter foolishly lifted up her clothes and revealed her small belly, his heart collapsed. The little girl was bored and ran out to play with the kittens. Xianxi turned his head and said to Murphy seriously, look at Xi. How stupid is she? She doesn't realize the difference between girls and boys at all. So it's better to do it sooner rather than later. You'd better find some time to teach that lesson to Xi. That lesson, of course, Murphy knew what Xianxi was talking about. Xianxi had already drawn the lesson materials with pictures and text before, but Murphy felt that it was a little difficult to talk about it, so it had been delayed. Now, Murphy was also shocked by her daughter. From her daughter's behavior, the children in the kindergarten, like Lan Xian, didn't have the awareness of the difference between men and women, let alone the idea of protecting their own bodies. If she didn't teach Xi well in this area, she was afraid that Xi would unintentionally imitate some of the behaviors that were out of line when she played with other children, so, Murphy's expression was a little heavy at the moment. She nodded solemnly. Let me take a look at those cards again. After dinner tomorrow night, I'll talk about it with Xi. Murphy said. Xianxi took a box from the bookshelf and opened it. Inside were the small cards that he had drawn for children's sex education. The cards were all cute cartoon figures. He thought that Xi would be more receptive and have a deeper impression after seeing these cartoon figures. You've even added color? Murphy was a little surprised. Last time, when Xianxi finished drawing, she glanced at the cards, and they weren't as colorful as the ones now. Yes, I was quite free a while ago, Xianxi nodded to Murphy and said with a smile, let me tell you about the content inside. I'll help you organize your thoughts. Before going to bed the next night, Murphy walked into the bedroom with a small card and closed the door behind her. Xianxia was too embarrassed to tell his daughter about these things. He felt awkward listening to them, so he didn't come to the master bedroom today. The little girl couldn't listen to the story tonight. Xianxia had been rolling around on the bed for a while, just like the monkey that was wreaking havoc in heaven. However, at this time, she was lying on her back on the quilt and panting. When she heard the noise, she quickly turned over and sat up on the bed, her messy hair covering half of her small face. Murphy didn't allow Xianxia to step on the quilt. It would mess up the quilt, so the little girl was a little guilty. She covered her smiling face and giggled to cover it up. However, Murphy didn't blame her this time. She lifted the quilt and sat on the bed. The little girl quickly got in and snuggled in her mother's arms. Then she looked around in confusion. Hey, where's Papa? Usually, at this time, her father would come to tell Xianxia stories. Before going to bed today, Mom will tell Xianxia something else, okay? Murphy combed the little girl's messy hair and said softly. Okay then. Xianxia nodded obediently. The little girl was attracted by the stack of small cards in her mother's hand. There were colorful drawings. She asked curiously, Mom, what's this? This is what Mom wants to tell you today. How should a little girl protect herself? Murphy said softly, Xianxia, you have to listen carefully. Okay then. The little girl turned over and sat up, leaning on her mother's arm. Come, let's look at the first card. Murphy opened the first card. There was a drawing of Xianxia's favorite doll, but it looked much more delicate. After all, it was drawn by Xianxia. The 3 flat points were marked with a colored pencil. Note 1, I like this. Xianxia said with her eyes shining. Xianxia, Mom is telling you very seriously. Don't worry about anything else. Look here, here, and here. Murphy pointed at these points and said, Xianxia, you have to pay attention. These 3 places can't be touched by others. Why? Xianxia asked in confusion. Because this is Xianxia's most precious thing. It's much more precious than your big bear cub and your doll. You don't want others to play with your big bear cub and doll, right? Murphy gave an example. Well, she doesn't like others to play with my big cub. It will be damaged. Xianxia pouted her small mouth. Her train of thought was a little off track. But this was the effect she wanted. Yes, these places are more precious than your big bear cub. Xianxia can't be touched by others, right? You have to protect them, right? Murphy took the opportunity to open the second small card. The second picture was drawn with very childish brushwork of a little girl with 2 ponytails. Her long skirt dragged on the ground, and the shadow of a light pink underwear could be seen in the diagonal shadow of the long skirt. Similarly, Mom and Papa will let Xianxia wear clothes in these places. The little cutie, skirt, top, and pants will be covered by these clothes. All the covered places can't be touched by others. Murphy pointed at the second small card and said very seriously. Xianxia didn't quite understand, but seeing her mother so serious, she nodded in confusion. I remember. Murphy took out the third card. This card had a picture of a Garfield cat with a strange smile, but the composition was even stranger. It used circles and squares, and then there were 4 upper limbs and 4 lower limbs. Murphy wanted to laugh when she saw this Garfield cat with a wicked smile. There was no Da Vinci in this world, so there was no classic painting of the Vitruvian Man. Murphy didn't know what Xianxia was paying tribute to, but just this cat and those inferior hand-drawn mosaics were very interesting. Hey, it looks like Xiaoguai. The little girl blinked her big eyes and said to her mother in surprise, its face is big, and its eyes are big, but Xiaoguai doesn't have so many hands. Well, this card. Mommy mainly wanted to tell Xianxia that if someone shows you these places that Mommy mentioned just now, you must not look at them. If Daddy and Mommy are by your side, you must find Daddy and Mommy immediately and tell them. If Mom and Dad aren't around, you must shout for help. Murphy pointed at the little girl at the bottom right corner of the card. It was easy to miss. The little girl had a dialogue bubble with the word help written on it. Oh. Xianxia nodded her head as if she understood something. It was okay if the little girl didn't understand now. Her memory was very good. As long as she remembered these concepts, she would be able to recall them when she encountered something in the future. Moreover, using pictures to describe things could stimulate a child's memory. Next, the things that needed to be said on the two small cards were a little difficult to say, but Murphy paused for a moment and still flipped through them. This was very important. The first small card was a picture of two Calabash brothers. The big guy was hugging the small Calabash brother princess, and a spear was poking the Calabash brother princess chest. It was very vivid. She, no matter what it is, don't let anyone poke anything on your body. Murphy said seriously. Poke? She didn't understand this word. This is poking. Murphy used her finger to poke Shishi's chest, stomach, and calf. She didn't use much strength, but Shishi still curled up and giggled. Mom, don't. The little girl grabbed her mother's finger and laughed until she was out of breath. Yes, you must remember, you must say no. And you must run far away. Murphy struck while the iron was hot. Okay. The little girl nodded quickly. You can't eat anything that others give you. Lollipops, carrots, cucumbers, you can't eat anything. Murphy flipped to the next card. Xianxia really drew 3 different cartoon figures on it, a little rabbit, and a little bear, and then chewed on the 3 examples that Murphy gave. Can't I eat lollipops? Shishi asked in confusion. No, Shishi can only eat what Papa and Mom buy for you, or what Papa and Mom allow you to eat. Murphy rubbed the little girl's head and said softly, you can tell Papa what you want to eat, and he will buy it for you. Anyway, you can't eat what others give you. You can't open your mouth no matter what others give you. Shishi remembered, but she was still thinking about lollipops. The little girl said innocently, Papa will make a lot of delicious food for me, so Shishi won't eat what others give me. Well, that's right. Murphy nodded with relief and then flipped to the new card. On the new card, there was a little girl with her hair tied up in a bun and carrying a school bag. Then, there was a wretched uncle wearing a fisherman's hat and round-rimmed sunglasses holding a lollipop. The narrator said, Good girl, follow uncle, and I'll give you a candy. Murphy had to explain in detail. She first asked, Shishi, if someone wants to take you to a remote place, how will you respond? What are we going to do? Shishi asked curiously. No, you can't do that. If someone you don't know says, little girl, uncle or auntie will take you to a fun place, you must refuse him, no matter what it is for. Murphy educated her. Mama, I know. Shishi's eyes lit up. She raised her little arms and said happily, Papa wants me not to listen to others and not to play with others. Yes. You must not agree. Besides, it's not just strangers. Murphy said seriously, teachers can't do that. Uncles, you know, if they want to take you somewhere, you can't do that. Shishi must not go with them, and you must tell Papa or Mom. Shishi nodded vigorously. Anyway. Murphy was almost done. She turned the last 2 cards and said, Shishi, you must remember this. If something strange happens, you must tell Papa and Mom. No matter who it is, whether it's someone you don't know or someone you know, whether it's an adult or a child, no matter what strange things they say to you, or what strange things they do, or what strange things they show you, you must tell Papa and Mom. For example, this card was very strange. There was a wretched little boy on it, and he seemed to be wearing pants that were very similar to an elephant's head. The long elephant's trunk was swinging. There was no crayon Shinchan in this world. Obviously, Murphy and Shishi did not know this joke, but it was enough to show the image. Shishi nodded obediently at her mother. Murphy rubbed the little girl's head and said, That's right. Tell Papa Mom. Papa Mom will definitely protect you. Hee, I know. The little girl smiled sweetly and hugged her mother's waist. Papa told me that he will protect Shishi just like how Sun Wukong protects Tang Sanzang. He will not let the monster eat Shishi. Good girl, go to sleep. Murphy smiled with relief. After she coaxed Shishi to sleep, she put away the small card that Xianxia had carefully made. Although the stack of small cards had already completed their mission, Xianxia had looked up a lot of information and then spent a lot of time designing before drawing them stroke by stroke. Murphy liked them very much and wanted to keep them for her own collection. Boss, do you know that your books are sold out? Fu Jun, who had not dared to face Yang Yi for a while, finally called. He proudly reported the good news to Yang Yi. Aren't they still on the best-selling list? Yang Yi asked, puzzled. He had learned about this matter from his editor, Xianxia, a few days ago in SNS. Xianxia told him that although it had been a few months, the physical sales of these two books were still strong, and they could be ranked in the top 20 on the monthly list. It's not those two books. Xixi's bedtime story is popular. Do you know that your daughter is popular? Fu Jun smiled proudly. Now all the children in China are envious of the little girl named Xixi. They all want to be your daughter. Haha. Was he going to become the national father? Is there such a thing? Yang Yi had already reached the point where he was not shocked by honor or disgrace, but he was very curious. Weren't they unable to sell before? How did they become popular all of a sudden? Fu Jun was a little embarrassed. He was embarrassed to say that the operation planners of his publishing house were too stupid, so he could only pick a few things to say. Not many people read it before, but then a columnist named Yu Qian in Yangqing recommended your books in the newspaper. Later on, the reputation of your book slowly rose. We promoted the online store and advertised a lot, attracting a lot of customers. Now, not only do children like to read it, but many adults also like to read your fairy tales. You advertised a lot? So the online store's business is very good now? Yang Yi was deep in thought. Yes, listen to me first. Let me tell you something very interesting. Fu Jun was amused when he thought about it. He chuckled and said, didn't many readers like Xixi's bedtime story? They even found your two military novels based on your name. In the end, when they bought it, some of them even called back to complain to the customer service. What were they complaining about? This isn't the car to kindergarten. Sob sob sob, you're lying to me. I want to get off. Of course, this was just a joke, but it was almost the same. Some readers who did not like fighting and killing complained that these books were not suitable for their children. They even asked if there was a mistake. Yang Yi, who wrote fairy tales, and Yang Yi, who wrote Drawing Sword, were two people with the same name. Fu Jun was even more proud of himself than Yang Yi when he talked about these things. It was as if he, not Yang Yi, was the one who wrote these books. You called just in time. I have a new idea about the development of the Sahara online store. Are you interested in hearing it? Yang Yi did not beat around the bush and went straight to the topic. What new idea? Fu Jun was interested. Over the past few months, it could be said that Fu Jun was convinced by Yang Yi. Almost all of the development ideas that Yang Yi imparted to him had played a very good role in the actual operation. For example, the new operation logic of the online bookstore's web page greatly reduced the difficulty for new customers to get started, thus promoting the increase in sales. Another example was the online bookstore's name change to the online store, moving from a single book sales to a diversified development path. This choice was obviously the right one. After increasing the sales of clothing, bags, infant products, and other products, the number of visits and profits of the online store could be said to have soared. The multiple product lines even promoted each other, increasing each other's sales. Fu Jun also admired the new online banking model that Yang Yi asked him to work as a go-between with several banks. It directly put the online economy on a new trajectory. More people were willing to spend online through online banking. Not only was online shopping in the Sahara online store more convenient, but other internet companies, except for third-party payment companies, were also able to profit from this wave. This allowed Fu Jun to enjoy a good reputation in the industry. Now that Yang Yi had a new idea, how could Fu Jun, who had tasted the sweetness, not be overjoyed? Open up sales channels for various types of music records. Yang Yi said lightly, at present, the only music websites only provide single downloads. No one can buy physical records from any website. Our Sahara online store can fill this gap. However, Yang Yi's proposal was not fully approved by Fu Jun. He frowned, thought for a while, and said, record sales are not as simple as you think, Yang Yi. Basically, the major record companies control the distribution channels. If we want to sell records, we can't bypass their restrictions. We're not going to do distribution. We're going to do the same business as bookstores and video stores. We won't produce books or records, but we'll be sales agents. Xianxia explained, it's just like the books sold in online stores are not all books from Sahara Publishing House. I understand. Fu Jun patted his head, secretly thinking that he was thinking too much. However, Fu Jun didn't think too much about it. Xianxi's next words revealed the true purpose of his proposal. However, this is only for now. We can cooperate with these record distribution companies in the early stages, but we have to steal from them and get the rules and corresponding resources for record distribution. When the time is right, we can also establish our own distribution channels. Your own distribution channel? Fu Jun asked in surprise. His heart started to beat faster. Yes. Xianxi's tone was still calm at the moment, and he seemed to be unperturbed on the phone. We'll take another path and do an internet-style distribution channel. Moreover, our main target is not the large entertainment companies. We won't fight with the current record companies for this cake. We'll be the distribution channel for independent musicians that they look down on, so that everyone who likes music can release their records. Fu Jun sucked in a breath of air. He could see Xianxi's deeply hidden ambition in this. Of course, Fu Jun was still not sure whether independent musicians' records would be welcomed by the market. The benefits of this distribution channel were difficult to estimate, but Fu Jun was persuaded by Xianxia. This was a very interesting goal. Not only records, but also movies, videos, and books. We can do an internet-style distribution channel, giving individual creators or small companies with no background a platform to show themselves. Xianxia smiled slightly. It's just like what Qiyu did with the web novel. Believe me, the creative ability of billions of people will make Sahara Publishing House take off completely. Although Xianxi's words were not passionate at all, Fu Jun himself was surging with excitement. Good, good. I'll call someone for a meeting in a while. Fu Jun said excitedly. Of course, there was no need for Xianxia to come up with the actual plan for Fu Jun. Fu Jun was not an idiot boss, so he would naturally organize his planning team to study it. He would also wisely hide the grand plan that Xianxia mentioned. Now, all he needed to do was to establish a good relationship with the record company and get them to sell the internet to Sahara Online Mall. Don't worry, I have a gadget here that I recommend you and your employees to try. It's quite fun. Xianxia smiled. It's called microbroadcasting. It's something that my people have recently developed. Although Xianxia had high hopes for microbroadcasting, its development was still relatively slow after it was developed. It could not even catch up with the promotion of another product of the same project. Facebook had already become popular in the campus of Jiang City Media University. The path it took seemed to be similar to Facebook in that time and space. After all, it was a plan provided by Xianxia. However, it was slightly different under Mao Peifu's adjustment. There was no use of hacking techniques to steal the registration photos of female students that might cause disgust. Mao Peifu made use of her connections and Xianxi's financial support to organize a campus bell election in the School of Business Media. Mao Peifu had asked for the consent of all the beautiful students in the School of Business Media who were on the list. They had signed contracts and paid remuneration. Of course, they had also provided the most beautiful photos that they had taken. It was definitely not comparable to those ID photos. Although he wasn't part of the staff, Guozi had volunteered to be part of the publicity staff after he learned about senior sister Mao Peifu's plan from Ding Xiang. He loved being evaluated as the most beautiful girl in the academy, with Guozi jumping up and down waving the flag and shouting. Coupled with the campus bell election, a large number of registered users flooded into Facebook. Most of them were boys, but there were also many girls who came to watch the fun. Moreover, it was not only the students of the School of Business Media. Students from other faculties also joined in excitedly. They soon discovered the benefits of Facebook. Those beautiful students were real. By clicking on their photos, they could enter their homepage. They could see the photos that they posted in their albums and read their diaries to understand what kind of people they were. There was a guy who was as shameless as Guozi on his homepage. I successfully added them. I think I'm in love. The first selection came to an end quickly. Everyone had different preferences and the results of the selection would naturally be controversial. This controversy was good because it would continue to bring popularity to Facebook. Of course, after participating in the campus bell election, the boys couldn't sit still. They all expressed that they would hold a campus bell election for their faculties too. More voices said, there are no real beauties in the School of Business Media. The real beauties are in the film school. If there's a selection, how can we leave out the beauties from the film school? The voices for the beauties from the film school to join in were getting louder and louder. Mao Peifu and her team naturally wouldn't disappoint everyone. This time, if they were going to do it, they would do it big. Rivertown Media University Goddess Selection. Obviously, Mao Peifu couldn't use her connections and monetary rewards to get the beauties from the School of Business Media to join in. Rivertown Media University was too big. There were too many girls and beauties. If they were to talk to them one by one, Mao Peifu and her team wouldn't be able to do it even if they were exhausted. However, Mao Peifu was after all the vice president of the student union. Although she had resigned, she had rich experience in student activities and had strong connections. Soon, Mao Peifu pulled the strings and got Facebook to sponsor a big event with the student union of Rivertown Media University. Of course, it wasn't the tacky campus bell election. Instead, it was a makeover and a goddess selection that competed on talent and looks. It was divided into 2 rounds. First, there would be an online voting on Facebook to choose 20 beauties. Then, there would be a large-scale live Rivertown Media University Goddess Selection Gala in the stadium of 10,000 people. They would be allowed to showcase their talents on the spot. The judges would give marks and online voting. Mobile phones could be used to vote through Facebook. In the end, the first, second and third place would be selected. Of course, Mao Peifu had also provided a huge budget for this event. In addition to the prize pool of 100,000 yuan for the first, second and third place, there were also some lucky draw activities in the first round of the selection to stimulate the voting. A professional team was hired to plan, decorate, and direct the gala. Lastly, there was also a huge sponsorship for the Student Union of Rivertown Media University. Mao Peifu had used no less than 500,000 yuan for this event. Although this event was still in progress, the generous rewards and the honor of being a beautiful and intelligent goddess had already stimulated many girls to sign up. Their participation had also greatly stimulated more boys to register as Facebook users. It wasn't just Rivertown Media University. Boys from other universities in Tingshan District and even other universities who had heard the news on the internet had also come. The number of registered Facebook users was increasing rapidly every day. Although they were only here to look at the beauties, they would eventually discover the difference between Facebook and other blogging websites. This wasn't a simple blogging website. It was a personal homepage that had a certain level of privacy and could be used to build one's own network. One could post photos to one's friends, publish one's diary, and even purely use it as a place to publish one's own private information. How could such a fun Facebook not be popular? Unknowingly, it had already been the month of bachelors. Xianxia, which had entered late autumn, had already touched the traces of winter. Especially after the setting sun disappeared at the end of the horizon, the bleak cold wind began to howl between the buildings, destroying the already bald branches. The pedestrians on the road couldn't help but shiver when they heard the sound. They wrapped themselves in windbreakers and walked 2 steps faster. Fortunately, the house was warmer. Xianxia had already installed the home heating equipment for Shishi. "Papa, hurry up, hurry up. Mom is going to be on TV." That night, Xianxia, who hadn't finished his dinner, was urged by the little girl. He had to put down his bowl and chopsticks and was dragged by Shishi's little hand to the living room. They sat on the sofa and watched the live broadcast on TV. The TV was broadcasting Shanghai TV's Music Power Ranking. This program was currently one of the 3 most authoritative ranking programs in the Chinese music industry. When a singer released a new song, they would need to appear on 3 ranking shows one after another to fight for a higher ranking for their song. That way, they would be able to gain more exposure. The Music Power Ranking program was set in a small music hall. There were supporting fans at the scene, shouting as if they were watching a concert. Moreover, the whole process was broadcast in the form of a live broadcast. It was a special test of the singer's live performance. It could also be said that the so-called recording studio singers couldn't hide from such a program. Of course, this was also a special test of the singer's psychological endurance. Some singers who were too nervous would also make a fool of themselves on the program. These were inevitable, although Murphy hadn't released a new album yet, she had released a single. Naturally, she had to go for Coming Across the Sea to See You. On TV, the host was interviewing Murphy. She sat next to her father, her little hand holding her father's finger. She was more nervous than anyone else. "Papa, is Mom going to sing?" the little girl asked. "Yes." Xianxia patted Shishi's little head and smiled gently. "When will she sing?" The little girl was a little impatient. "Shoo, she will sing now." Xianxia comforted his daughter and focused on the TV. In fact, he was also looking forward to Murphy's live performance. He really liked watching Murphy sing his songs. "Then, let's invite Murphy to perform I Came Across the Ocean to See You that everyone has been waiting for." The host finally gave up the stage, and the crowd cheered. There were still some Murphy fans who came to the venue. Although the number was not as many as the popular singers, they still raised their support cards high up in the air for Murphy. When the camera panned to the audience, the flashing lights of the two words Murphy made people feel that Murphy was not alone. But Murphy was alone on the stage. There was no choreography for this song. On the big stage, the lights were bright, and she was all alone. However, Mofei's expression was very calm, just like when she was on the show, indifferent, cold, and had a very low sense of presence. If it weren't for her outstanding appearance and extraordinary temperament, she would probably be ignored by others. "For you, I used half a year's savings to come across the ocean to see you." Finally, after the prelude, Murphy raised the microphone and sang a little sadly under the white fog on both sides. Her ethereal and sad voice penetrated the hearts of the fans present and the audience in front of the TV like an electric shock. "So it's this song." The fans of other stars on the scene may not know Mofei very well, but these days, they still heard the people around them humming Mofei's popular song. So when they heard the first line of the song, their eyes suddenly lit up. "For this gathering, I even practiced my breathing repeatedly when we meet." Mofei's passionate singing made these people's bodies sway uncontrollably. The light sticks in their hands, which were only held for their idols, also couldn't help but be lifted up by the joy in their hearts. As if there were more and more support, the stage was dimmed, and the stars below looked like a sea of stars. The climax of the song was not "I Came Across the Sea to See You," nor was it the sudden high-pitched "memories." They always accumulate slowly, but after the high-pitched "I couldn't hold back my tears even when I was in the most desperate." Murphy paused, and with the newly added violin accompaniment, she sighed and sang, "In a strange city, in a familiar corner." That sobbing voice suddenly gave the audience goosebumps. "It's so nice, such a sad song, such a beautiful voice, isn't it worth everyone turning around for her? Vote? Vote, 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 buy songs? Buy. Watching you go away in the wind and sand, I'm so sad that I can't help myself." The voice was already floating with the wind and sand. Some girls with shallow tear ducts, looking at Mofei, who was alone on the stage, and listening to her singing as if she was trying her best to be strong, were instantly moved to tears. Passers-by turned fans. "I'm afraid this is the moment." Murphy's song, the first people who heard it was sad, but Xianxia, who was sitting in front of the TV, heard it many times. This time, he heard Murphy's second emotion overlapping the first one, sweetness. "I hope I can accompany you for 1,000 miles until the end of the world, and stay with you for a lifetime." "This stupid woman isn't the sweet smile she rarely shows in public," Murphy sang on the stage to her heart's content. Perhaps she didn't know that at this moment, there was a little person in front of the TV looking at her with admiration. After her mother started singing, she clenched her father's fingers. She was actually a little worried for her mother. But with Murphy singing freely, Shishi's nervousness slowly relaxed. The little girl watched her mother sing loudly on the stage, and her little body couldn't help but twist. "Mom is too amazing." The feelings of worship almost filled the little girl's little heart, but she was still focused on watching her mother's performance. She didn't shout out, as if she was afraid that it would affect her mother. "I will stay with you for the rest of my life." In the end, Mofei used her excellent breath to drag out the last syllable until it was so weak that it was almost inaudible. It was not to show off her skill, but to fully express her reluctance to part with him at the end. The accompaniment played a lonely part in the end before it slowly came to an end. When the accompaniment ended, Murphy held the microphone and bowed deeply to the fans she had missed for a long time. Walala. Almost all the audience, no matter the fans, stood up at this moment and excitedly applauded Murphy. They applauded her song that moved them. The applause didn't stop for a long time. Murphy could only bow again. When she raised her head again, her emotions couldn't help but fluctuate. Several senior music hosts from Shanghai TV station who were waiting below the stage to host saw this scene and could only stop in their tracks and wait for the applause to stop. They looked at the tearful Murphy on the stage, and one of the hosts couldn't help but sigh. She's back. Yes, how long has it been since they saw Murphy have so many audience members applauding and cheering for her? The last time was probably when Strangers was released, right? Yes, the Chinese music industry, she's back. De la de la. Oh yeah, in Beijing, the taxi driver in front was already humming along with the melody on the car radio. For you, I used half a year's savings. Murphy was on fire. After she appeared on the 3 major music chart shows and sang, Coming Across the Ocean to See You, the song became a hit as well. This was completely different from the popularity of fast music. At that time, the listeners who liked the song only relied on their memories of the show's reruns and word of mouth to spread the song. The ratings of the 3 major music chart shows were naturally not something that fast music could compare with. Moreover, this time, the show also had a CD of the single. As the song became more popular, all the major radio stations began to play the song. However, while the driver was humming happily, the passenger in the back was annoyed. She patted the front seat and said, "Hey, uncle, can you stop singing? Not only is your singing terrible, but you're also swaying around. Even if you don't want to live, I still want to live, okay?" The driver in the front seat paused and stopped singing. However, it wasn't that he was apologizing. The big man in Beijing had bad tempers. Now that he was being scolded by this woman, he was a little annoyed. His expression kept changing, and he was struggling whether to scold her back or not to argue with her. Only Murphy's sad singing could be heard in the car. It was very awkward. Fortunately, another older woman in the back seat pulled her angry companion and said reproachfully, "Zhen. Ah Qian, don't cause trouble." Then she humbled herself and apologized to the driver. "Hey, it's not a big deal. Okay, tell your friend to pay attention to her words in the future. In Beijing, if she makes a fuss, she'll be punished." The driver's anger came and went quickly. He waved his hand and laughed heartily. "Yes, you're right," Xianxia said with a smile. The 2 passengers in the car were Zhen Muqian, and her manager, Xianxia. The 2 of them had come to Beijing to participate in a show to promote Zhen Muqian's new album. Obviously, the strength and effect of the promotion was far less than that of Murphy, who had only sung 1 song. Zhen Muqian looked like she had been wronged. She didn't explode until they returned to the hotel. She threw herself on the bed and pretended to cry. "Sister Chow, you're still helping the driver to scold me. Zhen, you're a celebrity now. You have to be more careful with what you do. Don't let your temper get the best of you," Xianxia said to Zhen Muqian as she hung up the clothes. "I know, but he didn't recognize me, right?" Zhen Muqian said, feeling somewhat unhappy. "He didn't recognize you, but what if he makes a big deal out of it?" Xianxia said seriously, "No matter what the occasion is, you have to pay special attention to your image. You are now a sweet and well-behaved actress, not a shrew." Zhen Muqian understood, but she was still envious and jealous. She couldn't let go of her anger. Now that she saw Xianxia being so serious, she pouted and said reluctantly, "I know, Sister Chow. I know you're wronged, but you're developing well. You're a bit slow, but one day, you'll surpass Murphy." Xianxia sat down and said gently. Zhen Muqian felt wronged. "Sister Chow, I Came Across the Ocean to See You was originally my song, Sob Sob." In Zhen Muqian's opinion, this song was originally in her hands, but it disappeared without a trace. If it was her who sang this song, then the person who was popular all over the country and was being chased by this damn driver should be her, Zhen, not Mo Fei. Okay, don't think too much about it. Who told Murphy to be so overbearing? The company isn't like it was a month ago. Sister Ling is completely on Murphy's side and gives her all the resources." Xianxia sighed. you can only swallow this anger. If you want to vent, wait until you become a celebrity and surpass Murphy. Xianxia said as she patted Zhen Muqian's back. Zhen Muqian pouted, but in his heart, he secretly remembered the resentment at this moment. I heard that you've been helping Mao Peifu promote her Facebook? Do you want me to give you a salary as well? It's considered a part-time job. Mao Peifu said that you're very useful. Yang Yi teased Guozi. The little fatty was breaking open a cupcake and started eating from the soft bread in the middle. He puffed out his mouth and said with difficulty, no need, I'm only helping out because of you, brother Yang. It's for friendship. Che, you just want to see more beauties. That's why you're so enthusiastic. Ding Xiang walked by and mercilessly exposed him. Sister Mao told me a long time ago. Who doesn't know about your perverted heart? That's not it. Guozi said with a red face. If I'm just looking at beauties, why would I vote for you? This time, it was Ding Xiang's turn to blush. Last time, because there weren't many girls in the business media school, Ding Xiang was pulled to make up the numbers. She wore a coffee shop uniform for the photo shoot. Needless to say, Ding Xiang, who didn't have outstanding looks, stood in front of the camera and took a set of photos. After some editing, adding light, and whitening by a computer expert, she was actually as lovely as the neighbor's little sister. When the final results came out, although Ding Xiang was still far from first place, she still squeezed into the top 10. Of course, Guozi would always proudly say that all the credit was his in front of Ding Xiang. If he didn't pull votes for Ding Xiang wouldn't have become one of the top 10 beauties of the business media school. Ding Xiang didn't want to be one of the top 10 beauties. Every time she heard this, she couldn't wait to beat Guozi up. Yang Yi looked at them and laughed. When Guozi could eat the cake in peace, he said, hiring students to do campus promotions is a new idea I gave to Mao Peifu. After all, our eyes won't only be on Jiangchuan. Students from universities all over the country are our initial potential customers. So this plan will continue, and it will go through the formal hiring process. Since you've done so much work for Mao Peifu, it's only right that we give you some compensation. Guozi waved his hand and said, no need, brother Yang. You know that my family doesn't lack money. His eyes suddenly rolled, and he said with a smile, brother Yang, how about this? You don't have to give me money. Anyway, I can eat all the cakes in this shop. Is that okay? Guozi especially liked the cupcakes that Ding Xiang made. Although he was fooling around at the film school every day, he still came over to buy cupcakes from time to time. However, Ding Xiang limited the amount of cupcakes he could buy. He could only buy one cupcake a day. In your dreams, brother Yang, you can eat all the cakes here. Over the years, won't you be eating brother Yang's money? Ding Xiang heard him and immediately said. It's not like I don't want to pay. I'll still pay. I just don't want to only eat one cake at a time. The little fatty was greedy. Ding Xiang turned her head and said to Yang Yi, brother Yang, you can't agree to eat this kind of dessert every day. Look at how fat he is. He still hasn't lost weight. Indeed. Although Guozi had lost a lot of weight when he came back from Beijing, after the military training, he didn't exercise much. He gradually gained back his weight and his skin color returned. That was why Ding Xiang limited his purchases. Guozi looked at Yang Yi pleadingly, brother Yang, please do a good deed. Anyway, the cakes in the shop can't be sold. It's a waste to keep them. Why don't you sell them to me? I can even help you promote them. Who said they can't be sold? Ding Xiang said with a lack of confidence. Yang Yi smiled and spread his hands at Guozi, I can't do anything about that. The cakes were made by Ding Xiang. If she doesn't agree, I can't say anything. Ah! Guozi screamed. There was no other way. The little fatty could only lick the crumbs on the paper cup in his hand. It was so miserable. No. He can't do it. Director Chen, why can't he do it? Our Yanliang spent a lot of effort to observe the countryside for this movie. He suffered a lot. Please give him some advice. Maybe he can act it out? It's useless to give him advice. There's only one weakness, acting. Do you understand? He acted like a ruffian and acted like a peasant, but his heart was filled with resistance. What kind of Susanduo we want? From his appearance to his bones, he has to have the inferiority of a poor village child. This is created by the environment and can't be erased. So, anyone with a discerning eye can see that he's acting. He's too pretentious. There's no saving him. Chen Fengchen sent away another actor who had followed his manager to the audition. Then, he vented his suppressed anger on his assistant and the rest of the crew. What kind of actor is this? Where did they come from? And they acted like shit. Why did they let you do the screening first? Did they get paid? Huh? This furious scolding caused the people below to keep quiet out of fear. They didn't even dare to breathe out loud. Actually, it wasn't entirely because of the actor. Chen Fengchen was furious because he had to juggle the post-production of Great Chu's Palace and the crew of Soldiers' Assault. He was frustrated because he couldn't find the Susanduo in his heart. Other roles were fine, but if he couldn't find Susanduo, he could forget about filming this movie. Chen Fengchen thought of his backup plan. Where did Xiao Ruan go? Why hasn't there been any news from the self-recommendation videos of the new actors that I asked him to review for more than a week? Assistant Ruan didn't slack off before, but he didn't dare to be too diligent. He was afraid that if he took out the selected videos, he would be scolded by the nitpicky Chen Fengchen again. But now, even if he was unlucky, he could only bite the bullet and run over with his computer. I'm here, Director Chen. I saw that you were quite busy before. Without further ado, Chen Fengchen waved his hand and shooed Assistant Ruan away. Then, he clicked on the selected audition videos one by one. Although he was old, these high-tech products were no worse than the young people. The more he read, the darker Chen Fengchen's face became. If the actors that had been recommended by management companies and acting companies were pretending to be farmers, then in Assistant Ruan's videos, 60 to 70% of them were farmers pretending to be actors. It was obvious that they were afraid of his anger, so he went to find some real farmers to recommend themselves. This farmer's rustic nature was shown, but his acting skills were really unsightly. Chen Fengchen had walked more roads than he had eaten rice. How could Chen Fengchen not see through Assistant Ruan's thoughts? However, I'll scold him after I finish reading it. Chen Fengchen held back his anger and diligently clicked on the videos one by one. When he was almost at the end, he saw a caption that said, Actor Geng Sha, audition for Act 9, Section 7. Geng Sha, this name was rather unique. Chen Fengchen took a second glance before clicking on it. A dim-witted man appeared in the video. He wasn't tall and had dark skin, similar to the farmers in front of him. He shouldn't be too old. Although he wasn't as young as Susanduo, he should still be an immature child from the countryside. Someone outside the camera was reciting lines to him. Do you want to be a soldier? Little brother. Chen Fengchen saw this child named Geng Sha timidly glance at the camera. He didn't know if he was acting or not, but he softly said, yes. Why? In the video, Geng Sha's mouth moved. He lowered his head and hesitated for a moment before saying in a very small voice, after I become a soldier, Dad won't call me son of a turtle anymore. He won't be able to kick me or hit me. I won't be able to hear what he calls me. This Mandarin that was filled with a dialect made Chen Fengchen feel very familiar. It made him stop his action of closing the video. Chen Fengchen hesitated for a moment before deciding to continue watching. On the computer screen, Geng Sha made a gesture of scratching his head. Originally, Chen Fengchen was very disgusted by this kind of meaningless action, but when Geng Sha raised his head, that ordinary and simple face, combined with this action, inadvertently moved his heart. Chen Fengchen's gaze turned serious. I graduated from junior high school, but the teacher said that I had a solid foundation and that I was really learning. Chun Kai graduated from senior high school, but he didn't study hard. In junior high school, he kept giving me notes. Geng Sha seemed to be talking about his glorious past, and he slightly puffed out his chest. This part of the script was the key plot where Susanduo revealed his inner thoughts to Shijin. It was basically a one-man show for the main character. I'm not a coward. Chun Kai and the others tried to scare me in the graveyard, but they weren't scared. Sometimes, they looked like they were scared, but they were faking it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped. It's not that I didn't dare to watch the pig being slaughtered, that was. Xianxia tried his best to explain. It was just like when he was being mocked at the film base, he clumsily tried his best to explain to others that he wasn't stupid. In the end, because of his lack of education, he was stuck in his words. This was also Xianxia's real experience. He completely embodied the kind of nervousness, agitation, and frustration that Su Sanduo should have. Chen Fengchen couldn't help but be attracted by Xianxia's real performance. His left hand clenched into a fist. It's not enough. Show me more. Show me more. Chen Fengchen called out in his heart. In the scene, the narrator and Su Sanduo rehearsed a few lines. Shi Jin's words made Su Sanduo happy, so Xianxia also revealed a smile. His smile always gave people the feeling that he didn't care about anything. His smile must have been so wide that one could almost see his gums. At my place, it's called stir-fried pork with old bamboo shoots. Xianxia's silly smile and silly words made people see the change in him. Previously, when Xianxia was showing off himself, he did show a sense of inferiority. But now, because of Shi Jin's kind words, Xianxia seemed to have let down his guard. The thick sense of simplicity in his words made Chen Fengchen feel very comfortable. Especially Xianxia's smile, it made Chen Fengchen feel that this little boy wasn't actually that ugly. His heart was beautiful, just like Su Sanduo. He's my Su Sanduo. This thought made Chen Fengchen jump in fright. It must be known that even if a famous celebrity came to audition for his role, Chen Fengchen would still have to test a lot of things. He definitely wouldn't make a decision with just a few glances. But Xianxia really did give him this feeling. It was a little unreliable. After all, he was a famous director. Chen Fengchen quickly calmed down. I want to meet this actor. I'll give you half a day to find him. Chen Fengchen called Assistant Wan over. The ecstasy on his face had already disappeared as he spoke in a dignified manner. Assistant Wan couldn't tell what was going on and didn't know what Chen Fengchen wanted to do, but he still agreed in fear. He quickly ran out to find Bin. Hurry up and call Xianxia over. I'll give you 2 hours. 2 hours, I want to see him. Although Jiangqing was also a city with a developed entertainment industry, and the coastal area near Shanghai was filled with various agencies and entertainment companies, Jiangqing did not have a strong film and television atmosphere like Beijing or Shanghai. Guozi had only recently discovered this awkward situation. Although he wanted to continue playing small roles to increase his acting experience, he could not make bricks without straw. This film and television base did not even have a film and television base, so how could he have a chance? However, Guozi's biggest strength was that he was fat. No, he was quick-witted. No, he was thick-skinned and had a sweet mouth. Without a film and television base, he mingled in the school's film club every day, pestering the senior brothers and sisters of the film academy to impart their experience and even taking the initiative to buy drinks. At first, no one was willing to pay attention to this annoying little fatty. After 1 or 2 months, he gradually gained the recognition of others. Not only were they willing to answer his questions, but they were also willing to bring him along to play if there was a chance to film a low-budget movie. After all, this was Jiangqing's Film Academy, which was the 4th biggest star factory in China after the Beijing Film Academy, the Shanghai Drama Academy, and the Shanghai Drama Academy. The school had set up a special fund to support student films, and the Jiangqing Film Festival was supported by the Jiangqing government. The students could not afford to play in big film projects, but they had filmed many low-budget movies that cost tens of thousands of yuan. Even if they did not have a chance to appear on the big screen, they could still be used as practice for these future big directors and actors. Of course, the role of a fatty was not available in every movie. Small roles that were suitable for a newcomer like Guozi were even rarer. However, it did not matter. When there were no suitable roles for Guozi, Guozi also worked tirelessly with the crew. He even did the work of a stage supervisor without asking for remuneration. Everyone understood. Guozi had been influenced by his family since he was young. He was also well aware that this was just an emotional investment. The return was illusory and unreachable. However, who knew if there would be a protagonist that matched him in the future? Guozi only hoped that when there was a chance in the future, these senior brothers and sisters would remember his name. However, before he had the chance, someone else had gone ahead of him. That night, Guozi received a call from a public phone booth. Teacher Gua. The voice, the accent, and the way he addressed them made Guozi feel as if it was a lifetime ago. Wasn't this his little brother, Xianxia, who he had not contacted for a month? The last time they contacted each other, Xianxia also ran to the phone booth to call Guozi. Xianxia had a cell phone that his hometown friend left for him. However, he could not bear to use it to make long-distance calls as he felt that it was expensive. The last time they contacted each other, it was because Xiaxia's fellow villagers had left the film base. The confused Xianxia had asked Guozi about his whereabouts. Xianxia, sigh, I told you to call me Xiaogua. After Guozi finished complaining, Xianxia, who was not clear, began to excitedly report the good news to him. Teacher Gua, let me tell you something great. I've become the main character. Xiao's Mandarin, which was mixed with a strong local accent, was still so familiar. However, Xiaxia with him, Gung. Main lead? That's right. A big director has taken a fancy to me, and he wants me to be the main lead in a movie. Yes, it's the big director when we were filming Great Chu Palace. Xiaxia rambled on. Guozi was dumbfounded, and he could not help but feel a little sour in his heart. Back then, his little follower had already become the main lead, but he was still fooling around. At the same time, he felt a little powerless. He had worked very hard, but why was the realization of his dream still so far away? He had mixed feelings. However, Guozi was not a jealous person. After Xianxia finished speaking, he regained his original optimism and congratulated Xianxia with a smile. Xianxia did not want to show off to Guozi. He called to tell Guozi that his crew was coming to Jiangqing to film because Guozi had said before that he was studying in Jiangqing. Although the main lead is gone, the others are still being recruited. Moreover, it's still Big Brother Ben and Director Juan who are recruiting extras. Teacher Gua, come and give it a try. I've told Director Juan, and he can let you play a special role. Xianxia said sincerely. Really? Guozi's interest was piqued. He could also increase his acting experience in Jiangqing's crew. Guozi felt that this was a good opportunity. Of course it's true. Teacher Gua, sigh, why would I lie to you? Xianxia read out a string of numbers. This is Director Ruan's phone number, remember it. I might not be able to contact you for the time being, because the director asked me to follow the crew to the army for a week's special training tomorrow. Xianxia's sincere nagging warmed Guozi's heart. He also said sincerely, Xianxia, thank you. Also, don't call me Teacher Gua, just call me Xiaogua. I'm younger than you. Aya, what are you thanking me for, Teacher Gua? I can become the main lead now because you introduced me to Director Juan and Big Brother Ben. You also encouraged me not to give up. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this opportunity now. Xianxia was still as honest as ever. Guozi put down the phone and felt a little lost, but he quickly adjusted himself. His own brother had already become the main lead with his own efforts. How could he slack off? He had to continue working hard and double his efforts. Compared to the hard-working Guozi, the hard-working Ding Xiang, and the hard-working Murphy, Yang Yi's daily life was really like a salted fish. Every day, other than 3 meals, housework, and a warm bed for his wife and children, he didn't have any big dreams. Even when writing novels, he just used the original ups and downs of the plot to torture the readers with the increasingly skilled level of breaking chapters. He didn't have any intention of increasing the speed of updating and earning more money. Today, he was listening to music and reading in the coffee shop again. He was so bored that Ding Xiang couldn't continue reading. Brother Yang, don't you have any goals? Ding Xiang couldn't help but ask him. Goals? Yang Yi pondered. It seemed like he really didn't have any. If it was in his previous life, he would have already completed the 1,000 kills and become a legend in the assassin world. Perhaps he would have wanted to become stronger, from the strength of an A-level assassin to an S-level or SS level, so that he could get rid of the shackles of the organization. But now, he was living in a peaceful city with the identity of an ordinary person, living a normal life that he dreamed of. It seemed like becoming stronger didn't have much meaning. Maybe I have a goal. I want to build the world's largest amusement park for Shishi. Yang Yi really thought of one, and he said to Ding Xiang happily. Ding Xiang thought he was joking and said unhappily, "It's not that kind of impossible dream." "I mean, Brother Yang, don't you have anything you want to do recently?" "Wait a minute, I have to take a call." Yang Yi looked at the phone that lit up. It was Mo Shaowan calling. He hurriedly waved his hand and picked up the phone. After a while, he hung up the phone happily and said to Ding Xiang with a smile, "Yes, what I want to do recently is to hold a birthday party for Mo Fei. It's best to surprise her and give her a big surprise." Ding Xiang helplessly rolled her eyes. "Forget it, it's better not to try to save a salted fish." On Friday, after more than a week of attacks, Coming Across the Sea to See You finally reached the top of the new song best-selling list compiled by the copyright organization. Winning this battle was not easy. After all, before this, the top of the list in early November was always occupied by the A-list male singer Yi Qing's Heart's Flower Fire. Heart's Flower Fire was also a very good love song. The lyrics were catchy and romantic. It really attracted a lot of fans for Yi Qing, who took the idol singer route. But Murphy still defeated Yi Qing in the end. Who let Coming Across the Sea to See You hit both men and women. After reaching the top, the people of Tianmei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although before this song had also reached the top of the Music Power Chart, Radio Demand Chart, and other charts, but the influence of all the charts was not as good as this new song best-selling list. Behind it sat a gigantic copyright organization. It had been publicized in all the major music publications and websites, so its influence was obvious. "Congratulations, Murphy sister." "Amazing, Faye sister, come on. I believe in you, Faye sister, waiting for you to return to the top." Murphy was now on the verge of returning to being an A-list singer. When she came back in the afternoon, the people in the company, whether it was innocent employees or other stars with a certain competitive relationship, all expressed their congratulations to her. Mo Shaowan, who was following behind, looked at the latter's hypocritical smiling faces. It was completely different from when Murphy was down and out. She felt a burst of nausea. "Thank you." Murphy's performance was okay. Although she also knew the faces of these people, after all, she did not hit a smiling face. Murphy's personality was not as extreme as Mo Shaowan's, so she also responded indifferently. "Faye sister, Ling's sister wants you to go up." At this time, Niu Miling's assistant hurried down the stairs and just happened to meet them, so she quickly explained. "Niu Miling wanted to find them again? Is there something wrong again?" Mo Shaowan secretly guessed. She followed Murphy into Niu Miling's company. However, this time, it was Mo Shaowan who measured the heart of a villain with the heart of a villain. "Murphy, you're here? Come, take a seat." Just like 5 years ago, Niu Miling was full of smiles and stood up to greet Murphy enthusiastically. She even personally poured water for Murphy. "Thank you, Sister Ling." Murphy was still as cold as ever in front of outsiders. No one could tell if her expression was one of gratitude or something else. Niu Miling didn't care. She smiled and said, "Murphy, have you been busy recently?" "Well, it's okay." Mo Fei nodded lightly. "How is that okay?" "Recently, Sister Fei has been working overtime. It's not like you don't know that her song is very popular now. The whole company wants to strike while the iron is hot and release the album as soon as possible, so Sister Fei is often so busy that she doesn't even have time to go to the bathroom." Mo Shaowan complained for Mo Fei. That was the truth. After all, the entertainment industry developed very well under the foundation of perfect copyright protection. Especially the competition between singers was particularly fierce. The music industry could be said to be changing with each passing day. Don't look at how the song, Coming Across the Sea to See You, was very popular now. Fans were calling for the album to be released as soon as possible. However, if Murphy kept dragging it out, the fans would lose patience and the speed of loss would not be slower than the speed of gathering. The people of Tianmei didn't know how long this song would be popular. A week? A month? 2 months, it was hard to say. Moreover, Coming Across the Sea to See You was a new force to be reckoned with. It was easy to attract the hatred of competitors. If others used some tricks, the song's popularity might dissipate faster. Therefore, the speed of the album recording and MV shooting was increased. Tianmei's approach was not to be criticized. However, Murphy had to work a lot harder. Now, she had to work overtime at night. The planning department mentioned this to me. Niall Miling smiled. So, didn't I find a way for you? What way? Mo Xiaowan asked curiously. On November 18th, Murphy will go to Shanghai to record Xixin interview. Niall Miling said. I've already asked someone to free up the schedule for you. This program is very important. I think Murphy and Xiaowan also understand that. You must be prepared. Also, you have to bring a new song to sing. Xixin interview was the program that Xianxia went to record. This program was not easy to get on. Not to mention the influence of Shanghai TV station, this program was a level higher than fast music. Niall Miling was able to get Luo Xian's invitation. It seemed that she had put in some effort and used her connections. Moreover, this time, Mo Fei didn't need to be a green leaf to complement the red flower, because there would only be one guest in each episode of Xixin interview. If Mo Fei went, she would be the only red flower. Thank you, Sister Ling. Murphy was stunned for a moment and said gratefully. You don't have to thank me. Niall Miling smiled. If your song can sell well, the company will also profit. Speaking of which, Niall Miling's heart was still bleeding. If she could trick Murphy into signing another contract, Tianmei would earn several times more money than it did now. However, Niall Miling hid it very well. She reminded her with concern, the program will be recorded on November 18th and broadcast on the first Friday of December. You have to go back and think about which song to use for this program. Murphy nodded solemnly. It was also because Murphy's album had 12 songs that all of them were top quality that they could use the price of exposing a few songs in advance to earn popularity. If it was someone who was not at Murphy's level and still had to use this method, they would die miserably. Because if they took out bad songs to expose, the effect of the exposure would be almost zero. If it caused the fans to dislike it, it might even have the opposite effect. And if they used the title song to promote it, the fans might not buy the album after buying the CD of the single. The loss would not make up for the loss. Stimulated by his brother suddenly becoming the protagonist, Guozi worked even harder on the set of his senior brothers and sisters. However, he did not have any plans this afternoon, so he strolled to the coffee shop on the corner. When he arrived at the shop, Guozi did not go directly to Ding Xiang to buy cupcakes as usual. Instead, he looked straight at Yang Yi, who was gluing something to his exclusive booth. There was a struggle in the depths of his eyes. Deng Xia told Guozi that the TV series he was going to shoot was called Soldier's Assault. How could Guozi not be able to connect Yang Yi's book, since it was a book authorized by Yang Yi? It was obvious that it was better to look for Yang Yi than to look for Brother De Ben and assistant Wan. The first two people could only give Guozi a cameo role. At most, they would be special cameos with a few lines. If he looked for Yang Yi might even help him out on account of their relationship. Although Yang Yi did not agree when he was joking, Guozi knew Yang Yi's character. If he really put down his face and begged, Yang Yi would still help him. However, Guozi could not get past his own hurdle. If it was not because of his own efforts to fight for the role he deserved, then what was the point of taking this path? If he wanted to rely on others to achieve success, Guozi might as well listen to his family's arrangements and study a good major. Then, he could enter politics after graduation. With his family's connections, it would not be a problem for him to have a meteoric rise. However, Guozi was a person with dreams. How can I tarnish my own dreams? Guozi struggled for a while and suddenly realized. This path, I want to walk it myself. I don't rely on Brother Yang, I don't rely on my family, I don't rely on anyone. Guozi strengthened his belief and clenched his fist. What are you doing? You want to fight with me? Yang Yi raised his head and looked at him with a smile as he asked. Guozi was sweating profusely. He still remembered Yang Yi's heroic appearance when he kicked the little wild boar to death. He quickly waved his hand and said in embarrassment, How could that be, Big Brother Yang, I just miss you. I came to see you. Yo, are you sure you missed Brother Yang and not the cake in the shop? Ding Xiang was at the side. She covered her mouth and snickered, mercilessly exposing him. Really, I came to find Brother Yang for something. Look, I didn't even look at your cake. Guozi said angrily. What are you looking for me for? Yang asked again. That's right. What was the reason for looking for Yang? Guizi's mind was active. Looking at the small wooden house on Yang's table, he had an idea and said, gift? Isn't Sister Murphy's birthday coming up? I can't go next Wednesday night, so I came to inform you. But I'll send the gift. Please pass it to Sister Murphy. Can't go? Why? Didn't we agree to celebrate Sister Murphy's birthday together? Xiang asked, puzzled. Yang also frowned. He had specially invited Guizi and Xiang to make Murphy's birthday more lively. Sister Xiang, have you forgotten? Didn't the dean inform us this morning that all the freshmen and sophomores in our college have to attend the dean's lecture at the Jiangchen Great Hall next Wednesday? Guizi said helplessly. Not only me, you have to go too. Xiang was stunned. She hurriedly took out her phone and looked at the message she had ignored in the morning. The college will arrange for a bus to pick up all the students. All the students will go and return together. The counselor will be responsible for counting the number of students. Those who are absent will have their time deducted. Really? Xiang looked at Yang Yi with a troubled expression. This was a direct administrative order from the college. Although it was ridiculous, for the dean's sake, they had to pull in students to make up the numbers. She had to go. It's okay. Just listen to the college's arrangements. I'll convey your thoughts to Murphy. Yang Yi smiled and said calmly. Of course, he still felt regretful, but he wouldn't blame his two friends because of the college's request. Brother Yang, don't worry. I'll buy a big gift for Sister Murphy later. Guizi said, patting his chest. Z, take me with you. Help me. I don't know how to buy a gift. Xiang made up her mind and pleaded with Guizi. Yo, it's rare that Sister Xiang wants to go shopping with me. Sure, I'm just helping you pick out a gift. Let's go, let's pack up and close the door. Let's go. Guizi said excitedly. But I have to open the restaurant in the evening. Xiang remembered. Yang Yi couldn't help laughing. He said, my shop's opening hours are very casual. You can go if you want. However, I don't care about Guizi's gift. Xiang, your gift is not allowed to exceed 100 yuan, do you hear me? Guizi, you're responsible for supervising her for me. Bring back the receipt and show it to me. I don't want anything over 100 yuan, and Guizi, you have to compensate Xiang. Guizi's eyes lit up. He glanced at Sister Xiang and chuckled. Understood. I promise to supervise Sister Xiang well. Xiang rolled her eyes at him unhappily. In the evening, a pair of figures appeared on the pedestrian street of the commercial road in Tingshan district. No matter how you looked at them, they did not match. The man was white and fat, while the woman was dark and thin. Of course, it was hard to tell how dark Xiang was at night. However, the combination of fat and thin still attracted a lot of strange gazes. Z, where are we going to buy gifts? Xiang looked around curiously and asked. In fact, Xiang had been here before. However, she was not here to shop. Instead, she was here in the hottest part of the summer, wearing a big doll costume and handing out flyers. She was about to get a heat stroke. How could she have the energy and spare money to go shopping? There are a few boutiques in front of Wan Le Fair. It's the best place to buy gifts. Guizi was not on the ground all day. He took Xiang to the place with ease. Xiang, who had not seen much of the bustling world, followed Guizi into a boutique. As soon as she entered the door, she was stunned by the dazzling array of goods on the shelves. There are so many things. Xiang suddenly felt a little suffocated. Especially those exquisite trinkets, which made her flustered. For a moment, Xiang had some misconceptions. She felt that the heirlooms, necklaces, chest ornaments, bracelets, and so on that her grandmother had hidden and said that she would get married grandly in the future were not as beautiful as these trinkets. Of course, Xiang was not stupid. She still knew what was good and what was bad. The trinkets that her grandmother had left for her were all made of real silver. They had been passed down for generations. How could these trinkets made of plastic compare to their value? However, silver trinkets would become dirty after all. If they were not washed by the Miao family's silversmiths, they would indeed not look good. Women were creatures who loved beauty. Seeing these beautiful trinkets in front of her, even Ding Xiang would inevitably be moved. Ding Xiang pinched the 200 yuan in her trouser pocket. She was thinking about whether it was worth it to buy these trinkets that cost only a few dozen yuan. But thinking of her grandmother at home, even if she now had a monthly income of 6,000 yuan, Ding Xiang was still reluctant to spend this money to buy herself a delicate crystal hairpin. Guozi was also looking for a gift. Seeing that Ding Xiang did not follow, he went back. He glanced at the things Ding Xiang was looking at and said, "Sister Ding Xiang, you are not thinking of buying these for Sister Murphy, are you? This gift is not good." Guozi looked around and lowered his voice to Ding Xiang. "Sister Murphy is a big star. All the jewelry she wears, including the clothes she wears, are sponsored. She can't wear anything from other brands. What's more, this hairpin is a little low-grade." Ding Xiang pursed her lips, but did not say anything. She just pushed Guozi and motioned him to go inside. "What gift do you think I should buy for Sister Murphy?" Ding Xiang looked for a while, but still did not know. There were expensive things in the boutique, so expensive that Ding Xiang was a little speechless. But Ding Xiang was not sure about the cheap things, so she could only ask Guozi for help. Guozi had already picked a gift. It was a kitten puppet that could play drums. Because of the complicated mechanism, the price was naturally not cheap. It was more than 500 yuan. "Your budget is within 100 yuan. Guozi touched his chin and took Ding Xiang to the decoration area. After looking for a while, he took out a crystal ball with a simple base. "How about this?" It was not expensive, only 55 yuan. Guozi had fully considered Yang Yi's restrictions and Ding Xiang's pocket. "This?" Ding Xiang took it and somewhat clumsily fiddled with it. "Turn it on here." Guozi reached under the base and turned on the switch. Suddenly, the small light under the base lit up, shining the crystal ball. Guozi took it again and shook it. The white snowflakes inside slowly fluttered, creating a romantic atmosphere. And inside the crystal ball, a man and a woman were hugging and kissing each other in this romantic atmosphere. "This looks pretty good." Ding Xiang felt that she liked it a little. "The main thing is that the meaning is good. I heard that Brother Yang and Sister Murphy have not registered their marriage. You can make a small card and write a blessing, wishing Sister Murphy and Brother Yang to grow old together and live happily ever after. I guarantee that Sister Murphy will love this gift of yours." Guozi laughed. "Brother Yang and Sister Murphy have not registered their marriage?" Ding Xiang was shocked, she did not dare to believe it. Those two already had a child. "It's normal, celebrities. It's normal to have a secret marriage." Guozi waved his hand indifferently. "Then when you become a big actor in the future, will you also have a secret marriage?" Ding Xiang keenly grasped Guozi's loophole and asked. Guozi was a little embarrassed. "How can I have a secret marriage? If I meet a girl that I like, I promise to announce to the world that I love her and let the world witness our happiness." Guozi felt that men should not be afraid. "Then I'll buy this gift." Ding Xiang completely ignored his lofty words. Holding the crystal ball, she hesitated for a moment and made up her mind. "Yesterday, you went to Harbor City. How was the talk with Tianxiang and Golden Age?" Fu Jun asked the two people in charge of his supplier department when he came to the meeting early in the morning. After communicating with Yang Yi last time, Fu Jun put down his previous achievements and once again immersed himself in the ever-changing tide of the internet. Opening up new sales channels in the recording industry was not a small challenge. Not only did Fu Jun send out his capable subordinates, but he also personally dealt with various record companies and distributors. Tianxiang's Maosu's attitude was average, but their president who said that he hoped to talk to you face to face. "I think there is still a glimmer of hope. President Chui of Golden Age basically agreed to our conditions, but..." The person in charge of the negotiation with Golden Age hesitated and said, "President Chui also asked about one thing. They are very optimistic about the development of Sahara and asked if you want financing." Fu Jun frowned slightly. Although he did not need financing for the time being, because Sahara's profitability was not bad at the moment, Fu Jun still had to think about this issue seriously. The development of Sahara's online shopping mall happened to be in the golden period. It was on the fast track of development. In addition, the online banking had just been released, so competitors had not noticed this cake yet. It could develop steadily. However, if he did not seize this opportunity to quickly occupy market share and establish a competitive advantage, when competitors reacted, Sahara's online shopping mall would fall into a frenzy of competition and would not have the time to expand. Obviously, Sahara's development was not fast enough, and this speed was also limited by the investment of funds. The internet industry was a world where the speed of burning money was the fastest. However, if he wanted financing, Fu Jun had to consider whether the remaining shares in his hands were enough for him to control the company. At the moment, it was 51%, which was a very embarrassing number. If he had more shares in his hands, Fu Jun would definitely not hesitate to take out some financing now. Back then, he had sold 49% of his shares to Xianxia for 5 million. Now, no matter how he looked at it, it was a losing deal. Of course, Fu Jun was still very clear-headed and was not blinded by money. He also knew that if Xianxia had not pointed out these paths for him, his original Sahara online bookstore would still be in a half-dead state. Okay, I know about this. I'll discuss it with Director Yang later. Fu Jun said. There's also President Hu from Tianxiang. Help me make an appointment with him on Friday. I'll go to Harbor City to meet with President Hu. Yes, sir. His subordinates all nodded, then quickly packed up their notebooks and left. Sahara was on the fast track. All of them had to buck up and keep up with the company's development. Otherwise, when the company expanded in the future, they were not capable enough. Fu Jun would also harden his heart and hire outside executives. Fu Jun, on the other hand, was free now. He turned on his laptop excitedly and logged into the Weibo webpage to browse. Ever since Yang introduced micro-broadcasting to him, Fu Jun not only promoted it in the company, but he also promoted it to some of his clients. He also became addicted to micro-broadcasting. Although micro-broadcasting did not have a lot of content provided by VIPs and did not have any particularly interesting functions, Fu Jun and many white-collar workers who worked in front of the computer were fascinated by the fact that they could check the status of the people they followed. On the one hand, micro-broadcasting could kill some of their boring spare time at work. On the other hand, it could also satisfy their abnormal desire to peep. They wanted to see what others were doing and what their status was today. Did they go to a restaurant? Or did they kneel on the keyboard? Or did they meet some weird people who did not even give them 100 yuan? Peeping in front of the computer was just like gossiping. It was addictive. Fu Jun just thought of Xianxia, so he clicked on Xishi's chef in the list of people he followed. He opened Xianxi's homepage to see what interesting things this guy's daughter had done in kindergarten today, or what delicious food Xianxia made. Xianxi's micro-broadcasting was always about these things. He was a complete daughter lover. Seeing that he was still playing there, the secretary came over and poured some tea for him. Xiaohong, hey, let me ask you a question. Do you usually play micro-broadcasting? Fu Jun suddenly asked, startling the little secretary. Yes, boss. After you recommended it, I registered. Now the little secretary was quick to speak and said it out loud. But after saying it, she became nervous. She was afraid that Fu Jun would want to share micro-broadcasting with her. There were some comments about her boss that had not been deleted yet. However, fortunately, Fu Jun did not have this idea. He knew the principle of being a boss well. He did not integrate into the circle of his employees and gave them some space. Then tell me, what's so interesting about micro-broadcasting? Fu Jun excitedly took out an exchange voucher from his pocket and said, say something new. If it's good, boss will reward you with a seafood buffet. The little secretary cheered up and thought carefully. Then she said, I think micro-broadcasting is actually similar to blogging. But it's more interesting than blogging because it has a word limit. We send a micro-broadcasting message, it's almost the same as sending a text message. Well, go on. Fu Jun nodded thoughtfully. After all, we're not writers. No one can often write a long article and post it on a blog. And like my own blog, I can't even open it once a year. Not to mention writing, just seeing such a long article gives me a headache. The little secretary said, embarrassed, and stuck out her tongue, and said, "Of course, boss, I'm not saying that I can't read your proposal." Fu Jun waved his hand and did not care. "It's true that I don't like blogs, but Weibo is much better. Sometimes, I can just write a few sentences and post it. There's no need to consider the length or literary talent. It's like I can say whatever I want to say in my heart. Anyway, I think my friends like it very much after I recommended it to them." The little secretary finished. "Very good, very observant. Let's go, and have a big meal." Fu Jun smiled and handed over the exchange voucher. The benefits that the little secretary talked about were indeed things that Fu Jun had not thought of before. He only considered the advantages in reading, but he did not expect that he would have so many advantages in writing. Microbroadcasting users are not that many now, but the growth rate is considerable. After Fu Jun sent the happy little secretary away, he secretly thought, if there are enough users and the user's viscosity is enough, advertising on microbroadcasting will be a very good choice. In that case, microbroadcasting's development potential was also great. Wednesday finally arrived. After sending Murphy to work and Xianxia to school, Xianxia began to get busy. First, he went to find Xiaoai and took the birthday gift that Mo Xiaowan had secretly sent to Murphy from her fans. Then, he took out the flowers, ribbons, flags, and other supplies that he had bought before and began to decorate the living room at home. This was not easy. Although the venue was smaller than the one for Xiaoxia's birthday, Xianxia still spent the whole morning to complete 60% of his plan. The remaining 40% had to be done at night because the balloons would leak if they were placed too early. The curvy ribbons hanging from the sky attracted the attention of Xiao Guai and the others. These little fellows had been causing trouble when Xianxia had started to set them up. Although the 5-month-old British shorthairs were still a little childish, their limbs and muscles had already developed very well. Even the smallest of them, Xiao Guai, could jump onto a high sofa with a sudden leap. So, they excitedly messed with the ribbons that Xianxia put aside. When Xianxia pulled out a ribbon and was about to hang it up, they pounced on him and slapped the tail of the ribbon. They were so excited that they looked like Xiaoxia who was about to go to the amusement park. Fortunately, Xianxia was no longer a newbie like when he had just started raising cats. He skillfully took out a few catmint dolls and successfully diverted the attention of the 3 little guys. However, in the afternoon, Xianxia went to get the cake and was not at home. They were brave enough to jump onto the sofa, stand on the armrest, and slap the ribbons that were hanging down. They couldn't grab it either, but they swatted the ribbon up with their claws. Then, the 3 of them squatted there and looked up. Their heads swayed, and they seemed to be having a lot of fun. Recently, it was normal for Murphy to work overtime at night. Mo Xiaowan took on the responsibility of sending her home. Xianxia picked up Xiaoxia and went straight home. Today is Mom's birthday. Daddy bought a big cake for Mommy. When Xianxia went upstairs, he said to the little girl, "What gift are you going to prepare for Mommy?" After a moment of surprise, the little girl began to worry. She didn't know what gift to prepare. "Papa, can I give my little Red Riding Hood to Mom?" After struggling for a while, the little girl ran over and tugged at her father's clothes while he was shooting balloons. She pouted and said reluctantly, "I'm sorry." She treasured her doll a lot. Every night, she needed Big Bear Cub to accompany her to sleep. She could only fall asleep with Little Red Riding Hood in her arms. No one else was allowed to touch her. "Why did you give me that gift? Mummy won't want your favorite thing." Xianxia put down the balloon and rubbed the little girl's head lovingly. "Then what should we do?" She looked at her father for help. Her big eyes looked pitiful as she said, "I don't even know what birthday present to buy." "You can draw a picture for Mommy. She will definitely like it," Xianxia said with a smile. She pouted and was still not satisfied. Then what should I draw?" "Draw whatever you want. Use your imagination to your heart's content." Xianxia waved his hand and said boldly, "No matter what you draw, Daddy will help you polish it. It will be very beautiful." Xianxia had played this game with Xiaoxia before. The little girl nodded happily. Then she quickly ran to find her colored crayons and drawing paper. She began to prepare a birthday present for her mother on the small desk. Almost at the same time, a jeep drove into the Jiangnan military camp on the outskirts of Jiangqing City and stopped in front of the military guest house. Before the people in the car got out, there were already several people waiting outside the guest house. There was a big banner hanging at the door of the military guest house. Welcome to the Military Grand Competition Special Forces Champion for Guidance. However, due to the strict discipline of the military, although there was a big banner hanging, no one was watching. This is the place where Xianxia gave a speech? Xianxia's lazy voice was heard before she got out of the car. Xianxia, pay attention to the situation. Luo Zongxing's strict voice was heard. The car door opened. Other than the driver, 3 figures carrying luggage came out one after another. From their appearance, they looked like ordinary soldiers. However, they exuded a strong aura. Why was it that when one got close to them, one would feel like they had met a wolf in the jungle? The special forces of the Jiangnan military camp, Viper's men, came up to them. Among them were the Captain Oldly and Guadabao, who had fought with Xianxia. Welcome, welcome. I've been waiting for you for so long. Although it is because of Xianxia. Oldly smiled and came over to shake hands with Luo Zongxing. Don't mention it. We are also very honored to be able to communicate with Viper. We are brothers in the same unit, so we can learn and improve together. Luo Zongxing was, after all, the captain. While the two of them were exchanging greetings, Xianxia and Guadabao did not beat around the bush. The two of them who had fought before appreciated each other and gave each other a fierce bear hug. Xianxia, I lost to you last time. After coming back, I trained for a month. When can we fight again? Guadabao's face was filled with excitement. He could not wait to fight with Xianxia in the martial arts field. Anytime. But no matter how much you train, you will still be defeated by me. Although Xianxia had a good relationship with Guadabao, her mouth was unforgiving. Let's talk about it after the fight. Guadabao was not convinced. But now is not the time. The leaders are waiting upstairs to welcome you guys. Isn't it just drinking? I'm good at this. Xianxia patted her chest. Hey, you guys came together. Who is that? I don't think I saw him last time. Guadabao pushed Xianxia and pointed at the small man standing behind them like an invisible person. He was not a small man, about 1.7 meters. But compared to Xianxia and Guadabao who were 1.8 meters tall, his body was a little petite. Moreover, his personality was very introverted and quiet, unlike Xianxia who liked to be noisy. Him? He stayed behind last time and did not go to the competition. But you definitely know his name. Have you heard of the Southwest's #1 sniper? Xianxia gave a thumbs up and said proudly for her brother. The Southwest's #1 sniper, Yu Xiaotian? The Yu Xiaotian who won the international sniper competition? Guadabao, of course, had heard of him. He was shocked and looked at the other person seriously. Of course, winning the competition was not a big deal. Yu Xiaotian was best at providing cover for his teammates on the battlefield. His elusive and accurate bullets could appear at any time to harvest the opponent's soul. Not only did he suppress the opponent's firepower, but he also greatly protected the safety of his teammates during a firefight. But these battle wolves were rarely promoted by Yu Xiaotian. Everyone knew that he was the Southwest's #1 sniper because he won a big award. Feeling Guadabao's gaze, Yu Xiaotian turned his head and smiled at Guadabao. But his eagle-like eyes still made Guadabao shudder. The leader's welcoming party and Viper's people accompanied them. The 3 Battle Wolves members drank a lot and were supported back to the guest house in a drunken state. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, Xianxia sobered up a little. Master Luo, when are we going to see Xianxia? Xianxia looked at Luo Zongxing on the bed next to hers and asked. Yu Xiaotian also turned around and looked at them intently. See Xianxia, there's no rush. Luo Zongxing drank more than the two of them and was still a little slurred, but he was sober. Since you're here for an exchange, you have to do your job well. There will be a day off. Oh. Mo was so busy that she even forgot about her birthday. So today, she still didn't get home until 8:30. Mo Shawan drove her downstairs. After getting out of the car, Murphy wanted to say goodbye to Mo Shawan, but she saw Mo Shawan turn off the engine and get out of the car. Shawan, you can just drop me off here. Why are you still sending me upstairs? We're already at the door. It's safe, Murphy said in amusement. Mo Xiaowan sent out the text message she had prepared a long time ago, then hid the phone in her hand. She chuckled and said, "Sis, are you in such a hurry to chase me away so that you can spend some time alone with brother-in-law? Why do you always talk about this?" Murphy's face was a little red. She said angrily, "You think about this every day. Why don't you hurry up and find a boyfriend? What's so good about men?" "Hey, I don't want to talk about it. I came down because I need to go to the toilet." "Sis, hurry up and take me to the toilet." Mo Xiaowan grabbed Murphy's hand and shouted. The nearest toilet was the one in the coffee shop, but Ding Xiang was dragged away to be a spectator today. The coffee shop was not open, so Murphy took Mo Xiaowan upstairs. Why is there no one at home?" Murphy walked up the stairs and saw that it was dark and quiet upstairs. She was a little surprised. "Hurry up and turn on the lights." "Sis, I can't see anything. It's so creepy," Mo Xiaowan shouted from behind. She deliberately raised her voice, but Murphy did not notice that something was wrong. She thought that the girl was afraid. "I'll turn on the lights." Murphy did not suspect anything. She felt the switch on the dark wall with ease and turned it on. Pa! As the light flashed, a louder sound suddenly came from behind Murphy. Ah! It was so sudden that Murphy jumped in fright. She panicked and quickly grabbed Mo Xiaojuan's arm. "Happy birthday! Happy birthday, Mom!" Following Yang Yi's blessings were Xishi's cheerful cries. The little girl had been hiding with her father on the sofa, covering her mouth. She couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. After Murphy's eyes adjust a little, she can clearly see the colorful pieces of paper flying in the air. She also sees the culprit in Yang Yi's hand, the empty canister of fireworks, and her daughter who is jumping excitedly and laughing with her face red. Although she understood what was going on, Murphy was still in a state of shock. She turned to look at Mo Xiaowan. Sure enough, that lass was laughing secretly, surprise. Mo Xiaowan waved her arms exaggeratedly and said to Murphy with a grin, "Sis, happy birthday." No wonder she wanted to follow him. Murphy rolled her eyes. "You guys actually kept me in the dark. And Mo Xiaowan, you guys didn't even tell me it was my birthday. It's to give you a surprise. We prepared for more than a week. In order to keep it a secret, we didn't dare to tell Xishi before today." Yang Yi walked up and put a birthday crown on Murphy's head. "You scared me. You have to compensate me." Murphy pouted and hammered Yang Yi's chest with her little fist. Okay, I'll compensate you. You can say whatever you want today." Yang Yi smiled gently. Murphy hasn't thought of how to get Yang Yi to compensate her. She first put this bad guy aside and let him clean up the shredded paper on the floor. She was now entangled by Xishi. The little girl excitedly came over with her present. Mama, I prepared a birthday present for you." Xishi was wearing a little hat that looked like an ice cream cone. She looked very cute. She handed over her present, and her big eyes showed some nervousness and expectation. "You must like it." Although her father had touched up her present, written a line of words, and helped her frame it with cardboard and put it in a gift box, Xishi was still not very confident. Xishi's birthday present for Mom? As long as it's from Xishi, no matter what it is, Mom will like it. Murphy was very happy. After all, it was the first birthday present from Xishi. She treasured it and couldn't bear to open it. However, Mo Xiaowan, who liked to watch the fun, egged her on. Open it, and see." Xishi thought that her mother didn't know how to open it. She kindly reached out her little hand to help untie the ribbon. "It's opened like this. Pull it." The present was opened. There was a painting in the box. Murphy was a little surprised. She thought that the little girl should have gone out with her father to buy a present in such a hurry. However, it was expected. Xishi's drawing skills were taught by her father. In the painting, the little girl drew a lot of flowers, and then there was a long river with 3 people walking next to it. Although it was not concrete, it was not difficult for Mo Fei to guess that Cici was drawing their family of 3. Yang Yi didn't teach Xishi those detailed drawing skills now because he didn't want to stifle his daughter's imagination. However, he taught Xianxia some tricks of composition so that Xianxia could better express the artistic conception she wanted to express. This is Xianxia, this is Mom, and this is Papa. The little girl came over and introduced them. And this is us taking a walk, holding hands. It's beautiful. Murphy said sincerely. Mom likes this birthday present very much. Really? Xianxia held her little hands in surprise and looked at her mother. Of course. Murphy put the painting aside, picked up the little girl, and kissed her fragrant little face. Hee hee, hee hee. The little girl laughed with satisfaction. Mo Xiaowan picked up the painting and looked at it carefully. She made a fuss and shouted. Wow, there's a poem on it. It's the beautiful scenery of Jiangnan. It's the season of falling flowers. Mo Xiaowan said as she sighed with emotion. This must be written by brother-in-law. The words are not bad, and the poem is also quite suitable for the scenery. It's the season of falling flowers. It's the season of falling flowers. You don't study when you're studying. When is the season of falling flowers called autumn? Murphy corrected. The season of falling flowers usually refers to the end of spring. The reason why Murphy could make such a clear judgment was because she also contacted Yang Yi. When they met again, it was the end of spring and the beginning of summer. I don't care, I don't care. Anyway, this poem written by brother-in-law is very good. It's especially suitable for this painting. Mo Xiaowan shouted. Murphy had a lot of presents. One side was piled with gifts from fans, and the other side was gifts from Mo Xiaowan, Ding Xiang, Guozi, and the others. Yang Yi's gift was a little big, so it was first hidden in the study. Ding Xiang and Guozi were pulled away by the school to attend a lecture, so they can't come. They asked me to pass on their blessings to you. Yang Yi said as he watched Murphy opening the gifts from fans. The gifts from the hardcore fans were basically perfume, cosmetics, or beautiful clothes. They couldn't attract Xixi's attention. The little girl looked at them for a while and felt bored. She went to pester her father to take out a cake to eat. Wait a moment, your mother still has to blow out the candles. Yang Yi comforted the little girl. Kacha. Mo Xiaowan took a picture of Murphy sitting on the carpet opening the gift. What are you doing? Murphy didn't understand. She asked in astonishment as she opened the gift. Taking a picture. When we get back, I'll send you micro-broadcasting. Mo Xiaowan said excitedly. After Yang Yi taught her how to register for Murphy's micro-broadcasting, she threw it to Mo Xiaowan. She rarely played with it. On the other hand, Mo Xiaowan was very interested and often updated Murphy's micro-broadcasting. Of course, Mo Xiaowan still knew that big stars needed to keep a distance from their fans to maintain a sense of mystery. So, she basically posted Murphy's schedule and work status. The photo she took today was the only photo of Murphy's daily life. It was mainly to thank the fans who congratulated Murphy on her birthday. Right now, there weren't many people using micro-broadcasting, but Mo Xiaowan liked to see the number of fans growing day by day. It was like watching Murphy grow step by step. Yang Yi looked at it and shook his head. He stood up and went to get the cake and candles. However, Murphy didn't plan to open all the gifts. She picked out a few cosmetics and beautiful clothes. Then, she said to Mo Xiaowan, I'll keep these and give them to Ding Xiang. You can share the rest with the people in the company. Okay. Mo Xiaowan agreed without hesitation. This wasn't the first time. When stars received gifts from fans, they basically handled it this way. She opened the remaining 3 presents, leaving Yang Yi's present as a suspense. She was about to enter the most important part of the birthday party, which was also the part that she looked forward to the most, blowing out the candles and eating the cake. Turn off the lights, quickly turn off the lights. The little girl giggled and ran back from the kitchen early. She squeezed into her mother's arms and ordered Mo Xiaowan. The lights dimmed, leaving only a few small lights on. Yang Yi pushed the cake on a small cart and slowly walked out of the kitchen. There were 31 candles on the cake, and the bright candlelight lit up the surroundings. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Yang Yi was still singing the birthday song as he walked to Murphy. Murphy looked at so many candles, then raised her head and pursed her lips as she stared at Yang Yi. However, it was a little dark, so he couldn't see the expression on her face. Wow, so many candles. Mom, I want to blow them with you. She gestured with her small hands, just a little, okay? Of course, Mom can't blow out so many candles at once. Come and blow them with Mom. Murphy couldn't help but complain, your papa is really too much. Why did he put so many candles? 3 is enough. Won't you be 31 years old after this birthday? Why only 3 candles? Xianxia said stupidly, oh, 3 candles makes sense. But Shishi has 4 candles, and you only have 3 candles. Doesn't that make you look younger than Shishi? Murphy rolled her eyes and sighed helplessly. It was really impossible to communicate with a straight man. At a certain age, which woman didn't care about her age? This bastard didn't even have any sense to say it out loud. Really, tonight, no, she wouldn't sleep with him for the rest of the week. Humph, she thought that her mom had already started sighing. The little girl anxiously pulled her mother and said, Mom, no, you haven't made a wish yet. You have to make a wish before you can blow out the candle. Yes, make a wish. Xiaowan was waiting for the lights to be turned on. She called out from afar, Sis, you have to make that wish so that your album will go platinum in the future. Murphy ignored her. She listened to her daughter's words and cupped her fists. She closed her eyes and began to make a wish. What should I wish for? If it were a few months ago, Murphy would have made 2 wishes. One was for Shishi to grow up healthily and happily, and the other was for her music career to be smooth sailing without too much trouble. However, now that she had Xianxia standing behind her and supporting her, Murphy was more confident in her future. Thus, Murphy wanted to change her second wish. Thank God for letting me meet a man who loves me so much, dotes on me, and supports me. I hope that Xianxia will always be healthy and happy. Finally, please allow me to be a little greedy and make a third wish. I hope that my love with Xianxia will always be like this. I don't ask for a better or happier life. I just hope that there will never be any changes and that we will be blissful just like this. Murphy closed her eyes and made a wish very seriously. It took a long time. She was a little anxious from waiting. The little girl secretly poked at the cake and stuck out her little tongue to lick the cream on her fingers. It was cold, sweet, and super delicious. She wanted to eat it quickly. Fortunately, Murphy finished making her wish in time and blew out the candles with her. Poof, poof. Amidst the sound of Shishi's saliva, Murphy blew out the candles a few times before she finally blew out all the candles. Xiaowan could finally turn on the lights. The next step was to cut the cake and eat it. The little girl couldn't wait to push out her little desk and sat on it, asking her mother to bring it to her. Originally, they were going to eat the cake on the coffee table, but Shishi wasn't tall enough. She couldn't reach it sitting down, and it was difficult to eat it standing up. Xiaowan sat on the carpet casually, not caring about her image at all. Like Shishi, she ate the cake until her nose was stained with cream. Brother-in-law, where's your present? Xiaowan urged. Quickly take it out. Let's see what it is. This was supposed to be the last program. Xianxia smiled, but he still went to the study to carefully bring it over and placed it on the coffee table. It was a very exquisite piece of woodwork. Xianxia had personally designed and carved it. The first thing that entered her eyes was a big banyan tree carved out of tree roots. With lush leaves stuck to it, it looked somewhat similar. I want to see it too. She couldn't sit still. She tried her best to take a big bite of the cake. White cream covered the edge of her mouth. Then, she ran over impatiently and squeezed beside her father to watch. Look here. Xianxia held a small flashlight, pushed aside the leaves of the banyan tree, and shone it in. There's a treehouse here. The little girl first moved her small head over, opened her big eyes, and stared at him intently. The treehouse was very big, and there was a circle of fences outside. Murphy was wondering what the winding stairs were. The treehouse was the part that Xianxia had carved the most carefully. Although it was not as big as a palm, the details inside were very well done. The small windows and doors that could be pushed and pulled, and even the fences outside were exquisitely made. It was as if this was a world of little people. Mofei was stunned by what he saw. However, Mo Xiaowan was a little puzzled and asked, "Brother-in-law, what is the meaning of this birthday gift that you gave my sister?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "Meaning? That's not it, but Murphy said that when she was young, she liked to play in the treehouse built by her father, so I wanted to recreate the scene of her childhood for her." Actually, at that time, Murphy and Yang Yi were chatting. Murphy said that she was a little naughty when she was young. When Murphy heard Yang Yi's words, her guess was confirmed. She looked at Yang Yi with blurred eyes, and her heart was full of gratitude. Not only because of the small treehouse, but also because Yang Yi remembered what she said, and also because of Yang Yi's efforts. "Thank you, Yang Yi. I like it very much." Murphy gently bit her lower lip. "What are you thanking me for?" "As long as you like it." Yang Yi smiled slightly. In Murphy's heart, she had secretly dispelled the complaint that Yang Yi did not understand the situation. "For the sake of this treehouse, the punishment of that week, cancel it for him. I like it too. It's so beautiful. Papa, I want it too." She looked at it eagerly. The little girl felt that it was like a fairy tale world, and it was very beautiful. She pulled her father's sleeve and whispered, "This is also Xishi's. Although it's a gift from Papa to Mom, Mom's gift is also Xishi's, so it's also Xishi's." Murphy held her daughter and said with a smile, "Really?" Xishi was very surprised. "Of course." Murphy lovingly wiped the little girl's mouth with a tissue. "Hee, then I still want to eat the cake. I haven't finished it yet." The little girl struggled out and ran back with a bell-like laughter. However, Mo Xiaowan was not satisfied. She cried, "Hey, brother-in-law, it's already the last program? Is there more?" Yang Yi was also confused at this time. "Didn't I ask you to prepare a special program?" Mo Xiaowan asked. "Isn't this one?" Yang Yi pointed to the gift on the table. Mo Xiaowan covered her head and helplessly said, "Brother-in-law, you're Muziang. I asked you to prepare a special program. Of course it's to let you write a new song for my sister. Just like the 'Just Happened to Meet You' that you sang for my sister before, it's very good." Yang Yi rubbed his nose. He really didn't think about this matter. Previously, he was wholeheartedly focused on the extremely complicated banyan tree and the small wooden house. However, if he didn't think about it, couldn't he think about it now? He had so many songs in his head, so it wouldn't be difficult to pick a song to sing. Murphy, however, helped him out of the predicament. "Xiaowan, don't talk nonsense. How can it be so easy to write a song? It needs inspiration. Yang Yi, don't worry about her. I'm already very happy today's birthday, and you even prepared such a good gift." No, just now I was teasing you guys." Yang Yi smiled and interrupted Murphy's comfort. "Actually, I did prepare a special program." "Really prepared?" Hee, I knew it. Brother-in-law, you definitely won't let me, my sister down." Mo Xiaowan excitedly shouted, quickly sing it." "What new song did you write for my sister?" Yang Yi took the guitar and then moved a chair to sit in front of the TV. He propped his right leg up on the guitar and faced Murphy and the others who were sitting on the sofa. Cece, who was at the side, was still trying her best to bury her head in her big cake, smacking her lips non-stop. However, the little girl's big eyes looked over and curiously looked at her father. "You really wrote a song for me?" Seeing Yang Yi's posture, Murphy dizzily reacted. She couldn't hold back the surprise in her heart and asked, "Of course. Want to sing me for you?" Seeing Murphy and the others' confused expression, Yang Yi smiled. "It's the title of this song. Yo. Want to sing me for you, tsk. Mo Xiaowan elbowed Murphy and winked at her ambiguously. "Stop fooling around, listen carefully." Murphy was a little embarrassed and said angrily. Yang Yi smiled slightly and began to play his guqin. The prelude was relatively gentle at the beginning. The slightly heavy but pleasant sound of the guitar slowly opened the curtain. But it was only a short section. Yang Yi lightly tapped the fingerboard a few times. When he plucked the strings again, it was as if he suddenly changed from walking slowly to running 100 meters. The rhythm suddenly became faster. Murphy was a little surprised. She looked at Yang Yi in surprise. The songs he wrote before didn't seem to have such a big change in rhythm, but Murphy still calmed down and listened carefully. Because the melody was still very beautiful, it was the first time she listened carefully to the emotions expressed by the melody. There seemed to be some cheerfulness, some joy. Xianxia paused for a moment and opened his mouth to sing, "Want to sing me for you." The melody started again, but this time it was gentle and didn't overpower the main melody. This was the first time Imo Shawan heard Xianxia sing. When he just opened his mouth, the deep magnetic voice made her scalp tingle. It was too good to listen to. In the original song, this opening was a female part, but Xianxia didn't show off his skills for the sake of showing off. He lowered the pitch and changed it to a completely male tune. Take advantage of the fact that you're still young like a flower. Let the flowers bloom as much as you want, decorate your years and my sprouts. The lyrics did fit the mood of the female voice, but Murphy did not react. She looked into Xianxia's eyes and felt the love in his eyes. It was thick and fragrant like a flower. Who can replace you? Love to your heart's content while you're young. My dearest person, the journey is long. Let's be together. The lyrics were almost sweet. Imo Shawan, who was listening by the side, was actually a little distracted. After all, she was not as infatuated with music as Murphy. As she listened, she suddenly realized that this song seemed to have nothing to do with her. Then, she glanced at her cousin. Seeing her and Xianxia looking at each other affectionately, she suddenly felt that she shouldn't be sitting there, beside Murphy. She was like a huge light bulb that was tens of thousands of watts. And the kind that was blinding but still ignored. Damn, why did I say that? Imo Shawan was a little regretful. Isn't this because I didn't eat enough dog food? I'll sing me for you. Give me your pure and innocent smile. Xianxia suddenly raised the tempo and voice. The joy in his voice seemed to be raised like scattered grains. He suddenly stopped and reached out his left hand. Murphy understood Xianxia's meaning without rehearsing. Her face was filled with happiness. She walked over and took Xianxia's hand. Let's do it together. Xianxia took back his hand, still holding the strings, and looked at her encouragingly. Murphy was a little surprised, but still nodded. The melody started again, and Xianxia hummed softly. I'll sing me for you. I'll sing me for you. Murphy also hummed, but she was very talented. She changed the accents herself and sang in a way that was different from Xianxia's. It was like a harmony. I'll use my burning feelings to move you, okay? Time is worth remembering, nostalgic, shy blushing face. Xianxia didn't stop. He continued singing, and Murphy swayed gently beside him, humming softly. Who can replace you? Xianxia looked up into Murphy's eyes as he sang. Regardless of age, this was the best confession. The woman also lowered her head and looked at him tenderly. She hummed and smiled. Imo Shawan was also looking at them, especially Murphy. Her cousin's slightly red face had a sweet smile, like a blooming peony. Imo Shawan understood Murphy too well. When did she usually smile like this? She was smiling like flowers. This wasn't just happiness, but also joy from the bottom of her heart. Her eyes were filled with love that couldn't be hidden and didn't need to be hidden. High mountains and flowing rivers meet soulmates. The so-called harmony between the zither and the luan and the phoenix were probably talking about Xianxia and Murphy, right? The road is long, let's be together. When Imo Shawan came back to her senses, she realized that Xianxia had finished singing the song. Although Murphy hadn't learned it yet, she also hummed along to the end. Nice. Nice. Imo Shawan waved her arms to vent, then clapped her hands. Brother-in-law, why do you always sing so well? I actually didn't know. She didn't know when she finished eating the cake. The little girl felt that Auntie Imo Shawan was questioning her father, so she immediately stood up unhappily. With a bulging belly, she proudly said, My papa has always been very good. He can even sing Let It Go, Let It Go. Although Xianxia was afraid that his daughter would reveal the secret, he rarely sang for she, but the little girl still remembered it clearly. What? Imo Shawan asked in surprise. Let It Go. Murphy looked at Xianxia with her beautiful eyes. Xianxia, you haven't sung this song for me. I heard she say that this is an English song that you sing. The night when she exposed Xianxia was too crazy, Murphy forgot to ask about it. Only when she mentioned it did she remember. Wow, brother-in-law also knows English songs? Don't tell me it was also written by you? Mo Xiaowan was really surprised this time. He also knows many foreign languages. What's so strange about knowing English? Murphy explained, but she still looked at Yang Yi. I wrote it. Previously, when I was telling Xishi the fairy tale Frozen, I suddenly wrote the song. At first, it was a Chinese version, called Let It Go, but later I felt that the Chinese version was a bit lacking, so I tried to change it to English lyrics, so it was called Let It Go. Yang Yi smiled and said. Quick, quick, sing it. Mo Xiaowan excitedly clapped her hands. Let's listen to the Chinese version first, then the English version. Actually, it's better for Murphy to sing this song. The Chinese version can be sung next time. I'll teach Murphy how to sing it. Now I'll sing the English version for you. Yang Yi gently played the guitar. The familiar melody immediately made Xishi excited, and the little girl also moved to her father's side. Let it go. Yang Yi sang the first line, and Xishi immediately sang along. Yang Yi lowered his voice and let the little girl's pure, tender, but very pleasant voice ring in the living room. He only played a little. Of course, Xishi only knew these 2 lines, but to be able to sing these 2 lines, Xishi was very happy. The little girl ran over with a smile and threw herself into her mother's arms. Yang Yi then raised his voice and continued singing. He didn't use a falsetto, so naturally it wasn't as high-pitched as the original, but Yang Yi's pronunciation was clear, and Murphy and the others saw his English standard. Murphy and Mo Xiaowan both understood English, so they were also carefully listening to the meaning of the lyrics. However, Mo Xiaowan had never read the story of Frozen before, so she was a little confused by the words kingdom and queen in the lyrics. Just as Let's Go was singing to its heart's content, a voice suddenly joined in. Although it wasn't loud, it obviously ruined the rhythm. Yang Yi stopped and looked towards the source of the voice. Mo Xiaowan's reaction was still half a beat slower. She hurriedly took out her phone from the bag next to her, but it was not her phone that she took out, but Murphy's. She usually carried Murphy's phone, but Mo Xiaowan was so focused on celebrating Murphy's birthday today that she forgot to return it to her. Mo Xiaowan glanced at the caller ID on the phone and jumped up from the sofa in fright. Sister, it's Uncle. Uncle, Murphy's father. Murphy quickly took the phone. She stretched out her finger and shushed Yang Yi, then turned around and went into the bedroom with the phone. She only picked it up when the door was closed. Yang Yi was a little confused. He did not understand for a moment. Why did Murphy have to hide to answer her father's call? Fortunately, Mo Xiaowan explained to Yang Yi in a low voice for Murphy, Shu, brother-in-law, don't speak loudly. It's my sister's father calling from the United States. Grandpa. Xishi's eyes lit up and she called out happily. However, she also thought of her mother's advice before, so she shyly stuck out her little tongue. She pulled her father's hand and motioned for him to lower his head. Yang Yi lowered his head. The little girl moved closer to her father's ear and said with a sweet smell like cake, Grandpa is fierce and doesn't like Papa. Mom said not to tell Grandpa, because Grandpa will beat Papa. Why? Yang Yi was quite surprised. He hadn't thought too much about it. Hee, why? Brother-in-law, don't you know? When Mo Xiaowan heard Xishi and Yang Yi's conversation, she could not help but complain, you made my sister pregnant. The day she went back to America, Uncle was so angry that he smashed the cabinet and took out his shotgun. He wanted to cross the ocean to kill you. Fortunately, it was my sister who stopped him. Moreover, after Cece was born, he stopped a little. Mo Xiaowan snorted. But you don't know this, but after my sister came back to the country, Uncle kept asking me if she came back to look for you. At first, he was very diligent. I think he still wants to kill you. When Mo Xiaowan said this, her tone was a little like before. She was mocking and taking pleasure in his misfortune. She was probably venting her resentment towards Yang Yi in the past, and secretly feeling good about it. She also nodded. She whispered, Grandpa likes Xishi and Mom very much, but he will still be fierce. Papa, don't let Grandpa find out. Listening to Mo Xiaowan and Xishi talking one after another, Yang Yi was silent. He felt a little helpless about this situation. Who was to blame? It seemed that no one could be blamed except for that night in the maple forest. Who knew why it was so accurate and shot the soul, but he could not blame that night. Without that night, there would be no cute Xianxia. At this moment, Murphy came out. She looked at Xianxia apologetically, then covered the phone and said to Xianxia, "Grandpa wants to talk to you. Don't tell Grandpa that we are at your papa's house." Murphy lowered her voice and whispered in her daughter's ear. Then, she handed the phone to the little girl and asked her to answer the phone in the bedroom. Murphy was also there to accompany her. At this moment, only Xianxia and Emo Xiaowan were left in the living room. They looked at each other and the atmosphere became awkward. There was a little noise. Xianxia turned his head and looked. The three kittens were playing with the empty gift boxes on the ground. When they saw the boxes, they lost interest in the ribbons. They saw the bigger little gray trying to get into Guazi's gift box. The box was a little small, but it still put its feet in one by one and then crawled down, leaving only a big round head outside. "Ahem, brother-in-law." Emo Xiaowan took the initiative to talk to him, which made Xianxia come back to his senses. "Your singing is really good. Your voice is not bad, and you can write songs. Why don't you also debut? Become the first artist signed by my sister's studio." Emo Xiaowan was more or less joking, but she was right. If Xianxia signed the contract now, he would be ahead of Murphy. What's more, opening a husband and wife shop in the entertainment industry, what a beautiful story. Xianxia shook his head decisively. "I'll pass. I'm not interested. I'll write songs for Murphy and play with the tickets occasionally. That's enough." Okay." Emo Xiaotuan's voice fell, and the atmosphere became awkward again. Fortunately, Xianxia and Grandpa didn't talk for too long before Murphy came out with the little girl. Xianxia jumped happily and ran to her father to tell him the good news. Papa, Grandpa didn't find out." "Don't be afraid." Xianxia was held by the little girl to comfort him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Murphy put the phone aside, walked over, and gently explained to Xianxia. "Sorry, it was my father and mother. Because it's my birthday, they called me, because, sister, I told them everything just now. I told them that uncle was going to bring a shotgun to trouble brother-in-law." Emo Xiaowan shouted. Murphy was stunned for a moment. She looked at Xianxia. "It's not as exaggerated as Xiaowan said, but he does have some complaints about you. Although we're together now, I haven't thought about how to tell them." The main reason was that Murphy was also a little afraid of her father's bad temper. She was afraid that he would scold Xianxia. Although Xianxia's character was gentle, Murphy still knew that he was arrogant deep down. If he couldn't help but have a conflict with her father, Murphy would feel very uncomfortable. Looking at Murphy's nervous and worried appearance, Xianxia couldn't help but feel pity for her. He stood up, hugged her in his arms, and comforted her. "It's okay. Take your time. I'm not in a hurry." He also used his finger to lift Murphy's face, looked at her and joked. "And even if he finds out, it doesn't matter. If your father is still angry with me, then I'll let him beat me up. Anyway, I'm thick-skinned. He can hit me as much as he wants. I promise I won't fight back. Who told me to make his darling pregnant?" Murphy's face was red, and she said angrily, "It's not that terrible." Later, when Xianxia was born, he was very happy. "Let me take my time and slowly talk to him. Let him accept you. Why do you have to fight and kill? You men have bad tempers." With Xianxia watching from the side, Murphy was embarrassed to let Xianxia hold her for too long. She quickly pushed him away. "Papa hasn't finished singing yet." Xianxia was still thinking about Let It Go. She struggled to drag the guitar over. "Then continue singing?" Xianxia asked with a smile. "Wait, I'm going to leave." Emo Xiaowan looked at her watch and yawned. "It's almost 10 o'clock. If I don't go back, I won't be able to get up tomorrow." "Xiaowan, why don't you stay here tonight? Anyway, there are quite a lot of rooms." Murphy said with concern. "It's dangerous to go back so late." "Sister, I'm full today." Emo Xiaowan said faintly, "Besides, if I stay here, it'll be inconvenient for you and brother-in-law to do anything." "Ahem, I'd better go." "It's not too late. There's a car." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Murphy refused to admit it and said angrily with a red face. "Let's not talk about it. Let's go." Mo Xiaowan carried her bag and said goodbye to Yang Yi and Shi. Then she rushed downstairs. Then I'll send you down. Xiaowan, be careful when driving at night. Murphy said as she walked. I know. Mo Xiaochuan's voice came from the stairs. But, it's you and brother-in-law who should be careful when driving at night, right? In the blink of an eye, it was the weekend again. Jiangchuan's campus was still very lively. Although the students didn't have to go to class, the major clubs still took advantage of the last month of free time before the review week to organize activities. Even if the weather was cold and the north wind was biting cold, it couldn't stop their enthusiasm. Banners and flyers were flying along the way. Guozi rarely had free time. He didn't have any plans at the film club today, so he prepared to go to Yang Yi's restaurant to eat and drink. However, not long after he came down from the dormitory, he was stopped by someone. Guozi, you're Guozi, right? The man had greasy slicked back hair, wore a suit and tie, and looked like a successful person. I am. Why are you looking for me? Guozi looked at the man again and again. He didn't match the various impressions in his mind, so he confirmed that it was a stranger. The man was very enthusiastic. After confirming, he reached out to shake Guozi's hand and then handed over his business card. Hello, I'm a talent scout from Ronghua Agency. You can call me Wengu. Have you heard of Ronghua? We're from Shangnan. He even gave a thumbs up and looked very proud. Never heard of it, but I think I've heard of your name. This was awkward, but Wengu didn't care. He laughed and said, our company is very famous. By the way, do you remember the 1,000 Miles Chuanshu group in your school? They were all signed by our company. Oh, it's you guys. Guozi didn't care too much, but seeing that he was sincerely introducing himself to him, he pretended to be enthusiastic and laughed. Yes, it's us. Wengu said. It's also 1,000 Miles Chuanshu. They brought a CD, the CD of your freshman party, and then we discovered your singing talent. That's why we decided to find you and cultivate you into a new star in the pop music industry in the future. Wengu was talking about the future, which was a trap. They wanted to find Guozi, but probably just sign him as a trainee. Guozi didn't understand these twists and turns, but he waved his hand. Sorry to disappoint you. I don't want to develop in the music industry. I'm a man who's going to become an award-winning actor. Why would I become a singer? Guozi was very firm about his goal. Why? How glorious it is to be a singer. Think about it, walking on the street, surrounded by a large crowd, and a large group of female fans rushing to give you gifts and ask about your well-being. Wengu tried to persuade him, exaggerating and bewitching him with his words. There's no reason. It's just that my ambition doesn't lie here. But you have a very high talent in music. Of course, this talent still needs the company to help you turn it into a talent. But if you give up on yourself, it will be a pity. Wengu showed a regretful expression. Forget it, I don't want to be a singer. Guozi waved his hand. However, the talent scout was like a sticky candy. Wengu was still pestering him. Young man, don't limit your future to death. You haven't been a star, and you haven't experienced the glory of being noticed. Why don't you give yourself a chance? Give it a try. Guozi was annoyed by this pestering. He waved his hand and was about to leave. But Wengu still followed him step by step, and his mouth kept nagging. Are you done? Don't bother me. Guozi, who had a good personality, couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted and ran away. Hey, don't go. We can't do business, but we can still be friends. I want to ask you if you have Mu Xiang's contact number. Hey, where is he? He's so fat, but he runs so fast? It doesn't make sense. Wengu shouted and wanted to chase after him. But after turning a corner, Guozi disappeared. Upstairs in the physics department, Guozi was secretly looking through the window. When he saw Wengu walking away while talking to himself, he breathed a sigh of relief. There's someone who can talk better than me. It's too scary. Guozi patted his chest with some lingering fear. Fortunately, I'm more familiar with the school. After Guozi went downstairs, he changed his path and walked towards the north gate. But not long after, he was grabbed by the shoulder. The little fatty trembled. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he turned around. "I said I don't want to be a singer. Just stop pestering me." His voice stopped abruptly because he saw that the person who grabbed him was no longer Wengu. It was a brawny man. To be exact, it was 4 men in military uniforms. The one who grabbed him had almost shaved his head, leaving only a little bit of stubble. The muscles on his face made him look fierce. Note 1, but he only looked fierce. The other party looked awkward. At that moment, Guazi felt that this soldier was a little simple and honest. The one who grabbed him was Guadabao. The other 3 were obviously Luo Zongxing, Shen Xinyu, and Yu Xiaotian, who had taken advantage of the weekend to look for Yang Yi. Guadabao had volunteered to drive them over. However, Guadabao, who had been in the army for a long time, suddenly remembered that he only knew that Yang Yi had opened a coffee shop in Jiangchuan. He didn't know the exact location. That was awkward. What was even more awkward was that he braced himself and brought the 3 guests to look for it. Then, as they searched, they got lost in the huge campus. In the end, Guadabao had no choice but to ask someone for directions. Coincidentally, he caught Guazi. In the end, the other party turned around and scolded him. Guadabao couldn't get angry with an ordinary student. Guazi looked at the other party's awkward appearance and felt embarrassed. He coughed twice. "Well, I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. Why are you looking for me?" Shinsenyu couldn't stand it anymore. He patted Guadabao's shoulder and walked forward. He said to Guazi, "Excuse me, we're looking for a coffee shop." "The name of the coffee shop?" I don't know, but the owner's name is Yang Yi. It's in Jiangqing Media University. Do you know where it is?" This was the right question to ask. There were tens of thousands of students in Jiangchuan. Only a few knew about Yang Yi. Guazi happened to be one of them. However, Guazi first smiled. Then, he stopped smiling and looked at them suspiciously. "Why are you looking for a coffee shop whose owner is Yang Yi?" A few possibilities flashed through Guazi's mind. Trouble? Revenge? Or Brother Yang committed a crime and the soldiers came to arrest him? The little fatty even imagined that the 4 of them would kidnap him and tie him up in the woods for a show. They would torture him and interrogate him about Yang Yi's whereabouts. Then, he would rather die than surrender. Just as he was fantasizing, Shinsenyu and his buddies looked at each other happily. Guazi's behavior clearly showed that he knew Yang Yi's whereabouts. "It's like this. The 3 of us are Yang Yi's former comrades. We haven't seen him for a long time. It wasn't easy for us to get news of him, so we wanted to visit him," Shinsenyu explained. "So that's what it was." Guazi suddenly understood. He said with slight disappointment, "Comrades? Alright, I'm also going to Brother Yang's place. I'll bring you guys along." On the weekend, the coffee shop was filled with laughter. Because she was on vacation, the shop seemed to be livelier with the little girl around. The early winter in Jiangqing didn't seem so cold anymore. Haha, haha. Yang Yi sat in his booth and read quietly. 2 little figures ran past him, leaving behind a string of bell-like laughter. Yang Yi was pulled back from his thoughts. He looked at Shishi and Lan Xian, smiled, and shook his head. Lan Xian was the one who came to play with Shishi the most often among her friends. Lan Zhou Kai also trusted Yang Yi very much. After a few exchanges, they always felt that they were like brothers in arms. Therefore, a busy man like him couldn't accompany his daughter. Instead of letting Lan Xian stay at home and cry, it was better to leave his daughter with Yang Yi. Anyway, there would be someone to take care of her and serve her well. This wishful thinking couldn't be better. After a while, the 2 little girls giggled and chased the pitiful little gray, who was running away. Once again, they ran past Yang Yi. Yang Yi reached out and caught the 2 little girls by their waists. He smiled and said, "Run slower, don't fall." Haha. The moment Shishi and Lan Xian were caught, they pressed down on Yang Yi's big arms and looked at each other and laughed. They laughed so hard that their little bodies went soft. No one knew what they were laughing about. Shishi, who didn't have her friends by her side, was a little lady. With her friends by her side, the energetic little girl played like crazy. I know. The little girl couldn't stay by her father's side. She and Xianxia pushed their father's hands away. The two little girls held hands and ran away with a smile. Xianxia watched them run away to play before he looked away and read his book. Welcome. Another customer came. Recently, the coffee shop's business had been better. It was probably because it was winter. It was very enjoyable to drink a warm cup of tea. Ding Xiang greeted the new customer. He was a student wearing glasses, but the lenses were almost as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle. His clothes were slightly old-fashioned. He wore a rough plaid shirt and grayish-blue cotton pants. He looked exactly like a person in a photo from more than 30 years ago. But Ding Xiang definitely wouldn't agree to say that he was poor. The watch on his wrist and the leather shoes on his feet weren't cheap. He wasn't particularly rich, but he should be in the middle class. He was much better than Ding Xiang in the past. But his taste was probably comparable to the mother of a female celebrity who had participated in the Beijing Olympics. Ding Xiang introduced the coffee in the shop to him, but the boy frowned. He pushed up his glasses, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the menu for a while. Then, he said unhappily, "Why is the coffee in your shop so expensive? Compared to Eastgate's coffee, it's a lot more." Ding Xiang had encountered this problem many times. She smiled and patiently explained, "It's like this. Our shop sells freshly ground coffee. It's hand-ground coffee beans that have been roasted." Before Ding Xiang could finish, the boy interrupted, "I'm talking to you about the price. Why are you talking to me about freshly ground coffee? Tell me, do you usually have very few customers?" Ding Xiang was a little stunned. "That's right." The boy didn't wait for Ding Xiang to answer. With a proud face, he continued, "I'll analyze the reason for you. Don't be too grateful. Just treat me to a cup of coffee later." He didn't see Ding Xiang's speechless expression at all. According to the bourbon water theorem. Forget it. It seems like you don't understand this professional economic term. Anyway, you just need to know that you're doing a student business. But what are you selling? Freshly ground coffee? Of course, it doesn't matter what kind of freshly ground coffee you sell, but in the price range of 10 to 20 yuan, what kind of products do you have that can compete with your competitors for customers in this price range? None. The commotion over there also attracted Yang Yi's attention, but he had no intention of interfering. "It's not a big deal. Let Ding Xiang handle it. We have cupcakes." Ding Xiang couldn't help but say. "I'm talking about coffee. Why are you talking to me about cake?" The boy looked as if he expected better from her. "I'm here to buy coffee, and you're recommending a cake to me. Are you stupid or am I stupid to buy your cake?" Today, the boy acted as if he was an expert and wanted to persuade Ding Xiang to sell instant coffee. He talked for a long time. Ding Xiang's personality was good. "If it were someone else, although what you said makes sense, I'm really sorry. Our shop only sells instant coffee. Bah, only freshly ground coffee." Ding Xiang was dizzy from his words and almost got confused. "This is the rule set by our boss. Stupid and stubborn. You can't be taught. You can't be taught." The boy looked at Ding Xiang with disdain and shook his head, but he still took out the money. "Forget it. Give me a cup of that 30 yuan mocha. I don't have time to go to Eastgate. By the way, I've told you so much. Did you get any inspiration?" Ouch. The boy who wanted to take the opportunity to ask for a discount suddenly cried out as if someone had stepped on his foot. He turned around and lowered his head. Through his thick glasses, he glared at Xixi, who was still a little dizzy and sitting on the ground. It turned out that Xixi and Xianxia were chasing each other and ran past. In a moment of carelessness, Xixi bumped into his leg. "Hey, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." "Xixi, are you hurt?" Ding Xiang hurriedly ran out. She squatted down and picked up Xixi from the ground while apologizing to the boy. "Is it okay to be sorry? My calf almost got a cramp from the collision." The boy's ferocious face made Xixi and Xianxia a little scared. Xianxia nervously leaned toward Xixi, who was leaning in Ding Xiang's arms. "I'm sorry." Xixi mumbled softly. She felt that she had gotten into trouble. However, she felt a little wronged because of the boy's fierce attitude. Moreover, the little girl's butt was already hurting from the fall. Now, she was scared, nervous, and worried. She pursed her lips and was about to cry. Xianxia originally didn't want to pay attention to what was going on here. He felt that the boy was a clown and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. However, Ding Xiang's cry attracted his attention from reading again. She fell? Where did this little girl come from? Don't you have any manners? The boy was a little unforgiving. He pointed his finger and scolded Shi. Then, he turned his attention to Ding Xiang. What kind of place is a coffee shop? It's a quiet, elegant, healthy, and hygienic place. How could you allow these uneducated little girls and these smelly cats to come in? I don't think your shop will last long, right? Xiaoguai is not smelly. Shi was already sobbing softly. She turned her head to her sister Ding Xiang and argued. You keep saying uneducated. Have you been living on a dog's body for so many years? No, I can't insult a dog. Yang Yi's voice was cold. Even if it was a cold joke, it wasn't funny at all. His words carried a murderous aura. If you say another word, see if I'll tear your mouth apart. She's my daughter. I can't even bear to scold her, and you're teaching her a lesson for me? Thinking of this, Yang Yi was furious. When he stood up, he fiercely punched the table. A thin crack appeared on the solid wood table. Seeing Yang Yi's burly figure, the boy immediately swallowed the rest of his curses back into his stomach and kept quiet out of fear. Yang Yi walked over. Ignoring him, he squatted down and took Shi into his arms. When he looked at his daughter, the coldness on his face melted. He smiled gently and asked softly, Shi, where did you fall? The little girl felt a lot more at ease in her father's arms. She pouted, touched her little butt, and said, my butt hurts. Yang Yi rubbed his daughter's butt and then kissed her little face. He smiled and whispered in her ear in a voice only his daughter could hear, don't be afraid. Dad will help you vent your anger. No one in this world can be fierce to our Shi. Just when Yang Yi was being gentle with his daughter, the boy breathed a sigh of relief. However, he didn't dare to provoke Yang Yi again. The height and figure of the two were much different. Forget it. I won't argue with you. He turned and walked out of the door, muttering in a low voice, such a shabby shop will be closed sooner or later. However, Yang Yi's ears were very sharp. He heard everything clearly. However, he wasn't in a hurry to stop him. He walked casually and let the guy run 39 meters first. The boy had already slipped out. Yang Yi pulled Xianxia over and comforted her. Then, he handed the two little girls to Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang, help me take care of Shi and Xianxia. Brother Yang Yi, what are you going to do? Ding Xiang pulled Yang Yi's hand anxiously. Don't worry. Someone's head is hot because of the cold weather. I'll let him soak in the hot water to calm down. Yang Yi smiled and patted Ding Xiang's hand. Then, he winked at the little girl who had stopped crying but was still crying. Shi, cover your eyes. Repeat 10 times until 30. Dad will be back soon. Shi had learned to count from 1 to 30 in kindergarten. The little girl wiped her tears and nodded confusedly. Xianxia too, you have to cover your eyes. Yang Yi patted Xianxia's little head and reminded her that the scene might be very violent and not suitable for children. Then, he walked out. A scream came from the side of the Grand Canal. Don't let go. I won't do it again, I won't do it again. Yang Yi didn't spend much time and effort to catch the guy who scolded his daughter for being uneducated. Then, he easily grabbed his wrist with one hand and lifted him above the Grand Canal. There had been a lot of rain recently, and the water level of the Grand Canal had risen a lot. He could feel the flowing river water not far from his feet through his leather boots, and the bone-chilling cold. As long as Yang Yi let go, he would definitely fall into the river. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants, and could only beg for mercy with tears and snot. Actually, he was just a student who liked to talk big. Yang Yi looked at his miserable appearance with a cold face, but he was hesitant. Should he throw him down? If it was when he first came to this world, if someone dared to bully his daughter, Yang Yi would definitely throw him into the river and not pick him up, but in these few months, he had gotten used to the life of an ordinary person, and his heart had been melted by Shi. Yang Yi's personality had changed a lot, and his way of thinking was no longer too extreme. So, he had to consider if it would be troublesome to pick this guy up after throwing him down. "Brother Yang, what are you doing?" Guozi's voice came from afar. He still let this guy escape. Yang Yi turned his head to look, and his eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze went past Guozi and landed on the 4 people behind him. He recognized Guodebeo at first glance, and then the other 3. Those familiar faces made him quickly find the corresponding memories in the depths of his mind. How did they find me? Of course, with Guodebeo around, the answer was obvious. Count yourself lucky. Next time, if you talk nonsense, I'll really let you soak in the soup. Yang Yi picked up the guy who was scared out of his wits and threw him to the side of the grass. He said coldly, "Scram." Yang Yi ignored him and walked towards Guozi and the others without looking back. That guy looked at Yang Yi's back for a few seconds before he came back to his senses. As if he had been granted amnesty, he didn't care that his legs were weak and quickly fled. "Big brother Yang, that person is..." Guozi still wanted to speak, but when he saw the expressions on the faces of the soldiers, he tactfully shut his mouth. Guodebeo was fine, but Luo Zongxing, Xianxia, and Yu Xiaotian's eyes reddened when they saw Yang Yi walking towards them with a smile. Of course, with their tanned skin, the redness in their eyes couldn't be seen. They wouldn't cry. Even if they were hit by bullets, they wouldn't shed a tear. Now that they suddenly saw their brothers who fought side by side with them 5 years ago, the memories came flooding back like a tide. For a moment, they were overwhelmed with emotions. Yang Yi looked at the 3 of them. His mood was a little complicated. Although it didn't have much to do with him, the memories were indeed merged. It was as if he had experienced it himself. When he was flipped over, the feelings of comrades who could entrust their lives to each other still affected him. "Master Luo, Shen, Shao, long time no see. How have you been?" Yang Yi paused, but still held back his sadness and forced a smile. "Surnamed Yang, you bastard." Xianxinya's character couldn't hold back at all. He cursed and rushed forward to give Yang Yi a bear hug. In fact, Yang Yi didn't want to be hugged by men. "I thought you were King dead." Yang Yi secretly sighed as he listened to the vulgar words and patted him on the back. He didn't kick this guy away. Instead, he hesitated for a moment and patted him lightly on the shoulder. After letting go, Yang Yi smiled and said to Xianxia, "Looks like your strength hasn't improved in the past 5 years." "Bullshit. You're saying I haven't improved? Why don't we have a spar now?" Xianxia was provoked by Yang Yi to the point that his eyes were wide open. He was about to unbutton his jacket. "If you want to spar, wait until we have time." Luo Zongxing pushed Xianxia away. His expression was a little complicated. He smiled bitterly and said, "Yang Yi, I haven't seen you in 5 years. You still don't seem to have changed." Yang Yi read the memories of his predecessor and had his own judgment about some misunderstandings of his predecessor. He hesitated for a moment and took the initiative to give Luo Zongxing a hug. "Master Luo, I haven't changed much, but you look a lot older." Although it couldn't be considered a grudge, Yang Yi was angry because Luo Zongxing didn't protect him. Luo Zongxing also felt guilty for 5 years because of this. Now, with this hug, Luo Zongxing felt Yang Yi's understanding and relief. "I'm old. I can't fight anymore. In the past 2 years, I've been participating less and less in frontline missions. I might be retiring from Battle Wolf soon." Luo Zongxing smiled and blinked hard. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were a little wet. Xianxinya still didn't understand. He spoke up for Luo Zongxing. "Yang Yi, Master Luo is in the past. You know Master Luo's difficulties, but you might not know. After that person fell from the horse 2 years ago, Master Luo has been helping you apply and finally restored your military status and file. There were such things?" Yang Yi was a little surprised, but his heart didn't fluctuate much. After all, his state of mind was different now. He smiled and said, "Okay, let's not talk about the past anymore. We are still brothers in the future." "Yes, brother." Luo Zongxing patted Yang Yi's shoulder. There was still Yu Xiaotian. Yu Xiaotian came this time because he and Yang Yi were partners. Yu Xiaotian was a sniper, and Yang Yi was his wingman. No, he was a spotter. Although Yu Xiaotian's sniping was good, his personal combat value wasn't high. Moreover, he often forgot about his own safety when he was in a killing frenzy. Yang Yi's existence was even more important to protect him and cover his retreat. It could be said that Yang Yi was Yu Xiaotian's life insurance. In Yang Yi's memory, his predecessor was most worried about this guy after he retired. Fortunately, although the two hadn't been partners for 5 years, Yu Xiaotian wasn't killed by the enemy. "Ah Xiao, you are still the same as before, serious in speech and manner." Yang Yi smiled at him. Yu Xiaotian's face was still cold, but he took a step forward and hugged Yang Yi. This guy wasn't tall, and his head only reached Yang Yi's chest, but he hugged Yang Yi's waist tightly. Good brothers, everything was understood without words. Originally, Yang Yi thought that his heart wouldn't have any ripples because in his previous life, he didn't have any brothers, only himself. However, when he hugged these 3 brothers who had fought together, his heart was touched. It wasn't because of the influence of his predecessor's soul imprint. Yang Yi could clearly feel that he was really happy and moved by this pure comradeship, a brotherhood that was thicker than blood. It turned out that he didn't want to be alone, and he also longed to have brothers who could entrust their lives to him. No, they were his brothers. This. Guo Debao stood at the side with his arms wide open. After waiting for a long time, Yang Yi didn't come, so he awkwardly scratched his head. Yang Yi saw him, laughed heartily, and went over to hug him. However, the other Guozi refused to be hugged by men. Seeing his old comrades, Yang Yi naturally couldn't let them suffer outside. He walked in front and invited Luo Zongxing and the others to his coffee shop to continue catching up. As soon as he opened the door, the little girl, whose tears had been wiped away by Sister Ding Xiang, ran over in surprise and threw herself into her father's arms. However, she soon pouted and complained, "Papa, you lied." "Papa? Dad?" Shen Xinyu, who was following behind, was shocked by this call. She looked at Luo Zongxing and Yu Xiaotian in surprise. Yang Yi had a child? However, it was not particularly strange that he had a child. Not everyone in the army was single. For example, Master Luo was married, but he didn't have a child yet. What Shen Xinyu found strange was that Yang Yi's daughter was a little old. She looked like she was 5 or 6 years old. "You said you would give in to me. I said dozens of times that you would come back, but you didn't come back." The little girl turned her worry for her father into complaint. She hugged her father's neck tightly and said. After saying that, the little girl saw that there were a lot of people behind her father. She shyly shrunk her head, but now she was a lot bolder. Her big eyes rolled around, sizing up these people in green clothes. "It's my fault. I came back late because I met these uncles outside. They were my old good friends." Yang Yi turned around and introduced them. "Master Luo, Shen Xinyu, Ah Xiao, this is my daughter, Shi. This is Uncle Luo, Uncle Shen, Uncle Yu, and Uncle Gua." "Uncle Gua?" Shi was a little surprised. She turned to look at Guozi, who was explaining to Ding Xiang. The little girl was a little puzzled. "Why are there 2 Uncle Gua?" "Because their surnames are Gua, but that is Uncle Guozi, and this is Uncle Guo Debao." Yang Yi smiled. "Okay then." After greeting them, Shi ran to continue playing with Lan Xian. Because her father had stepped forward bravely and stood in front of her like a mountain, that fierce guy didn't leave any psychological trauma on Cici. It was just like the children who liked to watch Ultraman in his previous life. Although they should be afraid of those ferocious monsters, as long as they believed that Ultraman would help them defeat those monsters, then those monsters were nothing to be afraid of. Guozi sensibly went to harass Ding Xiang and did not come over to disturb Yang Yi and his comrades' reunion. Yang Yi invited Luo Zongxing and the others, including Guo Debao, to a larger booth and sat down together. He took out his own tea set from the bar counter and personally made tea for these brothers. Of course, they were not used to drinking coffee. "Holy shit, Yang Yi, what have you been through all these years? You've even started drinking tea like that?" Shen Xinyu couldn't help but cry out when she saw Yang Yi use tweezers to pick up small purple clay teacups and wash them with boiling water as if they were pieces of art. Luo Zongxing and Yu Xiaotian's reactions were similar to Shen Xinyu's. Guo Debao scratched his head and said, "I drink tea in big mouthfuls, this small teacup is not enough to quench my thirst." Used to be like that. In the past, Master Luo got some good tea leaves from some big shots, and he drank them like a cow chewing on peonies. Xianxia exposed. Yang Yi smiled and turned to the bar counter to get a coffee cup for Guadabao. The other three were more or less in a refined mood, but Guadabao was probably not used to this kind of slow drinking method. Although Luo Zongxing also asked Yang Yi about the conflict at the dam, Yang Yi didn't want to talk about it and played it down. The few of them drank tea and talked about many things after Yang Yi left. After you left, there were some changes in Battle Wolf's people. A few batches came and a few batches left. First, it was Whistle and Old Chen who were injured and retired to do office work, and then Luo Zongxing said with slight sadness. And Old Zhang and Zhu Zi, the two of them were sacrificed. Xianxia added. Yang Yi was slightly stunned. Although he had long been indifferent to life and death, these two comrades of his were still fresh in his memory and were not unrelated targets to be killed. Hearing the news of their deaths, Yang Yi couldn't help but feel his heart clench. How did they die? Yang Yi asked in a low voice. For years ago, we besieged Nuoka, but the intelligence was wrong and we fell into his ambush. Luo Zongxing didn't want to talk about these sad things, but since Xianxia had already spilled the beans, he briefly told Yang Yi. Naturally, it was inevitable to ask about Yang Yi's experiences over the years. Luo Zongxing and the others were very curious about what Yang Yi had experienced and how he had changed so much. He even wrote works like Soldier's Assault and Drawing Sword. It's nothing much. I've been traveling all over the world over the years and have worked in all kinds of industries, but I've always worked at the bottom and learned from the people around me. That's why I know a little bit of everything. As for writing novels, Yang Yi smiled and said casually, those years when I was alone, I could only read books to pass the time at night. After reading a lot of novels, I learned how to write them myself. These comrades didn't have any doubts, but they lamented that Yang Yi didn't have it easy. However, Xianxia looked at Yang Yi strangely. What about your daughter? She's 5 or 6 years old, isn't she? I remember you didn't take a vacation a few years before you retired. This guy was still a little blabbermouth. What are you talking about? How beautiful is Yang Yi's daughter? Your facial features are the same as Yang Yi's. Luo Zongxing reprimanded. Yang Yi laughed and explained, she is only 4 years old. It's just that her mother is tall and has good genes, so she's a little taller than children her age. I see. Several people suddenly realized and breathed a sigh of relief for Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't tell them about the ups and downs of his relationship with Murphy. He basically skimmed over it and refused to divulge anything. They chatted for a long time and even changed a few batches of tea leaves. However, Xianxia had been thinking about sparring with Yang Yi. While Luo Zongxing went to the bathroom, he excitedly smiled. Yang Yi, just now Master Luo stopped me, but since we brothers haven't seen each other for so long, shouldn't we spar? I heard from Guadabao that your martial arts have improved a lot over the years. You can't beat Yang Yi. Guadabao kindly reminded him. Xianxia was unhappy. F***ck, who said I can't beat him? Back in the days when we were in the army, he was defeated by me. The one surnamed Shen, when you say this, doesn't your conscience hurt? Yang Yi chuckled. His interest was piqued. He imitated Xianxia's tone and said in a rough voice. Back then, when I fought with you, who won more and who lost more, don't you have any idea in your heart? At that time, Yang Yi and Xianxia's skills were very strong. They were basically at the same level, but the two of them were not convinced by each other and felt that they won more. You said you won more? Ah Xiao, you judge, didn't I beat him to the ground back then? Xianxia was not convinced. Yu Xiaotian has always been a quiet person. But at this time, he looked at the two people and opened his mouth. Regardless of the past, let's talk after we fight. Okay, let's talk after we fight. Xianxia confidently stood up and raised his eyebrows at Yang Yi. Let's go? Luo Zongxing came back. When he saw this scene, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't stop them. People don't talk much. Yang Yi responded with action. He unbuttoned his coat, revealing the short sleeves inside. Xianxia didn't show any weakness. He also took off his coat, revealing his robust body wearing a green vest. The two of them plunged into the cold wind outside. Do you have building blocks at home? My father bought me a big building block, and then asked his bodyguard to build me a big castle. What are bodyguards? When Xianxia and Xishi were sitting side by side on the small piano stool and chatting, they suddenly saw Shishi's father and a group of uncles coming out. When the door was opened, the cold wind made them scream, shiver, laugh, and hug each other. Of course, most of the time, the two little girls were fooling around. What is Papa going to do? Shishi jumped down from the stool, ran to the window, and looked out through the floor-to-ceiling glass. Shishi, let's not go out, okay? Xianxia also ran over, took Shishi's hand, and said, it's so cold outside. I don't want to freeze into ice cream. Okay, but I want to see my papa. But when Shishi turned her head to look out of the window again, on the grass outside, Yang and Xianxia had already wrestled together. Ah? Shishi, your father is fighting. It's not good to fight. Xianxia suddenly shouted, and her loud voice was noticed by Guizi, who was also watching with Ding Xiang on the other side. Why is Papa fighting? Shishi was sad. The little girl pouted and explained, I don't want Papa to fight. My Papa is a good person. Guizi came over, patted Shishi's little head, and deliberately imitated Shishi's accent. Your Papa is not fighting. You don't have to worry. He has a good relationship with that uncle. Now they are just playing to see who is more powerful. Well, my Papa must be more powerful. In fact, the little girl was cheering for her father, but in her heart, she was very nervous, which could be seen from her tightly clenched little fists. On the grass, Yang was still testing the waters. He was locked in a fierce battle with Xianxia. A few guys who were joining in the fun were also waving their fists and shouting. Although they couldn't hear what they were shouting, it seemed that the battle was extremely fierce. I don't think so. My father's bodyguard is also a soldier like that uncle. Xianxia shook her head and said, he is super powerful and can beat many people. What should we do? Shishi was worried. Shishi's father should be more powerful, right? And he used to be a soldier. Guizi recalled the scene where Yang had sent the little wild boar flying with a single kick. He felt that he had more confidence in Yang. Shishi's father used to be a soldier, too? Xianxia's eyes lit up, and she looked outside with some admiration. Then I also think Shishi's father is more powerful, because he can cook a lot of delicious dishes. Although Uncle Gua and Xian were both on her papa's side, Shishi still did not relax. The little girl's big eyes were full of worry, and she kept looking at her father, who was wrestling with the other party on the grass. Perhaps because he felt his daughter's expectation, Yang did not test the waters anymore, and he used some of his real skills. Xianxia's kung fu was indeed better than Guadabao's, and compared with 5 years ago, his kung fu had improved a lot, but that was only the peak of ordinary people. Yang shouted, and the breath in his body flowed, and he suddenly sped up. Suddenly, he was close to Xianxia. Isn't this my 8 trigrams boxing? Guadabao, who was next to him, widened his eyes. Although Yang moves were not perfect, they were actually quite good. Of course, Yang had gone back to study it himself after the sparring. He had never been biased, and it had always been Yang hobby to learn the strengths of others to make up for his shortcomings. However, Xianxia's Wing Chun was also good at fighting at close range. He shouted excitedly, awesome, and then he and Yang began to punch each other. However, he shouted awesome too early. Yang quickly made him understand what pain was, and how fast he could not even see a shadow. Xianxia's several punches hit the air, and Yang just dodged them. Yang attacks became more and more fierce. Even though Xianxia blocked a few of his punches, his arms were still numb from the pain. 8 trigrams boxing was unforgiving. After Yang gained the upper hand, Xianxia had no chance to fight back. He wanted to struggle, but he had no choice but to block. Finally, Yang's fist broke through his defense and hit his body. 1 punch, 2 punches, the two of them fought very quickly, and their fists were so fast that only their shadows could be seen. Cici and Xianxia were in a daze as they watched through the glass window. However, Cici was a little frightened, for she was afraid that her father would get hurt. Okay, I admit defeat. It was too painful. Xianxia didn't know that Yang Yi was still holding back. He gritted his teeth and jumped away, leaving the battlefield. He shook his numb arm and said, Yang Yi, what have you been through these years? How come your punches and kicks are getting more and more powerful? Yang Yi also withdrew his fist and smiled faintly. It's not a matter of experience. I'm better than you. Using the elementary school mathematics classics to analyze the problem, I'm better than you, and I'll only become better and better. Xianxia and Luo Zongxing were all stunned. Is this an explanation? You win, and you don't want to talk about it, but you still want to pretend? Xianxia roared and jumped over, punching Yang Yi on the shoulder. Yang Yi just smiled and blocked the punch. They couldn't help laughing, as if they had returned to the best time 5 years ago. When they returned to the shop, Cici couldn't wait to run over. She carefully glanced at those uncles, especially Uncle Shen, who was shivering and saying that he was cold, and ran to put on his clothes. Then she took her father's hand, looked up, and said, Papa, did you win? Of course. Yang Yi smiled and picked up the little girl. She smiled happily and was happy for her father. Then she came over and held her father's face with her soft little hands. She looked at her father like her mother and said with concern, then, Papa, what's wrong with you? If it hurts, she can blow on it for you. The little girl's considerate appearance suddenly made the eyes of several big men soften. It's okay, don't worry. Papa is so powerful, how can I be injured? Yang Yi said softly. He was injured when he fought with Guadabao because he underestimated the masters in the army in this world. Okay. The little girl asked her father to put her down and ran to tell her friends the good news. After a while, Lan Xian's loud voice came again. I told you that your father is very powerful. Although Luo Zongxing was married, he was busy with Zhang Lang and didn't have a child with his wife. At this moment, he looked at the cute little girl with some envy and said to Yang Yi, Alas, Yang Yi, look at your daughter, I want a daughter. Then Master Luo, you should take a vacation and go back to visit your family. Every year, sister-in-law comes to see you, but you don't go home. You only get together for a few days every year, how can you have time to concentrate on making a baby? Xianxia said with a smile. That will have to wait until I retire from Zhang Lang. I really feel that I can't keep up with the rhythm of the team these 2 years. Maybe I should give my position to the young people. Luo Zongxing said again, a trace of bitterness appearing on his face. Luo Zongxing was 5 or 6 years older than Yang Yi. The current Luo Zongxing was no longer as powerful as before. Of course, he would still be a fierce man in an ordinary army, but after all, Wolf Fang was a special force, and it was the strongest special force. There were many strong people, so it was normal for him to feel powerless. A few years ago, he wanted to retire to the second line. However, 2 years ago, Yang Yi's incident gave him a chance. Luo Zongxing, who had always been worried about Yang Yi, gave up on the idea and stayed. Master Luo, why are you retreating? Didn't we agree that you will be a Zhang Lang man in life and a Zhang Lang soul in death? So what if you can't fight? If you can't fight, you can just do the commanding work. We can charge and break through the enemy lines. Xianxia grinned in dissatisfaction and said, Anyway, I'm not convinced that someone else is the captain. Xianxia couldn't be the captain. After all, with his temper, it was enough for him to be a small captain who didn't need to care too much with his qualifications and strength. He didn't have any particularly high goals. Nonsense, Zhang Lang is a frontline combat force. It's impossible for them to keep idle people. If I retire, there will be a new commander. I believe he will do better than me. Luo Zongxing scolded with a smile, besides, it's not like I don't care about Zhang Lang. I'm just supporting you in other ways. Guadabao came back to his senses. He had been thinking about how Yang Yi defeated Xianxia with his own martial arts. Although Guadabao wasn't enlightened, he felt that Yang Yi's fighting style had given him some inspiration. He had to practice it when he went back. Listening to Xianxia and the others' conversation, Guadabao looked at them with some envy. It wasn't that the Viper he was in didn't have such a strong combat friendship, but Guadabao yearned for a group like Zhang Lang. He also wanted to participate in the frontline battles and hone his skills. At noon, Yang Yi invited them to his house for lunch. It was the first time the brothers had come to his house, so naturally, Yang Yi cooked for them. However, Yang Yi's culinary skills did not receive much praise. Eating in the military camp was like fighting a war. They were used to wolfing down their food, and the brothers could not taste the difference between good and bad. At most, they felt that Yang Yi's dishes were as good as the ones in the guest house. Therefore, while Yang Yi was still picking up food for his daughter and Xianxia, they, even the seemingly quiet Yu Xiaotian, had already finished eating like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. Ugh! Guadabao burped. He had the biggest appetite. Yang Yi cooked 2 rice cookers, and he ate half of the rice cooker by himself. She was amused by her uncle's long burp. The little girl held a small spoon, and her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. Lan Xian, who was next to her, raised one eye, then lowered her head and continued to eat. The little fat girl had a big appetite. No matter how much food Yang Yi gave her, she would eat it all. Guadabao was a little embarrassed by the little girl's smile. He scratched his big bald head, and the word embarrassed was written on his face. You can't laugh when eating. If you choke, you will feel very uncomfortable. Yang Yi gently patted his daughter's back. Yang Yi, I have always had a question. You are so skilled, why did you leave Zhanlang? Guadabao didn't know what happened to Yang Yi before, and he had been holding back this question for a long time. This question. Yang Yi glanced at Luo Zongxing, smiled slightly, and said, I can only say that it was an abnormal reason. Forget it, it's all in the past. Why bring it up? Guadabao was still a little confused, but he still closed his mouth. The military discipline was strict, and he knew not to ask what he shouldn't ask. Yang Yi, you can go back to Zhanlang now. Being defeated by Yang Yi and unable to fight back, Xianxia was a little depressed. She didn't talk much during the meal, but now she couldn't hold it in anymore and said, Master Luo has already restored your military status in Zhanlang. Although you are still in a retired state, with your current skills, you can come back. The leaders will not disapprove, they also know your situation. Luo Zongxing's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, yes, if you are willing to come back, Zhanlang's door is always open to you. Yu Xiaotian didn't speak, but his eyes revealed his desire. Come back, as if there was a voice calling in his heart. Yang Yi's mind was filled with memories of a group of brothers fighting side by side. Zhanlang needs you. Seeing Yang Yi in a daze, Luo Zongxing couldn't help but say again. He knew that he shouldn't pressure Yang Yi at this time, but his selfishness still made him say it. Yang Yi took a deep breath, but only shook his head with a bitter smile. Master Luo, Shao, Xianxia, I'm sorry. I can't go back to that time. You can say that I have lost my fighting spirit or scold me for coveting comfort, but now I just want to live the life of an ordinary person. Can you live the life of an ordinary person? Xianxia, who was a few years younger than Yang Yi, was a little excited. If you were an ordinary person, you wouldn't have maintained high-intensity training every day. Damn it, when I was in the army, I didn't improve as fast as you in the past 5 years. Ask your heart. In fact, Yang Yi asked his heart with a clear conscience. His training was only to protect the people he loved. Even if he had merged with the memories of his predecessor, he didn't have the passion of a military life. However, Yang Yi just smiled bitterly. Everyone has their own ambitions. Xianxia, don't say any more. Luo Zongxing could understand Yang Yi's thoughts more. Now Yang Yi is living a good life. He wrote such a wonderful military novel. It can be considered as continuing in another way. However, Xianxia was very excited at the moment. He interrupted Luo Zongxing's words and shouted, Master Luo, I don't agree with what you said. No matter how good Yang Yi's novel is it as good as his fighting skills? He was born for war. With such strong fighting skills, he hid in a small room to write and write. I think he is escaping. Xianxia. You've gone too far. Luo Zongxing was furious. The noise here scared the 2 little girls. She turned around and hugged her father's hand. She looked timidly at Xianxia, who had already closed his mouth. Uncle Shen, don't blame my papa, okay? My papa, my papa. The little girl's scared voice sounded weakly. It was like a clear spring flowing through this hot and dry land. The originally anxious atmosphere was dispelled. Xianxia seemed to have understood something and lowered her head dejectedly. Xianxia dotingly touched the head of the little girl who spoke up for her father. Then, he turned to look at Xianxia and said calmly, "Xinyu, as you can see, I am no longer the person I was 5 years ago. Family, children, and my career are all responsibilities that I can't let go of in reality. I can't go back. Really, I hope you can understand." Xianxia had already figured it out. He sighed and said, "Yang, it's my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper at you. I really want you to go back to Battle Wolf, and your fighting skills are so good. But you're right. You have children and a wife at home. It's too irresponsible to let you go back. After all, 5 years have passed. Everyone's life has changed. We all have to look forward." Luo Zongxing patted Xianxia on the shoulder. "As long as our friendship is still there, it's enough. Papa, are we not quarreling anymore?" She saw that the atmosphere had eased, so she whispered in her father's arms. "Well, thanks to Shi speaking up for me." Yang pinched the little girl's nose. Hee, then I'll go play with Xianxia. I want to show her my new toy." The little girl smiled as if she had completed a big task. Yang watched his daughter run away with Lan Xian, then he raised the glass in his hand. "Master Luo is right. Although I'm no longer in Battle Wolf, I'll always be a member of Battle Wolf. With water instead of wine, I toast to everyone, to Battle Wolf. To Battle Wolf." Luo Zongxing, Xianxia, and Yu Xiaotian were all refreshed and raised the glasses in their hands. Guadabeo was not a member of Battle Wolf, but he also inexplicably felt his blood boil. He also raised his glass. To Battle Wolf. With the mission at hand, Yang Yi's comrades left in the afternoon. It was hard to meet and hard to part, but for the men, there was no lingering feeling. They just felt a little sad, they didn't know when they would see each other again. After the weekend, the boy who was almost thrown into the river by Yang Yi didn't come to the restaurant to cause trouble again, as if nothing had happened. Maybe he was really scared by Yang Yi. However, after this incident, Ding Xiang came over hesitantly the next day and lectured Yang Yi on some major principles. This honest girl felt that Yang Yi's way of dealing with this matter was too extreme and reckless. She was also worried that Yang Yi's actions would scare other customers and affect the restaurant's business. She was lucky to have met a boss like Yang Yi, who was very easygoing when faced with things that he didn't care about. Yang Yi not only didn't blame her for offending her superior, but also sincerely apologized and made a promise, although he wouldn't necessarily do so. Of course, this was just a small episode. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was late November. The biggest news these days was the press conference of the TV series Soldiers' Assault in Jiangqing City. The famous director Chen Fengchen would be the director and producer. The current best-selling novel, Soldiers' Assault, was adapted by a gold medal scriptwriter, and there was a newcomer as the lead. These gimmicks attracted many entertainment reporters from the film and television industry. Yang Yi was invited to attend this press conference, but he obviously didn't want to go. Chen Fengchen couldn't do anything about Yang Yi's indifferent personality. However, Yang Yi still watched the related media reports on TV. He mainly wanted to see how Susanduo looked like. In the media's camera, Geng Sha's ordinary face was smiling honestly, but it was just a smile. He was so nervous that his whole body was stiff and his forehead was sweating. When he answered the reporters' questions, he even trembled a little. Coupled with his thick accent, he often caused the audience to laugh. The media expressed their doubts about whether Geng Sha could play Susanduo well, but Yang Yi admired Geng Sha very much. This silly look was quite in line with the character of Susanduo, but he didn't know if it could be shown in the actual performance. After all, acting was another matter. Even if he acted as himself, he might not be able to act well, but at least the director, Chen Fengchen, didn't let him down. He found an actor with a similar image and temperament for the role, even if he wasn't famous. In addition to this matter, Yang Yi also learned that Murphy's eye came across the ocean to see you had indeed experienced a decline in results. After barely maintaining it for more than a week, it was once again pushed off the top of the list by Fireworks in the Heart. After all, it was only a single, and compared to the popular idol singer Yi Qing, Murphy's fan base wasn't high enough. Once the novelty wore off, it was only natural for the sales to drop. Fortunately, I came across the C2CU was still on the list. Although its popularity had decreased, it could still be maintained for a while. Mo Fei had also flown to Shanghai, preparing to record Luo Xian's Jixin interview, and at the same time, bring a new song. Xianxia, Murphy is already in the waiting room. I went over the script with her yesterday. Do you want her to wait off stage after she's done with her makeup? The assistant came over to report to Luo Xian, who was in the middle of doing her makeup. Luo Xian was different from other small hosts. Her time was precious, and she was also involved in the fashion industry. Therefore, her program basically didn't have any rehearsals. The program's director would provide her with some information about the invited guests, then communicate with her about the general problem. Then, there would be staff members who would pass it on to the invited guests. The rest was left to Luo Xian's free time. After all, with her rich experience, Luo Xian could easily handle all kinds of situations. Therefore, even without rehearsals, her program recording was very smooth. However, Luo Xian was more interested in today's invited guests. She waved her hand and said with a smile, "Let her wait in the waiting room. There's still a bit of time before we start shooting. I want to chat with her." A moment later, Luo Xian, who was done with her makeup, came to the waiting room. Looking through the glass window, she saw Murphy sitting quietly on the chair and reading some information. Mo Xiaowan, who was yawning beside her, was obviously ignored. Luo Xian stood outside for a few seconds as she carefully observed Murphy. Even with her experience, she couldn't help praising, "What a pure and innocent girl." Luo Xian, who was almost 20 years older than Murphy, called Murphy Miss, so there was nothing wrong with it. Luo Xian admired Murphy. She could tell that although Murphy looked cold and aloof on the outside, she was a humble and decent singer in her heart. When Luo Xian pushed the door open and entered, Murphy's performance confirmed her judgment. "Hello, Ms. Luo." Murphy stood up and bent over to shake hands with Luo Xian. Luo Xian was shorter than her, so Murphy took this into consideration. Although her expression was cold and her smile was faint, Luo Xian was satisfied with Murphy's attitude. "Murphy, is this the first time we've met?" Luo Xian smiled with her eyes narrowed. "Yeah, I've been looking forward to being on your show." Murphy nodded her head in response. Shrugging her shoulders, Luo Xian smiled. "You can't blame me for that. 5 years ago, I wanted to find an opportunity to invite you on my show, but you suddenly retired." Murphy was briefly stunned. She never expected that there would be such a story. Luo Xian maintained herself very well, and after putting on makeup, she looked like she was only in her 30s. Moreover, she spoke elegantly and amiably. Even if there was a generation gap between them, Mo Fei did not feel that there was any generation gap in communication. Moreover, her whole person exuded a unique charm, which was very impressive. Luo Xian winked at Murphy and smiled. "Murphy, I know the reason why you retired." Murphy's face changed. She was her reverse scale. Even Mo Xiaowan couldn't help standing up. "Haha, don't be nervous." "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. If I'm such a blabbermouth, I would have already spread the news when I saw you and your child back then." After a brief pondering, Luo Xian gave a name. It was the city where Murphy's father's farm was located. "Although I recognized you when I saw you back then, I didn't dare to greet you since I wasn't familiar with you." Mo Fei probably took Cici out to go shopping and bask in the sun, and was seen by Luo Xian, who often went abroad. Only then did Murphy calm down. "I'm sorry, big sister Luo Xian. I lost my composure." "It's fine, I can understand. After all, it's still a child. It's just that I'm still a little surprised that when you were at the peak of your career, you suddenly retired because you had a child. Now that I think about it, do you feel that it's a pity?" Luo Xian asked curiously. Murphy smiled. "I did feel a little regretful when I left. But after the child was born, I felt that my happiness could cover up all my regrets. So I don't feel that it's a pity anymore." "I understand. I'm also a mother." Luo Xian patted Murphy's shoulder kindly. She suddenly said, "Then, when we're recording the show later, can I ask about this?" Murphy was briefly stunned before she pursed her lips. I'm sorry, big sister Luo Xian. I'm not ready to go public yet. Nodding her head, Luo Xian smiled. It's fine. It's just a pity that our show lacks a highlight. But don't worry, I won't tell anyone about it. But Murphy, I've been in the entertainment industry for too long, and I've seen many similar situations. So there's something that I would like to give you. Luo Xian said gently. If it's not a huge problem, it's best to go public. Furthermore, it's better to go public as soon as possible. It will be troublesome if the paparazzi expose it. Murphy looked at Luo Xian in a daze as she fell into deep thought. Just as Murphy and Luo Xian were chatting, Guozi rode his new bicycle to the film club for a stroll after class. Since he had decided to be self-reliant, Guozi didn't ask assistant Juan or big brother Ben for help. Instead, he found an excuse to decline Gengxia's kindness. However, their relationship was still very good. After Gengxia returned from military training, he came to Jiangqing before the press conference. Guozi found him and the two of them got together. Xiaogua, you're here again today? A senior passed by and smiled at Guozi, who was locking his bicycle. Guozi looked up and smiled brightly. It's Brother Lei. How's your script? Is the second Miss wedding over? How can it be so fast? The senior waved his hand. Oh right, Xiaogua, I just saw on the bulletin board that a production team is hiring a special type actor. They're looking for a fatter student actor. You might be suitable. Really? Thank you, Brother Lei. I'll go take a look. Guozi's face was full of joy. He clasped his hands together and ran up quickly, as if the spot would be taken away if he was late. Actually, when he ran there breathlessly, there was no one in front of the bulletin board. At this time, everyone was either in class or dating. Only Guozi had the time to come over. Love Alley is looking for a special type actor. The actor is required to be fat and have good facial features. This role is for the second male lead and requires excellent acting skills. Those who are interested, please go to K5 room on the 3rd floor and register with Teacher Chiu. Maintain communication and wait for the audition notice. Guozi read it word by word and his face was full of joy. He slammed his fist into his palm, his face full of excitement as he thought, isn't this tailor-made for me? I'm a little chubby, slightly chubby, but I have good facial features. I'm also quite handsome, so I'm perfect for the second male lead. Excellent acting skills. I wonder what the director's specific requirements are. Forget it, let's go sign up first. We can't miss such a good opportunity. Guozi excitedly went upstairs. Just as his figure disappeared from the staircase, a beautiful figure walked out from the corner where she was hiding. She frowned and looked at Guozi. She hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and waited for a while before following him. Guozi quickly found K5 and knocked on the door. Good afternoon, Mr. Chiu. Teacher Chiu was a teacher in the Student Activity Center. Since Guozi often hung around here, she already knew him. She pushed her reading glasses and smiled. So it's you, little Gua. What are you doing here today? I'm here to sign up. Isn't there a movie called Love Alley on the notice board below looking for special actors? Hehe, Teacher Chiu, look at my body shape. Isn't it quite unique? Guozi gestured to himself. Oh, which movie do you want to sign up for? Okay, come and fill in the form. Teacher Chiu said cheerfully. You said that when people get old, their memory gets worse. If I still remember, I'll definitely recommend you to the director of this movie. You're the most suitable child. It was Guozi's sweet mouth that made the old lady happy. Guozi first looked at the form carefully, then carefully filled in the information. This was more important. He even checked his phone number a few times, afraid that he would fill in the wrong number. If the director couldn't find him and was biased against him, then he would be in trouble. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Guozi put down his pen, raised his head, and respectfully handed the form back. Oh right, Teacher Chiu, who is the director you mentioned just now? It's me. Didn't you already know? A cold voice came from behind, and Guozi quivered. So familiar. Hey, look, I said that person, and that person came. Teacher Chiu said with a smile. Little Du, you haven't gone back yet? Guizi turned around, and sure enough, Du Yuanlei's pretty face came into view. Teacher Chiu, I came back for something. Du Yuanlei simply greeted Teacher Chiu. Actually, his heart still felt a little pain, but Guizi still forced a smile and raised his hand. Senior Du, so you're the director of this movie? Didn't you already know? Du Yuanlei stared at him, her tone was very harsh. Ah? Guizi was a little confused. You're so disgusting. I already clearly rejected you, but you still pestered me. Du Yuanlei angrily said. You followed me to the student center, and you want to shoot my movie? Let me tell you, it's impossible. After being scolded by her, Guizi finally understood what the misunderstanding was. Wait, Senior Du, you said that I followed you? Guizi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I haven't seen you for almost a month, right? Then I'd like to know, who did you find out that I was going to shoot a movie? Du Yuanlei sneered. I didn't. I saw it on the bulletin board downstairs. I didn't even know that you were the director of this movie. Guizi complained. Keep pretending, keep pretending. Du Yuanlei sneered. What the hell, how am I pretending? You rarely come to the film club, right? Guizi was a little annoyed. He was too lazy to use honorifics, and said, you can ask anyone in the film club, and you'll know that I, Little Gua, hang out here every day, and I've even shot a movie with some seniors. Teacher Chiu was a little confused by their quarrel, and said, I can confirm this for Little Gua. He does come to the film club often. Aren't you doing this to get close to me? Du Yuanlei asked. Guizi was so angry that he laughed. He looked at Du Yuanlei seriously and said, Senior Du, I did like you, but after you rejected me, I didn't pay attention to you anymore. And shooting a movie has always been my dream. You can choose not to believe me, but if you look it up on the internet, you'll know that I'm the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination in Jiangnan, but I didn't apply to any school. I only wanted to come to Jiangchuan because I want to shoot a movie, so I spent most of my time here, learning how to act. In the end, he smiled bitterly and sighed. But I guess you still don't want to believe me, and with our situation, you probably don't want me to shoot your movie no matter what. Forget it, I won't disturb your progress, I'll go. Guizi walked out of the door, leaving Du Yuanlei behind with a shocked face. Du Yuanlei looked at Guizi's lonely back, and she felt quite upset. She was stunned for a while before she gritted her teeth and chased after Guizi downstairs at the student activity center. I shouldn't have said that to you, but you have to promise me that you won't chase after me anymore, and you won't have any feelings for me anymore, Du Yuanlei said while panting. What? I'll say it. Du Yuanlei caught her breath and said word by word, if you make such a promise, then I'll allow you to participate in my movie. Really? Guizi's face lit up with joy. Of course I still have to audition, it's useless if my acting skills aren't good enough. Du Yuanlei snorted. Don't worry, after you rejected me, I decided not to disturb you anymore. Guizi patted his chest. Feelings are consensual, I won't chase after you anymore. Du Yuanlei nodded lightly. Okay, come to the film club's classroom at noon tomorrow for the audition. The recording of the show had already started. In the studio, Murphy and Luo Xian sat opposite each other, and several cameras were shooting them from different angles. So you were only 14 or 15 years old when you released your first album? Luo Xian asked with a smile. 14. Murphy nodded. Oh, that's very young. Why did you want to debut so early? Luo Xian asked. Mofei's answers were always concise and comprehensive, and it was easy for the conversation to become awkward. Fortunately, Luo Xian, as the host, had been using various methods to find something for Mofei to say and guide her to tell her own story. Because I like music. Mofei's answer was still very simple, but when she looked at Luo Xian's eyes, she continued, Sister Luo Xian, you're not quite right. I didn't debut at the age of 14, because that was the age when I released my first official album. Before that, I had arranged to release some single CDs or sing-songs with other singers for the new year. When I was young, I also participated in some TV competitions. Luo Xian smiled and said, I see. Our Murphy has been a musical genius since she was young. I can't say that I'm a genius. I just learned earlier than others, and I was deeply influenced by my mother, Murphy said. Luo Xian turned to look at the camera and smiled. Let me introduce to some of the audience here. Murphy's mother is Miss Zhou Mingyu, a singer in the 70s in Harbor City. Not famous, but Luo Xian didn't say it out loud. We all know that Murphy's first album's results were not bad, and you were nominated for Harbor City's Newcomer of the Year. But why didn't you continue to develop in Harbor City? Why did you choose to come to China instead? Luo Xian asked. Because I didn't really win the Newcomer of the Year award. Later on, my development didn't go well. At that time, Sister Ling, who had just founded Tianmei, felt that my singing had potential, so she brought me to China, Murphy said casually. The real reason was not only that. After Murphy lost the award, some people in the company questioned her. They felt that Murphy relied on her mother to get the company's resources, which became an excuse for those people to attack the music director. Of course, this rumor wasn't baseless. Murphy's mother did have a good relationship with the company's music director at that time, so Murphy's entry into the music industry was quite smooth, and she almost won the Newcomer of the Year award. However, Murphy was actually very hardworking. Murphy, who was only 14 or 15 years old, could not stand the gossip of these people. She used indifference to isolate herself from these people. She did not care about those scheming things and worked hard to make her own music. With Murphy's sharp personality, she was naturally isolated by the whole company after the change of music director, and she lost her backing. For 2 years in a row, she had no chance to stand out. This difficult situation continued until Niu Meiling appeared. Niu Meiling, who saw Murphy's potential, brought her to China. In response, Luo Xian asked, so in Tianmei, in the mainland's music industry, you're starting from scratch. We all know that the first few years will be difficult. Do you have any unforgettable stories that you'd like to share with the audience? However, Murphy was very straightforward. She thought about it and said, difficult? Not very difficult. I think it's okay. Because my father asked us to speak Mandarin at home, my Mandarin was not bad when I first came, and no one treated me as a singer from Harbor City. This was a bit awkward. Fortunately, Luo Xian was experienced. She smiled and said, then, Murphy, do you remember the first Chinese song you sang after coming to China? Just like this, Luo Xian slowly sorted out Murphy's singing career from the beginning to her retirement. Then, she asked, what was the reason? After 5 years of seclusion, you chose to come back and start from scratch again. In fact, Murphy had answered this question many times when she released her comeback album a few months ago. However, at that time, her words were modified by the company's public relations. This time, Murphy wanted to speak her mind. Because I still like singing. Although I haven't been on the stage for more than 5 years, I still want to be on it. This has been my wish since I was a child. So, no matter how difficult it is to start again, I want to come back and continue singing. Murphy said. Indeed, we saw that the results of your comeback album were not ideal. It's not an exaggeration to say that it was a fiasco. However, we are very happy to see that after more than 2 months, you have returned to the public with a new song, Coming Across the Sea to See You. As Luo Xian's voice fell, the audience burst into applause. To be honest, I was very emotional when I heard your song. Murphy, do you know why? Luo Xian asked with a smile. Why? Because after so many years, listening to you sing, Coming Across the Sea to See You, it's like hearing you sing Strangers in the Past. It's still the familiar and beautiful voice, the familiar and sad mood, it's still you, the familiar and beautiful Mo Fei. It's been 5 years, but you haven't changed at all. Luo Xian said emotionally. Murphy's calm face was faintly touched. A trace of mist floated in her eyes. She said softly, thank you, Sister Luo Xian. Can you tell us how you have maintained such a good voice and singing after so many years of retirement? Luo Xian asked. Because although I have left the music industry, I still maintain the same training every day as when I was working. Murphy said simply. In fact, in the script, this was the key, Luo Xian tried hard to guide Murphy. Day after day? Year after year? Then how did you persist? Murphy only remembered now. She followed Luo Xian's words and said, it's because the dream of music is still there. I haven't given up. Very well said. Because of the dream, Murphy has come all the way to where she is now. Although there have been many ups and downs, she has always persevered. I also believe that Murphy will succeed, just like before you retired. One day, you will stand at the peak of the music industry and stand on the stage that you desire the most. Luo Xian said with a smile. After being emotional, Luo Xian suddenly became mischievous. In the camera, she was like a young person. She blinked her eyes playfully. Murphy, I have said so many good things about you. Shouldn't you sing a new song for everyone today? Ah? Murphy didn't know how to react to Luo Xian's trick. It seemed that the script shouldn't be so sudden. It's rare for Jixin interview to come. You can't sing an old song here, right? You can't sing Coming Across the Sea to See You either. I heard that you are preparing a new album. All 12 songs were written by Mu Xiang for you. Moreover, they are all excellent songs. If you don't sing a new song today, the audience won't agree. Luo Xian laughed. Murphy understood. She smiled gently and said, if that's the case, then I will sing a new song for everyone. This song is also in line with the content of my conversation with Sister Luo Xian tonight. The lyrics are also written from my heart. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get to the segment that we are looking forward to the most. Music. Thank you, Sister Luo Xian. I hope everyone likes First Dream. The prelude at the beginning was very passionate. It was obviously not the same style as I Came Across the Ocean to See You and Strangers. However, this kind of brisk melody immediately lifted the spirits of the audience. The distinct beat always made people unable to help but gently twist their bodies and sway along with it. Holding the microphone, Murphy stood in the middle of the stage without swaying. It seemed that she was somewhat out of tune with the rhythm of the background, but this was also her unique style. No matter what song she sang, she just stood quietly and waited for the prelude to end. It was not unreasonable for some comments to say that her performance on stage was poor, but Mo Fei just didn't like to do too many fancy things. She only wanted to use her own singing to impress the audience. If pride was not coldly smashed by the reality of the sea, how would I know how hard I have to work to go far? Murphy's voice was still clear and pleasant, but compared to the original Fan, she sang this part of the song with a trace of sadness. This kind of sadness was very faint, but as long as you listened carefully, you could feel it. The audience at the side of the stage listened carefully. Thinking of Murphy's bumpy road to pursue her dreams in music, and the scene of her pride being defeated by reality, they could not help but sigh in their hearts. If the dream didn't fall off the cliff, how would I know that the persistent people have invisible wings? However, Mo Fei didn't let sadness become the main melody of her song. In her cool and clear voice, there was a stubbornness. Luo Xian, who was listening to Murphy's performance in an inconspicuous corner below the stage, smiled slightly and swayed her body gently. She actually preferred songs like Coming Across the Sea to See You, but she did not reject the inspirational song Murphy was singing now. On the stage, Murphy paused and suddenly changed the rhythm. When depressed, you will obviously feel the weight of loneliness. How much you yearn for someone to give you some warmth, to lend you a shoulder. The very long lyrics were sung in one breath. Not only did Murphy not gasp for breath, but she also used some small skills in the details of the stress. The helplessness expressed in this part of the song penetrated into people's hearts through the singing. It was like a strand of black hair entangling people. The cruelty of reality was suffocating. However, the beautiful thing was that Murphy's singing gave them hope in this hopeless situation. The original dream is held tightly in my hands, the place I want to go the most. How can I turn back halfway? The original dream will definitely be reached, only when I realize my true desire. Can I be considered to have reached heaven? Mo Fei's voice became high-pitched. In her wide vocal range, no matter how high-pitched her voice was, it was still very easy. Unknowingly, Murphy had already hidden her helplessness. What she displayed to the audience was the stubbornness that came from the bottom of her heart and the joy of her success. It turned out that chasing one's dreams wasn't all about pain. It could also be filled with hope and happiness, At the end of the song, the applause from the audience wasn't particularly enthusiastic, but the smiles on their faces were for Murphy. It's a very nice song, full of positive energy. We are very grateful to Mo Fei for bringing us the first dream. I also hope that all of our audience can persevere on the path of our dreams. I believe that our dreams will eventually be reached. Let's give Murphy another round of applause, shall we? Luo Xian stepped forward to help Murphy stir up the emotions of the audience. The audience was very cooperative. They laughed and clapped. The applause that rang out once again was like thunder that echoed throughout the studio. Luo Xian pulled Murphy, who had just finished thanking the audience, to sit down. She smiled and said, "Without a doubt, this is a very good song. But I have to say, compared to Coming Across the Ocean to See You, it is still slightly inferior in terms of resonating with the audience. Here, I have a small question. From what I know, Murphy, your latest album will use First Dream as the title track of the same name." Luo Xian suddenly revealed such a big piece of news, causing the audience to gasp in surprise. That's right, according to the information I received, Murphy's new album is called First Dream. Murphy's fans, you should thank me for digging up such a big piece of news for you. Luo Xian smiled and winked at the camera. Back to the question I wanted to ask, why did you choose First Dream as the title track, Murphy? And why did you name your album with this title? Luo Xian asked. Of course, I'm not saying that First Dream is not good, but in comparison, I might like Coming Across the Ocean to See You more. Although both songs are very good, because the emotions expressed by the latter are more moving, there should be a difference in the classic level. Sister Luo Xian is right. When I decided to use First Dream as the title track, my producer, Mr. Jining Ming, also raised an objection. Murphy said, in fact, whether it is First Dream or Coming Across the Ocean to See You, they are not the best songs in my album. Or should I say, the 12 songs that Mr. Muzion gave me are actually very good, and each song has the potential to be a title track. Oh, this is a very surprising revelation, but your fans should be very excited. Luo Xian smiled in surprise. 12 songs at the level of a title track, I think this will be a very classic album. Murphy nodded gently and then said, although First Dream received a slightly worse evaluation from my producer than other songs, I still like this song very much, because it wrote about my experience over the years, and now that I have encountered failure in my comeback, it gave me strength at the most difficult time, and let me find the faith to persevere again. So I want to use this song, which is very important to me, to name my new album. I want to tell my friends who like to listen to my singing, and at the same time tell myself that my original music dream has not changed. No matter how many failures I encounter, I will persist in making my own music, and make the best music for everyone. Murphy's cold and elegant face faintly revealed an indescribable determination. At this moment, she looked very handsome in the camera. Very well said. Luo Xian clapped. I also like Murphy's simple persistence in persevering in her music dream, and I look forward to you showing us more and better music in the future. Thank you, Sister Luo Xian. Murphy thought that this was the end. However, Murphy could never understand Luo Xian's tricks, so she suddenly pretended to be wronged. But I still don't understand, why the future? Why don't you show us better music today in the Jixin interview? How good would it be if you didn't sing First Dream, and sang a more exciting song than Crossing the Ocean to See You? Sigh, Sister Luo Xian, my ratings are going to drop again. Ah? Murphy was a little dumbfounded, and she felt a little guilty. Haha. Luo Xian's grievance was swept away, and she laughed proudly. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Mo Fei was actually quite innocent. Seeing her nervous look, I couldn't bear to see her like this. Singing First Dream is actually quite good, it's very suitable for today, and I sincerely hope that everyone can find their original dreams in this song, and find the power to pursue their dreams. Luo Xian made a hand gesture, and then hugged Murphy dotingly in her arms like a mother hugging her daughter. Lastly, I would like to thank Murphy again for coming today, for sharing so many unknown stories with us, and for bringing us such a good new song. Sister Luo Xian wishes Murphy all the best, and that your new album will sell well. I hope that when the time comes, I will be able to invite you again. Luo Xian held onto Murphy's hand as she spoke to the camera. If there's a chance, I will definitely come again. Thank you, Sister Luo Xian, and thank you everyone. Murphy bowed slightly. Okay, our show will end here for today. Thank you to everyone who came and watched in front of the TV, and thank you to the sponsors of this show. See you again next time, bye. Xianxi's father, please wait a moment. This morning, Yang Yi sent Shishi to kindergarten. Just as he was about to leave, Mr. Mu chased after him. Seeing Mr. Mu chasing after him, Yang Yi was shocked. He thought that something had happened to his daughter. Xianxi's father, it's like this. We are going to have a parent-teacher conference this Saturday afternoon. I saw you and wanted to inform you. Mr. Mu smiled. Parent-teacher conference? Is it because Shishi did something wrong? Yang Yi, who never knew what a parent-teacher conference was, asked nervously. Mr. Mu was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, No, Xianxi's father, you misunderstood. Your daughter's performance is still very good. Our parent-teacher conference this time is mainly to gather the parents together to report the situation of the children this semester and also to talk about the party that will be held in kindergarten on New Year's Day. Yang Yi was relieved. He nodded and said, Okay, I'll bring Shishi over on Saturday afternoon. No, Shishi doesn't have to come. It's rare to have a weekend, let her play at home. Mr. Mu smiled and said, This parent-teacher conference is mainly held for the parents. Yang Yi looked at Mr. Mu with some surprise. He didn't bring Shishi over? Then who would look after this little girl at home? Although Murphy came back from Shanghai today and Yang Yi was going to pick her up, according to the situation in the past few weeks, Murphy would probably continue to work overtime on the weekend to shoot the MV. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Mu. Yang Yi nodded at the other party and didn't say much. He would go back and think of a way. In a closed classroom next to the film club's headquarters, Du Yuanlei was sitting in a chair with a boy from the photography department who was going to be the cameraman for her movie. They were watching Guozi and Qin when acting together. Yes, the female lead of this movie was this year's star freshman, Qin Wen. She didn't know how Du Yuanlei had the ability to invite her. Su Shishir, you should leave. We are not suitable for each other. Don't waste your time on me. Guozi's face was firm, but his clenched fists and trembling lips exposed the pain in his heart. The skinny Qin Wen took a step forward and hugged Guozi's arm. She had already acted in countless works and her acting skills were very good. With tears in her eyes, she said sadly, No, Guang, I don't want to go. I know that you are sick, but don't give up. Don't give up on yourself, okay? If it was someone else, they would have been suppressed by Qin Wen's acting skills. However, the person who came up was Guozi, the little fatty with amazing talent. When he saw Qin Wen crying, he secretly thought of some painful things in his heart. For example, he was rejected by Du Yuanlei on the night of his confession, No, I don't love you anymore because you're annoying, you know? I hate you very much. You eat so little and you never lose weight. You even force me to lose weight every day. I don't want a girlfriend like you. Guozi turned his head fiercely. With his back facing Qin Wen, he faced Du Yuanlei and the others. The cameraman next to them was amused by Guozi's line and laughed out loud. Du Yuanlei frowned and turned her head to look at him coldly. He quickly covered his mouth and shrank his head in fear. Du Yuanlei continued to look at Guozi. Then, she was shocked by his opened eyes and 2 lines of tears fell down. Guozi, of course, wasn't looking at her. He looked into the void as if Du Yuanlei and the cameraman didn't exist in front of him. His eyes were filled with sadness. No, it's not like this, Guang. I know that your heart hurts. You love me. Qin Wen cried sadly behind Guozi. Let me face it with you, okay? No matter what, I believe that there is still hope. Why are you so annoying? Guozi shook off Qin Wen's hand and shouted at her, I said, don't bother me anymore. Get lost. After that, Guozi turned his head and walked away. However, Qin Wen followed him for 2 steps and accidentally tripped on the ground. Ouch. Guozi, who had a heartless expression, heard the sound, but he still couldn't bear it. He patted his head angrily, turned around and ran back. Sure, what's wrong with you? Ah Guang, I know that you love me. Don't go, okay? Qinwen didn't mind at all. She hugged Guazi's neck tightly and cried with snot and tears running down her face. It was the first time that Guazi had such close contact with a girl. His body stiffened, but he quickly reacted. He pulled Qinwen's hand and said angrily, "Why are you so stupid? Where did you fall? Let me see." Okay. Du Yuanlei, who was next to him, clapped her hands, stood up and said, "Let's stop here." Guazi quickly stood up and pulled Qinwen like a gentleman. He wiped his tears and asked nervously, "Senior Du, what do you think?" Du Yuanlei looked at Guazi's face and said slowly, "To be honest, I didn't have much hope for you. However, I didn't expect that you would give me such a big surprise today. You acted very well. You really acted like what you said yesterday. I misunderstood you. I apologize for what I said yesterday. It was too much. I'm sorry." Although Du Yuanlei had a straight face, which was a habit of being a director, her tone was still very sincere. It's okay, it's okay. I'm broad-minded and fat, so I don't care. Guazi said happily. Well, you acted very well, so I decided to give this role to you. Wang Chao, give him a copy of the script. Du Yuanlei said. Thank you, Senior Du. Guazi was very excited. When he took the script from the boy who was still smiling at him, his hands were still trembling. However, he didn't forget to be polite. Thank you, Brother Chao. Guazi, you acted very well. It was very interesting to act with you. At this moment, Qinwen, who had wiped her tears, walked up and patted Guazi's shoulder. She shook her fist at him and said, "Good luck. I believe that your dream will come true." When Guazi was stunned, she blinked her eyes and said with a smile, "Why? I know that you and I almost became classmates. I saw the video of you being interviewed." Guazi quickly nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you, Sister Qinwen, for your encouragement. Please give me more advice. You have a lot of experience in acting." Haha, since you called me Sister Qinwen, then Sister Qinwen will definitely protect you. Qinwen patted Guazi's shoulder again. At night, after kindergarten ended, Ms. Mu, who was also Mu Yuyan, returned home and prepared to cook dinner. "Honey, I brought our son back." Her husband also brought their son, who was in elementary school, home. However, after going to elementary school, their son was no longer clingy. The moment he came back, he threw his school bag and went straight to the TV. "Honey, guess what I bought?" The kitchen door was pushed open. Her husband poked his head in and said with a smile. Although they had been married for a long time, because they had a child late and Mu Yuyan's attitude had always been good, their relationship was still as strong as when they were young. "I don't have time to guess. Hurry up and tell me what it is," Mu Yuyan said angrily. "Help me choose the dishes while you're at it." "No problem." Her husband came in. As he agreed, he shook the bag in his hand and said, "Look, I bought 2 fairy tale books, Shishi's bedtime stories." 2? They're exactly the same? Why did you buy 2? Can't you just buy one for your son? Mu Yuyan asked in confusion. "Hey, you don't know how popular this book is now. I even asked my colleague to buy it for me online." Her husband took out the book as if he was presenting a treasure and said proudly, "I heard that this book is suitable for all ages. I've read it at work and it's really good. So I bought one for my son and one for you. Don't you often tell stories to the children in kindergarten? The stories here are enough for you to tell for many days." "Is it that good?" Mu Yuyan was skeptical. "Then I'll read it later. Hurry up and put down the book and help me choose the dishes." "Yes, sir." During the day, Xianxia originally went to pick up Murphy, but on the way home, Murphy received a notice from the company that she needed to go back in the afternoon to take a few endorsement photos for the clothing sponsor. Xianxia had no choice but to turn around and send Murphy back to the company. But at noon, the two of them still went for a romantic Western meal. However, what they didn't expect was that taking a few photos was quite troublesome. When Murphy returned home in the evening, it was already past 9 o'clock. "Mom, you're back?" Hearing the sound of movement, the little girl, who had already taken a bath and was wearing pajamas, quickly slipped out of bed and ran out, excitedly hugging her mother's leg. Because Murphy was on a business trip, she hadn't seen her mother for several days. Now, the little girl, who was used to sleeping with her mother every day, had been nagging for several nights. Tonight, she had been staring at the staircase, unable to see her mother coming back. She had almost become a stone waiting for her mother. Did you miss Mom? Murphy looked tired. She touched the little girl's head and asked, feeling gratified. Of course. I miss you every day. The little girl jumped up and said coquettishly, Mom, I want a hug. Your mother is too tired today. Her waist hurts a little. Let her rest for a while. Xianxia walked over with a glass of milk. He even used chopsticks to stir the milk powder inside and said reproachfully. It's okay. Come here. Murphy put down her bag and sat on the sofa with a smile. She didn't care if her high-end dress would be wrinkled or not. Then, she pulled Xianxia up and hugged her in her arms. The mother and daughter pair started to talk intimately. Mom, does your waist hurt? Why doesn't Xiaxia's waist hurt? The little girl sat on her mother's lap. She turned her head and pressed her slender waist as she asked puzzledly. Pfft, how old are you? It's just a little bit long, where's the waist? Emofe was amused by the little girl's cute appearance. She stretched out her finger and scratched the bridge of her nose, and said with a smile, Mama has been standing for too long today, and she is too tired, so her waist can't stand it anymore. Does it hurt a lot? She frowned as she listened to her mother's words. She held her mother's hand and asked worriedly. Well, it hurts a little, but with Xiaxia's concern, Mom feels much better, Murphy said softly. Xianxia made the milk and walked over with a smile. It's fine. I guess it's an old injury. I'll give you a massage later. I guarantee that you'll feel comfortable when you wake up tomorrow. What nonsense are you talking about? Murphy blushed. She reached out to cover Xiaxia's ears and said reproachfully, Xiaxia is still here. What are you talking about? I'm talking about giving you a real massage, not something else. What are you thinking? Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aya, I can't hear you. Xiaxia shook her head and broke free from her mom's hand. She pouted and unhappily said, Papa, Mom, what are you talking about? Papa said to let you drink milk and then go to bed. Murphy pointed at the time, it's already 9 o'clock. The little girl usually went to bed from 9:30 to 10 o'clock, but before going to bed, she wanted to listen to a story for a while. Okay then. She didn't stick to her mother. She obediently came down, held the cup, and gulped down the milk. Drinking a cup of milk before going to bed can not only replenish the nutrition, but also help her sleep more soundly. I'll make you a cup of milk later, and then you can take a bath after drinking it. Xianxia looked at Murphy, who was lazily curled up on the sofa, and said softly with some heartache. Okay. Murphy turned over and lay on the sofa, revealing a beautiful arc. She rubbed her waist, then tried to raise her head and pitifully asked Xianxia for comfort, it really hurts. She was drinking milk at the side, but her big eyes were still open, looking at her father and mother's body. At this moment, she stopped. While licking the milk on her lips with her small tongue, she handed over the remaining half of the glass of milk. Mama, do you want me to share it with you? Murphy, who was acting coquettishly with Xianxia, was stunned for a moment. She turned her head to look at her daughter. The little girl's mouth was still moist, but she was very serious when she handed the milk to her. Murphy was touched and gratified. She turned over and sat up, rubbed Xiaxia's little head, and said, Thank you, Xiaxia. Mom is very happy that you can share it with Mom. But your papa said that he would make milk for Mom later, so Xiaxia should finish this cup of milk. Mom appreciates his kindness. Okay then. I'll drink it. The little girl smiled sweetly and said crisply. In fact, she didn't think that her actions were very filial and excellent. She just felt that sharing with her mother was a matter of course. In the evening, after Xiaxia fell asleep, Xianxia pulled Murphy into his bedroom. On the bed, lie down face down. Xianxia said, and he took out a bottle of olive oil. Murphy blushed and said angrily, What are you doing? I'm so tired, and you still want to torment me. What are you thinking? Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and then smiled helplessly. Didn't I say that I would give you a massage? Who said that? Murphy realized that she seemed to have misunderstood. She stuck out her tongue and said, Are you really not going to do anything bad? Of course, you're so tired today, and I feel sorry for you. What bad things can I do with you? Murphy didn't know how many times she was moved tonight. She stepped forward, hugged Yang Yi's waist, and put her head on Yang Yi's chest. You bastard, why do you always say things that move me? Yang Yi patted Murphy's head gently, kissed her forehead, and said softly, Okay, don't be moved. Lie down, I'll give you a massage. Have a good sleep tonight, and you should be fine when you wake up tomorrow. Murphy obediently lay down on the bed according to Yang Yi's instructions, and even took a small pillow to cushion her pelvis. After a while, she suddenly cried out, Aya, what are you rubbing on me? It's cold. Olive oil. Yang Yi lifted Murphy's pajamas, pulled down her pajamas, and rubbed a layer of lubricating olive oil on her waist. Don't worry, it hasn't started yet. And Yang Yi really wasn't joking with Murphy. He did have a certain understanding of massage. In the past, he taught himself how to massage himself, and relying on his familiarity with the human body structure, his massage technique was self-taught, and he also figured out his own unique technique, external-internal strength. It's hot, Mom. Under Yang Yi's massage technique, Murphy couldn't help but moan. She was a little embarrassed, and used words to cover it up. Aya, it hurts a little, bear with it here, it hurts a little, and you'll feel better. Then be gentle. Murphy's voice was a little trembling. It hurts. Aha. Yang Yi rubbed Murphy for a while, and then wiped the sweat on his forehead with the back of his hand and said, Okay, it doesn't hurt now, right? Yang Yi's unique technique, although it only plays the role of heating and promoting the blood circulation, but it still consumes a lot of internal strength. After a while, Yang Yi himself was a little tired. And it feels a lot better. Murphy said a little shyly. The conversation just now made her body can't help but ripple. Then I'll give you another massage, this time it shouldn't hurt. Yang Yi said gently. Since it was done, Yang Yi gave Murphy a full body massage, completely eliminating the soreness and fatigue on her muscles. When Yang Yi stopped, Murphy, who was too tired these days, had already fallen asleep under his warm hands. Yang Yi looked at her sweet smile in her sleep with some heartache. He tidied up her clothes, covered her with a quilt, tidied up her things, and then turned off the light and went out. Tonight, he will accompany his daughter to sleep. On Saturday afternoon, Yang Yi had to go to the parent-teacher conference. Murphy also had to go to the company. Moreover, they were filming a MV right now, so there were too many people and too many eyes. It was not convenient to bring Shishi over. So Yang Yi could only call Guozi over and let him stay in the shop to be Shishi's nanny for half the day. Ding Xiang was also in the shop, but most of the time, she had to attend to the customers, so she could only help supervise the little fatty. The kindergarten's parent-teacher conference, Yang Yi had thought that he would have to sit on a small stool like Shishi with the other parents. If that was the case, Yang Yi would feel terrible. How could his long legs fit on that small stool the little fellow sat on? Fortunately, the kindergarten had a meeting room that he did not know about. Under Teacher Shin's guidance, Yang Yi walked in. There were already some parents in the meeting room who were even more enthusiastic than Yang Yi. They had arrived early and were sitting in groups of 2s and 3s to chat. Yang Yi was greeting Wu Yu, Nanny Yun, and a few other familiar parents when suddenly, a surprised voice rang out, Hey, little Yang, you're here? Come sit here. Yang Yi turned his head to look. Lan Cao Kai's round, smiling face appeared in the last row of the meeting room. This big boss had even moved the chairs around for him, leaving only 2 chairs that fit his and Yang Yi's figures. Yang Yi smiled and walked straight over to sit down beside Lan Cao Kai. Boss Lan, why are you so free today to come to the parent-teacher conference in person? Although Yang Yi called him Boss Lan, he used a teasing tone as he laughed. Needless to say, Lan Cao Kai liked Yang Yi's manner of being neither servile nor overbearing. If Yang Yi was too respectful, he would instead appear distant. Don't mention it. Some time ago, I tried to snatch a piece of land in Shanghai, but I didn't manage to get it. Lan Xian's mother asked me to attend the parent-teacher conference to relax. Lan Cao Kai waved his hand. The real estate industry. Xianxia shook his head. Local protection is more serious. Your Jiangnan real estate companies are going to Shanghai. After all, their competitiveness is a little weaker. Little Yang, I didn't expect you to know about this. Lancao. Kai was a little surprised and smiled. I thought that a scholar like you who specializes in writing novels would stay at home and ignore the outside world. Xianxia smiled. I don't know much, but I really don't agree with the profiteering of real estate. If property prices keep rising, then this industry is a disguised form of exploitation for the people at the bottom. Although Lancao Kai was a real estate tycoon, Xianxia was not afraid to say it in front of him. This was because Xianxia knew that Lancao Kai would not dislike him because of this. Lancao Kai was stunned. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "What you said is not without reason. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to be in the real estate industry, but I have no choice. Who asked my father to leave me a real estate company like this?" These words were a little annoying, but in reality, Lancao Kai was also teasing himself. When he inherited his father's real estate company, the company's market value was only 200 million. It was only after more than 10 years of painstaking management that it reached its current scale of several billion. Regardless of whether he liked real estate or not, Lancao Kai was not a simple rich second-generation heir. I think that the world's most promising development is not real estate, but the internet. Xianxia said to Lancao Kai. At this time, Teacher Mu and several other teachers came in. Xianxia and Lancao Kai's conversation temporarily stopped. Basically, all the parents were present. Under the auspices of Teacher Mu, the parent-teacher conference began on time. The first thing to be said in the parent-teacher conference was naturally to tell the parents about the current situation in the kindergarten and class. Teacher Mu also praised each student one by one. Regardless of whether they were naughty or not, Teacher Mu picked the good aspects and praised them first. Then, he mentioned a few of the children's usual problems and asked the parents to go back and urge the children to correct. For example, Xianxia was the first to be praised by Teacher Mu. Xianxia is a very kind and lovely child. She is very willing to help other children. Of course, there is a small problem. Xianxia doesn't like to exercise very much. This has a negative impact on the child's physical development. I hope that when Xianxia's father goes back, he will encourage the child to exercise more and eat more healthy food and fruits. Lancao Kai smiled and nodded. He also took notes. However, when it came to other children, Lancao Kai was not particularly interested in listening. Bored, he excitedly pulled Xianxia to talk about the internet industry. No wonder he chose to sit in the legendary area of the club. It seemed that he did not intend to listen carefully at all. Xianxia did not go to school, but he was not very interested in the situation of other children. So, while waiting for Teacher Mu to mention Xixi's name, he also continued to whisper to Lancao Kai. The internet can be divided into two parts. One is the traditional internet used by our computers, and the other should be the mobile internet after the rise of smartphones in the past 2 years. The untapped cake of these two markets is as high as trillions. When it came to the internet, Xianxia could talk more than real estate. They did not talk for long. Teacher Mu turned his gaze to Xianxia. Xianxia reacted quickly and immediately shut his mouth. This skill of hiding was 100%. Today, I also want to praise Xixi. Xixi is a very sensible child. She usually listens very carefully in class and works hard to complete the tasks assigned by the teacher. Since school started, she has received 3 big red flowers. Moreover, Xixi also unites her classmates and loves the group. She is also willing to share with her classmates, whether it is delicious food or her story. Teacher Mu's praise made Xianxia a little happy. He puffed out his chest as if to highlight his identity as the father of the girl who was praised. However, Teacher Mu did not intend to praise him just like that. She still wanted to invite Xianxia up. Please invite Xianxia's father up. Xianxia walked over with a puzzled expression. Teacher Mu said with a smile, I mentioned before that Xixi is willing to share with her classmates. The reason why the child is generous and kind is also related to the education of her parents at home. Xixi's father is a very good cook. Moreover, I heard from Xixi that you and your wife often encourage Xixi to share with her friends at home, right? It seemed that she wanted him to share his experience. Yang Yi did not refuse. He nodded and said, Xixi's mother has contributed more in this aspect. Before coming to kindergarten, Xixi was a little introverted. Her mother hoped that she could make more friends and that she could be a generous and positive person, so she bought 2 lunch boxes for her. She is indeed a very open-minded mother. Of course, Xi's father also works very hard. He has to prepare 2 lunches every day. That's not bad. He just needs to buy more ingredients. It won't take much extra time. Yang Yi smiled. But Xixi usually likes to share some fairy tales with other children in kindergarten. Does Xi's father know about this? Teacher Mu asked. Yang Yi nodded and said, This is not my credit. I only found out about this later. But I think Xixi did a good job, so I encouraged her to bravely tell stories to her friends. It doesn't matter if she can tell the complete story. Her mother and I both hope that Xixi can be trained in this process, and also let her have a closer relationship with other friends. This is what we are happy to see. Very well said. I also hope that all the parents here can learn from Xi's father and encourage them to do something that they can. Don't care about how the child does. The most important thing for us parents is to stimulate the enthusiasm of the children and let them be trained in these small things. Of course, the biggest reason why I invited Xi's father up is actually because of this book. Teacher Mu suddenly laughed. She took out Xixi's bedtime story from the bag next to the lecture under Yang Yi's surprised gaze. Seeing his book being taken out, Yang Yi was a little surprised, but it was expected. Since Fu Jun told him Xixi's bedtime story sold well, Yang Yi knew that one day this book would spread in Jiangqing City. This fairy tale book was recommended to me by my husband, but I didn't expect that the stories in it were all very familiar. For example, this little Red Riding Hood, these 3 little pigs, and Pinocchio, whose nose will grow longer when he lies, and so on. Aren't they the stories that Xiangxia usually tells other children? Teacher Mu said with a smile, It's also my fault for not reading the book seriously. When I looked back at the title of the book and the author's name, I suddenly realized that this popular fairy tale book was written by Xi's father. The parents below the podium looked at Yang Yi with some surprise. Yang Yi didn't hesitate and admitted it generously. Yang Yi, where do you sell this book? My Chi-Chi pesters me every day to tell her stories. Wu Yu, a good student sitting in the first row below the stage, covered her mouth and laughed. I always feel that it's a bit of an advertisement. So, after the new book period, it's not easy to buy it on the market. I'll ask the publisher to send it to me later, and I'll send one to each parent. Yang Yi said generously. The parents present were actually not short of money. Yang Yi just expressed his intentions, but unexpectedly received a round of applause from them. In fact, Teacher Mu invited Yang Yi up not only to let him send the book, but also to invite him to give a story lecture to the children in the entire kindergarten in mid-December. This is also a feature of Springfield Kindergarten. They often invite some literary and artistic people to tell stories or perform literary and artistic performances to stimulate the children's interest. Of course, a talented parent like Yang Yi was the first person invited by the kindergarten. In October, Nan Zhaoyu's father, Nan Yun, was invited to perform calligraphy for the children, and this time it was Yang Yi's turn. Giving lessons to children was something new to him. After Mr. Mu finished speaking, Yang Yi did not decline and readily agreed. After coming down from the podium, Lan Caokai even gave Yang Yi a thumbs up. Boss Lan laughed heartily and said, Little Yang, you're not being nice. I thought you were just a military novel writer. I didn't expect you to be so good at writing children's stories. That's right. You're so good at it. Of course not. I made up these stories for Xixi. I didn't expect them to be so popular. Yang Yi smiled. Besides, the sales of this book were so poor that I didn't want to show it off. That's nothing. If you tell me, I'll buy you a few million copies. Then I'll give one to every employee and every customer. I guarantee you'll be a hit, Lan Caokai said righteously. Just as Yang Yi and Lan Zhou-kai were chatting about unrelated topics, Mr. Mu on the stage talked about the New Year's Day party that Springfield Kindergarten was going to hold on New Year's Day. This New Year's Day party was to invite parents to attend and share the joy with their children. Although there was still a month to go, the program had to be prepared as early as possible. After all, other than inviting some parents to perform, the children in the kindergarten also had to come up with a program. If the little fellows below the age of 6 were to rehearse their program without a month's time, they would probably make a fool of themselves on stage. Therefore, when Mr. Mu mentioned this, other than inviting the parents to sign up and perform, he also invited the parents to participate and choose a fairy tale drama for the children to rehearse early. At this time, Wu said excitedly, "Mr. Mu, there's no need to choose a drama that others have acted in countless times. Among the parents in our class, isn't there a storyteller king? How can we not use such a good resource? Let's get Xianxia to write a new fairy tale drama for the children." This is good. Wu's proposal was echoed by many parents. Mr. Mu also felt that this proposal was feasible, so Xianxia was invited to the podium again. "Xianxia, don't decline. Capable people have more work to do." Wu smiled sweetly in the audience. A new fairy tale drama? This was not a problem. Xianxia had also been learning to be a screenwriter recently. He just had to adapt some fairy tales in his mind into a drama that children could perform. This was not too difficult. Moreover, the drama he wrote was for Xianxia and her friends to perform. How could Xianxia decline? When he agreed on the podium, he had already begun to think about which story to adapt, the story of Little Red Riding Hood. This had already appeared in the book. Maybe it would clash with the performance of the other classes. Although the probability was very low, Xianxia was not willing. The Emperor's New Clothes? This was not bad. Many children could participate in the performance. However, this kind of story could be performed for adults. If it was performed for children, they probably would not understand. The meaning of the story was too profound. Got it. Xianxia thought of a very good story. However, this required a lot of costumes and props. But in front of parents who were not short of money, this was not a problem. Her father went to the kindergarten for a parent-teacher conference and had 2 more tasks. She did not know about these things that were happening. The little girl was sitting face to face with Uncle Gua at this moment, staring at him. Last time, when she ran around with Xianxia and bumped into customers, although her father did not blame Xianxia, he still reminded Xianxia to pay attention to the situation when playing. So today, Xianxia was very obedient and did not run around. Without the little master chasing after them, the 3 little British Shorthairs did not make a fuss. Little Grey and Dodo were lying on the table by the window, squinting their eyes to bask in the sun. Xiao Guai, on the other hand, was lying next to its little master. It turned over and revealed its soft belly. Its long forelimbs pulled at its little master's arm as if it was saying, "Meow, little master, I'm soft here. It's the most fun. Come and scratch it." However, Xianxia did not notice. The little girl pouted and looked at Guazi unhappily. Guazi was scared by her look. He could not continue reading the script in his hand. He said to Xianxia helplessly, "Miss Xianxia, what's wrong with you? My papa asked you to play with me, but you don't play with me. I'm unhappy." The little girl complained. "I'll play with you." "Why wouldn't I play with you?" Guazi had to put away the script and sit up. "Uncle won't do anything this afternoon. I'll play with you." Hee, Uncle Gua is so nice." His words made the little girl feel that she was valued. She said with a smile, "Then what shall we play?" "What shall we play?" Guazi scratched his head. He had to think about a game that could be played with children. It could not be too difficult, and it did not need items that were too difficult to obtain. If only there were poker cards. Guazi could play poker with Xianxia. But where could he buy poker cards now? Got it. Guazi patted his head and raised his index finger to Xianxia. "Xianxia, wait for me." The little girl turned her head in confusion. She saw Guazi run to the counter and talk for a while. Then he took a stack of small paper and a pen from Ding Xiang. Weren't these used to write menus? No wonder Ding Xiang didn't want to give them to him at first. Xianxia stood up, stepped on the sofa, and leaned on the table. She watched Guazi draw 4 lines on the small paper, 2 horizontal and 2 vertical, which crossed each other. She asked curiously, "Uncle Gua, are we going to draw?" "No, this is a game that tests IQ." Guazi said with a little pride. Guizi and Xishi were going to play three-piece chess, also known as nine-palace chess. The rules of the game were very simple. The two of them would take turns to draw their own patterns in the 9 grids. Whoever connected their patterns into a line first would win. It doesn't matter if it's 3 horizontal lines, 3 vertical lines, or diagonal lines. As long as the 3 pieces are connected into a line, the winner will win, Guizi said to Xishi. Do you understand the rules? Guizi explained in detail and even gave an example. Xishi understood, but her focus was not on the rules. The little girl asked in confusion, why do I have to draw circles or crosses? I like 5-pointed stars. The little girl asked Guizi for a pen. She held the pen in her small hand and drew a crooked 5-pointed star on the paper. Then she raised her small face and said very seriously, look, isn't this beautiful? Guizi rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, okay, as long as you like it. At the start of the game, little elf Cece held the guardian of the pentagram in her hand and was about to face the challenge of the fat demon king who was carrying a super donut. Should she weep and watch her home fall, or should she bravely throw out the pentagram and seal this evil fat demon king? Looking at the battle report brought by the reporter at the front, Guizi let Xishi go first. The little girl pulled a long face and seriously drew a 5-pointed star in the upper left corner of the grid. Although it was still a little crooked, it was much better than the first one. Looking at Xishi drawing the 5-pointed star stroke by stroke, Guizi sighed helplessly. It was obviously much more convenient to draw circles and crosses. Taking the pen from Xishi's hand, Guizi drew a circle in the center of the grid without thinking. So fast? The little girl muttered. She continued to draw her 5-pointed star stroke by stroke in the middle of the vertical column on the left. Guizi immediately drew a circle below, blocking the last grid where Xishi was going to draw a line. No, how can you draw here? The little girl pouted and said unwillingly. Because if you don't draw here, you will win. Guizi said cheerfully. You can't draw it. If you draw it, I won't know what to do. Xishi complained, stomping her feet. It's okay, there are still so many empty grids. Xishi, you can continue drawing. Guizi encouraged, but he was very naughty and did not remind Xi of a certain problem. The little girl had a temper, but she was not spoiled. As she listened to Uncle Guiziba. Obviously, the little girl's brain circuit was not as complicated as an adult's. She drew the third 5-pointed star in the middle of the horizontal row. Guizi raised his eyebrows and snickered. Taking the pen from Xishi, he drew a circle in the upper right corner of the grid, then drew a diagonal line, stringing the 3 circles together. Ha ha ha. Guizi laughed proudly, I won. Ah? Ah. The little girl only realized later that the circles were strung together. Uncle Guiziba had indeed won. I haven't finished drawing yet. Xishi looked left and right, then pouted and admitted defeat. How is it? Do you still want to play? Guizi laughed cheerfully. Let's do it again. I want to win. The little girl stood on the sofa, arms akimbo, and said full of fighting spirit. However, how could the simple-minded Xishi win against Guizi, who was already 17 years old and had a mature IQ? She always had her own world in her calculations, and would always forget to judge the direction of her opponent's chess pieces. Unsurprisingly, the little girl lost to Guizi, except for one game when she gave up on treatment and played randomly, which led to a draw. However, Xishi was not discouraged. She kept on fighting, and the more she fought, the braver she became. Looking at the little girl frowning her thin eyebrows and thinking with her hands on the table, her bitter and resentful look was somewhat pitiful. Ding Xiang, who had passed by several times, could not stand it anymore. She walked over when there were fewer customers. Guizi, don't bully Xishi. She's so young, and you won't even let her play this game. That's right, that's right. With Sister Ding Xiang's support, the little girl pouted and stood by the side. How can you let her win in chess? Wouldn't that be cheating? Guizi complained. In this game, the willing have to admit defeat. If I let Xishi win, she won't be happy, right? Xishi tilted her head and thought, not understanding why she would be unhappy. She was very happy. Before the little girl could say anything, Ding Xiang, who had come over to fight for justice, asked Xixi to move closer to Xiao Guai. Then, she sat down beside Xixi. Come, Guizi, I'll play with you on behalf of Xixi. Xixi was a little surprised, but more than that, she was happy. She stepped on the sofa, leaned on Ding Xiang's arm, and clapped her hands. Hee, okay, Sister Ding Xiang, help me win. Guizi, who thought highly of himself, actually didn't think that Ding Xiang could win. He smiled, tore open a piece of paper, drew a 9-square grid, and handed the pen to Ding Xiang. Draw stars, draw stars. The little girl saw Ding Xiang draw a cross in the middle of the grid and hurriedly urged her. Ding Xiang followed the little girl's instructions and changed it while telling Xixi the trick. Xixi, the next time you play this game, if you can move first, you must play here. You have a higher chance of winning here, and the two diagonals can be connected into a line. Yes. He always plays here. Xixi pointed at Guizi and pouted. Guizi smiled and drew a circle in the middle of the bottom row. In fact, he was a little careless. He always played casually, thinking that he would be able to win. Ding Xiang saw Guizi's move and smiled slightly. She turned her head and whispered to Xixi, "We're going to win." The little girl couldn't tell at all. She leaned close to Ding Xiang's ear and whispered, "Why?" "Look." Ding Xiang drew a 5-pointed star in the bottom left corner. Guizi suddenly frowned. He finally reacted and smiled bitterly. "I lost. Let's talk about it after the game." Ding Xiang was a little dissatisfied. Guizi could only draw a circle in the upper right corner to block the line that Ding Xiang was about to connect. He had no other choice. Ding Xiang then drew a 5-pointed star in the middle of the left column. At this moment, the smart Xixi also saw the chance of winning. She shouted happily, I know. Let me do this." Guizi smiled bitterly. He could only draw a circle in the upper left corner to put out the fire. However, Xixi took a pen and drew a 5-pointed star in the middle of the right column. In an instant, a line was formed. Hee, Uncle Gua drew here. We can win there too. The little girl seemed to be enlightened and interpreted clearly. Xixi, who had finally won, didn't have to suffer anymore. She hugged Sister Ding Xiang's neck intimately and smiled like a flower. "Sister Ding Xiang, let's play another game." This time, it was Guizi's turn to be unconvinced. Ding Xiang patted the little girl's little butt and asked her to stand properly so that she wouldn't fall. Then, she shook her head at Guizi. "What's the point of playing this game? You know, this 3-in-a-row game can't be lost or won in front of people who know how to play it." Guizi lost the game just now and felt that his IQ was challenged by Ding Xiang. He gritted his teeth and took out his script. He took the blank space on the back and drew many squares. "Let's play 5 in a row." "I don't have time to play with you. I have to work." Ding Xiang shook her head, stood up and walked to the bar. "It doesn't matter. I won't disturb your work. When there are no customers, let's walk a few steps." Guizi held the script and chased after her. "I want to see it too." Xixi jumped down from the booth excitedly. In the evening, Xianxia came back from kindergarten and took Xixi home. "Xixi, do you want to know what the teacher praised you for today?" However, the little girl ran into the bedroom excitedly and took out her drawing paper and small pencil. She ran out again and said, Papa, let's play chess. I'll teach you how to play 3 in a row." "What?" At the end of the year, Mu Yuqing was very busy with work. But no matter how busy he was every day, he had to spare some time at 10 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon to catch up on Prison Break written by that bastard Xianxia. Yes, in the past, Mu Yuqing would still respectfully address Xianxia as Great Master Xianxia in the book review section. But now, he had gone with the crowd and also scolded Xianxia as a bastard, who asked this guy to keep everyone in suspense every day. Just one prison break, and he still hadn't escaped after a few months. There were so many twists and turns that everyone had a heart attack. They were sent to the hospital, recovered, came back for another visit, had another heart attack, was sent to the hospital again, and then struggled in the middle of the night. I want to read the new chapter. Half of the posts in the book review section of Prison Break were discussing the plot, while the other half were urging the author to update. Most of them were complaining about the endless prison break, and the one that everyone raised up was a book friend's godly complaint. Young people don't know the taste of worry, daring to chase prison break, brave and fearless. When one reaches middle age, everything stops. How can one stop without reading the Prison Break? Old people often recall young people's madness. When they read Prison Break, they go crazy again. When the day of Prison Break is over, I'll tell you about it. This book was really poisonous. Look at the poison that can't be stopped. Mu Yuqing recalled the dozens of years of reading books and couldn't help but want to complain about Yang Yi, the master abuser. Not only did he let Michael's toes be cut off by Abs, but he also set up all kinds of difficulties for Michael's prison break. Almost every plan had some kind of dangerous situation, and the prison break plan was inevitably joined by Teabag, Abs, note. More and more vicious and evil prisoners with ulterior motives. What was even more heart-wrenching was that these people were also scheming against each other. For example, Teabag and Abs hated each other. When Teabag eavesdropped on Michael and his brother's conversation and came back to tell them that one person would be excluded from the prison break list due to insufficient planning, Abs wanted to get rid of Teabag, the thorn in his side. However, Abs's throat was slit by the struggling Teabag with a razor blade hidden on him, and he was rushed to the hospital. Michael had also lost some of the prison blueprints because he was accidentally scalded. Fortunately, he found Wire, who was locked up in the mental ward, and used his godlike memory to recover the blueprints. Not only inside the prison, but also outside the prison. The mysterious forces had been planning to kill Lincoln. Fortunately, Lincoln had escaped death several times. He had escaped the electric chair, the truck that knocked him down, and the assassination of the agents. However, with his father's help, Lincoln was still unable to escape from prison. In order to cover his father's escape, he surrendered himself to the prison guards who surrounded him. Fortunately, despite all the twists and turns, Michael's plan seemed to be quite thorough. Even if the terrifying Abs recovered and returned, as long as there were no more accidents, they could carry out the escape according to the original plan. However, Mu Yuqing didn't think that things were that simple. Just yesterday, Mu Yuqing saw that in the latest 2 chapters, Yang Yi had tricked the main character again. In order to save his own life, the weak and incompetent gigolo Tavina actually reported Michael's escape plan to Barrack. The shocked Barrack smashed open the floor of the police room and unsurprisingly discovered the hole that Michael and the others had painstakingly dug out. They were discovered by the tricky prison guard Barrack, who was always targeting the main character. Then why were Michael and the others still playing? Wouldn't all their hard work go down the drain? However, at this time, the evil Yang Yi actually stopped the chapter. Mu Yuqing's heart was in so much pain that he couldn't sleep well. He finally managed to stay up until 10 in the morning and saw the latest chapter. What happened? Mu Yuqing couldn't wait to open the webpage and subscribe to the latest chapter. 2 seconds later, Mu Yuqing excitedly waved his fists. Grandpa, well done! It turned out that when Barrack discovered the hole, Westmoreland had also appeared at the door of the office. He held the shovel and wrestled with Barrack. Although the old man's physical strength couldn't compare to Barrack, who was as fat as a pig, the old man still managed to turn the situation around in the end. He unexpectedly grabbed the iron kettle and smashed Barrack, who had snatched the shovel away. However, the scene that followed made Mu Yuqing's heart wrench again. Why this scene? Because Yang Yi also included an illustration. In the illustration, Grandpa Westmoreland was shakily pulling out a long glass shard from his waist. Yang Yi also used a technique of illustration to give a close-up of the blood-stained glass shard. In the struggle just now, the old man was pushed by Barrack onto the table and crushed the coffee kettle. The broken glass shard pierced into his stomach. Old master won't die, right? Mu Yuqing finished reading this chapter. He was on tenterhooks and felt a little uneasy. The old man still covered his wound, pushed the trash can out, and returned to the team. He also sent a message to everyone. We must escape from prison. We have to leave now. Barrack was tied up in the pipe by the old man. Obviously, his unexpected disappearance would definitely attract the attention of the prison. If they didn't escape today, the prison would launch a large-scale search and they would never have another chance. However, the chapter was interrupted again. Mu Yuqing couldn't help but complain about Yang Yi in the book review section and catch up with the latest chapter. At this moment, there were still many posts in the book review section worried about the old man's condition. This kind and cute Grandpa Westmoreland won't die, right? Please have mercy on him, Yang Yi. Don't let him die. I think Westmoreland is dead for sure. Think about it, they are in prison and lack medicine and medical treatment. They can't seek medical treatment. Did you see that illustration? With such a long glass shard, the wound is probably as deep as a finger. He won't die for a while, but if he doesn't seek medical treatment quickly, he won't be able to hold on. Moreover, he is so old. Are you crazy? The old man is fine and he wants to die. I think there is still hope. Don't they have a medical room to escape from prison? Once they get there and bandage the wound, the old man will definitely get better. Hey, aren't you worried about this prison break? It's so hasty. I think it's a little risky. Mu Yuqing's heart couldn't help but tremble. He echoed below, don't say that. I'm also very worried. What if Yang Yi comes up with something else? And with his character, he probably won't let Michael and the rest escape so easily. The arrow was already on the bow and had to be released. What kind of twists and turns would there be when Michael and the rest's prison break officially began? However, the next chapter would have to wait until 4 in the afternoon. Mu Yuqing and the other book fans could only continue to wait sadly. Yang Yi, the instigator, didn't know how many book fans were gnashing their teeth and wanting to send him razor blades online. He was sitting in a coffee shop with Fu Jun sitting opposite him. The two of them were discussing the transfer of Sahara Publishing House. Fu Jun thought about it for a long time and decided to come to Jiangqing personally to talk to Yang Yi. If he wanted to speed up the development of Sahara Online Shopping Mall, it was obviously not enough to rely on Sahara Online Shopping Mall alone. He had to increase capital and expand shares to bring in new capital. He had to discuss this with Yang Yi. Moreover, Fu Jun came this time to talk to Yang Yi about the proportion of his shares. Although he trusted Yang Yi, business was business. In order to avoid future risks, Fu Jun had to maintain his shares in a reasonable and safe range. Currently, Yang Yi had 49% of Sahara Online Shopping Mall's shares. According to Fu Jun's proposal, Fu Jun wanted to use his personal funds to buy Yang Yi's 9% shares at a premium price of 30% higher than the market value of Sahara Online Shopping Mall. After that, Fu Jun and Yang Yi would take out 9% of the shares according to their shares. Yang Yi would take out 6% of the shares, and a total of 15% of the shares would be used for financing. After 2 rounds of financing, the money obtained from the financing would naturally enter the company's account and be used for the development of Sahara Online Shopping Mall. At the current valuation of Sahara Online Shopping Mall, which was close to 200 million, Yang Yi's 9% shares could be sold for about 18 million, compared to Yang Yi's 5 million investment a few months ago in exchange for 49% of the shares. This 18 million only needed to sell 9% of the shares to make a huge profit. However, compared to the development of Sahara Online Shopping Mall, selling only 18 million was obviously a loss. That was why Fu Jun wanted to pay a premium of 30%. He would have to spend about 23 million yuan to buy the 9% shares in Yang Yi's hands. Although it was still unfair to Yang Yi, this was the greatest sincerity Fu Jun could offer. You have 23 million? Yang Yi frowned and asked in confusion. If Fu Jun had so much money, he would not have agreed to Yang Yi's 5 million investment a few months ago. I can't take out 20 million at the moment, but I can mortgage a villa to the bank and borrow 4 million. Fu Jun smiled bitterly. This was the truth. If Yang Yi wanted more, he would really have to sell everything he had. However, Yang Yi was not a guilty businessman who reeked of money. He invested in the Sahara Online Mall to make money to build an amusement park for his daughter, not to make himself the richest man. Therefore, earning 100 billion and 10 billion did not mean much to him. Yang Yi did not directly answer if he wanted to sell the 9% shares. He smiled and looked at Fu Jun, who was thirsty after talking a lot and was drinking water, and said, "How much is your Sahara Publishing House worth now?" The Sahara Publishing House was also Fu Jun's painstaking effort. He had been running it for more than 10 years and had also grown it from small to big. Now, with the help of the Sahara Online Mall and the promotion of Yang Yi's 2 best-selling books, it had also grown a lot. But compared to the other giants in the same industry, there was still a clear gap. Fu Jun didn't know why Yang Yi mentioned the publishing house, but he didn't hesitate and answered directly, not much, about 15 million. It should be more than 15 million, because Fu Jun had spent more than 2 million to buy a printing factory a month ago. This was his personal investment, but it was also under the name of the publishing house. You don't have to mortgage the villa. I want your publishing house, and then you have to give me another 5 million to make it a round number. Xianxia smiled at Fu Jun and said, however, you have to know that our shares are worth more than this. I will transfer the 9% shares to you, and later on, we will get 15% shares. Don't just get 40 million back, you have to get at least 400 million, 400 million? Fu Jun was taken aback. You think our company is worth 2 or 3 billion, 2 or 3 billion is considered too little. It's just a little difficult at the beginning. When it goes public, you will know how powerful this online mall is. Xianxia said with a little pride, of course, it's not wrong for you to take out a little financing now. What you lose is only a small profit. If we seize this development opportunity, we will earn more. After listening to Xianxia's description, Fu Jun asked with some emotion, since you think it's worth 2 or 3 billion, why are you still willing to sell it to me at such a low price? Xianxia was amused. That's because I'm not just investing in the Sahara Desert. I'm also investing in you. You can steer the ship with peace of mind and let the online shopping mall develop well. I can also earn back the money I lost in the future. Fu Jun's overall ability was not particularly outstanding, but he had a good character and had his own unique management skills. In addition, he listened to Xianxia's words. Where could one find such a shopkeeper? If he didn't support Fu Jun, did Xianxia want to see investors squeeze Fu Jun and him away and wantonly alter the development of Sahara Online Mall? Why do you want Sahara Publishing House? Fu Jun was actually still a little reluctant. After all, the publishing house was his first child. However, it was not impossible for him to give it to Xianxia because his focus was now more and more on the online mall. He had almost no time to pay attention to the development of the publishing house. Publishing house? Don't I write my own books? Not all content is suitable to be published on the internet. It's much more convenient to have a publishing house. Xianxia said truthfully. You want Sahara Publishing House to serve you alone? Fu Jun was dumbfounded. Yes. Isn't it fun to do this? Xianxia said happily. I'll throw the manuscript to the publishing house, and they will proofread it for me, typeset it, and so on. Then, they will arrange for it to be sold on your online mall. It's a one-stop service, private customization, and absolutely first-class enjoyment. In fact, Xianxia had this idea. Regardless of whether the publishing house could be profitable or not, Xianxia wanted to build it into a publishing house that belonged to him alone, just like Murphy's studio. Since he was a person who was reborn, Xianxia could be willful and enjoy it. Why not? What's more, Xianxia wasn't worried about the profits of the publishing house. In the future, he would write a lot of works. With the publishing house responsible for their various copyright operations and promotion, they would definitely make a lot of money. Xianxia could also save a lot of trouble. The two discussed the transfer of shares of Sahara Online Mall and the financing of capital expansion. Fu Jun curiously asked, Xianxia, are you going to invest the remaining 5 million into microbroadcasting? Xianxia smiled faintly and nodded. Microbroadcasting's development had also reached a critical period. Not only did they need to increase investment to buy servers, but now Xianxia also asked Mao Peifu to make a star recruitment plan. Microbroadcasting's development model was different from Facebook's. By spending some money to let some big stars open their own microbroadcasting accounts, they could attract more people to understand and join the new microbroadcasting. Xianxia was confident that as long as they registered accounts and started playing microbroadcasting, it would be difficult to get rid of it in the future, but all of this required money. Although Xianxia's remuneration was high, almost half of it was invested in Murphy's studio as the second phase of funds. There was also a portion of miscellaneous expenses. Now, he was living a tight life. Do you still need investment for microbroadcasting? Fu Jun's eyes immediately lit up, and he asked happily, I still have money, I'll invest for you. Xianxia helplessly rolled his eyes and said, President Fu, don't worry about the online mall. This is the real money tree. Microbroadcasting is nothing compared to this. Xianxia didn't lie to Fu Jun. No matter how well microbroadcasting developed, there were limits. Besides, he originally wanted to treat microbroadcasting as his own toy. In order to prepare for Murphy's development in the future, even if this project developed slowly, he estimated that he wouldn't use financing. Fu Jun was a little disappointed, but he didn't mention this issue again. He had achieved the basic purpose of coming to Jiang City today. In the new week, Xixi could see her friends again. After saying goodbye to her father, she carried her small school bag and skipped upstairs. Xixi. You're here. As soon as the little girl entered the classroom, she was surrounded by a group of children. Not only Lan Xian and Yang Luoqi, but also the children from other classes. Xian Er, Zhaoyu, Chen Shiyun, Chi. Hello. The little girl thought that they were here to say hello to her. Being so popular, Xixi was overjoyed. She hurriedly greeted them one by one. She was a little overwhelmed. Xixi, your father is so awesome. Yang Luoqi took Xixi's hand and said admiringly, I'll tell you a lot of stories. And he's written a book. My father said that Xixi's father will send us books. Lan Xian shouted. Yes, I want to read it. Chen Shiyun said expectantly. You won't understand. My father said that he'll ask my mother to read it to me. Lan Xian said proudly as she puffed out her small chest. Then my father will also ask my mother to read it to me. Chen Shiyun shouted, unconvinced. Regardless of the daily competition between the two little girls, the other children also excitedly surrounded Xixi. Then, a child who had not been to Xixi's home before asked curiously, Xixi, what does your father look like? Xixi was bombarded by her friends' questions. She was a little dizzy. It was not easy for her to understand that they were praising her father. The little girl was full of pride, as if they were also praising her. Her face was flushed. Facing the child's question, Xixi proudly said, my papa is very good-looking, super tall, super cool. Is he like a prince? A little girl held her small hands and asked enviously. Yes, he's 100 times more handsome than a prince. The little girl nodded. My father has also published books, but I also think that your father is the best. Nan Zhaoyu said enviously, your father is much more interesting than my father. I don't even want to go home when I play with your father, Xixi. He wondered what Yang Yi would think if he knew that Nan Zhaoyu had praised him like that. Xixi was very happy when she heard this. She even giggled and said, then Zhaoyu, you can come to our house to play. You don't have to go back. However, Nan Zhaoyu said worriedly, no, if I don't go home, my parents will be worried about me. All right then. We can't let Papa and Mom worry. Xixi also nodded vigorously. I like to go to Xixi's house. Xixi's house is much more fun than mine. Lan Xian shouted. Xixi, can I also go to your house and not go back? But what if your papa doesn't agree? Xixi asked worriedly. Lan Xian thought for a moment and said with certainty, my father will definitely agree. He likes me to go to your house to play. Hee, then can we sleep together? The little girl held Lan Xian's hand. I also want to go to Xixi's house to play. Yang Luoqi looked at them enviously. I want to play with Xixi's father. There were still a few girls who could not forget. When Nan Zhaoyu heard this, he kindly said, my father said that Xixi's father will come to tell us a story soon, just like the last time my father came. Really? Nan Zhaoyu was suddenly surrounded by a few little girls, who all asked at once. Really? He was a little flustered and quickly nodded. A liar is a puppy. That's great. I like Xixi's father. I like him too. Will he bring us delicious food? Because today's work was only arranged to shoot a music video, and Murphy's scenes were pitifully few, after finishing early, Murphy could go home early for once. Xixi was picked up by her father. When she saw her mother, she could not wait to pounce on her, her little face full of excitement. Mom, do you know? I'm very happy today. Really? Why are you so happy? Murphy picked up the little girl and asked with a smile. Because everyone likes me and Papa so much. The little girl proudly said to her mother, they all want my Papa. Yang Yi walked over with Xixi's school bag, took out the little girl's lunchbox, and said with a smile, "It's probably because after the parent-teacher conference, their parents told their children that I wrote a book for Xianxia. When Xianxia finished school just now, a group of children lined up to say hello to me, which gave me a fright." He said it lightly. Murphy did not know how popular the scene was at that time. A group of children rushed to him with shining eyes. Each and every one of them was like a fan. If they could say a word to Xianxia, their faces would bloom with joy. If they could hold hands with Xianxia, whether it was the little boy or the little girl, they would all be happy. Xianxia found it difficult to understand their excitement, and he did not know how many good things his daughter said about him to these children in class. It was almost as if they had set up a cult to worship Xiaxia's papa, and praised Xiaxia's papa as if there was no other good father in the world. "Look at how happy you are. With so many children saying hello to you, you must be very proud, right?" Murphy said with some jealousy. Mom. There's more. Papa is going to go to the kindergarten to tell us stories, just like Xiaoyu's papa, but everyone likes my papa and doesn't like Xiaoyu's papa." Xiaxia held her mother's face. She did not finish speaking. "You can't say that. If Nan Xiaoyu hears it, he will be unhappy." Murphy educated, "Xiaxia, you can't say that others don't like you." "But I didn't say that." Xiaxia was a little puzzled. "That's not right either. It's not right for them to do that. Our Xiaxia can't learn from them, right?" Murphy said softly. "Okay then." The little girl nodded obediently. In the evening, after Xiaxia fell asleep, Xianxia gave Murphy a routine massage, but not as hard as before. He only rubbed her shoulders, waist, and calves to relieve muscle fatigue. "I also want to go to Xiaxia's kindergarten," Murphy suddenly said in a low voice. Xianxia, who was massaging Murphy's calves, didn't understand and turned to look at her. "I think if my identity is known by Miss Mu and others, they will also invite me, won't they? I can teach the children to sing." Murphy pouted. "But you haven't made your identity public yet." Xianxia smiled and said, "Don't think so much, and don't blame yourself. I know you have your difficulties. I'm also a little worried. If it's made public, will Xiaxia be harassed by those reporters?" Murphy sighed. Xianxia didn't say anything, but gently picked up Mo Fei's soft hand that had been put aside. Murphy moved her butt and hugged Xianxia's neck. She pouted slightly and muttered, "What should I do? I also want to be like you and be liked by so many of Xiaxia's classmates. I really want to be the person that Xiaxia is proud of. Now Xiaxia will also be proud of you. She's especially happy when she sees you on TV." Xianxia patted her back and said gently, "Don't be anxious. We'll follow your arrangement. If it's really made public, it's no big deal. With me around, no one can disturb our lives." Murphy leaned on Xiaoyi's shoulder, still a little worried. "Think about it. One day in the future, when you make your identity public, Xiaxia will happily say to her classmates, 'Look, that's my mother. She's a big star who sings a lot of good songs.'" Xiaoyi teased her, "At that time, when you go home, you'll see a stack of records, all of which your daughter asked for autographs for her classmates." "No way, how can a child ask for autographs? You only know how to talk nonsense." Murphy couldn't help but laugh. "Get ready, all cameras. Are you ready? Action." With a shout mixed with Chinese and English, several cameramen walked in a bamboo forest with cameras and took pictures. There were also people helping to pull the strings. And in the midst of the falling bamboo leaves, a beautiful woman in a plain white ancient costume slowly walked out as if she had traveled through time. Her appearance was unparalleled, delicate and refined. Her expression was indifferent, and her temperament was otherworldly. Her fluttering white dress made her look like a fairy. Her beauty was somewhat suffocating. Without accompaniment, her red lips slightly opened as she sang, "Time is hard to come by. The autumn wind is tired of drifting. The setting sun refuses to leave. Hanging on the wall, reluctant to part with me." Yes, the person who was surrounded by photographers was Mo Fei, who had changed into an ancient costume. Mo Fei, who had changed into the ancient costume, was really beautiful. She seemed to have become 10 years younger. What was even more amazing was the original cold temperament of her body, which matched with her white ancient costume dress, gave People the feeling that she was a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. She almost didn't look at the camera, as if there was no one around. While looking around, she slowly sang the lyrics. Without accompaniment, she sang with a resonant voice as if there was an accompaniment. The words that once whispered in my ears have already flowed eastward like the sound of the tide. The most wonderful part was the first sentence. Mo's high but not overbearing voice echoed in this bamboo forest, and it was fascinating to listen to. Note 1, after this scene was shot, the director was obsessed with Murphy's appearance and singing. After a while, he remembered to shout, "Cut." He walked over and sighed. There was a problem with the shot just now. Murphy, although I said that you don't have to be in the camera, you can't not look at the camera the whole time. In any case, there should be at least one, no, two frontal shots, right? Murphy put her hands in front of her and stood quietly. She listened seriously and nodded slightly. One more time. This was the shooting location of the MV for Murphy's new album, Carefree Lament. Murphy was not the main character. The director wanted to shoot scenes of her singing. When the time came, he would choose a few scenes to intersperse in the plot of the MV. However, after today's shooting, the director was afraid that after today's shooting, the director would be worried again. The image of the singer was probably going to completely suppress the female lead of the MV, and even steal the limelight of the male lead. Should he cry? Or should he laugh? Of course, it would be best to let Murphy be the female lead, but Murphy doesn't know how to act. Forget it, there was a break in the middle. Murphy lifted the hem of her ancient dress and walked to the side. Xianxia was afraid that she would catch a cold, so she quickly put a jacket on her. Murphy sat on a chair and drank water. Seeing Xianxia stretch and yawn, she felt a little apologetic. She said, "Xiaowan, come and sit too. It's okay to squeeze a little." After all, they were filming an outdoor scene and there weren't that many chairs. Xianxia was also a little careless and forgot to prepare a chair for herself. As a result, the two sisters took turns to sit on one chair. There's no need. Squeezing a piece will wrinkle your skirt. You just have a good rest. I'll sit again when we're filming. Xiaowan smiled as she wiped the tears from her yawn. Murphy looked at Xiaowan's face and said with a little heartache, "Xiaowan, it's been hard on you these days. You've been running around with me and often staying up late. Look at you, you've become a lot more haggard." Xiaowan was indeed more tired. Most of the time, she was accompanying Murphy and dealing with daily life issues, including working overtime at night. Xianxia couldn't pick her up, so she had to send Murphy home and so on. But at the same time, she also had to deal with Murphy's business affairs and set aside some time to build Murphy's studio. All of these consumed a lot of time and energy. Even when Murphy was resting at home during the holidays, Xiaowan couldn't be idle. Isn't this normal? Xiaowan smiled, "Sis, I'm your manager. If I'm not busy, wouldn't it be too irresponsible? Then you have to rest well. If you're at the company and don't have anything to do, you don't have to stay with me. You can go back and rest." Xiaowan turned her head and looked around. She lowered her voice and said, "How can that be? I have to guard against Sister Ling. I'm afraid that if I'm not around, you'll stupidly sign a contract with someone else. That would be troublesome." "Do you think I'm that stupid?" Mo said angrily. Haha. Xiaowan didn't want to be entangled in this issue. She suddenly called out softly and reached out to touch Murphy's face that only had light makeup on. "Sis, why do you look so good?" "Ah?" Murphy was a little confused. "A while ago, I saw that your spirit was worse than mine. You were so tired that you couldn't even straighten your back. Why does it seem like you're getting better day by day? Look, your face is so tender." Xiaowan was a little surprised. "Did you use some skincare products?" If there was, Xiaowan wanted a car full of them. "What? I usually just use some skincare products. Don't you have some too? I even asked you to buy it for me," Murphy said strangely. Murphy suddenly thought of something. "Oh, right. Xianxia will also give me some care." Murphy couldn't say the word massage. She felt that it would reveal something. Xiaowan's eyes lit up and asked, "What kind of care? Is brother-in-law that amazing?" Can I try it? Which woman doesn't like to be beautiful? However, Murphy thought of some scenes that were not suitable for children during the massage and the indescribable beauty that often followed. She couldn't help but blush and say, "No, why do you want to try everything? Drink more water, sleep more, and maintain a proper routine. That's more important than anything else." Murphy said a little too much. Mo Xiaowan could see that she was trying to hide something. Mo Xiaowan's imagination was very big. She suddenly thought of something and suddenly felt embarrassed. Cough cough, cough cough. Sis, just pretend that I didn't say anything. I didn't ask anything, what are you thinking about? Murphy's face turned even redder. She was trying to hide something. In Tianmei, in a recording studio that Zhu Jia had temporarily booked, Zhu Jia was singing in front of a microphone. Waiting for you to tell me that you don't just want my love. I used silence to face your confession. The happiness of the past has disappeared. Zhu Jia's singing could only be said to be average. It wasn't particularly distinctive and didn't have a wide range. His singing was also just passable. However, the tone of this song was very flat and there was almost no challenge. It could be said that it was a song that was full of saliva. Zhu Jia could actually sing it well. Ah Jia, sing more affectionately. You have to sing that kind of heart-wrenching voice. Outside, Du Luan snatched the poor producer's microphone and said to Zhu Jia. Zhu Jia nodded confusedly. He didn't know much about affectionate feelings, but he could still sing heart-wrenching. He stretched out his hand, grabbed the clothes on his chest and sang miserably, "Finally, you became someone's mistress. I also know that it wasn't because of love." Du Luan nodded with satisfaction. Du Luan, if he sings like this, it's a little off-key. The producer reminded weakly. It's okay. He can sing off-key. What he needs now is this feeling. Help him stabilize this feeling. He has to rush to release a single in the middle of the month. Take advantage of the fact that there aren't many people releasing songs at the end of the year. Du Luan smiled and said proudly. He could already see the rising potential of a newcomer that he had personally groomed. The weather was nice today, and Yang Yi was sitting in a booth next to the floor-to-ceiling window of the coffee shop. He was enjoying the warm sunlight as he concentrated on making changes to a stack of manuscript. He flipped through the manuscript, and sometimes he flipped to the first page. On it was written, "Ugly Duckling." Screenwriter, Yang Yi. This really was a children's play adapted by Yang Yi himself. Yang Yi only knew that the story of the ugly duckling was about a swan egg that was mixed into a duck egg. After an ugly duck hatched, it was discriminated against in all sorts of ways. In the end, it turned out to be a white swan. Of course, he didn't know the details of the story. In his previous life, he wouldn't have bought a fairy tale from Hans Christian Andersen. He only knew a bit of the plot from other people's quotations. With this pitiful memory, Yang Yi rewrote the story. He even added more characters and supporting dialogue based on the number of children in the middle class. Thus, there was nothing wrong with him signing himself as the screenwriter. The script was finished, but Yang Yi was still not satisfied. He felt that the dialogue had to be suitable for the children's age. He couldn't use a lot of rhetoric and adjectives like adults. Thus, he had been revising it all day. He still had to strike a balance between work and rest. Yang Yi put down the manuscript, stretched, and took his coffee cup to the bar to make himself a cup of coffee. Ding Xiang's skills had been honed, but Yang Yi was still self-sufficient. He didn't enjoy the coffee, but the process of grinding coffee beans, brewing coffee, and filtering the residue. However, he was somewhat surprised to see Guozi sitting on the bar with his butt up and chatting with Ding Xiang. Hearing the movement behind him, Guozi hurriedly straightened his back and put away his butt. He awkwardly greeted Yang Yi, "Big brother Yang, I saw that you were busy just now, so I didn't disturb you. Didn't you go to shoot a movie? Why do you have time to come here to play?" Yang Yi asked with a smile. Him? Someone stood him up, Ding Xiang said as she helped Yang Yi take down his coffee. Yang Yi was surprised. Senior Du stood you up? Because of his relationship with Guozi, Yang Yi often called Du Yuanlei a senior sister Du. Of course, it was only to tease Guozi in private. How could that be? She's always the earliest. Guozi waved his hand and said indignantly, "It's Tang Kai-tai. He's the male lead. 2 days ago, he was only late and asked everyone to wait for him. Today, he didn't come." Tang Kai-tai, Yang Yi thought of the pretty boy who was not very energetic during the freshman's party, but he could always cover up his flaws and win the applause of many girls. "Why did your director choose him as the male lead?" Ding Xiang asked in confusion. "How can there be such a big shot? He's just a student." Senior sister Du thinks that Tang Kai-tai's acting is not bad, and he meets the requirements of a handsome male lead. Plus, he was very active in front of senior sister Du and pestered her to be the male lead. Senior sister Du didn't have a better candidate, so she let him try. Guozi made excuses for Du Yuanlei. Today, he didn't deliberately not come. "We waited for a while, then he called to say that there was an emergency at home and he had to go back. There's no other way." Guozi spread his hands. The actual situation was similar, but Guozi knew that Tang Kai-tai was just making excuses. He could see that this guy showed all kinds of impatience after the movie started shooting. He was smiling on the surface, but cursing in his heart. Tang Kai-tai paid attention to his image, but he deliberately showed his easygoing side. What he did exposed his true thoughts. This time, he didn't come, which brought a lot of trouble to the crew. Originally, they were going to shoot Tang Kai-tai's scenes today. Du Yuanlei was worried that this guy would change his mind, so she brought forward all his scenes and asked Guozi, Qin Wen, and a few other supporting roles to memorize the corresponding scripts. However, if he didn't come, today's scenes couldn't be shot at all. Du Yuanlei and everyone's previous preparations were all in vain. Moreover, Tang Kai-tai said that because he was going back to Shangnan, he wouldn't show up at school for a week. Although he sincerely apologized on the phone, Guozi could see that Du Yuanlei's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Guozi was actually very annoyed, and he looked down on Tang Kai-tai even more. But since they were all in the same crew, it was not good to speak ill of others behind their backs. He could only say what he could say to Yang Yi and the others. "So we're not shooting today?" Yang Yi didn't understand the process of shooting a movie at all. He made his coffee, then turned around and asked with a smile. He motioned to Guozi to finish the coffee in his cup, and then poured a cup for him. "We can't shoot, the main character didn't come, we can't just shoot blindly, right? Senior Du said that she will go back and take a look today, and then decide what to do tomorrow. She will inform us on SNS." Guozi said. "Good things come with setbacks, the problems you encounter now are just stepping stones for your future success." Yang Yi smiled and raised his cup to Guozi. "Come on, young man, you must always believe that good things are about to happen." What a big bowl of chicken soup. Guozi and Ding Xiang looked at each other. They didn't expect Brother Yang to do this. In Yangqing, Li Manman, who had just participated in a product endorsement launch, walked out of the venue with a smile. Her agent, Ichi, and several security guards helped to block the reporters and some enthusiastic fans that swarmed over. "You've all worked hard, everyone go home early and rest, thank you, thank you," Li Manman said with a smile as she received flowers and gifts from her fans. When she was about to walk out of the hotel, a reporter squeezed over with a small recording pen. "Miss Li Manman, what do you think about Murphy, who was only on the show as a foil to you, now that she has been invited to participate in the Jixin interview with her song, Crossing the Ocean to See You, what do you think about this matter?" The reporter's lung capacity was quite impressive to be able to finish such a long sentence in one breath. However, it poked at Li Manman's sore spot. In the past few years, she had expressed her wish to appear on Jixin Interview, a program that was said to only invite top celebrities, whether it was a pity, or pretending to be pitiful, or unintentionally mentioning it in some programs. Although being invited to the show might not be able to increase her popularity, but through the show or Luo Xin, she could enter the fashion industry. She might even be able to walk on the red carpet of the fashion festival. Then, her career would be able to take a big step forward. Her fans were also trying their best to promote this matter, and it became a hot topic on the internet. Because of this, she had the title of the woman who wanted to be invited to the Jixin interview. But, Luo Xin didn't have any response to this matter. Murphy was the first to arrive. What would Li Manman think about this? When she heard this news, of course she was mad with jealousy. She didn't even know how many things she had smashed in her own house. But, in front of the reporters, she couldn't be so impolite. Li Man smiled faintly and said, of course, of course, I want to congratulate Sister Murphy. Sister Murphy is so talented, and her song, Crossing the Ocean to See You, is so good. It's only right for her to be invited to the Jishin interview. Then, Miss Li, don't you think it's unfair? The reporter didn't pick on the matter and asked unwillingly. Okay, Man is very tired today, please be considerate. Ichi appeared and helped Li Man to stop the reporters. She explained with a smile and then escorted Li Man to the car. Sorry, this chapter was added for Mr. CZX. Ah. Yang Yi, you scammer, who can tell me his address? I want to send him a razor blade. No, I want to talk to him personally about life. At 4:00 in the afternoon, in the office of a technology company in Guangzhou, there was a desolate and desperate roar. The subordinates outside couldn't hear it clearly, and could only see Mu Yuqing inside the glass room pulling at his hair and going crazy. With his tie torn off and his messy hairstyle, Mu Yuqing's elegant image was nowhere to be seen. As a newly appointed department manager, this was the first time he had lost his composure like this. His subordinates were so scared that they were trembling in fear, afraid that they would be burned by the new manager. What happened? What made Mu Yuqing curse Yang Yi so crazily? It wasn't just Mu Yuqing. The tens of millions of netizens who were following Prison Break also flashed their knives and sticks. Yang Yi, get out here. I promise I won't beat you to death. The Prison Break was over. No, it couldn't be said to be over. Even though the title of the latest chapter had end written in brackets, it wasn't completely over. The scammer Yang Yi made a return trailer at the end of the chapter. Wait, forget about the trailer, let's look at the content of the latest chapters first. Previously, Barrack had been tied up in the pipe by the old man, so Michael and the others had no choice but to start the prison break in advance. Michael didn't hesitate to use a knife to force Warden Pope, who had been taking care of him, to inform someone to transfer Lincoln to the infirmary. After many twists and turns and difficulties, Michael and Lincoln finally followed the route they had planned and climbed out of the prison. Even though old Westmoreland, who had died of his injuries, and Sucre's brother, Manch, who had broken the rope and fallen down because he was too fat, the others still managed to cross the wall successfully. The day before yesterday, when Mu Yuqing and the other readers saw the empty wall and Manch being pressed to the ground by the prison guards, they confirmed that Michael had also successfully escaped. They were moved to tears, thinking that Yang Yi had changed and wasn't scamming his readers anymore. They were too naive. The plot after the prison break once again made their hearts clench. Michael and the others did not escape danger. They found the car that Abdul had arranged for them, abandoned the mentally ill wire, and drove away from the prison guards. But in the process, the suppressed conflict in the team erupted again. Abs wanted to kill Teabag in the car, but Teabag had already planned it. He locked himself and Michael together and swallowed the key. Abzuz needed Michael's plan, so he could only give up on it for the time being. In the subsequent journey, in order to avoid the pursuit of the police, the car got stuck in the mud, and the team could only abandon the car and walk on foot. Then, in a farmhouse, they had a conflict again. In order to get rid of Teabag, Abzuz took advantage of Sucre and the others holding Teabag down to chop off Teabag's hand with his axe. When Mu Yuqing and the others saw the word end in the latest chapter, they thought that everything was over and that Yang Yi would arrange for these people to get on the plane and leave. However, the beginning of the chapter explained the situation of some of the characters. The mentally ill wire continued to escape on a bicycle, Teabag was not dead, Sarah was found unconscious after being injected with an overdose of drugs, and Veronica appeared in front of Terrence, who was killed by Lincoln. It was as if the fog had just revealed a small corner. However, Yang Yi explained the rest of the plot while they were getting more and more uneasy. Just as the last 5 people rushed to the plane that was supposed to take them away flew away. The police car was still chasing after them. End of Volume 1. Trailer, Volume 2 will begin again on January 1st next year. Please look forward to it. Yes, this line of words made Mu Yuqing despair and go crazy. What the hell, shouldn't Prison Break have ended after they escaped from the prison? Why did it only end with Volume 1? Well, even if Volume 1 ended, why didn't it continue? You'll start again on January 1st next year after a month. What the hell was that? You want to take a break for a month? Isn't this cheating the readers? I've seen Xianxia's nonchalant way of ending chapters, and I thought that was the peak of what humans could do. No, we're really too stupid. What's even better than ending chapters is this, ending the book. Some readers in the book review section laughed bitterly. Someone else laughed. What's the big deal about ending the book? Xianxia is F***king not updating. Even the reason is so fresh and refined. Someone below went crazy. What should I do if I want to abandon the book? What sin did I commit in my previous life to come and read Xianxia's book? I even read Prison Break. I want to abandon the book too. But I can't. I still want to know how they escaped. Will Sister Sarah die? Such a gentle and kind Sister Sarah, please don't die. And what will happen to Teabag and Steel Wire? Upstairs, +1. Speaking of which, Xianxia hasn't stopped updating. Next door, The Remaining Sins is still updating. I don't want to read The Remaining Sins. After reading Prison Break, The Remaining Sins and other online novels have become boring. Sigh, but what if there's no more books? Forget it, let's go read The Remaining Sins. Hopefully, Yang Dada will come back and update Prison Break soon after seeing how much we support him. Gradually, the atmosphere in the book review section changed. Although there were still some readers who had just seen the trailer and were still scolding Xianxia, more and more people flocked back to the book review section of The Remaining Sins. During this time, The Remaining Sins, which had fallen a little, rushed back to the top of the rankings, while Prison Break, which was at the top of the list, was still standing firm. Xianxia, who had been scolded badly, was not feeling good either. He received a call from his hometown. Brother, I don't want to study anymore. I want to work. The person who called Xianxia was his younger sister, Xianxia's younger sister, Yang Huan. Xianxia was the eldest brother, and he had a younger brother named Yang Qing. Finally, there was his youngest sister, Yang Huan. Yang Qing was 2 years younger than Xianxia. Unlike Xianxia, he had been working at home and was an honest farmer. Although his predecessor had been living frugally to send money home, Yang Qing had used it all for Yang Huan's studies. In the past few months, Xianxia had started to give more money, which was why his family had arranged for Yang Qing to find a partner. They were still in the process of dating, and both parties were satisfied. They might get married next year. Yang Huan was only 19 years old. Children in the countryside started school late. She was only in her second year of high school, but her grades were very bad. She did not focus on her studies and always wanted to go to the big city. After all, she was still young. Moreover, she was the youngest child that everyone in the family doted on. Now, Yang Huan was arguing with her family again, saying that she did not want to study anymore and wanted to work in the big city and earn a lot of money like Xianxia. On the phone, Xianxia had no choice but to say, "How about this? Come to my place for a couple of days and see how it goes. What do you think?" Yang Huan agreed with great joy. However, after hanging up the phone, Xianxia realized that things were serious. Things were getting serious, his sister was coming. There were only 4 words left in Xianxia's mind. After he hung up the phone, he even forgot to tell Yang Huan what kind of train to take to Jiang City and what a little girl should pay attention to on her first trip. His mind went blank. After a long while, he finally realized that Yang Huan was going to come to Jiangqing. He couldn't and shouldn't stop her. After all, the reason why he wanted Yang Huan to come to Jiangqing was because he wanted Yang Huan to study in a better school for a change of environment. But the problem was that he wasn't ready to tell his family everything. He hadn't been home for 2 years. Why did he suddenly have a 4-year-old daughter? He told his family on the phone that he had made some money. But in the past few months, the remittances had increased gradually, and the total amount was only a little more than 100,000. Now, he drove a car worth a few $100,000 and lived in a house worth a few million. Of course, the house was easy to explain. After all, it was only rented for 1 yuan. But what about the company and studio that he had invested tens of millions in? So much money, but he only gave his family a little more than 100,000. It didn't make sense. Wait, how did he make so much money? It seemed quite difficult to explain. Writing books was indeed profitable, but why did he not write books in the past and suddenly start writing novels now? Luckily, Xianxia joined the army early. At that time, Xianxia was only a few years old. She didn't know much about Xianxi's situation in school. Maybe he could fool her a little. But why did he have to explain? Xianxia felt that his head was about to explode. He had just fooled Murphy, and now there was another big challenge. Yang Huan was a mischievous girl. She wasn't easy to fool. In the evening, Xianxia told Xixi about it. Xixi, your aunt will come in a few days. What's an aunt? Xixi asked in confusion. An aunt is Dad's sister. Just like Wang Xiyun is Wang Xichuan's sister. Xianxia gave an example of Xixi's kindergarten classmate. Really? Daddy's younger sister, is Auntie pretty? The little girl's focus was completely off. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry, so he could only describe it to her. As a result, the little fellow was inexplicably excited. Although Xianxia repeatedly said that his aunt had no money and would not bring gifts for her, she still looked forward to his arrival. When Murphy came back in the evening, the first one who ran up to her was Xixi. Mom, my aunt is coming. They'll be here soon. You're what? What do you mean? Murphy didn't hear him clearly at first, so she was a little confused. My auntie. Aya, Mom, you don't know either? Papa said that she was Papa's little sister. Just like how Wang Xiyun is Wang Xichuan's younger sister. Xixi imitated her and began to show off her knowledge. However, Murphy was stunned. She was a little confused when she heard the news. First, she looked at Xianxia, waiting for his confirmation. That's right. She argued with my family that she doesn't want to study and wants to work. I asked her to come over first to do some ideological work, so she might come over in a few days. Xianxia touched his nose and smiled bitterly. Murphy's reaction was somewhat beyond Xianxi's expectation. She was completely confused. Xianxia brought her the chestnut and mushroom chicken soup. She drank it absent-mindedly and swung the spoon mechanically. If Xianxia had not seen her and stopped her, she would have eaten the ginger slices. In the evening, Xixi fell asleep sweetly with expectations for her aunt. Murphy pursed her lips and began to confide in Xianxia. Xianxia, I'm scared. Xianxia felt that he was the one who was nervous and worried. But Murphy actually told him that she was scared. He couldn't help but be surprised. What are you afraid of? Yang Huan won't eat you when he comes. But I'm afraid that your sister doesn't like me. Murphy said nervously. No, you're so beautiful, and you're a big star. You must satisfy her vanity. She won't dislike you. Don't worry. Xianxia could only hug her and comfort her. But Mo Fei did not relax because of this. Her face was tense, and she pouted her mouth and muttered, that's not necessarily true. She is her brother's woman, so she must have very high requirements. Even a big star may not work on her. Xianxia stretched out his hand and pinched her tender cherry lips. You're thinking too much, he said in amusement. I'm not thinking too much. Think about it. When she sees me and Xixi, she must have a lot of thoughts in her heart. In the past, you didn't take Xixi back. Now that you suddenly have a little niece, she must think that it's my fault. Even if she doesn't say it, she must blame me in her heart. She must think that I'm an overbearing sister-in-law. No, I'll explain it to her. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had thought that this would be a very troublesome problem before, but he didn't expect Mo Fei to take it all on him, so he was the first to worry. Or you can put all the blame on me and say that I abandoned you before. I won't allow you to say that. Murphy covered Xianxi's mouth and rebuked. You're not a person who abandons someone. If you want to say it truthfully. Well, don't worry. I'll solve it. If she dares to dislike you, I'll beat her for you. Xianxia smiled. No, how can you be so violent to your own sister? What you're doing is counterproductive, Murphy said reproachfully. I'm just kidding. Murphy calmed down under Xianxi's jokes. She felt that she shouldn't panic first. She had to calm down and be prepared. Xianxia, what kind of person is your sister? Murphy began to interrogate. What does she like? Does she like branded bags? No, don't buy too many expensive things for her. It'll be troublesome if she doesn't want to study anymore after playing around here. Xianxia hurriedly waved his hand. It's okay if she doesn't study. Murphy once desperately wanted to please Yang Huan. Fortunately, she came to her senses in time. But it's better to study in the same university. You haven't told me what kind of person your sister is. What kind of person was Yang Huan? As Yang Yi recalled, he said, you know, our family used to be poor. My brother just got married this year. Our whole family was farmers who worked hard. Only Yang Huan was a little better. She was young, only 19 years old this year. Everyone in the family loved her, although Yang Huan also needed to wash clothes, do housework, and even do some simple farm work such as drying rice, compared to Yang Yi and Yang Qing, who followed their parents to plant rice and wheat after they grew up. Yang Huan was already much happier than the other children in the village. This also made Yang Huan develop a character that was completely different from her two brothers. Lively, naughty, bold, and playful. Yang Yi actually didn't spend much time with Yang Huan, but based on the memories he had, he was able to summarize some things. I don't know what she likes. Anyway, if you don't tell her and let her study hard, she'll probably be grateful to you. Yang Yi smiled bitterly. Then you can talk to her about this. Mo Fei said hurriedly, her face still full of worry. Although Yang Yi had said a lot, she still didn't feel confident at all. Yang Yi looked at Murphy's flustered look and said with concern, why don't you and she go back and stay there first? I'll send Yang Huan away and then come back. How can I do that? I have to face your family eventually. Murphy said unhappily. Yes, I have to face them eventually. How can I please my sister-in-law? The next day, not only did she wake up early in the morning, but when her father was wiping her face, she also asked why her aunt wasn't here yet. When she arrived at the kindergarten, she couldn't wait to tell her friends about it. My little aunt wants to come and see me. She wants to play with me. The little girl had already guessed Yang Huan's purpose in coming over, so she happily told Yang Luoqi and Lan Xian. What's an aunt? Yang Luoqi asked curiously. Before she could answer, the knowledgeable Nan Jiaoyu interrupted, it's Daddy's little sister. You don't even know this. Yes, just like Wang Xiyun is Wang Shijuan's little sister. She could only follow behind and give examples. After hearing her name, Wang Xiyun ran over in confusion. She was also a chubby little girl and had a similar figure as Lan Xian. She looked at Xi cutely and said, Xi, are you looking for me? No. After Cici explained for a while, Wang Xiyun ran back to her brother in disappointment and continued to play her own game. Nan Jiaoyu, on the other hand, looked at Wang Xiyun and Wang Shijuan enviously. He turned around and said to Xi, I also want to have a little sister like Wang Shijuan. Although Wang Shijuan and Wang Xiyun were in the same class, they weren't twins. Wang Shijuan was 1 year older than Wang Xiyun. However, their parents wanted the siblings to take care of each other, so they asked the teacher to arrange for them to be together. Therefore, Wang Xiyun was half a year younger than Xi and the others. She looked a little silly and cute. You can ask your parents to give you a little sister. Chen Shiyun said proudly. My dad said that my mom is going to have a baby. I'm going to have a little brother or sister soon. This wasn't the first time Chen Shiyun had mentioned this. She had always been very proud of herself and felt that there would soon be someone to share her father's bad temper with. Weren't the so-called little brothers and sisters the legendary scapegoats? Unknowingly, their conversation had gone off topic. Lan Xian pouted and said unhappily, I don't want a younger brother or sister, I want an older brother. But my mother said I can't have a brother. Why? Xi asked curiously. Xi, you're so stupid. We're all older brothers and sisters. Of course, we can only have younger siblings. Nan Jiaoyu explained. Alright then, but I also like younger brothers or sisters. Xi expressed to her friends. Murphy was a little out of sorts at work today. Murphy. The director's call brought her back to reality. The director actually wanted to scold her, but seeing how beautiful Murphy was, he couldn't bring himself to scold her. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, Murphy, didn't you hear what I said? I'm telling you about the positioning during the shoot. Murphy hurriedly apologized, I'm sorry, I was thinking about something else just now. Could you please say it again? You have to be more serious. Your record needs to be completed on New Year's Day next year. If you don't finish filming now, you won't be able to make it in time. The director couldn't help but complain. After Murphy finished filming her scenes, Xiaowan couldn't help but poke the distracted Murphy and asked, "Sis, what's wrong with you today? You're so distracted. Did you quarrel with brother-in-law last night?" "No." Murphy waved her hand and told Xiaowan about Xiangyi's sister coming. "What's the big deal? As your sister, I've never seen brother-in-law nervous. Besides, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. You still have brother-in-law to back you up. Besides, are you afraid of a 19-year-old girl?" Xiaowan curled her lips. "I'm not afraid. I'm worried. I'm worried that she doesn't like me," Murphy explained. Xiaowan pressed Murphy's shoulder and calmed her down. She smiled and said, "Sis, you're worried. How can it be so complicated? Didn't brother-in-law say that his family is from the countryside? His sister must have not seen much of the world. When she sees a big star like you, she must be very happy. Don't talk about identity. I always feel uneasy about this. Can you give me some advice? It's the first time we meet. What gift should I give Yang Huan?" Murphy pushed Xiaowan and asked for help. In the absence of the male lead, Du Yuanlei still insisted on filming for a few days. But today, she also began to be distracted. Obviously, she was not in the right state. Wang Chao couldn't watch the filming anymore. He took the initiative to stop and let Du Yuanlei calm down first. "Do you know what happened?" When Guozi was drinking water, Qinwen came over and whispered to him mysteriously. After getting along with each other for a few days, Qinwen and Guozi became familiar with each other. Although she was a famous star student, her temper was not arrogant at all. Moreover, she admired Guozi's acting skills. From time to time, she would point out the problems that Guozi would have because he had not been trained by the class. "What happened? Sister Wen, don't keep me in suspense. Hurry up and say it." Guozi laughed. "It's said that Tang Kaitai abandoned his job." Qinwen whispered in Guozi's ear, "Can you guess the reason?" "Abandoned his job? That's troublesome." Guozi looked at Du Yuanlei, who was in a daze, with some worry. Did he find a better choice? That's only one of the reasons. Let me tell you, this matter is also related to you." Qinwen kept him in suspense, making him feel uncomfortable. "What does it have to do with me?" Guozi was a little baffled. "It's because your acting is too good. After that surname Tang saw your acting skills, he didn't have any confidence in himself. He's worried that he would be suppressed by you after filming this movie. He's still quite self-aware." Qinwen snorted. Guozi frowned and said in puzzlement, "It can't be, right? Sister Qinwen, how did you know about such a private matter?" Qinwen said with a smile, "Because when I left yesterday, I just happened to overhear the conversation between Director Du and Tang Kaitai. However, you can't tell the director about this." "I won't. I'm a person who can keep secrets." Guozi quickly waved his hand. Anyway, Tang Kaitai complained for a while. He said that the weight of the male lead in the script wasn't enough. He wanted Director Du to change the script for him and change the final ending of the male and female lead from a tragedy to a comedy so that they can finally be together. Qinwen curled her lips and said, "You also know that the script written by Director Du wants to portray the inner struggle of the female lead after the death of her ex-boyfriend. She wants to use a tragedy to reflect the complexity of love. Why would she change the script so easily?" Then Tang Kaitai said that if the script wasn't changed, it would be fine. "If you want him to come back, you have to be replaced. You have to change to a fatty who doesn't know how to act. A green leaf to a red flower. He won't let the green leaf steal the red flower's limelight," Qinwen said. Guozi was stunned. He was a little shocked. "Don't worry." Qinwen saw that she had scared him. She covered her mouth and laughed. "Director Du is a very upright person." She scolded Tang Kaitai on the spot and told him to get lost. Then, she called that person and asked him to help find a new male lead. "To be honest, I think you should be the male lead. I especially like to act with you." Qinwen was still comforting Guozi. However, Guozi wasn't listening to her. He looked at Du Yuanlei with a touched expression. Although Du Yuanlei's attitude was very clear and Guozi had already given up the idea of pursuing her, Guozi felt that Du Yuanlei was still very kind to him as a friend. He also liked this kind of friend who was principled in doing things. However, how could it be so easy to change the male lead? Not only would they have to choose a new actor, but it would also delay the filming of the movie for a long time. They might not be able to find a suitable actor. Moreover, if that was the case, the previous videos would be scrapped. Tang Kaitai had a lot of scenes. This guy just patted his butt and gave up the responsibility. However, he didn't know that he had completely disrupted other people's plans. Du Yuanlei probably didn't have enough budget to reshoot, right? Du Yuanlei did not let everyone wait for too long. In the afternoon, she announced the news of Tang Kaitai quitting the role of the male lead. She lowered her arrogant head and sincerely apologized to everyone. "It's my fault. I didn't consider it thoroughly. I invited an irresponsible actor like Tang Kaitai to play the male lead and delayed everyone's time. Because we have to reshoot a lot of scenes, the budget of the crew is not enough. We need to seek sponsorship and recruit a new male lead. We need to stop filming for a period of time." Du Yuanlei could not hide her sadness very well and told everyone with difficulty that they might have to wait until next year to start filming again. It seems that director Du paid for the film herself. Did she sign a contract with the actors? This Tang Kaitai is too deceptive. Qin Wen also felt compassionate. She muttered to Guozi, "I don't care what happens. As long as I have time, I will definitely help her finish filming this movie." "Xiaogua, you won't refuse again and again, right?" Guozi said with some excitement, "How is that possible? This is my first film as the male lead. Cough, although I'm only the second male lead, I have a lot of screen time." "Hehe, okay. Actually, I also like to act with you. It would be great if you were the male lead. I'm afraid that the new male lead's acting skills will be as bad as Tang Kaitai's." Qin Wen smiled and said, "Oh right, I remember that you also liked director Du. You even sang for her at the freshman party. Well, no matter what, you won't run away." Guozi did not care about her. When they were about to disperse, he went to Du Yuanlei. "Senior Du, can I ask how much money you still need for this movie? If it's not much, within 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, I can still sponsor you." Guozi gritted his teeth and said to Du Yuanlei, "Don't worry, I just want to help you and make this movie go smoothly. I'm not doing anything else." Guozi wanted to use his pocket money and his savings from the New Year's money to invest in Du Yuanlei. Du Yuanlei's eyes flashed with a trace of emotion. She hesitated and said, "We don't need that much. This is just a low-budget movie. I only invested a few 100,000 yuan in it. Now, we need about 30,000 yuan. Are you really going to invest in me?" Seeing that there was new hope, Du Yuanlei nervously asked, "If you want to invest, what are your requirements?" Although Guozi had just said that he simply wanted to help her, Du Yuanlei couldn't help but ask. In the entertainment industry, there were many cases where investors interfered with the director's filming. Guozi smiled awkwardly and made a suggestion that could not be considered a request. "Senior Du, it doesn't matter if you agree or not. I will still invest in you, but the decision is in your hands." "What suggestion?" Du Yuanlei calmed down. "Actually, I also think that there is a conflict between the male lead and the second male lead." Guozi said, also, but Du Yuanlei didn't probe further. He said sincerely, "The second male lead's image isn't any worse than the male lead's, so it's bound to give people the feeling that there's no distinction between the two." Du Yuanlei waited for him to finish before she frowned and said, "But the real lead of my movie is Su Shishir. She's the biggest contradiction." "That's right. Su Shishir's entanglement in love and her unswerving loyalty to the dead Guang is the theme that Senior Du wants to portray. But since we're talking about this, I have a small question. Isn't the theme expressed a little too heavy?" Guozi said, Guang is already dead, but Su Shishir still wants to be loyal to him. Although it looks good, it's very likely that people will criticize her and think that she's conveying inappropriate feudal ideas. Du Yuanlei felt that the script that she had painstakingly written was being criticized by Guozi and felt a little embarrassed. But after a while, Du Yuanlei sighed, "You're right. If you look at it from the perspective of an ordinary audience, the problems that you've mentioned are real. My scriptwriter's ability is still terrible. I want to express everything that I want to, so there's no distinction between the main and the secondary. It doesn't matter. While the male lead hasn't been found yet, you should polish your script. Guozi advised. I don't have any other inspiration. Perhaps I'm really not suitable to be a scriptwriter. I should just obediently act in a script written by someone else. Du Yuanlei sighed. Why don't I find an awesome person for you to consult? I'm not bragging about his ability to write stories, but he's one of a kind in the world. Guozi bragged. Furthermore, he's also a scriptwriter. The last time I went to him, he was already a scriptwriter, and his writing was pretty good. Look for him and get some inspiration. Ah? There's such a person? Let's give it a try then. Du Yuanlei could only give it a try. The person that Guozi bragged about as the one of a kind in the world was now holding the script that he had written and came to the kindergarten to check it out. Ugly duckling? Mr. Mu flipped open Xianxi's script and read it with interest. Narrator, the countryside is so beautiful. In summer, the sunflowers are golden, and the rice seedlings are green. These narrations would naturally be read by Mr. Mu, Mr. Shen, or Mr. Kai. The children only needed to act and remember their lines. Mr. Mu read the story and dialogue in the script, and was gradually attracted to Ugly Duckling. Different from the original, Xianxi's version had added a lot of dialogue. Through the discussions of other ducks and animals, Ugly Duckling's difficult situation was vividly reflected. Sigh, thank God. I'm so ugly now. Even hounds don't want to bite me. After reading Ugly Duckling's monologue, Mr. Mu couldn't help but feel sad for Ugly Duckling's plight. Although Xianxi's dialogue was very simple, the plot was very heart-wrenching. Fortunately, Ugly Duckling eventually became a white swan, and all the repressed emotions were released. Mr. Mu couldn't help but exclaim, "Great!" Xianxi couldn't help but smile. He was in a very good mood. This script is pretty good. The story is simple, and the principles are also very profound. It wants the children to know that as long as they have dreams and pursue them relentlessly, good things will definitely come. I think after the children perform, there's a high chance that they'll be able to get first place, Mr. Mu said to Xianxi. Xianxi nodded slightly. He didn't expose him. Actually, Ugly Duckling can become a swan because it was originally hatched from a swan's egg, Mr. Mu asked. Xianxi's father, do you need to arrange a good role for Xianxi? For example, Ugly Duckling who becomes a white swan. She is so beautiful. She's very suitable for the role of a white swan. Xianxi was taken aback. He hadn't thought of going through the back door, but Mr. Mu had suggested it. He didn't want to do that, but his concern made him confused. For a moment, he wanted to agree because he also wanted Xianxi to perform in front of his parents, but wouldn't it be bad to go through the back door? Wouldn't it be a loss if he left a bad experience for Xianxi? Xianxi hesitated, but he still shook his head firmly. No need. Let the children choose the roles they want. There's no need to deliberately arrange anything for Xianxi. Although Xianxi declined, he didn't expect that Xianxi would become the main character in the end without any external interference. However, it wasn't the white swan, but the Ugly Duckling before the transformation. It was also a coincidence that the other children despised the role of the Ugly Duckling because it had the word ugly in it. They were unwilling to play it. Xianxia, who was kind and willing to play it, and Mr. Mu also thought that she was quite suitable, couldn't memorize so many lines. Mr. Mu had no choice but to give up on Xianxia. In the end, Xianxi, who had a strong sense of responsibility, stood up and conquered Mr. Mu with her excellent memory. She was successfully selected for the role of the Ugly Duckling. Of course, this was all in the future. Now that Xianxi had handed the script to Mr. Mu, the subsequent arrangements and rehearsals were naturally in charge of the kindergarten's teachers. Xianxi wouldn't participate. He didn't know how to teach, and he didn't have the patience to guide the naughty children in rehearsals. However, Xianxi didn't want to be a hands-off boss. He took the initiative to undertake the children's costumes. From the design to the production, Xianxi did it alone. Didn't Xianxia's father say that he wanted to sponsor at the parent-teacher conference? Mr. Mu said, I'll give him a call. Can you discuss it? Yang Yi couldn't help laughing and said, "There's no need to trouble him with such a small matter, right? I can still afford the clothes." Lan Caokai had been very busy recently, and Yang Yi knew that. After his parent-teacher conference with Yang Yi, he went back and thought about it more and more. He found a professional consulting company to help him do a complete business survey to see the current development of internet companies. He also communicated with Yang Yi about this matter and said that he wanted to test the water. He set up a venture capital company in advance and wanted to use a few $100 million to test the water. Yang Yi had also thought of asking Lan Caokai to invest in Sahara Online Mall, but he felt that it was not a good idea. After all, he had shares in Sahara. If he brought it up, it would make Lan Caokai suspect that he was in cahoots with someone to cheat him of his money. It would cause a rift in their pure friendship. That would not be good, not only himself, but Yang Yi also didn't want Xixi to lose a good friend like Lan Xian. Therefore, even though Lan Caokai was a very capital investor, Yang Yi still didn't consider introducing him to Fu Jun. Yang Huan got on the train in a hurry. In Yang Yi's hometown, in the countryside, although they also felt that it was very glorious to be admitted to a university, they did not pay as much attention to it as the families in the city. After all, there were many ways to go about farming, working, and so on. They did not have to study. Therefore, when Yang Huan made up her mind to go out to work, although her family was against it, they did not object very strongly. In the end, they could not change her decision. Also, instead of sending Yang Huan to work with some girls in the neighboring town in Guangdong province and painting her face all day long, it would be better for her to go to Yang Yi. With her big brother taking care of her, there should be no big problem, right? Yang Huan left as soon as she said she would. After calling Yang Yi yesterday, Yang Huan started to pack her clothes. Yang Qing had to take Yang Huan to the city to take the train and butt-faced tractor the next day. Yang Qing, who was used to being thrifty, didn't want to spend money on the phone bill. Therefore, he did not call Yang Yi before. However, as the second brother, he was generous enough to buy a sleeper ticket for Yang Huan and sent her to the train. After sending her to the train, he called Yang Yi from a public telephone booth. "Yang Huan will arrive at noon tomorrow?" Yang Yi was shocked when he received Yang Qing's call. He thought he could wait for a few more days. He didn't expect his sister to come so soon. Yang Yi, who was in a panic, started to move quickly. He didn't care about other things, but he had to clean up a bedroom for Yang Huan. Yang Yi was so busy that he didn't have time to listen to Xixi's kindergarten story. He didn't have time to watch the episode of Xixi's interview with Murphy. He also didn't have time to think about Xixi's question about having a younger brother or sister. "You will have one in the future. Don't worry." Yang Yi rubbed his daughter's head. He turned on the TV and changed the channel for her to watch cartoons. Then, he went into the bedroom prepared for Yang Huan and started to clean it. Murphy came back. When she heard the news, she complained again, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? She's coming tomorrow. I didn't prepare anything. I didn't know she would come just like that." Yang Yi, that idiot, didn't call in advance. Yang Yi complained. Murphy didn't have time to deal with Yang Yi. She called Mo Xiaowan and asked Mo Xiaowan to help her adjust her schedule so that she could spare the whole day for Yang Yi tomorrow. Luckily, they were mainly shooting the MV. Murphy didn't have many scenes. She could ask the director to adjust it and shoot other people's scenes first. As for the recording studio, it didn't matter if Murphy didn't go tomorrow. The recording of the 12 songs had been completed. Jin Yingming could do the follow-up work independently. Yang Yi didn't understand. He kindly advised, "If you are busy with work, you can come back tomorrow night and see her. She's just my sister. She's not a national leader. You don't have to bother so many people." Murphy rolled her eyes at him and said, "Because she's your sister, I have to pay more attention to her. I don't even want to talk to other people." She couldn't explain it to Yang Yi. She went into the dressing room. Because Murphy moved a lot of clothes from the Binhai area, Yang Yi prepared a room for her as a dressing room. Anyway, there were many rooms. She could do whatever she wanted. Murphy began to worry about what to wear to pick up her sister-in-law tomorrow. The next morning, it was the weekend. Guozi didn't have classes. He and Du Yuanlei agreed to go to the coffee shop to find Yang Yi. Because Yang Yi was in the shop or upstairs, Guozi was confident that he didn't call Yang Yi in advance. As a result, when he came to the coffee shop with Du Yuanlei, he only saw Ding Xiang and a few customers. Yang Yi and Shi were nowhere to be seen. "Where's brother Yang? Didn't he come today?" Guozi asked Ding Xiang embarrassedly. It would be embarrassing in front of Du Yuanlei if he made a mistake. Ding Xiang looked at him and Du Yuanlei meaningfully. Her expression didn't change. She said, "Brother Yang won't come today. He said that he's going to the station to pick up someone. Brother Yang's sister is coming." Brother Yang's sister? Guozi didn't know about it. He had been busy filming for the past 2 days. "Are you talking about the boss of the shop? The very tall boss?" Du Yuanlei asked curiously. She remembered that she had seen Yang Yi before. It was when she first met Guozi. However, Guozi was too conspicuous. She didn't have a deep impression of Yang Yi. "Yes, he's brother Yang," Guozi said apologetically. "I'm really sorry to have made you come here for nothing. What does it matter? If I can't see him this time, I'll come again next time." Du Yuanlei didn't care. She was prepared to visit him 3 times. "I'll treat you to a cup of coffee. You've worked hard." Okay." In fact, whether Guozi agreed or refused, it was the same. Du Yuanlei was already taking out the money. Her question was not a question, and she was not asking for his opinion. Du Yuanlei bought 2 cups of coffee and left with one for herself. However, Guozi stayed. Although it was a pity, knowing that Yang Yi's sister would come at noon, Guozi was interested. He wanted to see what his sister looked like. "Mom, why isn't Auntie here yet?" Outside the Jiangqing railway station, across the busy street, Yang Yi's overlord was parked in the parking lot of the park. Shi and Murphy were sitting inside. The little girl was restless. She stood on the seat and looked out of the window, asking questions from time to time. Soon. Mo Fei herself was also a little restless. In this cold winter, fine beads of sweat oozed out of her forehead. She could only comfort the little girl verbally. Yang Yi was waiting on the platform. He looked at the train slowly entering the station through the guardrail. It should be this train. Yang Yi was still a little nervous, but when he saw the car coming, he suddenly calmed down. There was no fluctuation in his heart. Just like in his previous life, his performance was much better than usual. As the passengers alighted from the train, the platform became noisy. Yang Yi stood there quietly, as if he was isolated from the world. He was the only calm scenery on the platform. But he still looked at the passing crowd. "Big brother." A joyful cry pierced through the noisy crowd and drilled into Yang Yi's ears. A few men were pushed aside, and a girl with a big braid wearing a thick cotton-padded coat and carrying a snakeskin bag entered Yang Yi's sight. She was full of heroic spirit, pretty and bright, and her face was full of surprise. She waved her hand vigorously at Yang Yi. Indeed, the taller one was, the bigger the target. No matter how sharp Yang Yi's eyes were, Yang Huan noticed him earlier than him. Yang Yi smiled and waved at his sister. He went up and took Yang Huan's luggage. The big snakeskin bag was heavy. Luckily, it was Yang Huan. Other girls probably couldn't carry it. "Brother." Yang Huan jumped around in front of Yang Yi. She was almost 1.7 meters tall, but she was still as naughty as before. "Second brother didn't want to call you in advance. I was so worried when I got on the train. I was afraid that you wouldn't come to pick me up." "Why would I?" Yang Yi smiled and rubbed Yang Huan's head. It was the same action as he remembered. However, Yang Huan's braided hair was not as comfortable as Shi's. "I'll buy you a cell phone later. You can call me anytime." "Really? Brother, you're so nice." Yang Huan was surprised and said excitedly, "I've been wanting a cell phone for a long time. I study in the county, and many of my classmates have one. But I didn't dare to ask second brother for one. He didn't even buy one for himself." Yang Yi sighed in his heart. He said gently, "It's okay. You'll have one. You, Qing, and Mom and Dad." Yang Yi led her out of the station. As he walked, he said, "Didn't I tell you that you don't have to bring too many things with you? You even brought a woven bag." I didn't want to bring one either. But Mom was worried that you wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well outside, so she asked me to bring you a bunch of local products. Anqing's Maojian, Gastrodia alata, a few bags of dried tofu, a bag of fragrant lotus root. Yang Huan counted with her fingers. She really sounded like Yang Huan's mother. Yang Yi was touched, but he didn't know what to say. He just walked in silence. When they were about to walk out of the station, Yang Yi suddenly said to Yang Huan, Huan, I have something to tell you today. You have to be prepared. Are you surprised? Yang Huan jumped around Yang Yi happily. She even walked in front of Yang Yi and walked backwards. Look, there are steps. Don't fall. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pulled her and said vaguely, you'll know when you see it later. You'll definitely be surprised, but you'll have to judge whether you're happy or not. After crossing the road, they arrived at the place where Tyrannical Wolf was parked. Yang Yi opened the trunk and put Yang Huan's luggage inside. Yang Huan stared at the car, dumbfounded. She could tell that it was expensive just by looking at its appearance. She exclaimed, brother, you bought a car? Seeing Yang Yi nod, she wasn't suspicious, but surprised. Wow. Brother, you're amazing. You even have a car. No wonder you told me it was a surprise. That's not what I meant. Get in the car first. Yang Yi opened the door of the front passenger seat and let Yang Huan get in. Yang Huan was still a little nervous when she got in the car. She carefully stepped on the mattress and climbed up using the leather seat. She was in an awkward position, but she was worried that she would dirty her brother's car. Just as she climbed up and sat down on the seat, before she could adjust her position and close the door, she looked up and saw two pairs of eyes, one big and one small, looking at her from the back seat. Ah. Sorry. Yang Huan was shocked. She apologized and shouted, brother, we got in the wrong car. This isn't your car. Yang Yi got up from the driver's seat. He closed the door and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Close the door first. Are you Auntie? Shishi's anticipation overcame her fear of strangers. She whispered to the woman in front of her. Auntie, Yang Huan was dumbfounded. She had forgotten to close the door. Hello, I'm Murphy. Murphy also reacted. She said awkwardly, it's our first time meeting. Nice to meet you. In her hurry, she had forgotten to introduce herself. Yang Yi reached out to help Yang Huan close the door. Then he looked at Yang Huan and said, this is what I wanted to tell you. Let me introduce you. This is Murphy, my girlfriend and future wife. You can call her sister-in-law. This is Shishi, my daughter and your niece. It was indeed a big surprise. Yang Huan was still in a state of shock. She had yet to close her mouth due to shock. It wasn't a big deal to suddenly have a sister-in-law. Although Murphy was so beautiful that Yang Huan couldn't help but feel ashamed, having a niece was a big deal. Yang Huan and Shishi looked at each other. The girl was also sizing her up. Yang Huan lost her composure. This niece seemed to be 4 or 5 years old. Yang Huan swallowed and looked at Yang Yi. Your niece? Of course. Yang Yi smiled. There's a complicated story behind this. I'll tell you about it when we get back. Fortunately, Yang Huan wasn't a complicated person. There was nothing to think about. Since her brother said so, then so be it. Besides, she had a niece and a beautiful sister-in-law. Yang Huan felt that she should be happy. Sorry, I was a bit surprised. Yang Huan calmed down and shook Murphy's hand with a smile. She said sweetly, nice to meet you, sister-in-law. Seeing Yang Huan's kindness, Murphy was relieved. She smiled and nodded at Yang Huan. Nice to meet you, Yang Huan. Me too. Me too. She said unhappily. She pouted and said, I've been waiting for Auntie for so many days. The little girl was like a very good lubricant, immediately easing the somewhat awkward atmosphere by quite a bit. Yang Huan immediately fell in love with the cute girl. She reached out her hand with a smile. How could I forget you? What's your name again? I'm Shishi. Auntie, what's your name? Shishi took Yang Huan's hand happily. Shishi. That's a nice name. I'm Yang Huan. Of course, you can call me Auntie too, Yang Huan said happily. She really felt that the new identity of Auntie was good. Yang Huan's eyes darted around as Tyrannical drove steadily on the road. From time to time, she would steal a few glances at Murphy through the rearview mirror. Murphy, who was as beautiful as a fairy, gave her a sense of unreality. How could such a legendary beauty be associated with her brother? Just like the phoenix perching on the phoenix tree. How could there be a phoenix in the remote mountain village of their hometown? Murphy, this name sounds familiar, Yang Huan muttered to herself. However, she still couldn't recall where she had heard it from. She didn't think in that direction and thought that she had remembered it wrongly. Mom, Auntie is peeping at us. Murphy was the one who was nervous, not Xianxia. The little girl was sitting in the safety seat, but she had been looking at her auntie for a long time. She noticed her auntie's little movements and called her out directly. Xianxia, be polite, Murphy gently educated her daughter. Yang Huan, who was exposed, was a little embarrassed. She smiled embarrassedly and said, No, it's just that you are too beautiful. I couldn't help but take a few more glances. It's not Xiaxia's fault. It's okay. You can look if you want, Murphy quickly said. Hee hee, thank you, Auntie. Yang Huan wasn't reserved. She turned her head and smiled at Murphy. She also reached out to tease Xianxia. Xianxia, how old are you? I'm 4. Xianxia giggled and shrunk her neck. Then she imitated Yang Huan and asked, How about you, Auntie? How old are you? Me? I'm 19. Auntie is old, Yang Huan said. With a smile. In fact, Yang Huan liked Xianxia very much. She suddenly became an auntie. The sense of responsibility that came from her blood made her want to spoil this little girl. Moreover, Xianxia was so cute. Auntie, are you hot? Xianxia couldn't help asking, Why are you wearing such thick clothes? Although it was winter, Yang Yi turned on the heater function of the air conditioner in the car. Ordinary cars used engine coolant as a heat source, but Tyrant had installed a heating system that only a few high-end cars had. After turning it on, the inside of the car was indeed much warmer than the outside. Naturally, Yang Huan was sweating from the heat. However, she was too embarrassed to take off her jacket for fear that she would embarrass her brother. If Xianxia hadn't mentioned it, Murphy and Yang Yi wouldn't have noticed it. Yang Yi turned to look at Yang Huan and said with a smile, Huan, take off your coat. You can put it on later. Mo Fei also took the initiative to say, Yang Huan, take it off. I'll put it behind you. Yang Huan didn't hesitate. She unbuckled her seat belt, took off her coat, and handed it to Murphy. Murphy took it and folded it for Yang Huan before putting it on the empty back seat. Yang Huan had been watching Mo Fei. It seemed that she was watching Mo Fei's movements, but in fact, what she was really paying attention to was Mo Fei's expression. To her relief, Mo Fei didn't show any disdain for her, who looked very old-fashioned, cotton-padded jacket. Seeing Murphy fold the jacket for her seriously, Yang Huan's impression of Murphy gradually improved. Murphy turned around and saw Yang Huan's grateful eyes. She was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Yang Huan, your jacket may be a little hot in Jiang City. It's not so cold in Jiang City in winter. I'll take you to buy some clothes later. Okay. Yang Huan said happily, by the way, sister-in-law, you can call me Huan like my brother. I'm used to my family calling me Huan. It's awkward to call me Yang Huan. This was the first time Yang Huan had offered Murphy a real olive branch. Family? Murphy smiled happily, yes, Huan. Auntie, should I call you Huan too? Xianxia interrupted, confused. You should call me Auntie. I like it when Xianxia calls me Auntie. Yang Huan made a face at Xianxia. The two girls who liked to laugh laughed at each other. Time passed quickly with laughter on the way. Soon, Tyrannical Wolf drove back to Jiang City Media University. Yang Yi drove past the coffee shop and was about to park in the backyard. He pointed at the coffee shop that was still open and said, This is my coffee shop. We live upstairs. A coffee shop? Yang Huan was surprised. She had studied in a county high school, so she wasn't ignorant. She was surprised that her brother could open such a shop. Wasn't it a little too artistic? In Yang Huan's memory, Yang Yi wasn't an artistic person. Of course, she quickly came up with the answer. She couldn't help but look at Murphy again. Yang Yi got out of the car and opened the door. Murphy handed the cotton-padded jacket to Yang Huan. Then, she unfastened Xishi's seatbelt and pulled her out of the back seat. Yang Huan had experience this time. She unfastened the seatbelt and opened the door smoothly. It was still a little cold outside the car. Yang Huan put on the cotton-padded jacket. She didn't need to button it up. She just left it open, revealing her curvaceous body. Just then, a voice came from the back. "Brother Yang, you're so mean. Our sister is coming over to play. You didn't even tell us. Sister Ding Xiang and I have been waiting for a long time. You're finally back. Where's our sister?" Yang Huan turned around and saw a man and a woman walking around the glass window of the coffee shop toward them. The woman was wearing a uniform and looked friendly, but the other was a chubby man who was only a little taller than her and had a young face. "Who's this?" Yang Huan muttered in her heart. She felt that there were enough surprises today. She didn't want two more surprises. Yang Yi smiled when he saw Ding Xiang and Guozi. He didn't plan to explain. Instead, he introduced them. "Huan, these two are my good friends. This is Ding Xiang. She's from Xianxia. She's a sophomore at the university we just passed. She's helping out in the coffee shop. This is Guozi. He's a freshman." Seeing that Guozi's eyes were shining, Yang Yi purposely introduced him. Then, he introduced Yang Huan. "This is my sister. Her name is Yang Huan. She's a sophomore. Ding Xiang, show her around the university and let her know about it." "Sure." Ding Xiang nodded and smiled at Yang Huan. Yang Yi had told her about Yang Huan's situation before. Therefore, she wasn't surprised that Yang Huan skipped class and came out to play. Guozi was much more enthusiastic. Yang Huan wasn't like Yang Yi. She was much prettier and had a good figure. Even if she wasn't an 8 out of 10 beauty, she was still a 9 out of 10 beauty. "Brother Yang, don't worry. I promise I'll take good care of our sister." Guozi patted his chest and said with a smile. Hey. Let's be clear. Who's your sister?" Yang Huan patted his shoulder and snorted. "You're a freshman. Are you 18? Well, I'm 17. Guozi immediately lost his confidence. Yang Huan smiled proudly. "Then don't call me sister. I'm 19. I'm much older than you. Quick, respectfully call me big sister." "Ah?" Guozi thought that he could be a big brother now that a high school student was here. He didn't expect that she was older than him. His happy expression immediately dropped. How is it possible that she's already 19 when she's only in her second year of high school? Guozi couldn't help but mumble. Yang Yi opened the door and turned his head, ready to drive the car in. When he heard Guozi's question, he faintly smiled and said, "My little sister started school late. Coupled with the fact that she repeated a grade in primary school, she's indeed 19 years old now." "Brother, are you exposing my shortcomings again?" Yang Huan said angrily. Guozi felt like the sky was falling down. He said in annoyance, "I thought there was finally someone younger than me. I didn't expect that I'm still the youngest." "Good boy." Yang Huan turned around and said to Guozi with a smile. Ding Xiang and Murphy couldn't help but laugh when they saw Guozi's defeated expression. Guozi was usually the most talkative. Finally, there was someone who could control him. However, to everyone's surprise, Cece walked up and pulled Guozi's hand. She said innocently, "Uncle Guo, don't be sad. I'm the youngest. I'm only 4 years old." This time everyone laughed. At noon, Yang Yi was preparing lunch in the kitchen. Murphy held Yang Huan's hand and chatted in the living room. Although Murphy wasn't good at chatting, it was her sister-in-law's first time here. She had to be friendly. However, she wasn't good at it after all. As they chatted, Yang Huan, who had become familiar with the topic, gradually took the initiative. "Sister-in-law, how did you meet my brother?" Yang Huan had been hiding a question in her heart. She didn't have a chance to ask Yang Yi alone, but it was uncomfortable to keep it in her heart. Therefore, she asked indirectly. Murphy pursed her lips and said, actually, it started 5 years ago. At that time, Xianxia was still working as a chauffeur in the capital. Yang Huan remembered that her brother had worked in the capital for a while after he retired. However, he left the capital for some unknown reason. Because of this, Yang Huan was sad for a while. She wanted to go to the capital with her brother. The imperial palace and the Great Wall in the capital were very beautiful. There was once when I was in danger, and he happened to be there, so he saved me. Murphy didn't want to go into too much detail. On the other hand, Yang Huan nodded with satisfaction and smiled, so it's a hero saving a beauty. Just as she was about to ask some questions that brushed past the topic and get to the biggest question in her heart, Cici, who was watching TV with the remote control, suddenly seemed to have discovered a new world. She happily turned her head and shouted, Mama, Mama, look, you're on TV. Yang Huan and Murphy looked over and saw Jixin's interview on the TV. It was a replay of yesterday's show. When Yang Huan saw Murphy appear on TV, she was a little confused at first. But suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. She remembered why the name Murphy was so familiar. I came across the ocean to see you. Yang Huan exclaimed. She said, Sister-in-law, are you the singer who sang this song? Although Yang Huan was born in a village, she didn't live in a vacuum. Moreover, she was still studying in a county high school. Her classmates had been humming this song almost every day for the last month. Some of the boys had even pasted Murphy's picture on their desks. Yang Huan didn't pay much attention to the singer's appearance, but she still remembered the name. Hearing her aunt's exclamation, she said proudly, my mom sings really well. Murphy, on the other hand, didn't feel proud. She even nodded shyly. Yang Huan's expression was a little strange. There was surprise, worry, and some other indescribable emotions. Needless to say, the worry was similar to before. Murphy was already unbelievably beautiful, and now she was a superstar. Yang Huan didn't know if her brother could handle her. Although Yang Yi and Murphy had a child, there were plenty of celebrities in the entertainment industry who divorced or even cheated on their children. However, she still couldn't help but give Yang Yi a thumbs up in her heart. He saved a beauty and brought her back. Brother, you're really good at acting. On the TV, Luo Xian was asking Mo Fei about Mu Xiang. Mu Xiang wrote 12 songs for you, and it is said that almost all of them are excellent songs. Such an excellent songwriter actually refuses to appear in front of the media. Can you give a simple evaluation of him? Murphy, who was on the TV, was stunned. She then said shyly, I think Mu Xiang is a talented man. He doesn't want to appear in front of the media because he has his own career, right? Murphy revealed a little, but she was still a little shy when she praised Yang Yi. She felt that she was praising herself. After you sang, coming across the ocean to see you, many of your fans said that Mu Xiang is the man who understands you the best. What do you think of that? Luo Xian was still trying to stir up trouble. Murphy was very straightforward. She had already merged Yang Yi and Mu Xiang together. She nodded subconsciously. That's right. Oh. The audience felt that they had heard something incredible. They all cheered. Only then did Mo Fei realize that she had said before that Mu Xiang's song was not written for her. Now that she had said that, it would cause misunderstandings. She quickly explained, what I mean is that Mr. Mu Xiang knows me very well in music. Although he didn't write the song for me, it's very suitable for me to sing. That's why he gave it to me. She didn't know why, but when Mo Fei saw it on TV, she felt that her explanation was a little too obvious. Murphy subconsciously glanced at Yang Huan who was watching the TV. She explained to her softly, Mu Xiang is actually Yang Yi. Huh? Yang Huan was confused. Murphy told her that Yang Yi had written the song for her. She also explained that Yang Yi had used this name because he didn't want to show his face in public. Wait, my brother knows how to write songs? Yang Huan wasn't interested in the latter part. However, Murphy had truly confused her. Yeah, he knows how to. And he's very good at it. He's good at composing songs and playing many instruments. Murphy said with admiration. But I've never seen him write a song before. Yang Huan was confused. That's because Yang Yi signed a confidentiality agreement when he was in the army. There were many things that he couldn't tell his family. The confidentiality period has just passed, Murphy explained to Yang Huan. Yang Huan was enlightened. Although she still found it hard to believe, she could accept the reason. After all, ever since Yang Yi joined the army, he didn't spend much time at home. When he was in the army, he rarely came back home. After he retired, even when he went home for the spring festival, he came and went in a hurry. If it weren't for Yang Huan's lively nature and the fact that she had been sticking to her brother, Yang Yi, since she was young, she might have been estranged from Yang Yi. Sister-in-law, I have a question for you. I hope you don't mind. Yang Huan felt that her brother was getting more and more mysterious. If she didn't ask the question now, she might really die of boredom. Go ahead. I won't mind. Murphy's heart skipped a beat. She thought that she had done something wrong. Yang Huan pointed at Xi, who was watching the TV attentively. She lowered her voice and said, "Isn't Xi already 4 years old? My brother didn't tell his family about Xi when he came home. Why did he hide it from his family? No matter what the reason is, he should at least tell his family that he's pregnant. You don't know how worried my parents are about my brother's marriage. They've been hoping that they can have a grandson soon. If my brother goes home alone during the spring festival, my family will probably arrange a blind date for him, just like my second brother." Yang Huan complained. Hearing Yang Huan's question, Murphy could not help but feel nervous. This was what she was most worried about. Although she was prepared to be honest, she did not know if Yang Huan could accept it. However, since they were talking about this, she could not talk about it in front of Xi. Murphy pulled Yang Huan to the dining room. After hesitating for a while, she whispered to her, "Actually, this is all my fault. When I gave birth to Xi, I was abroad, so I did not think about contacting Yang Yi. Of course, I did not have Yang Yi's contact information either." Murphy told Yang Huan about how she had stayed abroad until Xi was 3 years old. Then, she told her about how she met Yang Yi again after she came back, and how they gradually developed their current relationship. Murphy bit her lower lip and looked at Yang Huan. "So, all these years, Yang Yi did not deliberately hide it from you. It was because he did not know that he had a child. So, don't blame him. If you want to blame someone, blame me." "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I blame you? This is my fault. If I had thought about it carefully and did not ask you to leave, you would not have to work so hard to raise Xi alone abroad." Yang Yi had just come out with 2 plates of cooked dishes. When he heard what Murphy said, he immediately disagreed. "How could you let a woman take the blame for something like this? Wait, brother, sister-in-law, how did you two get together back then? Why don't you even have his contact information?" Hearing Murphy's statement, Yang Huan vaguely felt that she had missed something. At that time, Yang Yi looked embarrassed. "It was that time when Yang Yi saved me. We did that." Murphy was anxious to explain, but she blushed as she spoke. "Well, that refers to having sex." Yang Yi tried to explain, but Murphy secretly kicked him. "Something like that. The next day, we separated and decided not to see each other again. We also decided not to mention it again." "And then she got pregnant?" How could Yang Huan not understand this? She was already 19 years old, not a primary school student. She had a strange look on her face as she tried to hold back her laughter. Murphy nodded gently. "You. Fine. So that's the reason." Yang Yi and Murphy let out a sigh of relief when they saw that Yang Huan seemed to have let it go. However, no one knew what Yang Huan was thinking. She was secretly happy and felt sorry for Yang Yi. This big brother is really in his 30s. He doesn't make a name for himself, but when he does, he amazes everyone. Not only did he drive a big car, but he also found a celebrity wife. What's even more amazing is that the hero saves the damsel in distress, sleeps with her, and even has a child with her. This plot is just like a novel. It was not just a novel. Yang Huan even felt that the CEO novels and sweet doting novels that the girls in her class read were not as bizarre and exciting as this. Of course, she was still excited for Yang Yi. Her big brother had turned the tables. Seeing that Yang Huan had accepted the truth, Murphy felt relieved. She decided to work harder and buy more things for her sister-in-law. In Mo Xiaotuan's words, she wanted to bribe her sister-in-law so that she could build a relationship with Yang Yi's parents through her. Yang Yi also had something to say to Yang Huan in private. After lunch, Yang Huan rushed to help wash the dishes. Yang Yi stood at the door and watched her busy in the kitchen. He hesitated for a moment before he said, Huan, do you think that I'm too stingy and that I don't give enough money to the family? Yang Huan shook her head. She turned around and smiled brightly at Yang Yi. Of course not. I know that you have your difficulties. Didn't you give a lot of money to the family too? Mom and Dad saved up the money for you. Half of it will be used to find a wife for second brother, and the other half will be kept for you. God is so pitiful. I have no rights as a daughter. They don't even want to give me money as a dowry. Sob sob. Yang Huan pretended to be pitiful and rubbed his eyes from afar. Yang Yi was baffled and asked, you know what difficulties I'm facing? You don't have to leave the money for me. Spend it all. The house needs to be renovated. I'll send more money home in the future. Of course, you have a share. Pfft, big brother. We're a family. Don't be so courteous. Yang Huan turned around and looked outside. Then, she pulled Yang Yi into the kitchen and closed the door. She looked up at Yang Yi, who was confused, and scolded him softly. Did sister-in-law give you the money? You don't have to think that just because you don't have money at home, you can give sister-in-law's money to us. You haven't married sister-in-law yet. Don't let her look down on us. Even if you marry her, you can't take the money. Although we're a little poor, we still need to have a backbone. Yang Yi understood now. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So this girl thought that he was a freeloader. No wonder she said that she understood his difficulties. If it was some other misunderstanding, Yang Yi would have gone with the flow. However, this was a matter of a man's pride. Yang Yi pulled a long face and said, who told you that sister-in-law gave me the money? Can't your brother earn some money? I earned this money in the second half of the year. Big brother, you can earn hundreds of thousands in half a year? Yang Huan didn't believe him. It's not just a few 100,000. You have to add another zero behind it. Yang Yi actually said that he didn't want to scare his sister. He brought Yang Huan to the study, took out the 3 books that he had already sold and handed them to Yang Huan. Big brother, you wrote these books? Yang Huan was a little confused when she saw the name on the books. Yes. At first, I didn't know that I could earn so much money, so I didn't dare to give too much to my family. I gave it slowly. Yang Yi said. However, Yang Huan didn't continue to doubt him. Like a little psychic, she held the books and said with a smile, Big brother, you have to thank sister-in-law even more. I didn't know you were so good before. Luckily, you met sister-in-law. You've changed your life. Yang Yi looked at Yang Huan's superstitious look. His mouth moved, but he didn't refute her. He nodded silently. If it was a misunderstanding, then so be it. As long as she believed it, Yang Huan's strange way of thinking aside, after Murphy's new show was aired on Shanghai TV yesterday, her new single was released at the same time. The influence of Jixin interview was obviously a level higher than fast music. It had only been a day, but the first dream had already been sung. The melody of the song was beautiful, but compared to Coming Across the Sea to See You, the mood of the song was still inferior. However, to some music critics' surprise, the title song that they thought did not live up to its name showed a strong momentum right from the start, especially among young people. This catchy song full of positive energy was highly sought after. In just one day, First Dream had rushed into the top 50 of the sales chart. And this was the result before Mo Fei started participating in the ranking show. Of course, this had a lot to do with the popularity of Coming Across the Sea to See You and Tianmei's hard work in promoting it. However, this couldn't cover up the widespread praise it received on the internet. This is a heartwarming song. It gave me the courage to work hard in a difficult situation. A young man who claimed to have a bad job after graduating was raised high. However, this was just the beginning. Murphy was still too busy to take her sister-in-law shopping. She received a call from her company and an invitation from Shanghai TV station. She had to go back to the company the next day, and then she would leave for Shanghai in the afternoon to attend the recording of the Music Power ranking on Monday. However, before she left, she pulled Yang Huan into the room and whispered for a long time. She asked for Yang Huan's measurements and other private data. She was going to ask Mo Shaowan to pick out some clothes for her when she arrived in Shanghai. Yang Yi drove Yang Huan and Xi around the neighborhood in the morning to familiarize her with the surroundings. In the afternoon, they stayed in the warm coffee shop because they had an appointment with Guozi. Since they had nothing to do, Yang Yi took the cat nail scissors and cut the cat's nails one by one. Yang Yi didn't notice that their nails had grown. It was only when Yang Yi was playing with them yesterday that he realized that he was going to cut the cat's nails. Xi originally wanted to play with her auntie, but she was worried that the cat's nails would be cut by their father, so she stood aside and watched nervously. Yang Yi was now trimming Little Gray's fingernails. The evil Shido had already been dealt with. It was now walking unsteadily, trying its best to adapt to the state after trimming its fingernails. Little Gray wanted to escape when it saw that the situation was not good, but in the end, it was caught by the poop picker. Yang Yi clamped Little Gray between his legs. Unable to struggle free, Little Gray's face was filled with panic and fear as it meowed and begged for mercy. Cici, who was standing at the side, watched as her father pulled up one of Little Gray's claws and gently pressed it with his thumb and index finger, fully exposing Little Gray's nails. The little girl worriedly said, "Papa, can you not use too much strength? Xiao Gray will hurt." Xiao Gray didn't do anything wrong. Yang Yi turned to look at the sad little girl and said with a smile, "Daddy is cutting its nails, not punishing it." Xi, do you know that kittens' nails are too long? It's also a kind of harm to themselves. For example, when they play, their nails will get stuck on the curtains or the carpet. It's very dangerous. Xi nodded in confusion. All right then. Be careful, Papa. Little Gray will hurt. In fact, just like humans, as long as you control the length of your nails, you won't hurt them. If one looked closely, the cat's nails were divided into two parts. One part was white, and the other part was connected to the body. It was pink, and there were many nerves and blood vessels in it. Therefore, if one were to cut it, they could only cut off the white part. While Yang Yi and Xi were cutting the nails of the kittens, Yang Huan, who was not very interested in cats, chatted with Ding Xiang. Of course, she didn't want to disturb Ding Xiang's work. When there were guests, she didn't stay idle. She helped Ding Xiang wash the cups, record the bill, and do other things that she could. Sister Ding Xiang, I didn't know your family was like this. Compared to you, our family is much happier. Although we are very poor, at least we have parents, Yang Huan said with emotion. Under Yang Huan's relentless questioning, Ding Xiang couldn't resist and told her family background. She didn't tell Yang Yi in detail. Only Guozi knew a little about it. Then I have to ask my brother to give you a higher salary. You see, he's now a hands-off boss. He's letting you do everything. Yang Huan defended Ding Xiang. Don't, Huan. It's not like that. Brother Yang has already taken good care of me. I don't have to attend classes or exams. Brother Yang also gives me a high salary, Ding Xiang explained quickly. How much? Yang Huan was curious. Ding Xiang blushed and told her the specific number shyly. So much? Yang Huan was surprised, but she didn't think that Ding Xiang was not worth it. She said with a smile, Sister Ding Xiang, teach me how to make coffee. I found that working in my brother's shop is much more cost-effective than working outside. My classmates only earn 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. But don't worry, I won't steal your job. Yang Huan was worried that Ding Xiang would think too much. She took Ding Xiang's hand and murmured, my brother is so nice. He will definitely be willing to hire us to work together. Guozi came with his director, Senior Du. Maybe it was because Guozi had told Du Yuanlei about Yang Yi's great achievements, but she still acted respectfully and handed her script to Yang Yi with both hands. Let me take a look at your script first. Yang Yi smiled at Du Yuanlei and said, but I have a question that I want to confirm with you in advance. Do you want me to modify your script based on the original? Or do you want me to use your ideas to rewrite the story? Du Yuanlei was more inclined to the former. After all, it was her own work. But after this period of shooting, she began to lose confidence in her script little by little. So she gritted her teeth and said, both are fine. Ms. Yang, please give us the best suggestion after you read the script. Wait a minute. Yang Yi asked her to sit opposite him and began to read her script. At this time, Yang Huan came over with a cup of coffee and handed it to Du Yuanlei. She smiled and said, "Please enjoy." "Where is mine?" Guozi shouted. Yang Huan rolled her eyes. "I'm not serving you. If you want to drink, go get it yourself." Guozi followed her helplessly. "Yang Yi's sister, you can't take revenge on him. Isn't it just calling you little sister?" Guozi couldn't bring himself to call a girl who was only in her second year of high school sister, so he had been skirting the line. "Humph." Yang Huan ignored him and walked to Ding Xiang, swaying her ponytail. Yang Huan had already untied her big braid. In fact, it was Yang Huan's mother who had tied it for her. In Yang Huan's mother's opinion, a girl with such a hairstyle looked more dignified and beautiful. However, Yang Huan had experienced the strange looks of others along the way, so she knew that people outside had different aesthetic standards. So after chatting with Murphy for a while yesterday, she changed her hairstyle under Murphy's persuasion. Murphy also wanted to take her to get a perm and hair treatment, but Yang Huan couldn't accept it for the time being. Ding Xiang saw Guozi coming over and serving him coffee. Guozi immediately flattered her happily. "Sister Ding Xiang is the best." "Yang Yi's sister." Guozi didn't go back. He didn't feel comfortable sitting with Du Yuanlei, so he decided to play here. After taking a sip of coffee, he said awkwardly. "What?" Yang Huan said unhappily. "Let me tell you, an innocent girl like you who just came out of the village doesn't know the evils of the world. If you meet those smooth-talking men, you'll be at a disadvantage." Guozi said, shaking his head. Actually, he wanted to say, "Why don't you call me brother, and I'll impart some of my experience to you." However, Yang Huan didn't plan to play by the rules. She chuckled. "What kind of disadvantage?" It's just that some people think that you're easy to fool, so they come to you and cheat you of your feelings." Guozi was caught off guard. Fortunately, he was quick-witted enough to cover it up. Yang Huan walked out from the bar and smiled brightly at Guozi. "Come, show me what they'll do." "Huh?" Guozi was dumbfounded. He quickly explained, "No, I mean they might think you're pretty and easy to bully, so they might try to bully you." "It's okay. Show me how the people in the city do that." Yang Huan stood there casually and waved her hand at Guozi. She saw the commotion, so she left Xiao Guai and the rest behind and ran over to watch. "Is this a good idea?" "There's a kid here," Guozi said as if he saw his savior. "It's okay. She can also learn. Otherwise, what if she gets bullied in the future?" Yang Huan smiled at Shi. "Right? Shi?" The little girl did not care whether it was right or not. She thought it was fun, so she giggled and said, "Yes." "Look." Yang Huan waved her hand. Ding Xiang felt something was wrong, but she was too embarrassed to say anything. However, Guozi was still hesitant. He was not the kind of person who liked to bully girls. He was just flirting with women. "Are you still a man? Make it quick." Yang Huan goaded him. How could he tolerate that? Guozi clenched his teeth and walked behind Yang Huan. Yang Huan did not turn around. She pretended to be wooden and let Guozi do whatever he wanted. That's how it works. They will pretend to be your good friends and come up to you to hug and take advantage of you. Guozi mumbled as he reached out to put his hand on Yang Huan's shoulder. Guozi swore that he was being a gentleman. He only touched Yang Huan's clothes with his palm. Yang Huan did have a great figure from the back. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yang Huan grabbed his hand. Before he could feel the softness of Yang Huan's hand, his leg was swept away by Yang Huan. He lost his balance and turned around uncontrollably. When he came back to his senses, Yang Huan had already pinned him to the ground like a criminal. His arms were locked behind his back. Guozi's mind was still a little slow as he called out. However, bang! A fist the size of a persimmon smashed down and landed on the floor beside him. The wooden floor was smashed with a dull sound. At that time, the fist was less than a centimeter away from Guozi's face. If there had been a BGM, it would have been complete silence. Then, a cold electronic voice rang out. It was at this moment, he knew, he fucked up. At that moment, he knew he was done for. Spare my life, heroine. Guizi finally remembered that Xianxia was so good at fighting. How could his sister be a weak woman who could be bullied? He turned his head as he begged for mercy in a trembling voice. However, on the other side, he couldn't raise his head to look at Yang Huan. He just happened to see Shishi squatting down and looking at him curiously. Guizi wished he could find a hole to crawl into. How embarrassing. Call me Sister Huan and I'll let you go, Yang Huan said proudly. Sister Huan. Guizi accepted his fate. Xianxia let go of him and patted the dust off him. Actually, she didn't do that because Xianxia and Ding Xiang were very hygienic. Little Gua, Sister Huan will take care of you in the future. Yang Huan said with a smile. It was the first time she had a follower. In the past, Yang Huan was disciplined by her father at home and always behaved like a good girl. She didn't dare to cause trouble at school. Now that she came to Xianxia's place and Xianxia didn't take care of her, Sister Huan was free to do whatever she wanted. However, Guizi was not proud of it. His face was gloomy. He was suppressed by a girl. It was really humiliating. Ding Xiang filled Guizi's cup with both anger and amusement. She said, why do you always provoke her? Sister Ding Xiang, you're the best. Guizi asked for comfort miserably. On the other side, Shishi, who had seen the crushing scene, asked Yang Huan in confusion, Auntie, why did you hit Uncle Gua? Mom said that good girls shouldn't fight. Yang Huan rubbed the little girl's head and said with a smile, yes, we shouldn't fight, but we must remember that girls should know how to protect themselves. If someone bullies us, we must fight back fiercely. Oh. Shishi nodded confusedly. The commotion here didn't affect Xianxia and Du Yuanlei. Although Du Yuanlei had noticed the scene, she was also moved. When she saw Guizi get up, she didn't say anything. Xianxia, on the other hand, was reading her script and flipping through it quickly. It didn't take long for Xianxia to finish reading. He only skimmed through the plot. After reading it, he only had one thought: the movie that Du Yuanlei wanted to make was a bit like a melodramatic Korean TV series. No, it was even sadder than a Korean TV series. The story was about a girl named Su Shishir. Her boyfriend, Ah Guang, had an incurable disease. The two of them had a complicated breakup, but Su Shishir was unwilling to leave Ah Guang. In the end, she accompanied Ah Guang to the end of his life. After Ah Guang's death, Su Shishir was pursued by Ah Guang's good friend, who was also the male lead. The male lead had always liked Su Shishir. Now, he was willing to replace Ah Guang to take care of Su Shishir for the rest of his life. However, Su Shishir's heart was still filled to the brim with Ah Guang, and there was no room for anyone else. Even if the male lead was really good and took care of her in all aspects, he was meticulous in every detail. Most of the movie's plot was in this aspect, and it was a bit like how Wang Xiaojian treated Huang Xiaoxian in Heartbreak 33 Days. However, Du Yuanlei didn't want them to be together, therefore, Xianxia couldn't help but ask the question that Guizi had asked before: what's the theme of this story? Du Yuanlei said guiltily, I want to show Su Shishir's persistence in love. Her persistence in a man who has passed away? Xianxia said, alright, I won't comment on your concept. Let's talk about the story. If you want to show this concept, why did you create an almost perfect male lead? Actually, by creating a scumbag and an imperfect male lead, you can also show Su Shishir's persistence in leaving Ah Guang. But you created a perfect boyfriend. Isn't this a little too cruel to him? The audience will have a lot of controversy about this. Xianxia's words made Du Yuanlei fall silent. Of course, we're not criticizing your work now. We're looking for a solution. Xianxia smiled. My suggestion is that I use the inspiration from your script to write a new script for you. However, it might be different from the movie you've imagined. I'm more willing to call it a micro-movie. But it doesn't matter. You're still shooting your first movie. Why don't you shoot this as a practice? I can invest in it since it's just in time for my promotional plans. Xianxia enticed, what do you think? Are you willing to listen to my story? Du Yuanlei opened her mouth, but no words came out. Her scriptwriting ability had been hit so hard that she couldn't raise her head. Although she could change the male lead setting according to what Xianxia said before, it's not that her script can't be filmed. However, it would shake the entire plot and she would have to rewrite it. She didn't have that much confidence. Tell me your story. Yuanlei calmed down and decided to listen to Xiangyi's story before making a final decision. Let me explain first. The micro-movie I'm talking about is a short movie, about 10 to 60 minutes in length. Of course, it has a complete storyline and all the elements of a movie, including time, location. Yuanlei subconsciously explained the remaining elements, characters, theme, and storyline. That's right. With this characteristic, it's destined that it can't be broadcasted in cinemas. It needs to be broadcasted on the internet and other platforms. It can be said that it's a new product in the internet age. Xiangxia nodded his head in praise. I happen to be working on a social media website, and I want to hold a micro-movie competition to promote it. Of course, I don't want you to win an award, but I want you to help me shoot a micro-movie and use it as a reference. If you're willing to shoot it, I'll invest all the money you need for the shoot, and I'll also pay everyone including you. What Xiangxia wanted to promote was naturally micro-broadcasting. Now that micro-broadcasting had been promoted by celebrities, there were close to 10 million registered users. It could be said that it had already bared its fangs in front of all the major social media websites. However, this promotion wasn't enough. If Xiangxi's sudden idea could be realized, he could launch a small video website like Quick Shots. This kind of website didn't need to be as big as YouTube, it only needed to adapt to the logic of microbroadcasting and support the growth of microbroadcasting. Of course, Yuanlei still wanted to hear Xiangxi's story. Guang is a singer-songwriter who graduated from a piano major. His girlfriend, Xianxia, was also a piano major. However, when they first entered society, their careers were difficult. Xianxia lived at home, while Guang lived in a small rented house. Other than a bed, there was a piano and a small sofa, so there was almost no space to turn around. Xiangxia took a sip of water and continued. Xianxia often came to Guang's house to play. Guang, who was dumb and didn't know how to talk, could only accompany Xianxia to watch TV and read books. Xianxia would also accompany Guang to listen to him play the piano and compose. The story of the two instantly attracted Yuanlei's attention. Just the setting alone was enough to make Yuanlei feel that it was very interesting. There are many interesting things between them. For example, when Guang was a little fat, the two of them were watching Xixi's bedtime stories. Xiangxia scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Oh right, that book was written by me, and I also did a small promotion. Yuanlei had no reaction to this. She looked at Xiangxia closely, waiting to hear the rest of the story. Xianxia, Guang, 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 Guang. Xianxia's Guang thought, Xianxia's just a joke. In fact, Xianxia was just teasing him. Deep down, she still liked Guang. Although Guang was fat, he was very talented. Although Guang wasn't good with words and didn't know how to be romantic, he would take care of Xianxia. Of course, all these aspects will be reflected through the details of the story. Now, I'm just going to talk about the general plot, Xiangxia said. Yuanlei gently nodded her head. She was already intoxicated by the story. One day, Xianxia was lying on the sofa with her legs crossed, listening to Guang struggling to compose. Suddenly, she stood up and interrupted Guang's messy playing. Then, she pressed a set of melodies on the piano. Although it was just her sudden naughtiness, this set of melodies unexpectedly enlightened Guang. His inspiration surged, and according to this set of melodies, it didn't take long for him to compose a song. Xiangxia chuckled. This song is very beautiful. I can play it for you later. Continuing with the story, Xianxia wanted to move out of her house and asked Guang to help her move. The two of them were panting in their new house, and Guang clumsily peeked at Xianxia. That night, they sat together and watched a soap opera. Xianxia was crying her eyes out, and Guang didn't know how to comfort her. Xianxia saw him like that and asked him, "What are you looking at?" But Guang just stared at her blankly, thinking that her tear-stained face was very beautiful. Then, it was a kiss that was not suitable for children. But when they parted their lips, they realized that their lips were red as if they had smeared blood on them. Su Shishir thought that Ah Guang was angry because of a kiss, so she wiped his nose and giggled. However, the one who had a bleeding nose was Su Shishir. She was laughing and bleeding at the same time. When Ah Guang saw this scene, he hurriedly sent Su Shishir to the hospital for a checkup. Duanlei clenched her fists nervously. Ah Guang was nervous and flustered, but Su Shishir was very calm. She even teased Ah Guang and giggled, telling him that she was fine. However, the test results came out. It was leukemia. Why is it Su Shishir? Duanlei's eyes turned red as she asked sadly. She didn't know what memories Yang Yi's story had triggered in her, or perhaps, Duanlei had already put herself in Su Shishir's shoes. Facing Duanlei's doubts, Yang Yi helplessly explained, it's just a part of the story. Ah Guang still needs to perform. Moreover, when a female character is sick, it's more infectious. This explanation wasn't convincing enough, but Duanlei still adjusted herself. After all, she was a professional director. I'm sorry. I lost my composure. Please continue. Yang Yi finished the rest of the story. The rest of the story was that Ah Guang had finished composing the song while accompanying Su Shishir to treat her illness. The company that Ah Guang signed with wanted to push him out, but during this period, Su Shishir's illness got worse. At the end of the story, Ah Guang played the song on his phone at the TV station. Su Shishir was also listening to the song as she slowly approached the end of her life. Duanlei was already sobbing. The commotion attracted the attention of others. Guozi, Ding Xiang, Yang Huan, and Xixi all came over. They thought that something was wrong with Duanlei and wanted to comfort her. No, I'm fine. I'm just touched by Mr. Yang's story. It's much better than mine. Duanlei wiped her tears and smiled embarrassedly. But, Mr. Yang, I have a question. Why didn't you write that Su Shishir didn't want to be a burden to Ah Guang and wanted to break up with him? Duanlei was really obsessed with this melodramatic sadomasochistic love story. Yang Yi helplessly smiled and said, not all stories are suitable for such a plot. Our story is about the pure love between Ah Guang and Su Shishir. If you want to move people, then don't mix in too many elements. Also, don't mention what will happen to Ah Guang after Su Shishir's death. What's the story that's so touching? Yang Huan asked curiously. Yang Yi had no choice but to tell them the story again. It was almost evening, and there weren't any customers in the coffee shop. Ding Xiang also stayed to listen to the story. In the end, the girl's eyes were brimming with tears. Fortunately, Xixi was already taken away by Xiao Guai. Guozi was also a sensitive person. He didn't pay attention to the kissing scene. Instead, his eyes turned red and he said, Big brother Yang, why did you write Su Shishir to death? If anyone is to die, I should be the one to die first. Yang Yi rolled his eyes and ignored him. Oh, right. This story should be accompanied by this song. Yang Yi stood up excitedly and walked to the piano. Let me sing it for you. That's right. There's a song too. When they were listening to Yang Yi's story, they were so engrossed in the sad ending of Su Shishir and Ah Guang that they forgot about the song. Yang Yi sat in front of the piano while the others surrounded Yang Yi. Duanlei and Guozi stood on either side of him while Yang Huan and her sister Ding Xiang stood in the middle, hand in hand. It was Yang Huan's first time seeing Yang Yi play the piano. She thought of what Murphy said yesterday and became even more excited. She wanted to know how good her big brother was. Ah, Papa is going to play the piano again. Xixi was sitting on the floor in a corner of the cafe. Little Guai was lying in her arms lazily as she stroked its fur. It was so comfortable that it closed its eyes. Little Guai, let's sit here and watch Papa play the piano, okay? Xixi talked to little Guai as if she was playing house. She was so happy that her eyes narrowed. Hearing its name, little Guai raised its head and looked at its little master in confusion. However, when it saw that Xixi's attention was not on it, it lay down again. Yang Yi played the prelude softly, which was the part that Su Shishir played for Ah Guang. The rhythm was slow, but every part was played with great force. Duanlei and the others' hearts trembled. It was so sad from the beginning. It's so good. Yang Huan looked at Yang Yi's skillful playing and was so surprised that she could not close her mouth. The prelude was short. Yang Yi played the piano softly and hummed affectionately, I don't know how long it has been since I heard you tell me your favorite story. Why was the first sentence so heart-wrenching? Although it was nice to hear, Yuanlei couldn't help but tear up when she thought of the story Yang Yi had just told her and Su Shishir, who was lying on the hospital bed and gradually letting go of her hand. Maybe you won't understand, but ever since you said you loved me, my sky and the stars have lit up. The lyrics were beautiful, but the story was too sad. Yang Yi succeeded in making Ding Xiang cry. Guizi wasn't any better. Although the little fatty didn't cry like a girl, his eyes were also red as he handed tissues to Ding Xiang and the others. You have to believe that we'll be like those fairy tales where happiness are our endings. We'll write our endings together. Yang Huan did not care how well her brother sang the last line. She could not help but feel sad for Su Shishir's condition in the story. Brother, why don't you write that Su Shishir's leukemia has been cured? With the medical technology now, perhaps she can be saved. Su Shishir's death is too pitiful. Yang Yi complained after Yang Huan finished singing. Yang Yi retracted his hand and smiled bitterly. Huan, stop fooling around. This isn't a fairy tale. After they calmed down, Yang Yi continued to talk to Du Yuanlei about the short film. What do you think of the story? If it's successful, I'll write the script. Then, apart from the money you need to invest in the film, I'll also give you 100,000 yuan as a salary. I want to be in this film. Du Yuanlei said firmly. But I hope to have the rights to produce it independently. I don't need a salary, but whether it's the casting or the filming process, Du Yuanlei hesitated for a moment before she continued, you can make suggestions, but I hope that I have the right to make the decision. Yang Yi smiled. Of course, that's not a problem. I'm not interested in these things. At most, I'll go and watch the show and watch the process of you making a movie. I won't criticize your work. He always believed that professional work should be left to professionals, and he naturally wouldn't do anything that was annoying. But the male lead has to be Guizi, right? After all, he's still the same old Aguang. Yang Yi finally thought of little fatty. Of course. Guizi's acting is pretty good. Furthermore, isn't there a line in your song, you can't be my prince? His fatness just so happens to form a sharp contrast, and only then can the self-deprecating meaning of this sentence be reflected. Although Du Yuanlei was deeply touched, she listened attentively to Yang Yi's description and remembered all the details in her heart. In fact, it wasn't just Guizi. Du Yuanlei also wanted Qin Wen to be her female lead and use the same cast as before. They had gone through trials and tribulations together. Now that they were rich and powerful, Du Yuanlei couldn't turn her back on her. Yang Yi nodded and said with a smile, okay, that's all for today. I'll write the script for you as soon as possible. Then, you can give me a rough budget, including the salary of the actors and you. Don't say no. Help me shoot it as soon as possible. It's more important than anything else. Du Yuanlei was stunned and didn't refuse. She nodded gently. Just as Du Yuanlei packed up and was about to leave, Yang Yi stopped her. By the way, there's one more thing. Change the name of the movie. Love's Alley is not good. Then what should we call it? Let's call it Fairy Tale, after the song. After Du Yuanlei left, Yang Huan ran over with a smile and pestered Yang Yi. Brother, can you promise me one thing? What? Promise me first. Yang Huan shook Yang Yi's arm and shouted. She was more than 10 years older than her two brothers. Psychologically, they were almost a generation apart. She had been acting like a spoiled child since she was young. Yang Yi didn't know what to do with her. Okay. I promise you. Tell me. I want to work in your shop. As for the salary. Well, not too much. Just a little less than Sister Ding Xiang's. Yang Huan held back her laughter. After all, she's an old employee. Yang Yi was speechless. What do you mean by work? Did I ask you to come here to work? I asked you to come here because I want you to study hard and get into a good university in the future. You didn't go to university either. Also, didn't you go to university to earn money? Yang Huan said with grievance. As an elder brother, Yang Yi put on a stern face and scolded her. I'm me, and you're you. Who told you that you went to university to earn money? Going to university is for you to shape a good worldview, for you to have a good foundation of knowledge, and for you to have excellent connections. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. I opened a coffee shop behind the university. When I see the university students, I envy them and feel sorry that I didn't have such a carefree time. I'm old now, and I can't go back to the past. But you're different. I don't want you to have regrets like I did. Yang Huan rolled her eyes and said, but if you ask me to go back to university now, I can't stay there. Why don't you let me stay here? I can help you and also learn from Sister Ding Xiang. Sister Ding Xiang's grades are very good. Besides, isn't there a film academy here? I can learn from Xiaogua and go directly to the film academy. Anyway, if I pass the art exam, I can go to university even if I don't score well in the National College Entrance Examination. Yang Huan said with a smile. This way, you and your parents will be happy. Anyway, you'll go to university. This guy was really good at talking. You want to take the art exam? Yang Yi frowned and looked at Yang Huan. Do you know what acting is? I know. Brother, I've seen movies before. Yang Huan curled her lips. I've seen movies in the county town. And there will be a screening team in the village to show us movies. She was quick-witted and immediately found a reason. Think about it, I can look for Xiaogua or that Sister Lei to teach me. After a year, I'll definitely be able to improve my acting skills. Besides, I also know martial arts, so that's an advantage. There are very few female martial arts actors. Yang Yi was really convinced by her. He didn't want to interfere too much with Yang Huan's choice, as long as she didn't go astray. Okay. Let me stay. I don't want to go back. Yang Huan shook Yang Yi's hand and acted like a spoiled child. All right. Yang Yi nodded helplessly. But I have a condition. You must study hard in the cultural courses. You can't neglect it just because of the art exam. I know. I'll ask Sister Ding Xiang for advice. Yang Huan ran away with a smile and went to tell Ding Xiang the good news. Yang Yi looked at her back and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he had to find someone to help transfer her to Jiang City. Who should he find? Come to me. Guozi, Ding Xiang, and Yang Huan were close in age and had formed a small circle. They were even closer to each other than Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi didn't hang out with them all the time. 2 days later, when they were chatting again, Yang Huan mentioned that Yang Yi was looking for connections to help her transfer her student status. Guozi's eyes lit up and he volunteered. He wasn't trying to please the crowd. He immediately ran to Yang Yi, who was writing a script, and patted his chest, saying that he could do it well. You can? Yang Yi frowned, expressing his doubt. He contacted a few schools, but it was obviously impossible to directly apply for an interprovincial transfer. Yang Yi, who had hit a wall, was ready to go to Lanzhou Kai for help. Of course. At this time, Guozi realized that he hadn't told Yang Yi about his family background. He scratched his head awkwardly. Brother Yang, you don't know, right? I forgot to tell you that my father is a leader in Jiangqing City. Well, he's the deputy mayor. He may not be able to help with other things, but he can still help with a small matter like transferring Sister Huan's student status. You're the son of a government official. Yang Yi looked at Guozi in surprise. He realized that he had misjudged him. This guy didn't have any value as a son of a government official. Guozi scratched his head embarrassedly and giggled. My father doesn't allow me to tell others. He says it's bad for the influence. Guozi was actually quite vague about it. He was too embarrassed to boast about himself. He was not only the second generation of an official, but also the third generation of an official. He was the second generation of a rich family. His grandfather had been an official before. His father used to be the deputy mayor in charge of discipline inspection. He had just been promoted to the executive deputy mayor last month. His mother's family was also in business. Although his mother did not do business, it was not a problem for her to give Guozi a few thousand yuan of pocket money every month. Don't ask me why I didn't give you tens of thousands. Guozi felt like he was going to cry if he talked too much about it. Yang Yi did not hesitate and entrusted this matter to Guozi. Yang Yi also didn't view Guozi in a different light just because he knew Guozi's identity. Whether it was in his previous life or in this life, this guy really didn't put power in his eyes. Seeing that Yang Yi was still as indifferent but not distant as usual, Guozi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The reason why he didn't reveal his background was not only because of his father's control, but also because he was worried that if he revealed his background, their friendship would change. Just like before, Murphy shuttled back and forth between Shanghai and Beijing these days, trying her best to hit the charts for her new song. And First Dream also showed good momentum. Not only did it take the top spot on the Music Powerhouse chart and other charts, it also squeezed into the top 10 of the copyright organization's New Song Bestseller chart. After all, with Coming Across the Sea to See You as a foundation, many people were full of expectations for Murphy's new song. However, at this time, some discordant voices began to appear on some music websites. The melody of this song is good, but the lyrics are vulgar. Mu Xiang personally created this good song, but also destroyed it. Murphy should go back and sing her Coming Across the Sea to See You. What the hell is First Dream? It's terrible. It's said that First Dream is the title song of Murphy's new album. Such a bad song, you can imagine the content of the album later. These bad reviews were like bamboo shoots after a rain, unknowingly occupying the vision of the fans. Although some fans who liked this song fought back, there were too many posts, and they were almost randomly repeating the content. When they were refreshed, it would more or less affect some fans' understanding of the song. The more influential ones were actually not these music websites, but the music review sections of some music magazines. Not only did Lu Shifeng jump out to attack Murphy's new song, but there were also a few well-known music critics who gave very bad reviews. The scary thing was that they had substance to their words, saying nonsense in a serious manner. First Dream is a poison under the banner of chicken soup for the soul. It conveys a wrong idea. It's not wrong to persist in your dreams, but you shouldn't be stubborn. Research shows that 90% of people have a wrong understanding of themselves. If you want to succeed, you need to constantly change, and not be unrepentant. The sudden bad reviews made Murphy a little confused when she heard the news. Sis, did you offend someone? Mo Xiaowan asked her privately. This time, it shouldn't be Sister Ling's people who did it. They have no reason to do so, so it could only be an outsider. But how could Murphy think of who she offended? Mo Xiaowan could only attribute this matter to someone being jealous. This was also something that could be expected. After all, Mo Fei, whose popularity had dropped drastically, had taken the first place on the new song best-selling list with just one song, Coming Across the Sea to See You. Naturally, some of the A-list singers behind her were not convinced. Fortunately, the people in Tianmei's public relations department were not to be trifled with. They all took action, found people to delete the posts, found some respected seniors to support First Dream, and tried their best to reverse the bad situation caused by the bad reviews. But because of their negligence and lack of preparation, the impact was still there. First Dream had a strong momentum at the beginning, but because of the bad reviews, the sales stagnated after rushing to the top 10, and even slipped one place, almost falling out of the top 10. This didn't affect Murphy too much. After she returned to Jiangqing, she continued to prepare for the release of her new album in January next year. The two songs were almost done, so the fans' appetites couldn't be kept in suspense for too long. In Yangqing, Fu Jun, who had already started the first round of financing, suffered a setback. At the beginning, the financing signal from Sahara attracted a lot of attention. In addition to the big boss of Golden Age Records in Harbor City, Chairman Chui, there were also many investment banks eyeing him covetously. However, they were shocked by the price tag that Fu Jun put out. The first round of financing offered 6% shares, and Fu Jun gave them an expected value of 200 million. Although there was room for negotiation, some investment bank managers felt that Fu Jun was toying with them. 200 million for 6% shares. Do you think your company is a gold nugget? Why don't you go rob a bank? A grumpy manager's face changed directly. Of course, most of the managers still forced a smile and continued to negotiate with Fu Jun. But even if Fu Jun reduced it to 150 million, they still couldn't accept it. How much is your company worth? You want to sell 6% shares for so much? We can only offer 40 million. However, 40 million was too little. Even Fu Jun himself couldn't accept it, let alone Yang Yi's previous standard. After all, it was a wishful thinking investment bank. Seeing that they couldn't reach an agreement, they left their business cards and temporarily shelved the project. They thought it through very thoroughly. As long as they weren't in a hurry, Fu Jun would compromise one day, because now, Sahara Online's competitors had appeared. Fu Jun also received a tip-off from the company. Shopping websites such as Rui Shopping Network and Lisheng Online Department Store had appeared on the internet. Although their scale was still very small, and the traffic was far less than the Sahara Online Mall that had accumulated a group of loyal users, it was undeniable that online shopping was no longer the exclusive business of the Sahara Online Mall. Fu Jun, like the people in the investment bank, began to panic. At this time, Lan Cao Kai, who wasn't approached by Yang Yi, went to Yang Yi. Lan Cao Kai invited Yang Yi out to drink tea in a private club that he had a stake in. He complained as soon as they met, "Little Yang Yi, you are too unkind. You whetted my appetite that day, and then left it unsettled. If I didn't ask someone to do a business investigation and happened to see your name, I wouldn't have known that you have such a big business." Yang Yi froze for a moment. He knew that Lan Cao Kai was doing an investment investigation of internet companies, but he didn't expect his company to be on the list he got. Yang Yi didn't want Lan Cao Kai to know before because he was worried that he would doubt his motives. But he didn't expect the consulting company to recommend him to Lan Cao Kai. "It's really fate, it's wonderful." "Sahara Online Mall?" Yang Yi asked. Lan Cao Kai showed a surprised expression. "Sahara is also yours? Isn't that the business of a boss named Fu something?" The consulting company first asked him to invest in Sahara Online Mall, and Lan Cao Kai also entrusted the investment bank to negotiate with Fu Jun, but Fu Jun's price was a bit high. Lan Cao Kai thought that Fu Jun was playing him for a fool, so he didn't follow up. "I'm just a small shareholder in it, but if you're not referring to the Sahara Online Mall, then what are you referring to?" Yang Yi smiled awkwardly. "Microbroadcasting," Lan Cao Kai said with his eyes wide open. Yang Yi really didn't expect that microbroadcasting, a product that was still in its embryonic form, would be taken by a consulting company. It seemed that he couldn't underestimate the vision of the world's elites. Microbroadcasting did have a certain influence now. There were tens of millions of registered users, and the actual users were about 1 million. Because of the increase in investment, Yang Yi now began to let Mao Peifu start to set up a company, integrating microbroadcasting and Facebook into one company. The company name was registered, and it was called Backwave Technology Company. The people in this world might not understand the meaning of the new generation, but Yang Yi knew that the new generation would replace the old. This company would be the last generation on the beach. On the road to formalization, Yang Yi naturally wanted to hire a professional manager to helm the new generation. After the company was set up, Mao Peifu would retire to the second line and work as a human resources manager while learning. It had to be said that Mao Peifu was indeed a very good management talent, but she still lacked some experience in the operation of a big company. Yang Yi let her take a step back in order to advance, because he wanted to focus on training her. If in the future Mao Peifu showed the level that Yang Yi wanted to see, Yang Yi might let her go further. Moreover, Yang Yi did not go back on his promise. He signed a new contract with Mao Peifu, who had done a lot of work in the early stages, for a period of 4 years. If Mao Peifu still held an important position in Backwave after 4 years, Yang Yi would give her 3% of the original shares as a reward. That was a lot. Now that Lan Cao Kai wanted to invest in Yang Yi's microbroadcasting, he didn't know about the establishment of the new generation. "My investment advisor suggested to me to acquire microbroadcasting because social networks have great development potential. But since it's your company, Little Yang, I won't do that. If there's money, let's earn it together." Lan Cao Kai laughed heartily and said, "I'll give you the funds, and you can speed up your development. What do you think?" Lan Cao Kai used a negotiating tone. Clearly, he didn't want to let this matter affect their relationship with Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi frowned and said, "Big brother Lan, I'll tell you the truth. Microbroadcasting is actually not a profitable business. Whether it's in the early stages or the later stages, it requires a continuous investment of funds. And in terms of income, I haven't thought of a particularly good profit model." Of course, regarding the profit model, Yang Yi still had some ideas, but he wasn't wrong. Microbroadcasting was indeed not profitable. Even for Slagwave in his previous life, it took more than 5 years to turn its losses into profits, and the secret to turning its losses into profits was that it had seized the economic opportunity of short videos and live streaming as the carrier of internet celebrities. Although Xianxia's microbroadcasting could be sold at a good price in the future, the main purpose was really not to make money. So, instead of investing in microbroadcasting, why don't you invest in Xianxia? This online mall is currently the largest online shopping platform in the country, but this market is far from being fully developed. Think about it, there are more than 1 billion people in the country. If 1/10, which is about 100 million people, shop on Xianxia, how terrifying would the cash flow be? Xianxia pointed out the core of Xianxia's online mall's profit model with a single sentence. That's right, Xianxia's single product gross profit would not earn as much as the current online shopping platforms, but it could use the product's low price advantage to attract more customers and harvest more orders. The higher the sales volume, the lower the cost of purchasing goods and the longer the checkout period. The accumulated cash flow would allow them to do more things, such as making investments that could earn them money quickly. However, Xianxia temporarily limited Fu Jun's approach. Instead, he allowed him to use the funds to expand Xianxia's scale, such as building a logistics team, improving the quality of service, advertising more, and expanding more marketing channels. Combined with the lower product prices, it formed a strong competitive barrier against competitors who had just entered the industry. It was almost impossible for them to pry into Xianxia's customer base with the advantages that Xianxia had originally built up. Of course, Xianxia had not yet reached such a large scale. After all, online shopping was still a new thing, and many users were still observing. Therefore, Lan Caocai had some doubts about Xianxia's statement. Can there be 100 million people participating in it? Is the country so rich now that everyone can afford to go online? Of course not now, but we're looking at the future. Right now, we need to firmly grasp the existing market in our hands. In the future, with the development of the times, the cost of going online will become lower. In addition to the popularity of the mobile internet I told you about, online shopping will become as common as eating and drinking. At that time, Xianxia will truly become a behemoth in the internet industry. Just like buying a house? As long as there is an endless flow of rural people into the city, then this market will continue to expand. Lan Caocai continued this logic from another perspective. That's right. Xianxia nodded. Therefore, compared to my microbroadcasting, this Xianxia is more worthy of Big Brother Lan's investment. Now, Xianxia had thought it through. Since Lan Caocai had mentioned it, and he and Fu Jun also wanted financing, then why not pull Lan Caocai in? If there was money to be earned, it would be better to keep the goodies within the family. However, Lan Caocai was still a little hesitant. But Boss Fu is asking for a lot of money now. My consulting company gave me the data. This company's market value is at most 200 million, but he wants 100 million from me for just 6% of the shares. Isn't this a little too much? Big Brother Lan, do you know how much this company was worth half a year ago? Xianxia asked Lan Caocai. How much? Lan Caocai really did not know. Less than 10 million. Xianxia smiled slightly. And this includes many investments in real estate. In the early days of Xianxia Online Bookstore, Fu Jun had indeed been ambitious to make a name for himself. Therefore, whether it was the company's office building or the warehouse for goods transfer, he had invested a lot in both. Don't underestimate these investments. Even if he pulled out of this project, selling off these real estate assets that were still appreciating would still allow him to recoup his capital. Even so, in half a year's time, or rather less than half a year's time, 10 million had turned into a company worth 200 million. This development speed was shocking enough. Big Brother Lan, this is Fu Jun's private number. You can go back and discuss it with your investment consultant again to see if this investment is worth it. Seeing that Lan Caocai was a little moved, Xianxia did not try to persuade him anymore. He smiled and said to Lan Caocai, what Xianxia needs now is to seize the opportunity. If you can complete the financing earlier, I believe that with its development speed, you will be able to recoup your capital very soon. Lan Caocai naturally would not make a decision based on Xianxia's one-sided words. Lan Caocai needed to handle a business deal worth hundreds of millions carefully. Even if they were blood brothers, he still needed to settle accounts clearly. It was not impossible for him to hire a consulting company to do a more detailed investigation later on. Just as Yang Yi and Lan Cao Kai were drinking tea and chatting, Xi, who was in kindergarten, encountered a big problem. The little girl was depressed to find that there was no market for her stories. Xi actually liked to tell stories to her friends and enjoy the admiration of her friends. This feeling was very cool. For this reason, she often made a lot of preparations by herself, such as trying to recall the stories that her father had told her, or asking her mother to read her stories that she had already heard. But recently, Yang Yi had given the books to the parents. Xi's friends could hear the full version of the story from their parents. Naturally, Xi's repetition was not as popular as before. Today, when Xi wanted to tell her friends the story of Pinocchio, Chen Shiyun shouted, "I have heard this. My mother read this story to me yesterday." Lan Xian, who had always been against Chen Shiyun, nodded in agreement. "I also remember that if he lies, his nose will grow longer." The chubby little girl giggled and gestured with her hand on her nose. "Xi, I want to hear a new story." Yang Luoqi took Xi's hand and whispered. But how could Xi have a new story? Journey to the West was so long that she couldn't remember it. "Let's wait for Xi's father to tell us a story. Xi's father will be here soon," Nan Jiaoyu suggested. "I like Xi's father. I want to bring him my favorite chocolate. My father bought it for me abroad," Lan Xian said happily. "I can dance. Can I dance for Xi's father?" Yang Luoqi asked in a low voice. "Well, you all like my papa and don't like me anymore." Xi pouted unhappily. "No, Xi, I like you." Nan Jiaoyu patted Xi's shoulder to comfort her. However, Xi nimbly dodged and giggled. "Jiaoyu, you can't touch girls." "Huh?" Nan Jiaoyu was dumbfounded. "That's how my little aunt defeated Uncle Gua." Xi excitedly told the story of that day. In her vivid description, Guozi was like a villain who was thrown to the ground by Yang Huan. Yang Huan then gave Guozi a left hook and a right hook to beat Guozi up. The image of a super powerful heroine appeared spontaneously. "Wow. Xi, is your auntie really that amazing?" Even Nan Jiaoyu, who had been feeling a little wronged earlier, was dumbfounded. Chen Shiyun looked at her with admiration. "Xi, I want to learn how to fight from your auntie. Even my father isn't as good as her." Chen Shiyun didn't know how she came to such a conclusion, but she was a heroine after all. Chen Shiyun also wanted to be such a powerful character. "You can't fight. My mother said that we can't fight." Yang Luoqi was a little anxious to persuade her. Yes. My auntie also said that we can't fight. But as a girl, you must protect yourself." Cici remembered this very well. Xi's auntie's story was even more wonderful than a fairy tale. Lan Xian, who had been fascinated by the story, quickly nodded. However, it was one thing for her to nod, but Nan Jiaoyu was also nodding in a daze. In order to prepare for the New Year's Eve party, Mr. Mu and Mr. Shen organized the children to rehearse the play Ugly Duckling in the afternoon. After a few days of constant experimentation and substitution, each child finally had a fixed role. Xi was chosen to play the ugly duckling in the early stages because of her good memory. Yang Luoqi was chosen to play the white swan that the ugly duckling turned into in the later stages because of her beautiful appearance. Chen Shiyun was more interesting. She was chosen to play the hunter role that she wanted. Although she didn't have any lines, she looked very cool carrying a plastic gun. Rehearsals were very torturous, especially when communicating with these 4-year-old children and teaching them how to act and how to move. It wasn't a particularly big challenge for them to remember these things. The big challenge was that every time they rehearsed, the children sitting around who didn't have any lines for the time being would laugh and twist around. Their laughter would embarrass the children who were rehearsing, and they wouldn't know how to act. "Hey, I'm so tired. I want to take a rest here." Cici, on the other hand, was very serious in her rehearsal. She was the one who was least affected by the sight of the stage. She tried her best to run over and squatted down beside a few children who were holding up grass signs while reciting her lines. Although the little girl couldn't put on a very professional expression, her seriousness was enough to make her the best performer among the children. At this moment, Nanjiaoyu and another boy who was playing the role of a wild duck ran over. However, their swaying posture caused the children beside them to burst into laughter. This made Nanjiaoyu and the others forget their lines. "You two want to ask who Ugly Duckling is?" Mr. Shen had to remind them. "Ugly Duckling, who are you?" Nanjiaoyu quickly asked. Mr. Shen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He interrupted again and said, "If you're not Ugly Duckling, who are you? You don't even know who Ugly Duckling is. You have to ask who are you first." "All right then." Nanjiaoyu nodded obediently. He and the other boy held hands and recited their lines in front of Xixi. Xixi's hands were placed beside her like a duckling, but as if she was lifting the hem of her dress, she bent her legs and bowed respectfully to the two wild ducks. "I'm Ugly Duckling," Xixi said softly according to the teacher's instructions. Xixi was supposed to be timid here, but not to mention that Xixi couldn't understand this word. Even if she could, it was very difficult for her to show such rich expressions with her tense little face because she was trying to remember her lines. Nanjiaoyu and the other boy were more natural. They giggled and said, "Aya, you're Ugly Duckling." However, their lines were wrong. Mr. Shen had to correct them again. "You should say, 'Wow, you're really Ugly Duckling. You're really ugly.'" Really, these little guys memorized the first line and forgot the next one. If they all had Xixi's memory, the teachers wouldn't have to worry about it. There was still more than half a month before December ended. The stage play was still in a mess now. They still needed to work harder. After school, Xianxia picked up Xixi at the gate of the kindergarten. The little girl held her father's hand excitedly and said, "Papa, next time, can you ask Auntie to pick me up?" "Huh? Why?" Xianxia was a little confused. He knew that his daughter liked to play with the lively and cheerful young Huan, but he didn't expect her to be so clingy. "Because my friends all want to see my auntie." The little girl counted with her fingers. Xianxia, Qiqi, and Qin Shiyun want to practice kung fu with auntie. Xianxia rubbed Xixi's little head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Did you say how awesome your auntie is in kindergarten again?" Xixi giggled. At this moment, Xianxia came over with her mother, Wu Yu. Wu Yu held back her laughter and said, "Xianxia, Qiqi wants to tell you something." When she saw Yang Luoqi, Xixi seemed to think of something. She smiled happily, took her father's hand, and jumped and cried, "Papa, I know what Qiqi is going to say." Wu Yu stopped her with a smile. "Xixi, don't say it first. Let Qiqi do it." She also explained to Xianxia, "I just want her to have some courage. This child's character is too weak." Xianxia smiled understandingly. He looked at Yang Luoqi, who was hiding behind her mother shyly. She was always so shy when she greeted him and Xixi. She looked so much like Xixi before she went to kindergarten. However, Xixi was not so introverted. She was just afraid of strangers. Therefore, after the training in kindergarten, the little girl was much bolder now. In order not to make Yang Luoqi nervous, Xianxia squatted down and looked at her with a smile. Under Wu Yu's encouragement, Yang Luoqi mustered up her courage, walked up, and said softly, "Uncle Xianxia, can I come to your house to play on the weekend?" Xianxia was stunned. He thought the little girl was going to say something. He smiled and said, "Of course, I don't have any plans this weekend. You can come over and play with Xixi." "Hee, Qiqi, I told you my papa would agree." Xixi ran up happily and took Yang Luoqi's hand. The two girls laughed happily. Wu Yu then explained to Xianxia that there was an English level exam this Saturday. Yang Guo was arranged to invigilate the exam, and Wu Yu had to go to school on the weekend. Wu Yu had signed up for an adult college, so neither of them had time to take care of Yang Luoqi. Yang Luoqi had been saying, Xianxia often goes to Xixi's house to play. She looked forward to going to Xianxi's house, so Wu Yu wanted to ask Xianxia to take care of her daughter. Unlike Lan Xian, who often stayed at home all day, Yang Luoqi only came to play for half a day. After invigilating the exam, Yang Guo would pick up her daughter. "No problem. Xixi is a little bored on the weekend. I'm happy to have friends of the same age to play with her," Xianxia said with a smile. When they got home, Xixi didn't go upstairs. After Xianxia stopped the car, she couldn't wait to find Yang Huan in the back. The little girl in the down jacket looked bulging, but her long legs were still very fast. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yi could no longer see his daughter's figure. Yang Huan was also wearing a coffee shop uniform, talking and laughing with Ding Xiang at the bar counter. After coaxing and pestering, Yang Huan finally made Yang Yi compromise. She got the same uniform as Ding Xiang and started to become a coffee shop girl. She and Ding Xiang had complementary personalities. Ding Xiang liked to work hard and make coffee and cakes, while Yang Huan did not have the patience to grind coffee beans slowly. Although Yang Huan was learning how to grind coffee beans, they decided to work separately. Ding Xiang would work at the bar counter, while Yang Huan would serve the customers and serve the coffee to each table. Both Yang Huan and Ding Xiang liked this arrangement. Of course, they didn't have much to do most of the time, so Yang Huan would chat with Ding Xiang and pretend to study, asking Ding Xiang to teach her. After all, she had told Yang Yi that she didn't come to the coffee shop to help, but to study. Yang Yi was skeptical. He didn't have much experience in this area. He didn't know that these kids liked to fool their parents with the excuse of buying a cell phone to study, not to use pesticides. Fortunately, after Ding Xiang was entrusted by Yang Yi, she often reminded Yang Huan to study and prepared learning materials for Yang Huan with all her heart. She even went through the high school textbooks and test papers of Jiangnam province and marked out the key points and difficulties. Little auntie, Cici skipped over. Before she arrived, her clear and pleasant voice could be heard. She is back? Yang Huan couldn't help smiling when she saw her little niece. What's the good news today? You look so happy. It's not good news. I'm looking for you, Auntie. Well, I want Auntie to help she. The little girl jumped on the round stool in front of the bar. What kind of help? Yang Huan asked curiously. That's right, Auntie. Can you go and pick me up? My friends want to see you. Sure. But you have to tell me first. Why do your friends want to see me? Yang Huan found it interesting. Because I told them that my auntie is the coolest. She raised her little head and said proudly. Cool? Yang Huan thought it was a good word. She smiled proudly and gave she a thumbs up. Good. You have good taste. At this time, Yang Yi came into the shop. He looked around and saw Du Yuanlei, who was waiting for him in the shop. He took the script and a USB flash drive in a brown paper bag from the bar. Yang Yi had been busy for a few days. He had written the script of the short movie. Because he wanted to expand the MV into a short movie of more than 10 minutes, he added some content and some dialogue. Of course, it was based on the original plot structure. Du Yuanlei had a class in the afternoon, so she had to come to pick up the script now. Yang Yi didn't send her an email directly because he had some details to tell her. Du Yuanlei looked a little strange. After Yang Yi finished, she took the script and said to him in a low voice, Mr. Yang, you are Mu Xiang, right? You know? Yang Yi looked at her in surprise. Yang Yi wasn't surprised that Du Yuanlei saw through his identity. In fact, he felt that Du Yuanlei's reaction was too slow. If Du Yuanlei were to open the script in the craft paper bag, she would definitely discover that the writer of fairy tale was Mu Xiang. Yang Yi was the scriptwriter, but Mu Xiang was obviously more famous in the industry. Yang Yi still hoped that the short movie could attract more people for micro-broadcasting. Du Yuanlei had her reasons for being slow. After all, she wanted to be a good director, so she didn't pay much attention to the news of the music industry. Moreover, Mu Xiang wasn't a singer, so he wasn't as famous. Didn't Guozi sing your song before? At the freshman party. Du Yuanlei said with a wry smile. Later, 1 or 2 record companies saw the CD we made at the party. They came to me and asked for your contact information. Du Yuanlei didn't have Mu Xiang's contact information. At that time, she didn't want to look for Guozi. Plus, she had been preparing for her own movie. She was so upset that she just sent those people away. After listening to your fairy tale, I remembered it when I went back, Du Yuanlei said. Yang Yi nodded slightly. He didn't care too much and said with a smile, since you know, then continue to keep it a secret for me in the future. I don't have any plans to debut. Mo Fei only accepted an exclusive interview with a fashion magazine today, so she came back early. However, the aura on her body was very cold. Although she still tried to smile at Yang Huan, Yang Yi, who knew her like the back of his hand, could see that she was not in a good mood. However, Yang Yi did not ask about Murphy for the time being, because Murphy was delivering something to Yang Huan. Huan, try this high heel and see if it fits you. I saw that you only have a pair of white running shoes, so I bought you a pair. Murphy opened the box and took out a pair of flesh-colored high heels with black edges. Wow. Sister-in-law, you bought me something again. Hee, thank you. But I haven't worn high heels yet, and I'm a little scared just by looking at them. Yang Huan was not polite at all. She smiled sweetly. It's okay. How can a girl not wear high heels? Try it more often, and you'll get used to it. Murphy smiled and explained to her, the heel is not too high, about 5 centimeters. It's a beginner's high heel, so it's just right for you to try it out. When you get used to it, I'll take you to pick something you like. In fact, Yang Yi had never interfered with Mo Fei's affairs, but at this moment, he couldn't help but frown and say, Mo Fei, you don't have to buy new clothes and shoes for her every day. All the clothes are stuffed in a closet. She doesn't know how to fold them, so it's a mess. The most important thing was that it was messy, which made Yang Yi's head hurt. My sister-in-law buys things for me. It's none of your business. It's your fault for not paying me. Yang Yi made a face at Yang Yi. Didn't your brother give you any money? Are you short of money now? Murphy immediately took out her long wallet, took out a stack of 100 yuan notes, and stuffed it into Yang Huan's hand. However, Yang Huan was too embarrassed to take it. She quickly pushed it back. Hey, sister-in-law, I was just joking with my brother. He gives me pocket money. How can I take your money? It's okay. Your brother is your brother. This is from sister-in-law. Take it and buy whatever you like. Murphy pushed her again. She didn't know how to deal with the relationship between her and her sister-in-law. She only cared about using money. You really can't take it, sister-in-law. If my father knew that I asked you for so much money, he would definitely beat me to death. Yang Huan jumped back and stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. What she didn't know was that the clothes Murphy had bought for her in the past few days, no, just the pair of high heels today, were worth more than this stack of bills. After all, it was something Murphy had bought. How could it be something from a street stall? Yang Yi didn't expose her. He smiled and advised, all right, stop fighting. I'll still give her pocket money. Don't worry, Murphy. Murphy had to give up, but when she put away the money, she saw Xixi's sparkling eyes. What's wrong? Why do you look so sad? Mo Fei blinked her eyes. The little girl pouted and said sadly. Because you all have money. I'm the only one who doesn't. Xixi was growing up. Although she hadn't spent money before, she knew the use of money. She didn't care much about money at first. After all, her father would buy her whatever she wanted. However, now that she saw that even her aunt had money, the little girl began to feel that it was unfair. Xixi, you also need money? What do you need money for? Yang Huan asked with a smile as she tried to walk in her high heels. Murphy couldn't bear to see Yang Huan striding like a tough girl. She quickly went up to her and held her hand to teach her, slow down. That's not how you walk in high heels. Don't always exert strength on this leg. It's like one leg is longer than the other. If you keep exerting strength on this leg, it will become heavier and heavier. 2 steps. 2 steps. Don't control it. Relax. Go. At this time, Xixi thought hard for a long time but still couldn't figure out what she needed money for. She sighed like an adult and said, oh, I don't know what to do with it. But I want it. Yang Yi smiled and said, it's okay. I'll give you pocket money in the future, and then I'll buy you a piggy bank. You can put the money in there when you want to use it for something. It'll come in handy when you want to use it for something. Really? The little girl was surprised. Really? I'll never lie to you. Yang Yi said softly, I'll give you 10 yuan a day as pocket money. If you save it for a year, you'll have more than 3,000 yuan. When Xixi is 10 years old, Xixi, you'll be rich too. Xixi had no concept of numbers. She just thought it was fun and jumped up and down happily. Before going to bed at night, the little girl still couldn't forget about the piggy bank. Yang Yi's description of it made her forget about the cold shoulder when she was telling stories in kindergarten. She gradually fell asleep with the sweet imagination of the pink piggy in mind. After she fell asleep, Yang Yi was also playing on the computer in her bedroom. Finally, Yang Yi had time to care about Murphy's work. "You're in a bad mood today. Is it because of something at work?" Yang Yi asked softly as he massaged Murphy's shoulders in her warm pajamas. His big hand gently rubbed her delicate collarbone. "It's not about work. A music critic said in a magazine that First Dream is teaching bad people," Murphy said sadly to Yang Yi. After roughly understanding the current situation of First Dream, Yang Yi frowned slightly. "I think you wrote this song very well. It's because you have to stick to your dreams that you can become the person you want to be. If you keep compromising, how can you succeed?" "How can they say that?" Mo Fei asked seriously. She was a little naive. "How can they say that? This situation is similar to the last time. Your comeback album was also scolded badly. Could it be that Sister Ling is suppressing you?" Yang Yi asked. Xiaowan said it shouldn't be. "Sister Ling is very supportive of my album now. The people in the company are helping me deal with this matter." Murphy was a little puzzled. "Then it's possible that other people are jealous and slandering you." His judgment was similar to Mo Xiaojuan's. Yang Yi kissed her smooth face and comforted, "You don't have to take these criticisms to heart. As you said, your agency will handle the public relations matters. You just need to make the album well. When the time comes, the quality and results of the album will be there. No one can say anything about you." N. Murphy nodded seriously. "I have confidence in you." "Haha, you should have confidence in yourself. Your singing, Murphy, is the best in the entertainment industry," Yang Yi praised. "You only know how to coax me," Murphy said angrily, but her heart was sweet. "Right, let me tell you. Do you still remember that Jujia you rejected? I don't know where he got a song, but he's going to release a new single soon," Murphy said to Yang Yi. N. Yang Yi was a little absent-minded. "Although the company said that he wrote the song himself, I don't think it's possible. He might have made a deal with other songwriters." As Murphy said this, she suddenly cried out. She blushed and pulled Yang Yi's big hand out of her collar. "What are you doing? Are you going to do something bad again?" The fire in Yang Yi's eyes actually touched her heart, but it wasn't appropriate. She blushed and rebuked, "Your sister is next door. If I make a sound, how can I face her tomorrow?" The weekend had arrived, and with two little angels hovering in front of him this winter, he did not feel cold at all. Yang Yi was dragged upstairs by Xixi and Qiqi, one on the left and one on the right. It was as if he was enjoying the bliss of having two lovers in his arms. Not every child liked to play in a coffee shop. Yang Luoqi did not like crowded environments. She felt a little uncomfortable when she was in the coffee shop with Xixi and looked at the strange customers walking around. After Xixi ran over to inform him, Yang Yi moved his position upstairs. Upstairs, Yang Luoqi was much more lively. She ran in and out of various rooms with Xixi, laughing happily. The two girls' bell-like laughter filled the large room with joy. Yang Yi only took care of them and did not interfere too much. He held a pen and wrote, changing the outline and some names for his future new book. Sahara Publishing House had been renamed and handed over to him. Yang Yi was now preparing to move the entire publishing house to River City. After all, Guangzhou was too far away from him and it was inconvenient to operate. However, there was a problem. Guangzhou was also far away from River City for the employees of Sahara Publishing House. Although Yang Yi managed to attract a group of employees to move to River City through salary increases, benefits, and other means, most of the grassroots employees were unwilling to leave their hometown and start over in River City. Fortunately, Yang Yi asked Fu Jun to settle these employees in the online mall, and he used the core staff as a team to recruit the talents he needed. It just so happened that Yang Yi also hoped that the publishing house would have a group of more capable operation, organization, and public relations talents. Of course, these were all small problems that could be left to others to deal with. What Yang Yi wanted to do now was to write a book and then let the reborn Sahara Publishing House operate it. Just like drawing Sword and Soldier's Assault, it would become a hit. However, the book that Yang Yi wanted to write now needed to be changed a little. After all, the original author and the setting of the story were in Japan. It was obviously a little inappropriate for him to write a story that took place in Japan. If he forcibly changed the setting to China, it would be even more unreasonable because the national conditions in China and Japan were different, and the social atmosphere was also different. It would only make people feel that it was ridiculous. Therefore, Yang Yi had been looking at the information during this period. After some research, he realized that Taiwan was very suitable for his story setting. In this world, China was unified, and so was Taiwan. Although it had gone through a period of concession, similar to Hong Kong, it eventually returned to the embrace of its motherland. However, this period of concession history was different from his previous life. Together with the unique geographical environment and location of Treasure Island, there was a period of time when Treasure Island's social environment was similar to that of Japan. Classes were fixed, seniority was determined, the difference in status between men and women was huge, and the concept of marriage was distorted. Fortunately, after they returned and merged with the continent, the special situations gradually disappeared due to the increase in communication. However, Yang Yi felt that he could make use of this special period to change the setting of the original novel. However, Yang Yi's thoughts were interrupted again. "Papa, Papa." She excitedly pulled Yang Luoqi's hand, and the two girls ran over. He didn't know if it was because of the heater or because they ran too fast, but the two girls' faces were flushed, and their foreheads were sweating in the winter. "What's wrong? Don't run too fast. What if you fall down later?" Yang Yi laughed. "No, Uncle Yang Yi, she, and I want to dance for you," Yang Luoqi said in a low voice. Don't look at her soft and weak appearance. In fact, in just over an hour, Yang Luoqi and Yang Yi had become familiar with each other. Facing familiar people, she was not as shy as before, and she would take the initiative to speak. "Oh? Is that so?" Yang Yi was interested. He put down the notebook in his hand, sat up, and said, "Well, how do you want me to cooperate with you? Move the coffee table away?" "Papa, if we dance well, you have to applaud, and then tell us a story." She took care of Yang Luoqi like a big sister, and she took the initiative to explain, "Chi wants to listen to your story." So that was the purpose. Yang Yi was happy. "No problem. You have to tell us a good story," Yang Luoqi said in a low voice. "You also have to tell us a story that Chi and I have never heard of." Cece's long eyelashes flickered as she looked at her father with sparkling eyes. Her heart was filled with anticipation as she spoke. Okay. I promise I'll tell you a story that you've never heard of." Yang Yi had already moved the coffee table away, and then ran to the study to get his SLR camera. He set it up to record this scene. He did not intend to upload the video online, but how could he not share such a precious scene with Murphy? The two little guys were still dancing the dance that their kindergarten teacher taught them, and Yang Yi was still shouting the beat. 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4, 3 2 3 4, the two little girls danced at the same time. Yang Luoqi really had a foundation in dancing. She danced very naturally, and her movements were even more coordinated. It was just that Chi, who danced, did not smile, and the expression on her little face was very serious. Her vigor made Yang Yi respect her. She, who was on the right, tried hard to follow the beat. She had a good memory and could remember those movements. She did not need to look at Chi, and just danced on her own. She was in a good mood, and she jumped very hard and was very lively. Although in comparison, Chi's dance was a little flawed, Yang Yi felt that the flaws could not obscure the beauty. His daughter's dance was lively, and the smile on her face brought endless vitality to the cold camera. If Yang Luoqi was like Yang Liping, a little peacock who danced alone, elegant, gentle, intelligent, delicate, and fragile, then Chi was like little Kai Chi, a little angel who loved to smile. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and she was lively and pure. Her dance did not have many highlights, but it always left a deep impression in people's minds. No one danced better. It could only be said that they were spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each with their own strengths. In fact, it did not matter what kind of dance it was, and it did not matter whether they danced well or not. The two little girls, who were as beautiful as little flower fairies, were already the most beautiful scene in the world. Xianxia did not dare to disturb them. He only waited for them to finish dancing before he stopped recording, turned off the SLR camera, and then applauded hard. Good, very good, très bien. He was so excited that Xianxia could not help but blurt out a sentence in French. After the dance, the two little girls were a little out of breath. Being praised by Xianxia, not only she was beaming with joy, but young Luoqi also smiled shyly. Papa, can you tell us a story? Although it was young Luoqi's wish, she was also looking forward to her father's story. Of course. Wait a minute, drink some water and take a breather. I'll go get the sketch paper and tell you a story. Xianxia smiled and poured water for them, but when he turned around, he saw the two little girls holding hands and jumping around. They were really energetic children. After a while, the two little girls sat in a row on the sofa and looked at Xianxia expectantly. What do you think this is? Xianxia drew an animal on the sketch paper. I know. This is an elephant. She was the first to raise her hand. But elephants do not have hair, and their teeth are not curved. Young Luoqi said weakly. That's right. She also tilted her little head in confusion. Haha, this is indeed an elephant, but it is not the kind of elephant we usually see in the zoo. This is called a woolly elephant. Xianxia pointed at his drawing and said, Today, we are going to tell the story of this woolly elephant, Manny. While Xianxia was telling the story of Ice Age 1 to the two girls, Xianxia was recording a program called Music Fast Music in Yangqing City. His routine was similar to Murphy's, but this time, he became the main character. With Xianxia's lively personality, he had a good performance in variety shows. He had a lot of fun in programs such as playing ping pong and You Draw, I Guess. His appearance rate was extremely high, leaving a deep impression on the two hosts, Chen Heng and Lu Xingqi. I heard that this time, Xianxia, you brought us your new song, right? Finally, when it came to the main topic, Chen Heng asked with a smile. That's right, it's a very sad song. Sigh, I suggest that the director give Sister Xingqi 2 packs of tissues first. I'm afraid that she will be so moved that her makeup will be ruined by her tears. Between Xianxia's words, he interacted with Lu Xingqi and the director below the stage. The camera switched back and forth, and his funny image made people unable to help but laugh. It has to be said that Xianxia participated in many variety shows under the arrangement of the company before, and he even worked as a small host, so his artistic sense was trained. As a host of variety shows, Lu Xingqi still likes this kind of guest very much. It saves her trouble and effort, and he can casually throw a joke, and he can accept it. Xianxia, I've been thinking, what kind of stimulation did you go through in the past to make you become so eloquent? Lu Xingqi couldn't help but laugh. Sigh, men, who doesn't have a few unbearable pasts? Next, I'll sing this song, and you'll probably understand it. Xianxia began to pretend to be deep, but he couldn't do it well and revealed obvious flaws, but this made the audience below the stage laugh. Well, next, let's invite Xianxia to sing his upcoming original single. I won't introduce the title of the song, let him sing it for everyone. Lu Xingqi smiled and pointed at Xianxia. Then, she went down with Chen Heng and gave the stage to Xianxia. The accompaniment from the backstage sound system sounded, and the unique sound of the flute immediately lifted the spirits of the audience. The clear and gentle wind music dyed the song with a layer of sadness. Although it had not been sung yet, the tone of sadness had been set faintly. Xianxia, who was wearing brown sunglasses and had a small beard on his chin, raised the microphone. He put on a melancholy look and began to sing with his suppressed hoarse voice. Although I didn't say it out loud, I already had a premonition. Being unable to give you happiness now is my greatest helplessness. The first few verses were still considered normal. Although Xianxia's singing was mediocre and his voice lacked highlights, the most important thing for a slobbering song was to enunciate clearly so that the audience could understand the lyrics. The audience understood that Xianxia was singing about his failed relationship. However, the scene described in the lyrics was very familiar. The audience, who had experienced the end of their relationship, could empathize with it. The sadness in their hearts arose spontaneously. I used silence to face your confession, the happiness I once had disappeared. It was very sad, just like the helplessness of a breakup. The audience felt that their mood was suppressed, as if they were waiting for an outburst. They were not wrong. With a series of rapid drumming sounds, the suppressed emotions finally broke out. Finally, you became someone else's mistress. I also know that it's not because of love, Xianxia sang at the top of his voice, and he managed to get the flavor of the song. However, the audience was so stunned that they couldn't care less about their taste. Wait a minute, mistress? The audience below the stage looked at each other. They all felt a little incredulous. Was this serious? His girlfriend became someone else's mistress, but shouldn't this kind of thing be kept a secret and hidden from others? Why did Xianxia sing it so openly? Chen Heng and Lu Xingqi below the stage also had a wry smile on their faces. The expression of the audience's black question marks was exactly the same as their reaction when they first got the song. However, the director next to him was excited. He felt that once this song came out, it would definitely cause a lot of topics. Whether it was praise or criticism, these firepower would be concentrated on Xianxia, but the popularity would be shared with music fast. Finally, you became someone else's mistress. From now on, I'm no longer your harbor. When you snuggle in his arms, have you forgotten the love I once gave you? Xianxia on the stage was still singing with an intoxicated face. His left hand clenched into a fist and covered his chest. His sad appearance made some female audience members feel distressed for him. This feeling was very subtle. They should have been disgusted with this song, but because of Xianxia's somewhat handsome appearance and the sadness of being hurt by love, these female audience members' maternal instincts were stimulated instead. They really wanted to hug him and comfort him. After the song was finished, the audience was silent. Everyone was so shocked that they forgot to applaud. I think that those who are not applauding now are the audience who understand me. They are the audience who understand this song. They are the kind audience who are not willing to hurt me. Right? Xianxia did not wait for the host to come up and began to resolve the awkwardness himself. These words made the audience below the stage laugh one after another, and then they all clapped one after another. Thank you Xianxia for giving our audience such a high evaluation, and thank you for the new song you brought. Sure enough, the song is like its name, Mistress. Chen Heng said and could not help but want to laugh. This is really a special song. Chen Heng is right. It's very special. It's the most special song I've ever heard in my life. I want to ask Xianxia, did you really write this song? Lu Xingqi asked the question that many people wanted to ask. Of course, I'm not questioning the copyright of this song. I just think that it should be difficult for a man to make these things public, right? Although Xianxia did not want to admit it, he still followed Du Luan's request and smiled awkwardly. I wrote it. It's just my feelings. He could not say it out loud. There was a sense of mystery that could attract more attention. Then let's ask a very gossipy question. Your mistress, was it written about another singer in your company? Lu Xingqi asked. Ah? Who? Xianxia asked in surprise. Who? Is there a lot? Xianxia's answer made the audience unable to help but let their imagination run wild. It was indeed a little too much. With his wealth and background, the girls in Tianmei who had yet to debut or who were not famous after debuting naturally favored him. Xianxia was also at a young and frivolous age, so naturally, he had a few relationships with these girls who sent themselves to his door. But whether he was serious or not, these relationships did not last long. It's Murphy who was exposed by the media before. Lu Xingqi laughed. Today, they were going to dig up the news to the end. Xianxia was not prepared for this question. Thinking that Murphy was now very popular in the company, he honestly said, of course, it was not written for Sister Murphy. The previous report was wrong. The company has clarified that it was a malicious hype by some unscrupulous media. The director and Du Luan, who were in the audience, looked disappointed after hearing that. After the program recording, Du Luan closed the door of the fitting room and began to complain. Jia, why did you deny the matter between you and Murphy to others? Because it was not the case in the first place. That hype was not your idea before, have you forgotten? Xianxia said matter-of-factly. And now that Sister Murphy is so popular, if I continue to cause trouble for her, my aunt will kill me. Du Luan said resentfully, then you don't have to clarify it directly. Now that Murphy is so popular, you can be a little vague and let the media guess. Then you can use her popularity, right? Let me tell you, if you use her, you will really become popular. It doesn't matter even if you clarify it at that time. Oh. AI, that's right. Why didn't I think of that? Jujia patted his head and looked annoyed. Forget it. Since you've already said it, we can't let the program crew re-record it. Let's see how your performance is after the release of this single. Duluan sighed. He was really tired of dealing with such a rich second generation. Unaware that his song had almost caused another scandal in the entertainment industry, Xianxia was still telling the kids the story of Ice Age. At this moment, he was telling the story of Sid the ghost sloth being forced by the fierce Manny to check the diapers of human children. Ouch. Oh my god. Ouch. Oh my god. It stinks. Xianxia imitated Sid's actions and raised his head, not daring to look. He had a look of disgust. Haha. Haha. Shishi and Yang Luochi were both amused by his appearance and couldn't stop laughing. Papa stinks. Yang Luochi couldn't help but laugh. Stinks. Stinks. Shishi also joined in the fun. Seeing how happy the two kids were, Xianxia, who had been teased, smiled. He was a little reluctant to return Yang Luochi to Yanghua. Just as Xianxia was telling the story vividly, Guozi arrived at the coffee shop. As soon as he arrived, he called out eagerly, Sister Huan, Sister Huan. If someone else had called her that, Yang Huan might have suspected that he was up to something. However, Guozi was a guy with a big mouth. Obviously, he didn't have the guts to like a kung fu girl who would knock him down if he didn't like her. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't have any ulterior motives. Yang Huan had always felt that Guozi wasn't satisfied and wanted to get back at her. Therefore, she looked at Guozi warily and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you calling her so sweetly today? What are you up to?" "What am I up to? I mean, do you want to watch someone else film?" Guozi said cheerfully. Sister Lei? Isn't she still preparing? It hasn't started yet. Yang Huan was confused. No. She's just fooling around. I'm going to watch a big scene today. Do you want to watch it together? Guozi tempted. A big scene? How big is it? Yang Huan was interested. She loved to join in the fun. As big as you want. Guozi spread out his hands and said generously. But I have to help Sister Ding Xiang. There's work here. Yang Huan wanted to go, but she hesitated. Ding Xiang happened to pass by. She smiled and said, "It's okay, Huan. You go and have fun. I'll take care of the coffee shop." No, how can I leave Sister Ding Xiang behind? Anyway, the weather is quite cold and there aren't many guests. Why don't you come with me? I'll talk to my elder brother about it. I'm sure he'll agree. Yang Huan rolled his eyes and said. Ding Xiang shook her head. I'm not interested in acting. If I have time, I'd rather read more books. The final exam is coming soon. Go ahead, don't worry about me. Yang Huan didn't say anything more. She packed up excitedly and went out with Guozi. She even went upstairs to change into casual sportswear and her white shoes. Xianxia, who was telling stories to the two girls, thought she was having fun on campus. He didn't pay much attention to her. He just reminded her to bring the cell phone Murphy bought for her so that it would be convenient for them to contact each other. However, Guozi took her to a taxi and drove all the way out of Jiangqing Media University and Tingshan District. Where are we going? Yang Huan was confused. To the army. Guozi turned around from the front passenger seat excitedly. I have a friend who is filming in the army camp. Let's go and visit her. Don't worry, I've arranged everything. Sure enough, Only Soldiers Assault, which was shooting in the army camp of Jiangnan, could have such a big scene. Guozi spent a lot of effort to trick Yang Huan into coming out just to show off his connections. Look, I know the male lead of this movie. Even if he couldn't change the way he called Yang Huan Sister Huan, Guozi wanted Yang Huan to look at him with admiration. When they arrived at the army camp of Jiangnan, the taxi couldn't get in. Guozi and Yang Huan got out of the car at the gate of the army camp. He called Geng Sha. After a while, Geng Sha's honest face appeared at the door of the waiting room. Mr. Gua. His cheerful voice was still the same as it was a few months ago. Even though he was now the male lead, he didn't put on airs. Geng Sha. Guozi hugged him happily and introduced, Geng Sha, this is Yang Huan. Yang Huan, this is Geng Sha, the male lead of this movie. Hey, Mr. Gua, don't say that. I'm just one of them. Director Chen said that many actors in this movie are male leads. There's no difference. Geng Sha scratched his head. This is your girlfriend, right? Yang Huan, nice to meet you. No. We're just friends. Yang Huan and Guozi both denied it and explained. Other than the registered communication devices of the crew, Yang Huan and Guozi had handed in their phones. Geng Sha still had scenes to shoot, so he couldn't be out for too long. He took Guozi and Yang Huan to the set and pulled them to his place to rest. He pulled out a bench for them to sit on and gave them water. Then, he hurried back to report. After all, Geng Sha didn't have an agent yet, so he had to do everything himself. Looking at the water in his hand, Guozi suddenly thought of something. He patted his head and said in annoyance, "Oh, how could I forget? We have to bring food and drinks to visit the set. We're not giving Geng Sha face by coming here empty-handed." Of course, Geng Sha didn't care about that. Guozi just felt bad. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Huan opened her eyes wide and said, I didn't know about that. Guozi scratched his head awkwardly. He wouldn't tell Yang Huan that he had been so focused on showing off in front of her that he forgot to buy anything. Then what should we do? Yang Huan asked. Well, I'll go to the service center in the army and see if I can buy anything. Guozi stood up. He still valued social interactions. After all, he had been taught well. Guozi walked away. He wanted Yang Huan to stay where she was. Yang Huan was also very brave. Even in such an unfamiliar environment, she still stood on her tiptoes and observed the filming of other people. The scene of filming in the army was quite spectacular. A group of soldiers who were acting as extras walked around, and there were trucks rumbling past. What made Yang Huan even more interested was that there was a tank parked nearby, but it was tied up to a train. Perhaps it was because of Yang Huan's arrival that the shooting went smoothly. Almost all of the scenes were completed in one take. After a while, a stage supervisor was already shouting through a loudspeaker to pack up and move to the set. Suddenly, the scene became chaotic. Yang Huan looked at a group of people running around. Trolleys, flatbeds, and all kinds of tools were brought to the set. Yang Huan sat on the bench in a daze. Geng Sha, who was listening to the director, stood beside Chen Fengchen and listened attentively. For a moment, he forgot about Guozi and Yang Huan. Suddenly, a stage supervisor walked over. He frowned and yelled at Yang Huan, "What are you doing? Hurry up and leave with the rest. This place is going to be cleared out soon." There were no actresses in the set. They were all men. Women could only be workers or agents of some actors. However, Yang Huan didn't look like an agent. However, the stage supervisor was also very busy. He ran away after yelling and didn't have time to talk to Yang Huan. I'm waiting for someone." Yang Huan looked at the man's back and stopped mid-sentence. Yang Huan looked around. She couldn't see Geng Sha in the tent, nor could she see Guozi's shadow. She started to worry. Why don't I follow them? He'll come looking for me when the time comes. I can't just stay here alone. Yang Huan was calm and not panicked at all. After making up his mind, Yang Huan stood up and left with a group of extras who had just finished their performance and were about to leave. Didn't she say she wanted to follow the rest? No problem. 10 minutes later, Geng Sha, who came out of Chen Fengchen's tent, remembered his friend. He quickly returned to the bench. The bench was still there, but the person was gone. Just as Geng Sha was dumbfounded, a voice called out, "Geng Sha." He turned around and saw Guozi panting as he returned with a box of soda. "Hey, Geng Sha, look, I brought the soda for visiting the set. Take it and share it with the other actors." "Mr. Gua, why did you still buy stuff? I was scared to death when you suddenly disappeared." I thought you guys had gone somewhere. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief and ran over to receive it with a silly smile. Didn't I forget to bring something to see you? I went to buy soda and searched many places before I found the service center. Guozi smiled. Huh, where are they now? Let's move to the next scene. Hey, Mr. Gua, hurry up and call Sister Yang Huan. I have to rush to the set too, so I can't be late. I'll bring you to a place to sit first. Xianxia hugged the soda with one hand and wanted to move the bench with the other. Give this to me. Guozi was too embarrassed to accept it. He hurriedly picked up the bench. Isn't Yang Huan with you? I told her to stay here and wait for me to come back. Huh? Xianxia was stunned. I didn't see her. Huh? Guozi was also dumbfounded. When they hurried to the next scene, Yang Huan was nowhere to be found. Guozi felt like his brain was about to explode. He had tricked Yang Huan out but lost her. How was he going to explain this to Yang Yi? So, where did Yang Huan go? 10 minutes ago, Yang Huan, who had been following the extras, arrived at someone else's training field. When she saw them start training, she realized that she had followed the wrong person. Of course, someone in the team noticed that someone was following them, but they were new recruits. Although they were confused, they did not say anything. Realizing that she had made a mistake, the girl was quite calm. She did not think that going to the wrong place was something to panic about. She calmly turned around and went back the way she came. If she could go back the way she came, there wouldn't be so much trouble. The problem was that Yang Huan had a poor sense of direction, especially when she saw that the houses and roads in the military camp were all the same. As she walked, she lost her way and came to a training field. Drink. Unlike the field that Yang Huan had seen earlier, which was only used for normal formation practice, this place seemed to be in the middle of a fight. It was in full swing, which immediately attracted Yang Huan's attention. She walked over curiously and stood on top of it to watch. He saw two tall and strong soldiers wrestling with each other. There was a big circle around them, and more than a dozen people were watching. The fight seemed to be very intense, with real swords and spears, but the onlookers did not have the slightest intention of stopping the fight. Instead, they were still shouting and cheering for their supporters. Clearly, this was a spar. It was just that they were not showing much mercy. Watching from above, Yang Huan couldn't help but twitch her lips. She felt that their fight wasn't pretty at all. It was a physical fight, and they only knew how to use brute force. For someone like Yang Huan who liked the aesthetics of action, it was much less attractive. Yang Huan couldn't help but murmur, "Big brother looks much better when he fights with second brother." At this moment, the ears of a bald man in the crowd twitched. He frowned and looked over, just in time to see Yang Huan standing not far behind. Yang Huan also noticed his gaze, but she looked away indifferently. Shaking her head, she turned around and prepared to leave. Stop. Who are you? Why are you here? What are you trying to do by peeking at our training? The bald man had a strong sense of responsibility. He roared and rushed out of the crowd to catch up with Yang Huan. There were female soldiers in the army, but there were only males in Viper's territory. Also, this was a secret unit, and not just anyone could break in. Moreover, Yang Huan wasn't wearing a military uniform. Big Baldy was so aggressive that he didn't show any mercy to her at all. Yang Huan was confused by his roar, but she wasn't afraid. She straightened her chest and snorted, "If you don't want to show me, then so be it. I'll leave, okay?" Yang Huan turned around and was about to leave. The bald man frowned and reached out to grab Yang Huan's shoulder. As soon as he touched her shoulder, Yang Huan immediately lowered her shoulder and twisted her body. She grabbed his hand and stretched out her leg to kick his lower body. Her actions were so fast that they happened in a split second. However, the bald man wasn't a weak scholar like Guozi. His lower body was steady, and Yang Huan couldn't move it at all. However, this was not the only trick Yang Huan knew. She had practiced the most ruthless self-defense trick before. When she realized that she could not catch him, she took the opportunity to kick him in the crotch with her heel. She tightened her leg and kicked him hard and fast. She couldn't be careless there. The bald man was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly clamped his legs and blocked the kick with his knees to avoid the danger of losing everything. How dare you? He realized that this little girl wasn't easy to deal with. He roared and didn't wait for Yang Huan to make another move. He grabbed Yang Huan's wrist. After all, Yang Huan was just a girl. She couldn't compete with the bald man. Feeling the pain, she was pinned behind her back. The bald man's comrades also came, but they didn't want to fight with a girl. They could only watch the bald man tie Yang Huan up like she was a criminal. Something big happened. I lost Sister Huan. When Guozi and Xianxia arrived at the new set and couldn't find Yang Huan, he realized that something was wrong. Xianxia didn't realize that he was a superstar. Like Guozi, he panicked and asked Guozi, "What should we do?" Mr. Gua. Guozi forced himself to calm down. He was thinking quickly. He had to find a way to find Yang Huan, but he didn't know anyone here. What should he do? Xianxia, where's your cell phone? I want to call my dad. Guozi's eyes lit up, and he raised his head. Guozi just remembered that his father was the deputy mayor. He didn't care if his father would beat him up. He wanted to borrow Xianxia's cell phone to call his father for help. Although this was looking for distant water to quench one's thirst, no matter what, this was still a way. Don't ask why Guozi didn't use his cell phone. His cell phone was at the gate. Xianxia searched his body, but he couldn't find it. Then he remembered that he was wearing a military uniform, and his cell phone was with the stage supervisor. Xianxia, what are you doing here? Why don't you go and prepare? At this time an old voice came from the side. It was strict but kind. Guozi and Xianxia hurriedly turned their heads. They knew the person who had come. Wasn't this the great director of this movie, Chen Fengchen? He was the last to arrive. A famous director naturally had his own style. What Guozi didn't know was that Chen Fengchen actually liked Xianxia, who was honest and serious. Therefore, he was strict with Xianxia, but he did his best to train and take care of him. Guozi was still clinging to his original impression of Chen Fengchen. His original impression of Chen Fengchen was that he was a man of his words, and when he was angry, he was scary. Director, my friend is here to see me. Xianxia was also very scared. He trembled and spilled everything. She disappeared in the military camp. Disappeared? How did she disappear? Who is he? Chen Fengchen furrowed his brows. He is also my friend. He came with her. Xianxia hurriedly explained how Yang Huan disappeared, but it was very vague. After all, he didn't know how she disappeared. And it's a girl? Chen Fengchen's expression became serious. We have to inform the military and ask them to help find her. What is the name of your friend? Guozi finally reacted. He called out, Yang Huan. Mu Yang, Huan of Laughter. Guozi had an idea. She is also the sister of Yang Yi, the author of Soldier Assault. His biological sister. Ah? Xianxia and Chen Fengchen exclaimed at the same time. Name, nationality, and where did you come from? Why did you peep at our training? Baldi tied up Yang Huan's hands. He didn't take her to the small dark room but interrogated her in public. Of course, Baldi had been guarding against Yang Huan's feet. She was not someone to be trifled with. Yang Huan didn't want to fight again. She was just being impulsive. She didn't want to challenge the military's authority. However, she was still calm. When she heard Baldi say that she was peeping, she was a little annoyed. She rolled her eyes and said, Who peeped at your training? This is a hand-to-hand fight without any skills. I learned it when I was 3 years old. What's there to peep at? Hearing that, the two soldiers who were wrestling just now scratched their heads awkwardly. Their brothers also tried to hold back their laughter. They were despised by a little girl. They had to make fun of them when they got back. Baldi was not as eloquent as Yang Huan. He was choked by Yang Huan and could not say anything for a long time. After a while, he stammered, Don't quibble. If you don't tell me your name, nationality, and why you're here, I'll send you to the picket office. Yang Huan was sensible enough to stop arguing with Baldi. She sighed and said, My name is Yang Huan, born and raised in China. I came to the military because I wanted to visit the filming site. As for why I came here, I really got lost. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wanted to see you wrestling, right? The news of the soldiers' assault filming with the Jiangnan military district had long spread, so it was reasonable to say that. Baldy and his comrades looked at each other and were in a dilemma. What should we do? Sending her to the picket office was the right choice, but they felt that they would make a big deal out of it. Besides, no one had noticed that a civilian had sneaked into Viper's territory. If this spread out, they wouldn't have the face to stay in the Jiangnan military region anymore. Of course, they were in the wrong. They were stationed in the military region, and there was a layer of defense outside. They were used to living a comfortable life, and their management was careless. They had to reflect on it seriously. However, this kind of problem should be solved internally. It would be embarrassing if this spread out. Why don't we send him to the picket office? Baldy felt that someone was spying on them. It was not a small problem. It would not be good to hide it. However, not everyone was as incorruptible as Baldy. Some of them felt sorry for Yang Huan because of her beauty. Baldy suggested, why don't we ask her to call her family? We can contact her relatives. We can also ask the security office to check the situation. If she really got lost because she came to watch the shooting, it's understandable. Let's talk to her family and ask them to do some ideological work. If there really is a problem, it doesn't matter if you send him to the picket office. That's a good idea. The others nodded in agreement. Should we tell Oldley about it? Someone asked again. Isn't DeBeo here? I'll report to Oldley later. While they were discussing, Yang Huan gradually felt that he should be in a panic. What if he was really caught by these soldiers and not released, being surrounded by so many strong men? As a weak woman, would she encounter something terrifying? In her panic, the first person that came to Yang Huan's mind was Yang Yi. Tell them your parents' phone number and ask them to come here. Baldy, Guadabeo, agreed with his comrades and said to Yang Huan. My parents are not in Jiang City. Can I tell them my brother's phone number? Yang Huan said a string of numbers. It was Yang Yi's phone number. She tried to calm herself down. Call him. He will definitely come to pick me up. What's your brother's name? Guadabeo patted his pocket and did not find a pen. Fortunately, his teammate gave him one. He lowered his head and wrote it down while asking casually. Yang Yi, Mui, Yang, Che, write a lost character next to the character E. Yang Huan took the initiative to tell him the details this time. Yang E. Guadabeo scribbled on his palm. The more he wrote and read, the more familiar he felt it was. Guadabeo opened his eyes wide and shouted, Yang Yi? Yes, Yang Yi. Yang Huan was not frightened by Guadabeo. She was just confused. Why are you so fierce all of a sudden? Where does your brother live? Is it Jiangchuan? Guadabeo was not sure. He grabbed Yang Huan's shoulder excitedly and asked. Ouch. You hurt me. Yang Huan raised her knee angrily. This time, she was just pretending to scare Guadabeo away. She said unhappily, so what? My brother used to be a soldier. I'm not afraid of you. Guadabeo looked at Yang Huan awkwardly and did not dare to step forward. It seemed that it was almost certain that the flood had rushed to the Dragon King's temple. At noon, Yang Hua came to pick up Yang Luoqi. The little girl was reluctant to go back. She held back her tears and said pitifully, I don't want to go back. I want to listen to Uncle Yang Yi's story with Shishi. Uncle Yang Hua, can you let Chichi play in our house? She likes it here a lot. Shishi was anxious to see her little friend crying. She took the initiative to plead for Yang Luoqi. Yang Hua and Yang Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although Yang Yi liked Yang Luoqi a little, she was someone else's child after all. He rubbed Shishi's little head and said with a smile, it's getting late. Chichi needs to go home. Uncle Yang Yi is not very free either. He is going to pick Chichi up on the way home. But Xian Air is also going back at night. Shishi pouted and said unhappily, I want to have lunch with Chichi. Yang Hua, why don't you and Chichi stay here for lunch? Let's leave after lunch. Maybe their mood will be better, and we can slowly work on the children's thoughts. Yang Yi pulled Yang Hua over to discuss. Yang Hua was a little hesitant, but when he saw his daughter's tear-stained face, his heart softened and he nodded. During lunch, Yang Yi excitedly took out his SLR camera. He did not have time to copy the video to the computer. He took out the small screen of the SLR camera and showed the two girls dance to Xianxia. Chi-Chi, you have never taken the initiative to dance for your father. Xianxia complained to his daughter as he watched and expressed his deep jealousy. Yang Luoqi and Chi-Chi held hands and snuggled up to each other as they giggled. But soon, Xianxia had to leave with Yang Luoqi. This was because Yang Yi received a call from Guizi. The little fatty's voice was very sad and he was blaming himself. Brother Yang, I lost Sister Huan. Yang Yi was still a little confused when he heard this. He asked nervously and understood the situation. In fact, when Chen Fengchen found out about Yang Huan's identity, he had already informed the military to help find her. However, Guizi felt bad and worried that something might happen. He had to inform Yang Yi in time. Yang Yi was not very worried when Yang Huan went missing in the Jiangnan military region. Although he was worried about Yang Huan's whereabouts, he still calmly asked Ding Xiang to take care of Xixi while he drove steadily to the Jiangnan military region to look for his sister. The Jiangnan military region was half a home ground. Nothing should happen. There were many people he could find. Not to mention the people from the Viper unit, Old Master Qiu Weigua, Old Master Xing Lingwan, and even General Lu Pengjiu, who was on active duty, could help him turn the Jiangnan military region upside down. He didn't believe that he couldn't find Yang Huan. However, on the way, he received a call. By the time Yang Yi arrived at the Jiangnan military district, the matter had been settled. Yang Huan had been found, and Guizi and the others had also been informed. Everyone was relieved. Except for one person. Yang Yi walked into the empty meeting room and saw Guo Debao standing behind Yang Huan awkwardly. Yang Huan was sitting in her seat, pouting. When Guo Debao poured tea for her, Yang Huan turned her head away awkwardly. There were two other people in the meeting room. One was Guizi, and the other one was Yang Yi. He was the new actor who had been announced to play Su Sanduo at the press conference. The two guys were afraid of being scolded, so they tried their best to hide in the corner and pretend to be invisible. It turned out that they knew each other. No wonder Guizi brought Yang Huan to visit the set. However, Yang Yi felt that he had to have a good talk with the little fatty later for bringing Yang Huan to such a faraway place. Regardless of whether Yang Huan was interested in his sister or not, he had to talk about life first. Seeing Yang Yi push the door open, Yang Huan immediately jumped up from the chair and ran over with an aggrieved expression. Big brother, sob, you have to avenge me. Then, Yang Huan held Yang Yi's arm with one hand and pointed at Guo Debao with the other. She said angrily, he hit me, scolded me, and tied my hand with a smelly belt. I didn't hit you or scold you. I just. Guo Debao said with a red face, but he didn't know how to explain. You tied me with a belt from your waist. It's so disgusting. Yang Huan looked disgusted. It's not dirty. I wash it every day, Guo Debao said sadly. All right. Yang Yi quickly stopped the bickering between the two of them and said with a bitter smile, Huan, don't be naughty. Do you think I don't know your character? How could you be wronged? It's true, brother. Look, my hands are red. Yang Huan raised her hands in grievance. Her fair skin was indeed red. Guo Debao had not been careful when he tied her up. I'm sorry. Guo Debao stood there helplessly, his face full of self-blame. Yang Yi looked at Yang Huan's hand and felt sorry for her. After all, she was his sister. However, he didn't blame Guo Debao. Instead, he rubbed Yang Huan's head and said, all right, Debao has apologized to you. You really don't let people have peace of mind. Of all the things you could do, why did you come to the military camp to cause trouble? The culprit, Guizi, shrank back with an embarrassed expression. I wasn't fooling around. I was just following the crew. Who knew that I would follow the wrong person and get lost? Yang Huan said, feeling wronged. How can you blame me? Even so, you can't just wander around. What kind of place is the military camp? Have you ever heard of military grounds where unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter? Debao is already letting you off by not shooting you to death. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Yang Yi, please don't blame your sister. It's all my fault. Guo Debao hurried to take the blame. His words surprised Yang Huan, who was rubbing her eyes and pretending to be crying, and she looked up at him in surprise. She didn't expect that he would speak up for her. Yang Huan's anger had mostly dissipated. Seeing Dabao like this, she felt a little embarrassed and felt that she was in the wrong. She pouted and said, "All right, Dabao, since you are so sensible, I forgive you." Gua Dabao heaved a sigh of relief. After a while, Yang Yi settled the matter properly. Because of his relationship with Yang Yi, the people in the army also relaxed the procedures. The simple procedures still had to be followed, and the person had to sign a letter of commitment to receive the person. While Gua Dabao was waiting for Yang Yi to sign the letter of commitment and go out to get a pass, Yang Yi chatted with Geng Sha briefly. He found that Geng Sha's style and personality were very similar to the actor who played Su Sanduo in his previous life. He was relieved and patted Geng Sha's shoulder. "Do your best. This is your chance to soar. I have faith in you." Geng Sha scratched his head embarrassedly after being praised by the author of the original novel. "Thank you, brother." "Oh, by the way, do you have an agent?" Yang Yi suddenly asked. "Ah? No, I don't have time to think about it. Sorry, brother Yang." Geng Sha scratched his head and smiled. "Don't be sorry. It's your own business. I'm just asking out of concern." Yang Yi smiled. "But I have a piece of advice for you. Find a female agent." "Ah?" Geng Sha was a little confused. Yang Yi smiled and didn't mention it again. Just as Yang Yi was about to leave, Chen Fengchen appeared. Director Chen was very busy. He just went to deal with some matters, but he definitely wanted to see Yang Yi. "Mr. Yang, you're finally here. It's really not easy to see a busy person like you." The old man was a little resentful. He seemed to be still holding a grudge against Yang Yi for not accepting his invitation to the press conference. "But you're really troublesome. The crew stopped filming at noon to find someone for you." Yang Huan hid behind Yang Yi and poked Gua Zi. She whispered, "Who's that old man?" "Director, a great director." Gua Zi also tried his best to lower his voice. Yang Yi really didn't want to meet the old man. The old man had been trying to pull him in by exposing Yang Yi's identity as a means of publicity, but Yang Yi didn't agree. Yang Yi cupped his hands and smiled bitterly. "Director Chen, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. I'll go back and teach my sister a lesson." "That won't do. You have to make it up to her. How about you come to the press conference when we finish filming?" Chen Fengchen was still thinking about this. "Director Chen, you know that I'm used to being a wild crane. I don't like being watched." Yang Yi shook his head. "This is your work. You're willing to let it go?" Chen Fengchen asked. "Your readers wholeheartedly support your work. Can't you satisfy their desire to know more about you?" Yang Yi was silent. Changzi and Fu Jun had repeatedly mentioned this to him. Logically speaking, Yang Yi should have some fan activities or a signing event. However, Yang Yi still didn't want to give up his peaceful life, so he hadn't agreed. "There's still a long time before we finish filming this movie. Take your time to think about it. If you still don't agree, I'll ask you again in a few days." Chen Fengchen laughed and turned to leave. After returning, Yang Yi couldn't help but teach Gua Zi and Yang Huan a lesson. The two guys who had caused trouble didn't dare to argue back. However, Yang Huan wouldn't give in so easily. When Murphy came back, she pretended to be wronged and ran to Murphy. "Sister-in-law, you have to help me. My brother didn't speak for me. He even helped others scold me." Murphy also helped her sister-in-law to blame Yang Yi. Seeing that they were echoing each other, Yang Yi rationally avoided the limelight by staying silent. He sighed helplessly in his heart. Women are really unreasonable. In the evening, Yang Yi showed the video of Shishi and Yang Luoqi dancing to Murphy. On the computer screen, the two long-legged girls in white pantyhose were jumping around. They were very cute. "Look at Shishi. She's smiling so happily." Murphy was very happy. She took Yang Yi's arm and whispered, "I always feel that Shishi is the only child in the family. It's a bit lonely." "You mean? Didn't Shishi say that she wanted a brother or sister a while ago?" Murphy said shyly. She was a bit embarrassed to say the rest of her words. Yang Yi was very excited. He put Murphy on his lap and whispered in her ear, "You mean, let's have another child?" "Yeah." Murphy seemed to be drunk. Her face was red and her eyes were blurry. "That's not a problem. As long as you're willing, we can do it any time." Yang Yi's breathing was heavy. His hands started to move indecently. Murphy quickly grabbed his hands and said with a red face, "Let me finish. I have a plan. Next year, my album protection month will be over. It'll be Chinese New Year soon. I want to bring Xianxia back to your hometown to meet your parents. Then, I'll bring you back to America to meet my parents. After we're done, we'll announce our relationship. We don't have to hide it from others anymore. And then? When will we have another child?" Yang Yi's lips brushed past Murphy's lustrous ear. Mo Fei's heart trembled, and her body went limp. She didn't even have the strength to grab Yang Yi's hand, and her voice was as melodious as a song, "Whenever you want." On Monday, Yang Yi followed Xianxia to the kindergarten. Today, he was going to tell stories to all the children in the Springfield kindergarten, which was a good experience. After agreeing to Teacher Mu's invitation, Yang Yi made careful preparations. He not only adapted the original story, but also drew some colorful illustrations with the computer to make it easier for the children to understand. Uncle Yang Yi. Before it started, Yang Yi was warmly welcomed by the children in the middle class. Lan Xian, Yang Luoqi, Qin Shiyun, and Nan Zhaoyu all excitedly surrounded Yang Yi, fighting to be the first to hold Yang Yi's hand, as if they couldn't walk without holding hands. Xianxia was very proud at first, but it didn't take long for the little girl to become a little jealous. She ran over, hugged her father's thigh, and said with a pout, "This is my papa, don't steal my papa." The little girl didn't know that if she didn't like to describe her father as omnipotent, her friends wouldn't worship Yang Yi as Superman. Finally, Yang Yi was surrounded by the children and came to the kindergarten's big classroom. The classroom was very big and full of small stools. The teachers of different grades stood and directed the children in their classes to sit in rows. These hundreds of children were chattering, and each of them said a sentence. The big classroom was about to be turned upside down. Fortunately, the projector was turned on by Yang Yi and the kindergarten teacher. An illustration full of magical colors was projected on the white screen in front of them. This made the children forget about the noise and concentrate on the illustration. There were many mushrooms as tall as trees, crooked forests, and lush grass in the background. There were also many strange characters. There was a beautiful little girl in a princess dress. Of course, she had black hair and black eyes. There was a white rabbit with red eyes, but it was wearing a blue suit jacket and looked serious. There was a clown with red curly hair wearing a tall hat. His clothes were gorgeous and even somewhat flirtatious. There was a queen character with red hair, blue eyeshadow, and an extremely arrogant expression. Right, what attracted the children's attention the most was a short-haired cat with a big head floating in the sky. It had huge eyes and a big mouth like a crescent moon. Little Gray. It's Little Gray. Lan Xian, who often went to Xixi's house to play, recognized it and shouted excitedly. Yes. It's Little Gray. Xixi giggled. The little girl thought it was funny. Yang Yi finally walked onto the stage. Without the lecture blocking the children's view, he directly faced the pairs of innocent eyes. All the children's attention was on him. "Children, I'm honored to be invited." Yang Yi said a few polite words and went straight to the point. "Today, I'm going to tell you a very, very magical story. The name of the story is Xixi's Adventures in Wonderland." The children below the stage were already attracted by the big picture painted by Yang Yi. Very, very magical. They were all looking forward to it. Xixi, on the other hand, was very happy and twisted around on the little stool. When she heard the name, the little girl realized that she was the main character. One day, Xixi and her sister Ding Xiang were sitting by the river. Sister Ding Xiang was reading a book. Xixi felt very bored. She secretly glanced at the book her sister was reading and thought, why is my sister reading such a boring book? It's all words that I can't understand. There aren't even any illustrations." Yang Yi's beginning resonated with some children. However, the story was even more exciting. Soon, the projection behind Yang Yi changed. A rabbit with pink eyes wearing a suit vest appeared on the screen. Bunny was the cutest. All the children liked bunnies. Just when she felt that she didn't know what to do, a little white rabbit suddenly skipped past her. She was immediately energized. She was very curious. How could there be such a rabbit? It could wear clothes and even talk. Oh my God, I'm going to be late. Xianxia acted out the rabbit's tone vividly. The children, who were completely captivated by the story, stared at Xianxia intently. Hundreds of children were actually listening to the story quietly. This could be considered a miracle. The projection changed again, showing the little girl's panicked look when she fell into the rabbit hole. She was very curious. She quickly chased after the little white rabbit to see what was going on. However, the little white rabbit suddenly jumped into a very big rabbit hole. She followed in, but she didn't expect the hole to be a well. She fell straight down. Xianxia stopped at the most critical moment. He coughed twice and said, "Children, you have to remember, don't go to those dangerous places. Don't learn from Xi." Below the stage, Cici pouted and muttered unwillingly, "I didn't go to a dangerous place." The story continued. Xianxia talked about how Xi slipped out of the rabbit hole and entered a strange hall. The rabbit had disappeared. Xi wanted to go out from this strange place. However, Xi could only find a small golden key. The big door couldn't be opened. Xi found a door that could be opened, but the door was too small. Xi couldn't get out. She saw a very beautiful garden outside, with beautiful flowers and a beautiful fountain. That place was much more beautiful than this place. What should we do? Xianxia kept them in suspense, raising the children's interest. Shall we go back? Nanjiao raised his hand and said weakly. We can't go back. You can't climb out of that hole, Xianxia said with a smile. Looking at the sad faces of the children, Xianxia didn't tease them anymore. He immediately talked about how she drank the medicine to make herself smaller. She couldn't get the key, so she had to eat the cake to make herself bigger. As a result, the cake became extremely big. The sad Shishi's tears almost flooded the hall. Then things became more and more bizarre. Shishi scared away the little rabbit, but because the little rabbit's van became smaller again, she fell into her own tears. Then she met a talking mouse. Xianxia told the story for the whole morning. He was thirsty. Fortunately, he simplified the story, so before lunch, he finished telling the story of Shishi's adventures in Wonderland. Even so, the hundreds of children were fascinated by the story. They wished they were the Shishi in the story and could adventure in the dreamlike Wonderland. Even so, Xianxia's performance today was outstanding enough. The kindergarten held a monthly lecture, and it was rare that it was so popular with the children. After the lecture, Xianxia was surrounded by a group of children. They forgot about their hunger and looked at Xianxia expectantly. Uncle Xianxia, do you have any more stories? Let's go and eat first. Next time, if there is a chance, Uncle Xianxia will tell you more. Xianxia had to coax the children. His daughter couldn't even get close to her. She was also surrounded by her friends. The children in the middle class looked excited. They excitedly asked Shishi, have you really been to such a fun place? Can you take me to play with you? Shishi also wanted to go to such a fun place. The little girl tried her best to explain to her friends that she hadn't been there, but if her father took her to play, he would definitely tell them. With the help of several teachers, Xianxia finally walked out of the children's encirclement. He happened to hear the conversation between Cici and her friends. He smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, there will be. Uncle will create a big fairyland world. When the time comes, I will invite all the children to play together." Really? The group of children, including Shishi, cried out in surprise. Of course it's true. The one who lied to you is a dog. Uncle promises to do it. Although it was just a pie in the sky, Xianxia wasn't bragging. Another week had passed. When the song Mistress was first released, it received a lot of attention because of its theme. However, at the same time, the song and its creator Zhu Jia also received a lot of criticism from public opinion. Even though people were well aware that this song was about the most abhorrent phenomenon in society, sometimes it was not acceptable to directly expose the cruel side of human nature. Whether it was music critics or non-music industry people in the entertainment industry, they all expressed their views on the song. They used different channels, including the recently emerging micro-broadcasting, to step on the song one after another. Although Xianxia used some public relations methods in the beginning and used money to invite some music critics to support the song, they had no choice but to give up when they saw the overwhelming criticism on the internet. These comments all had different points to criticize, and some even formed a clear confrontation. For example, some women's rights activists expressed that this was a disrespect to women, and that the broken relationship could not only be blamed on the interference of a third party, but that the male party should be more responsible, and people who might have been hurt in the same way did not like the song. They felt that the song was not blaming the mistress, but defending the mistress. Look at the lyrics. I also know it's not because of love. What kind of bullshit was that? Wasn't it exonerating the mistress? Some male music critics also disliked the song. They felt that Xianxia played a weak and incompetent role in the song. As a man, you should dare to love and hate. Since she dared to plant a prairie on your head, you should let her see what it means to start a prairie fire with a single spark. However, what was strange was that although there was a lot of criticism, and the music review sections of the major music websites were almost one-sided, the song's rating was not low. The number of people who gave the song a high score was almost equal to the number of people who gave the song a low score. This data was questioned by people, but after the copyright organization intervened and investigated, they found that the song's rating was not fake. They also selected some comments from the audience who gave the song a high score and published them on the copyright organization's microbroadcasting public account. These comments combined into a long article that received many likes. I don't know what's so good about this song, but I feel relieved after listening to it. Someone dug out his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys for you to see. It's not too much to give a 5-star review, right? There's no way to comment on it. It's fine as long as it sounds good. Why think so much? This song is very magical. I've played it on repeat for a long time, but I'm still not tired of it. This song is really nice, but you have to put in earphones. Sometimes, it won't work because you can't help but sing along. Once you're too loud, the people around the bus will look at you with weird gazes. That's awkward. Indeed, those who didn't like the song could find countless reasons to criticize it, but those who liked the song couldn't find any reason to defend it. They weren't even willing to tell others that they liked the song. If others were to scold him, then so be it. Those who liked to listen could continue to listen. As a result, the song became more and more popular and was known by more and more people. Even though Xianxia had participated in those charting programs, he couldn't get a good ranking like the Music Power chart. But on the radio station, this song was crazily requested by people, and it continuously occupied the top spot of the radio station's request chart for a long time, and what surprised the music critics was that the sales of Mistress continued to rise strangely. Finally, a week after its release, it broke into the top 10 of the copyright organization's new song best-selling chart. It also unexpectedly squeezed Murphy's First Dream out of the top 10. What was even more surprising was that it maintained a strong momentum of growth. When the people of Xianxia heard this news, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In any case, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This matter was also ridiculed by some tabloid media. They even dug up Murphy's previous scandals. Even though they had been clarified, they seemed to be blind and still bragged about it. Fortunately, these tabloid media hadn't played with microbroadcasting yet. Their influence was only limited to the scope of newsstands. Xianxia's personality wasn't the kind of person who would swallow his anger after being scolded. When he first saw those music reviews, he was furious. He smashed things and threatened to get the media to fight with those people. Fortunately, Du Luan had already anticipated this situation. He stopped Xianxia in time and taught him to look at this matter calmly. Later, the song's sales soared. It made Xianxia so happy that he forgot to reason with others. Soon after, the popular Xianxia also received a lot of variety show invitations. He was busy rushing around every day. With more than 10 variety shows taking turns, he didn't have time to think about anything else. Being famous was truly painful and joyous. Anyway, Xianxia enjoyed this feeling. Murphy, who was squeezed out of the top 10, was somewhat disappointed. But she didn't care too much because some of the fan letters made her feel gratified. She felt that her efforts were not in vain. Xianxia, listen to this letter. Murphy was in the study, reading the letter to Xianxia happily. Sister Murphy, thank you for singing the first dream. It gave me the strength to pursue my dream. I also like music and have participated in many competitions. But I have a weakness. I get nervous when I go on stage and can't perform at my normal level. After many failures, I gave up this path last year. I chose to listen to my family's arrangements and went back to school to study. But after hearing your song, I suddenly understood that I shouldn't give up, because only music can bring me happiness. When this fan wrote the letter, she had already picked up music again. She had also participated in the audition of a record company and became a trainee. Although she was still far from her debut, she felt that she was already on the path to pursue her original dream. Her heart was filled with joy and hope. Look, the song I sang has a positive meaning. Those who say that I mislead people, I think they should read this letter. Murphy was a little proud. It's useless even if they read it. Xianxia shrugged and told the cruel truth to Murphy. Some people think that they are right and won't listen to others. If you show them this letter, they will say that you mislead them again. Being a trainee doesn't mean anything. She is so timid and afraid of the stage. She still won't have the chance to debut. Everyone grows up, you know. Sigh, you bastard. Why don't you say something nice to coax me? Murphy angrily punched Xianxia's chest with her fist and said angrily. In the end, she was pulled into the arms of Xianxia, who had been a little fiery recently. After a scream, her voice was muffled. At this moment, Yang Huan, who was playing with her phone on the bed, moved her ears. The scream passed through the two walls, but it was still very clear in the silent night. My brother. Yang Huan wailed and buried her head in the pillow, covering her ears. The next morning, Yang Huan woke up a little late. Although she greeted Murphy and Xianxia as usual, Murphy sensed that something was wrong with her sixth sense as a woman. While Yang Huan was washing the dishes in the kitchen, Murphy pulled Xianxia to the side and whispered to Xianxia, "Did you notice that Huan Huan was looking at us strangely today?" Strangely? I didn't. Xianxia was confused. He even turned to look at Yang Huan's back. Yes, just like last time. I didn't tell you last time. Murphy tugged at Xianxia's sleeve, anxiously hoping that Xianxia would believe her. Last time? Which last time? Xianxia didn't understand Murphy's logic. Murphy blushed and looked in Xixi's direction. Xixi, who was saying goodbye to Xiao Guai, didn't notice her mother's actions. Murphy lowered her voice and said, "It was the night when Xixi and Xixi danced for you. What happened? Have you forgotten?" Xianxia understood and asked in surprise, "Are you saying that Huan Huan found out?" Impossible. Xianxia shook his head hard. We were in the same room. How could she have heard it? Maybe she heard it when she got up to go to the bathroom. Murphy pursed her lips, feeling uneasy. She blamed, "I always felt that Huan Huan was looking at us strangely." Sigh, it's all your fault. You're always so crazy. Xianxia was happy. He gently pulled Murphy's hand and whispered in her ear, "Don't you like it too? You want me to?" Before he could finish, Murphy covered his mouth shyly. Don't say it. I'll get angry if you continue. Xianxia quickly nodded, and Murphy let go of her hand. He comforted her. Actually, I think you're too nervous. How could she have heard it so easily? We've tried every room at home, and she wasn't disturbed. The soundproofing of this wall should be good. Murphy nodded gently, but she still said to Xianxia worriedly, "Do you think I've been too busy recently and haven't had time to talk to Huan Huan? Did she have some opinions about me?" Xianxia couldn't say for sure. Murphy could only figure it out herself. Xianxia sent Xixi to kindergarten, and Murphy was picked up by Mo Xiaowan. Today, the company had arranged an outdoor endorsement event, and Murphy was going to sing "Coming Across the Ocean to See You." Seeing that there was no one at home, Yang Huan quickly called Guozi and asked him to come over. The three swordsmen got together to discuss things with Ding Xiang. "I want to move out." Yang Huan's words shocked Guozi and Ding Xiang. "Why?" Ding Xiang asked in confusion. "Is Brother Yang not good to you?" "No, Brother Yang is a good person." Guozi scratched his head. "No, it's not that. I can't sleep well at home. Look at my dark circles. I didn't sleep last night, Yang Huan said unhappily. You can't sleep well at home, but you can sleep well outside? Guozi didn't understand and asked. Ding Xiang was the one who cared about others. She took Yang Huan's hand and whispered, Huan Huan, what happened? Yang Huan hesitated, but she couldn't hold back her words. These two were her best friends. If she couldn't tell them, she would really explode. Then I'll tell you, but you can't tell anyone. And you can't tell my brother. Yang Huan still had to warn them. She especially turned to Guozi and showed her persimmon-sized fist. I'm not worried about Sister Ding Xiang, but Xiaogua, you can't tell my brother. I promised to keep my mouth shut. Guozi made a zipper over his mouth. He wanted to hear the secret and couldn't hold it in anymore. All right. Yang Huan found it hard to talk about it, so he had to beat around the bush. My brother and sister-in-law do that kind of thing at night. You know, sometimes I can hear it, and I can't sleep at all. What's that? Ding Xiang asked, still confused. I know, I'll tell you. Guozi, who understood immediately, held back his laughter and whispered in Ding Xiang's ear. Ding Xiang blushed instantly. Ding Xiang, who had been asked by Murphy to learn some skincare products, had gradually turned pale. Although she wasn't exactly fair, the blush on her face could still be seen. Aya, how can you say something like that? Ding Xiang nudged Guozi, her face full of embarrassment. She even used the action of distancing herself from Guozi to cover up her flustered heart. What? I'm just explaining to you what's going on. It has nothing to do with me. Guozi complained. It's all your fault. Your mind is the most unhealthy. You understood immediately after I said it. Sister Ding Xiang, this man must be a playboy who specializes in cheating girls. Yang Huan and Ding Xiang shared the same hatred. Ding Xiang nodded her head in agreement. Guozi helplessly shook his head. He had no way to explain himself. He was already used to being a girl's best friend. Furthermore, he was the best friend of two girls. This best friend would always be the target of ridicule. Back to the topic. If Yang Huan wanted to move out, she would face a problem. Where would she live and how would she pay for the rent? Just around here. Yang Huan said matter-of-factly. Xiaogua, you're the most well-informed. Can you help me find a house? Guozi shrunk his head and said nervously, you want me to find a house for you? If Brother Yang finds out that I'm helping the evildoer, won't he beat me to death? Will he? Yang Huan asked doubtfully. Guozi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sister Huan, of course you don't know. Didn't you get into trouble in the military last weekend? When you came back, Brother Yang almost tore me apart. He blamed me for bringing you so far away. Crazy. Isn't that because you guys left me alone? If everything was fine, we would have come back immediately. My brother definitely wouldn't know about it. Yang Huan pursed her lips. Huan Huan, do you have the money to live outside? It's expensive to rent a house near the school, Ding Xiang said with concern. I have the money. Although my brother doesn't pay me, doesn't he give me pocket money? I haven't spent much money, and I've been saving it up. Yang Huan patted her pocket and grinned. He gives me 500 yen a week, which means 2,000 yen a month. It's enough for me to rent a house. However, Guozi struck her down mercilessly. That's not enough. The cheapest single room near the school costs more than 1,000 yuan a month. You still have to pay a month's deposit. There's also the cost of food and shopping. How can 2,000 yuan be enough? 1,000 yen a month? Why is it so expensive? Yang Huan exclaimed. She didn't expect that at all. In my hometown, even if it's in the county, it only costs 300 yen a month, Guozi facebombed. Sister, you said it's your hometown. This is Jiangqing, and it's even more expensive to rent a house near the school. Then what should I do? Yang Huan was confused. Xiaogua, why don't you lend me some money? I'll learn from Sister Ding Xiang and work. I'll pay you back when I earn some money. If I lend you money, I'll be beaten to death. Guozi wanted to cry. Are you afraid that I won't pay you back? Don't worry, Xiaogua. Sister Huan never owes anyone a favor. I'll find a way to pay back what I owe. Yang Huan patted her chest and said generously. That's not what I meant. Little Comrade Guo was coerced by Sister Huan and embarked on a path of no return. However, Yang Yi did not find any clues for the time being. He happened to have nothing to do today, so he accepted Teacher Mu's invitation and stayed in the kindergarten to watch the children's rehearsal. He also brought the finished costume over to let the children try it on and listen to their opinions. If there was anything they were not satisfied with, he would modify it for them. Uncle Yang Yi was indeed the most popular among the children. As soon as he was led in by Teacher Mu, a group of children rushed up to him. Lan Xian happened to be the closest. She pulled on Yang Yi's clothes and jumped up. Uncle Yang, I want a hug. Okay. Okay. Yang Yi bent down and picked up Lan Xian. Uncle Yang Yi, I want a hug too. Yang Yi's hand was pulled by Yang Luoqi again. Yang Yi agreed to all her requests. After a while, he was carrying Lan Xian in his left hand and Yang Luoqi in his right hand. The two girls were happy and proud. The other children were envious and jealous. I want a hug from Uncle Yang Yi too. Chen Shiyun also shouted. In fact, Yang Yi was not relaxed, Yang Luoqi was fine. The little girl was light as a feather, but Lan Xian's figure was there. If Yang Yi was not in good health, he would not be able to hold the two of them at once. Fortunately, the costume Yang Yi brought successfully diverted their attention. There are so many, so cute. Nan Jiaoyu looked at the costumes that were moved in. They were all interesting cartoon characters and shouted excitedly. Of course. Because they were all made by my papa. She heard it and proudly puffed out her little chest. They started to distribute the costumes. Even though Teacher Mu and the others were coordinating, it still caused some chaos. After all, every costume looked different. It was fine if it was the same type of animal, but when it was a different type of animal, the children all felt that others would always look the best. Nan Jiaoyu, who played the role of a wild duck, thought that Yang Luoqi's swan costume looked good. Lan Xian, who played the role of a big hen, thought that Chen Shiyun's hunter costume was cooler. The most popular character was Little Belle, who was playing the role of Little White Rabbit. Her white coat and headgear with 2 long ears instantly became the object of the children's desire to touch and look at. Poor Little Belle, she couldn't even hold the costume in her hands before it was snatched away. She felt wronged and cried. Some were crying, some were making a fuss. The class was in chaos. It was Teacher Mu and the rest's specialty to solve the children's disputes. Yang Yi felt a headache coming on as he watched, but he did not interfere. His heart ached for Little Belle, so he carried her to the side and comforted her. She had already seen and played with these costumes at home, so she was not as interested as her friends. She followed her father, and the kind girl was also comforting Little Belle. Little Belle, don't cry. How about I give you my duck? She said innocently. No, I want my rabbit. Little Belle was very sad. They're all bullying me. They're not bullying you. They just want to take a look. I'll get it for you later. As soon as Yang Yi's voice fell, Teacher Shin came over with the rabbit costume she got from the children. Look, your rabbit is back. Little Belle, don't cry. She reached out to wipe the tears on Little Belle's face. The little girl said with a smile, Look, I've already given you my papa. You should be very happy. Little Belle lowered her head shyly. Yang Yi was both angry and amused. He reached out to pinch Shi's nose. But his hand missed. The little girl giggled and turned her head away. Yangcheng. With Yang Yi's help, Sahara Online Mall, which had successfully funded its first round of financing, began their first round of operations. On December 22, Fu Jun announced the establishment of their Sahara Express subsidiary during a news interview with the Guangdong Provincial Television Station. At present, Sahara Express has built self-operated express delivery transit points in 70 large and medium-sized cities across the country, as well as tens of thousands of express delivery outlets. It has formed a comprehensive strategic layout, which can fulfill our promise of 4 days of shopping in these 70 Sahara Online malls. Fu Jun said on TV. He, who was in high spirits, was leading the trend of an era. It had to be said that in order to open up the gap with other online shopping platforms, Fujun still made a certain compromise. The express delivery model of Sahara Express was not completely self-operated as Xianxia requested. Instead, it adopted a franchise model that Xianxia was not very optimistic about. This was more of a test of the management of Sahara Express. If the management was not appropriate, those franchise outlets would become a big black spot in Sahara. However, Fujun still promised Xianxia that this trick was only used for now. After increasing and stabilizing the market share, he would gradually withdraw the express delivery outlet model and then create a real Sahara Express brand and a correct express delivery concept. Is there a city for you in our 4 days of shopping? Sahara Online Mall also advertised through many media and online platforms, telling the people of the country the advantages of Sahara Online Mall. There were only 70 large and medium-sized cities. What about many other cities? What if there were none? There were still many small cities looking at it, it didn't matter. Sahara Online Mall also ambitiously said through advertisements, Sahara Online Mall will definitely light up the express delivery outlets in all cities in the country within 2 years. Your needs will always be remembered by us. Didn't you feel warm? The advertising ideas that had been played out in his previous life still came in handy in this world. Under such a series of bombardments, the Sahara Online Mall finally became famous and openly displayed in front of all customers and competitors. For customers, this was still relatively new and worth paying attention to. However, for competitors of Sahara Online Mall, this was not good news. Originally, they were also copying the model of Sahara Online Mall. However, because they had already entered the industry, the price barrier that Sahara Online Mall had established made it difficult for them to catch up. Now, while they were still thinking hard about how to break out of the situation, Sahara Online Mall suddenly took a big step forward and instantly left the competitors a few streets away. What was going on? Wasn't everyone still using the mail function of the postal system? Why did you change your appearance in the blink of an eye? It was as if the top students were tired of playing and began to seriously exert their strength. Suddenly, the underachievers were a little left behind. It was impossible to catch up with Sahara Online Mall in a short time unless they acquired a courier company. However, acquiring a courier company with a national courier channel would cost a lot. At this stage, the field of online shopping platforms did not have the intervention of capital tycoons. Most of Sahara's competitors were still small young entrepreneurs. What could they do if they couldn't beat them head-on? Some desperate competitors could only think of some crooked ways. For example, in the field of online shopping, there was no effective regulation. They could buy some unimportant fake goods. Wouldn't that be able to fight a price war with Sahara? Of course, these were all in the future. Now, Sahara Online Mall was brewing a big move, New Year's Day shopping carnival. All the goods would be organized with the merchants and sold at a discount. The staff of the online shopping mall had been preparing for the shopping carnival this month. The staff of the original publishing house, who had just joined, had not been idle either. They had meticulously created advertisements, posters, and so on for this event, and were ready to announce it on Christmas Day. A war to snatch the online shopping market was about to begin. Fei had been thinking about Yang Huan's reaction. After being persuaded by Xianxia, she also had some doubts about her judgment. Therefore, when the album was about to be released, she still managed to squeeze out a day's time. Huan, are you free today? Shall I take you shopping? Murphy showed her kindness to Yang Huan. Shopping? She, who had just woken up and was drinking milk from a bottle, had her eyes lit up. However, Yang Huan was not very excited. She waved her hand and said embarrassedly, "Sister-in-law, you don't have to work so hard. You bought so many things for me recently." Not a lot. Look at your clothes, there are only 3 or 4 sets of new ones, and they were all picked out by me. I don't know if my taste is suitable for you young people's preferences. This time, sister-in-law will take you there, you can buy the clothes you want. Fei persuaded. 3 or 4 is not enough? Yang Huan actually felt very satisfied. When I was at home, I could only buy a few pieces of clothes all year round. Not to mention Yang Huan, Ding Xiang was also the same. Although Ding Xiang had some savings now, she was not willing to buy clothes for herself. Mo Fei gave her a few nice clothes on her birthday, but Ding Xiang was reluctant to wear them, so she kept them all. Then she usually wore the uniform of the coffee shop. That was in the past. Now that your life has improved, you should adjust your living conditions too. How can a girl treat herself unfairly? I've always told Xianxia that girls should be pampered so that they won't be taken advantage of easily in the future. Murphy was not very good at persuading people, but she still tried her best. She was actually still worried that Yang Huan would reject her because she had some opinions about her. Yang Huan still felt embarrassed to let her sister-in-law spend so much money on her, so she kept declining. Yang Yi, who was standing next to her, couldn't stand it anymore. He helped Mo Fei and said, "All right, Huan Huan, your sister-in-law finally has a day of free time. Let's go shopping. We'll talk about it later." Since her brother had spoken, Yang Huan could only nod. Yang Yi thought of something. He got up and went to the study to bring back a card. When she came back, she saw Xixi asking unhappily, "Mom, why can't I go? I want to go shopping too." When he went to the study, Xixi had already told Murphy that she wanted to go shopping too. However, Murphy didn't agree. When Murphy took Yang Huan shopping, the two women were like best friends. Even if they were photographed by the paparazzi, it would not be a big deal. However, Xixi was different. She was too obvious a target. What's more, Murphy was no longer the unknown celebrity she used to be. She was now receiving a lot of attention and the paparazzi were also interested in her. People would often follow and take photos of her. Every time Murphy returned home, she would ask Mo Shawan to make a few rounds and was especially careful. Mom doesn't want to play with Xixi anymore. Xixi is not happy. The little girl pouted and threw a tantrum. Fortunately, Yang Yi could understand the situation. He came over to help Murphy. He smiled and said, "Xixi, you want to go shopping too? Then why don't you go with Daddy? Your mom and auntie are going to the places that sell adult clothes. The place that Dad is going to is much more fun. There are a lot of toys. If you go with Dad, Dad can buy you a doll." Buy a doll? Cece's eyes lit up. At this moment, she also immediately forgot all the unhappiness just now. She said happily, "Really? Then I want to go with Dad." From the beginning to the end, she only cared about going shopping. Whether she would go with her mom or not was only secondary. After coaxing his daughter, Yang Yi handed Yang Huan the card he had just taken. "This is the credit card I got for you 2 days ago. It is tied to my card. You can use this card when you go out with your sister-in-law." Credit card? What is a credit card? Why does it look like a bank card? Yang Huan took the card and looked at it curiously. "Yang Yi, can't you let me show off a little?" Murphy complained. Yang Huan held Murphy's arm with a smile and said, "Sister-in-law, it doesn't matter. I'm already very happy that you're taking me shopping. Besides, it's good to spend my brother's money. Don't let him spend it on strange things." Seeing Yang Huan's intimate action, Murphy was so happy that she didn't have time to blame Yang Yi. However, Yang Huan didn't know how to use the credit card. Yang Yi took the time to explain it to her. The credit card he gave Yang Huan had a very high limit. The basic limit was 50,000 yuan, and there was also a temporary limit set by the bank. Yang Huan could easily overdraw 100,000 yuan if she wanted to. Of course, Yang Yi knew that his sister couldn't spend so much money, so he didn't tell her too much. The shopping mall that Mo Fei took Yang Huan to was, of course, not a simple one. It was located in the business center of Binhai district, and there were many famous international and domestic clothing brands. Although the decoration outside was not much different from other stores, when one walked in and looked at the price tags, the polarization of the world was vividly reflected in this place. Yang Huan was originally calmly looking at the clothes on the shelves with Murphy. However, when she inadvertently glanced at the price tags, her heart immediately jumped. She didn't believe it and looked at a few more. Finally, she couldn't help but pull Murphy aside and whisper, "Sister-in-law, this is not right. Did we come to a shady shop? Why is one piece of clothing almost 4,000 yuan?" Yang Huan asked nervously. "That's right. It's all the same price. Murphy was signing for a few shop assistants just now, so she was a little slow to react to young Juan's shock. She smiled and said, "Indeed, for Murphy, this price wasn't much of a problem." Moreover, this was based on the fact that young Juan wanted to buy sportswear or jeans. The store Murphy took her to was already considered a low-level brand in this area. If she wanted to buy those luxurious fur coats, the price would be much more than 4,000 yuan. The other stores used tens of thousands as the unit of measurement, however, Yang Huan couldn't accept such a price. She couldn't help but ask, "Sister-in-law, the clothes you bought for me before didn't cost 3,000 to 4,000 yuan each, did they?" Yang Huan didn't know much before, so she thought that it would be at most a few hundred yuan. Therefore, although she was embarrassed, she still accepted Murphy's gift. "No." What Mo Fei said at the beginning made Yang Huan heave a sigh of relief. However, Mo Fei's honest answer made Yang Huan speechless. "It's much more expensive than what I gave you." It wasn't that Murphy was extravagant. As a star, one's image was very important. Even if one didn't pay attention to it, the sponsors would be very picky. Murphy was used to spending a lot of money on clothes. Yang Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Sister-in-law, if you told me that those clothes were so expensive, I wouldn't dare to accept them. My father would kill me if I accepted such expensive gifts from others. But I'm not just anyone." Murphy was very concerned about the word she used. She said sadly, "I'm your sister-in-law. It's fine for me to buy you some clothes, right? You don't have to care about the price. Yang Yi and I can afford it." However, in the end, Yang Huan still didn't want to buy such expensive clothes. She persuaded Murphy to take her to a more ordinary shopping mall. In the shopping mall, the average price was only 200 to 300 yuan. Although Yang Huan still felt that it was expensive, at least she could accept it. They shopped for a while and bought 2 sets of sportswear that Yang Huan liked. Yang Huan liked the thin zipper sweater and slim-fit sportswear. With her tall figure, she looked very handsome in it. She looked even better than a model, however, it was obvious that they couldn't stay in such a shopping mall for long. Mo Fei was soon recognized. Before the fans arrived at the battlefield, Missouri Fei quickly took Yang Huan and slipped away. They ran to the parking lot and got rid of the people who were following them. Panting, they couldn't help but look at each other and laugh. "Sister-in-law, being a star is really tiring." Yang Huan held Murphy's hand and said intimately, "You'll get used to it. It's just that I didn't have enough fun with you today. The clothes I bought for you are so cheap." Murphy was a bit disappointed. "Of course not. I'm so happy shopping with you today. I feel like I've learned a lot." Yang Huan smiled sweetly. Feeling Yang Huan's closeness to her, Murphy finally felt relieved. Compared with Murphy and Yang Huan's adventure, Yang Yi and Shishi's shopping was much more boring. After all, Yang Yi had only decided to keep his promise and take his daughter to buy dolls, so he did not arrange anything interesting. However, Shishi was very happy because the weather was very cold. The little girl was wrapped up like a little rice dumpling, but this little rice dumpling was not lazy at all. Looking at the dazzling array of dolls, the little girl was excited and ran around energetically with her long legs. "Papa, can I buy all of them home?" Shishi excitedly opened her 2 small arms and gestured to the dolls on the shelf. "Buy all of them home? No, we can't fit so many at home." Yang Yi shook his finger at his daughter and smiled. "Do you know that your room is almost full of dolls? But I still don't think it's enough." Shishi pouted her small mouth. "No, you can only buy one at a time. Then you can choose the next time you come." Yang Yi rubbed his daughter's little head. "Can we come again?" Shishi was a little surprised and jumped up. However, the little rice dumpling was a little clumsy and could not jump up. She also raised a finger and said cheerfully, "Well, let's just buy one." The little girl felt that as long as she came with her father often, one day she would buy all the beautiful dolls in the mall. In the end, she picked a dog doll. It looked a little like a baby husky, with gray and white fur, a big head, and a simple and honest expression. It looked very cute. In fact, although the baby husky was still very cute, Yang Yi wanted to refuse it when he saw it. However, thinking that it would not grow up and she liked it so much, he did not mind and bought it for her. When they got home, she could not wait to find the kittens with the dog doll in her arms. She shook the little husky happily. Little Guai, do, little Gray, look, this dog is your new companion, and also my new companion. You have to like it too. The three British Shorthairs had different reactions. They shivered and stayed on the flannel mat of the cat tree, their small feet curled up under their warm chests. They looked up, then lowered their heads and squinted their eyes in disinterest. Little Guai came over and pushed the little husky away. It squinted its eyes and rubbed its head against Shishi's hand. Meow. It even called out, wanting its little master to comb its fur. Little Guai, do you think the dog is cute? Shishi did not know what logic was. She smiled happily and held little Guai in her arms. Little Gray stepped on the soft carpet and walked around the little husky. It tilted its head and looked at the little husky. Maybe it was comparing whose head was the biggest. However, cats and dogs did not get along well. Maybe it was just like the story where a donkey ran out of tricks. Seeing that the little husky was not a threat, Little Gray stretched out its little paw and gave it a push. The little husky swayed and fell to the ground. It was a perfect example of a husky's adorableness. Little Gray was startled. It quickly jumped back onto the cat tree and went back into the mine. It did not even want to show its head, either because it was scared or because it was worried that its little master would blame it. However, Shishi was playing with Little Guai and did not notice Little Gray's movements. After a while, Shishi came back to her senses and picked up her dog doll. She was confused when she saw it. Hey, why are you sleeping on the ground? What if you catch a cold? Although Murphy still squeezed out some time to take Yang Huan shopping, her situation was not good. After First Dream was pushed out of the top 10 of the new best-selling songs, its sales began to decline. It entered a period of weakness earlier than Coming Across the Ocean to See You. However, Tianmei's public relations department was not in a hurry to recover, because the song's mission was almost completed. It successfully helped Murphy to maintain her popularity for the last month. After more than a week, when the new album was released on New Year's Day, it would be the real show. However, just when the people of Tianmei were relieved and thought that the anti-fans would give up after seeing the poor sales of First Dream, they soon realized that they were too naive. The wave of negative comments against First Dream came again, and this time, it was even fiercer. It seemed like they were going to attack Murphy until the end. The previous ridicule of First Dream became worse and its sales declined. It seemed to have fueled the arrogance of the Water Army. They proudly said that their judgment was correct and that First Dream was a bad song. People with a little brain could still distinguish the appearance of the Water Army, but there were many passers-by who did not use their brains to analyze. They were easily confused by the real and fake comments. Before buying the single, they began to have doubts. After hesitating, they chose to give up. What's more, this time, the Water Army began to criticize Murphy's upcoming new album, and began to criticize Mu Xiang, who was standing behind the scenes. First Dream can be the title song, it shows how bad the album is. Coming Across the Ocean to See You is a good song, but that's it. You've already bought a single CD. Are you stupid enough to buy a whole bad album for a song? Murphy continued her stupid performance of returning to the album, choosing a bad song. I'm afraid she will lose all her fans this time. Is there no popularity to this extent? First Dream is good results, Mistress is good results. Tianmei is notorious. Can't everyone see it clearly? It doesn't matter. When Murphy's new album fails to sell, we will have a good show to watch. With Tianmei's bad temper, they will definitely create a few scandals to hype it up. I bet 2 packs of spicy sticks here. If they don't follow my script, I will live broadcast eating spicy sticks. I don't know what live broadcast the above post is talking about, but I want to say that everyone has been fooled. Mu Xiang is not that amazing. What achievements did he have? He just wrote 2 title songs for Xianxia and then wrote Coming Across the Ocean to See You. What other achievements are worth praising? No. Don't use First Dream to talk to me. Just because Xianxia had flattered such a lyricist in a friendly manner, everyone believed his nonsense? 12 songs, each of them is a masterpiece. If it was a famous teacher, he wouldn't dare to boast, right? This person really dares to say it. He is really shameless. I'm afraid that Mu Xiang and Tianmei have some dirty deals. It's just Tianmei's way of hyping up. This statement seemed to be very reasonable. It was pointed out by many people who didn't know the truth. The cooperation between Murphy and Mu Xiang had been widely questioned. Although it was good to be hyped up, sometimes, public opinion could confuse gold. If it wasn't dealt with in time, Murphy's new album would have a bad reputation before it was even released. Then, it would be difficult for future sales to improve. Who did it? Can't you find out? Niao Miling lost her temper in the company. For so many years, Sister Ling had never been in such a passive situation. We can't find out. We asked the people in the Internet Water Army. The employer hid his identity, but he spent a lot of money. The subordinate smiled bitterly. And it's not just one group of people. Even if we spend money to eliminate the disaster, we can't make everyone stop. Niao Miling frowned. She gritted her teeth and said, then we'll spend money too. Send the album out and ask people to help review it. If 10 are not enough, then hire 20. I don't believe that the experts can't compare to the Internet Water Army. If she was slandered by the Internet Water Army, although Murphy was sad, she could still deal with it calmly. However, when Yang Yi, or Mu Xiang, was slandered, Murphy began to lose control of herself and became angry. Murphy, what's your response to the online rumor that Mu Xiang is trying to raise his value through hype? Nonsense. In the interview video, Murphy's originally calm face changed a little when she heard this question. Although the change was not obvious, Yang Yi could still tell that Murphy was angry. When Murphy was angry, her face was still cold, but it was different from usual. She was so excited that her body trembled slightly, and her voice rose a pitch. Mr. Mu Xiang is so talented, and his music works are already classics. Does he need to play such a dirty trick? If he wants to make money with these things, why does he need to hide his identity? With his creative ability and singing skills, he can definitely be a superstar. Murphy was so excited that she not only defended Yang Yi to the reporter, but also accidentally revealed a lot of information. Although the reporter's face could not be seen in the video, it was not difficult to guess that the reporter was overjoyed. Fortunately, Mo Shaowan, who was next to her, stopped her in time, and Ji Ningming also blocked the reporter from Murphy with his own body, so that she and Mo Shaowan could hide in the company. Everyone, please listen to me. Ji Ningming could also be said to be Yang Yi's brainless fan, but he was much more mature and rational. He skillfully dealt with the reporter. Now there are many people with ulterior motives in the media and the internet who are discrediting the works of Murphy and Mr. Mu Xiang. Everyone is knowledgeable. I hope everyone can be discerning and give a pertinent report. Murphy's singing and Mr. Mu Xiang's writing are beyond doubt. Although the two songs released can't prove anything, in all fairness, didn't Coming Across the Sea to See You move everyone? Didn't First Dream give you even a little incentive? If so, please have some confidence in this album and don't listen to rumors. As for the other 10 songs that Murphy and Mu Xiang collaborated, I can only say that they won't disappoint you. Ji Ningming calmly explained, which was more effective than Murphy's explanation. Yang Yi only found out that Murphy had been wronged when he read some news on the computer. Last night, under his coaxing, Murphy avoided the important points and focused on the trivial. She didn't talk about many things because she didn't want him to worry about her. What a fool. Yang Yi gently shook his head. Of course, Yang Yi was also helpless against some of the trolls on the internet. He didn't have any special abilities. Obviously, he couldn't follow the network cable and kill these people who slandered Murphy and himself. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, even Tianmei's people couldn't find him. Yang Yi didn't have that kind of ability. But Yang Yi wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. Murphy was wronged. As her man, Yang Yi had to help Murphy out of her predicament, so Yang Yi found Xianxia's phone number and called him. Although the two didn't contact each other often, Xianxia would sometimes call to ask about him and maintain a good relationship. After all, there would be a day when they would cooperate again. Yang Yi. Xianxia's phone was quickly connected. His surprised voice came from the other side. With Yang Yi's character, he rarely took the initiative to call him. Christmas came quietly. Because the Chinese in this world were prosperous, the national self-confidence was strong, and there were no unscrupulous businessmen to hype up the concept of Christmas. The holiday atmosphere in China wasn't very strong now. However, because Murphy was born and raised in the United States, and she had always been talking about hanging stockings at the bedside to wait for Santa Claus to send her gifts, Xianxia had prepared early and prepared a small Christmas party for them. Compared to before, the party this time was much livelier. It wasn't just the family anymore. Mo Xiaowan and Xiaoai had also received an invitation. Yang Huan, Guozi, and Ding Xiang, the three musketeers, Du Yuanlei, and the cruise cameraman, Wang Chao, and the female lead, Qin Wen, were also invited. On the morning of Christmas Eve, after Xianxia sent Xixi to kindergarten, he drove back a small spruce tree that he had booked. The wolf pickup was very convenient. There was a small roofless cargo compartment in the back that could be used to carry goods. Wow, brother, is this the Christmas tree that you told sister-in-law about? Yang Huan curiously ran over to take a look. Along with Ding Xiang, the two of them helped Xianxia move the small spruce tree in. It can only be considered a tree now, not a Christmas tree. Xianxia habitually ordered Yang Huan, go to the car and help me move the box of colored lights in. Okay. Yang Huan answered quickly. I'll go help Huan. Ding Xiang was also very diligent. Xianxia didn't slack off either. He was very strong and moved a box of beer and soda in one go. There were some other accessories, biscuits, and snacks in the car. The three of them had to move 2 rounds before they finished moving everything. Come and see. I'll teach you how to decorate the Christmas tree. Xianxia smiled and greeted them. He taught them some simple techniques, and then left everything to the 2 girls, who were even more excited than he was, to let them use their imagination and decorate the spruce into a colorful Christmas tree with colorful lights, silver ribbons, red plastic Christmas fruits, candy canes, bells, bows, and other decorations. Since they were girls, Yang Huan and Ding Xiang were very attentive to the decorations. The two of them discussed how to match the decorations as they gestured and laughed. Xianxia, of course, didn't slack off either. He placed a ready-made Christmas wreath on the floor-to-ceiling window and stuck a white snowflake paper cut. It rarely snowed in Jiangqing, which was located in the south. Even if it did, it would only be some small snowflakes that disappeared as soon as they landed on the ground. They could only use these decorations to create a special Christmas atmosphere. After Yang Huan and Ding Xiang were done, they couldn't wait to plug it in to see the effect. After it was plugged in, the little lights on the Christmas tree flickered. The decorations on the tree also reflected colorful lights. It was so beautiful that the 2 girls couldn't help but exclaim. This is the most beautiful Christmas tree in the world. Yang Huan felt a sense of accomplishment for the work that he had painstakingly completed. Waving his hand, Yang Huan declared. Ding Xiang covered her mouth and chuckled, but she also nodded her head. Brother Yang, do you think that the decorations on the tree are just for show? Or do they have other meanings? Ding Xiang pointed at the decorations on the tree and asked curiously. You've asked the right person. Xianxia smiled confidently. He had done a lot of research for this Christmas event. Look at the star at the top of the tree. It's a metaphor for the Star of Bethlehem. Legend has it that Jesus was born in the stables of Bethlehem. It was this star that lit up the morning of this city. Look at this colored ball. It's similar to an apple. It symbolizes the abundance of the Garden of Eden. This bough symbolizes connection. It means that we are all closely connected by God's eternal love. And this bell, it's the bell in the shepherd's hand. Lost lambs can follow the sound back to the shepherd's side, and it's also entrusted to the people who are lost in this world to follow the sound of the bell to find God, the Good Shepherd. Xianxia spoke frankly, looking like a learned old scholar. Brother, when did you start believing in Christianity? I thought you didn't believe in anything? Yang Huan couldn't help but interrupt him. Cough. I'm not a believer. I've read a lot of books. Naturally, I know a lot. Xianxia was embarrassed. He said shyly, I'm teaching you by example. I want you to read more books. Do you understand? Chichi, Xian'er, Qin Shiyun, how are you going to play Christmas? In the kindergarten, she had been looking forward to going home as soon as possible because her father said that there would be a lot of fun things to do in the evening. She couldn't help but tell her friends about it. What is Christmas? Chen Shiyun blinked. Christmas. Christmas means that there will be an old man with a big beard. Then when you go to bed at night, he will put the gift you want in a big stocking for you. At first, she didn't know how to answer, but later, the little girl was quick-witted and described it with her own understanding. Hearing this, young Luochi also remembered. She whispered, "Yes, my father will ask me to make a wish to Santa Claus, and then Santa Claus will give me the gift I want. Is it so fun?" Lan Xian looked happy. She asked, "When is Christmas?" "Tonight." Xian, if you want a gift from Santa Claus, you have to put a big sock on your bed. Then Santa Claus will say that this child also wants a gift, and then he will give you a gift. She spent a long time and finally explained the operation process of asking for a gift at Christmas to Lan Xian. Lan Xian tried hard to remember it in her heart, just like she never forgot to eat. Such a fun thing, Lan Xian would never forget. She didn't know what would happen after she told Lan Xian. The little girl naively thought that there was really a Santa Claus in the world, and that as long as she hung the stocking, there would be a gift. "My mother and father said that they will go to the seaside to have a seafood dinner tonight. I will go too." Yang Luochi happily told Shi about her plan. "Seafood? I like it too." Chen Shiyun licked her lips. "My father and mom also said that they will do a Christmas party. There will be a lot of fun." Shi finally said the key point. Lying down? His friends all expressed that it was another term that they did not understand. Fortunately, this time, Nan Jiaoyu stood up. The knowledgeable little boy said, "Lying down means a party. It means a lot of people playing together, just like when we went to Shi's house to play. This would be fun." Chen Shiyun and Lan Xian's eyes lit up. However, the children's wish to go home with Shi to participate in the party was dashed. It was late at night, and it was a cold winter night. How could the parents be assured that they would not go home? Therefore, when school ended in the evening, Yang Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry as Chen Shiyun and Lan Xian hugged his legs. The two girls cried sadly. "I want to go to Shi's house to play. I don't want to go home." Opposite Yang Yi were Chen Shiyun and Lan Xian's mother, who looked helpless and distressed. Shi, the initiator, did not realize the root of the problem. She was still anxiously looking at her friends, wanting to spend the holiday with them. Sometimes, crying could not solve the problem. Chen Shiyun and Lan Xian did not succeed in the end. She was somewhat unhappy that her friends could not play together. It was not until she got home and saw the Christmas tree in the coffee shop that she smiled again. "It's a super big, super beautiful Christmas tree. Papa, is it from Santa Claus?" Cece quickly ran over to observe, and then quickly ran back to her father's side and asked incessantly. "There's no Santa Claus. Your aunt and sister Ding Xiang spent a lot of effort to make it," Yang Huan said casually. She just passed by and did not think too much. "There's no Santa Claus?" She was dumbfounded. Don't listen to her nonsense. Who said there's no Santa Claus? There is. Otherwise, how could you receive gifts, Shi? Yang Yi glared at Yang Huan and quickly explained to his daughter. Phew, I was so scared. I thought Santa Claus would not come. I'm very, very obedient. The little girl patted her chest with a thick down jacket and pouted. This was what Murphy taught Shi. She told the little girl that if she did not behave well, Santa Claus would put her on the list of bad children, and then she would not receive gifts. Yes, Shi is very obedient. Santa Claus likes obedient children like Shi the most. Yang Huan, who realized her mistake, quickly corrected herself. Shi then beamed with joy. Mo Fei came back very early. She was going to greet the guests as the hostess today. She also changed into a khaki skirt that looked a little more mature and steady, and a beige sweater on her upper body. It made her look much gentler. Xiao Ai, Ding Xiang, and Guozi already knew who the hostess was, but it was the first time Du Yuanlei, Wang Chao, and Qin Wen saw Murphy. Wang Chao, in particular, claimed to be Murphy's hardcore fan. When he looked up and saw his idol opening the door for him, Wang Chao was dumbfounded. Isn't this Mo Fei? Wang Chao rubbed his face, which was a little stiff because of the north wind, and couldn't believe his eyes. Du Yuanlei was a little better. Although she was also shocked when she saw Murphy, she was not as shocked as Wang Chao. Wang Chao was so excited that he turned all over his body. In the end, he borrowed Ding Xiang's menu book from the bar counter and asked Murphy to sign it. When he took it, his hands were trembling and he could not control himself. Yuanlei knew about Yang Yi's other identity. Although she did not pay much attention to the news of the music industry, she still checked some news about Mu Xiang and knew that he had written an entire album of songs for Murphy. Now that she saw Murphy in Yang Yi's place, Yuanlei understood. She thought to herself, they are really a couple. No wonder he wrote 12 songs for her in one go. Yuanlei was not very envious. After all, she was just like Guozi. She was not interested in music. Qinwen was the best. She was also a small star. When she saw Murphy, she was a little surprised. However, she could still talk to Murphy freely. However, when Qinwen turned to Guozi, she could not help but sigh with emotion to Guozi. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. I didn't expect it to be Sister Murphy? Guozi laughed. I really didn't expect that a big star like Murphy would find an ordinary person like Yang Yi to be her husband. Qinwen sighed, but it's normal. If it were me, I would also find a boyfriend outside the industry. There are too many things in the industry. Qinwen knew that Yang Yi was the new scriptwriter. However, she did not know that Yang Yi was Mu Xiang. Moreover, it was Yang Yi's first time trying to be a scriptwriter. This made Qinwen feel that Yang Yi was an outsider. Guozi held back his laughter and said, Sister Qinwen, it's a long story. Anyway, I have to tell you that Brother Yang is not as simple as you think. He's very powerful. How is he powerful? Qinwen was curious. She did not need Guozi to tell her. She soon knew how powerful Yang Yi was. Sister, do you want a hat? A cute voice interrupted the conversation between Qinwen and Guozi. Qinwen looked down and saw a little girl with bright eyes and white teeth. She recognized this beautiful little girl. She was Yang Yi's daughter, Xixi. At this time, Xixi was holding an open red Christmas hat in her left hand and a deer antler hairband in her right hand. The hairband had been turned on and the red antlers were shining. She stretched out her two little hands and said in a dilemma, Sister, if you like this, it's okay. But I think the hat is beautiful. Yang Yi and Murphy had to greet the guests and couldn't be bothered to accompany Xixi. In order to not let the little girl have any opinions, Yang Yi arranged a small task for his daughter, which was to let her give out hats to the guests. Not to mention, Xixi was also very serious. Every time a customer came, she happily went up to them and tirelessly promoted the hat in her hand. Unfortunately, the little girl didn't know how to collect money. Otherwise, she could sell a hat for 998 yuan. Thank you, little girl. I want the hat then. Qinwen smiled and reached out to scratch Xixi's face. Not long after she came in, Qinwen's fingers were still a little cold. Xixi shrank her neck and head. However, she still smiled happily. She felt that her persuasion had worked. Sister will give it to you. You don't have to thank me. The little girl handed the hat to Qinwen and ran away. There was a shortage. Xixi had to go to her father's place to restock. Looking back, Qinwen saw Guozi who was wearing a green headband with red antlers. The latter was smiling bitterly. She found it funny and asked, Why are you smiling bitterly? You don't know. This little girl is very clever. When she meets a man, she will call him uncle. When she meets a woman, she will call her sister. I am younger than you. In the end, I am twice as big as you. Guozi complained. Of course, it has to be sister. Xixi is sensible. Qinwen smiled proudly. Now that everyone was present, the Christmas party began after Yang Yi said a few polite words. How could a party not have a few interesting activities? Yang Yi suggested that everyone should come out and perform. This was something he had told every guest when he first invited them, so no one was afraid and nodded with a smile. Then who's first? Yang Yi asked. Big brother Yang Yi, since big sister Murphy is a big singer, shouldn't she sing a song first? Although it was Qinwen's first time here, she was not reserved at all. She stood up and started to kick up a fuss. Haha, that's a good idea. Yang Huan chimed in with a smile. Murphy and Yang Yi looked at each other and smiled. She did not refuse. She stood up and said softly, in that case, Yang Yi and I will perform a show for everyone. It can be considered as throwing a brick to attract jade. These words shocked everyone. Even Mo Xiaojuan's mouth was slightly agape in disbelief. The two of them even prepared a show. Yang Yi stood up slowly and walked to the piano and sat down. It seemed that they had prepared a show for a long time. Mo Xiaojuan had been following Murphy all day, but she had not heard anything about it. Half of her sister-in-law was gnashing her teeth in anger. However, it was truly unprecedented for this pair to perform together. Everyone's interest was piqued. Wang Chao was itching to do something, but it was a pity that he did not bring a camera. Moreover, according to Yang Yi's request, he had to keep it a secret. He was going crazy. Do you know what show you are going to perform? Yang Huan saw Xixi clapping her hands happily and could not help teasing her. Yes. Papa, Mom is going to sing. It's a very good song. Xixi nodded vigorously. She had heard it before. And I can sing it. Then why didn't you sing it for me? Yang Huan pouted and pretended to be unhappy. Because Papa said I can't. Auntie, I'll sing it for you in the future, okay? Don't be angry. Xixi was a little anxious. Haha, okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'm not angry. Let's listen to your mom sing. Yang Huan happily held Xixi and let her sit on her lap. At this time, Yang Yi began to play the piano. Ding ding dong 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 dong. A series of bright and fast preludes successfully attracted everyone's attention to Yang Yi. Yang Yi played the piano quickly and showed off his exquisite fingering skills. Murphy, who was watching from the side, could not help but nod. After receiving guidance from Master Jian Yifan, Yang Yi's piano playing skills improved again. Now, Murphy felt that she could not catch up with him. After the prelude, the rhythm slowed down a little. The complicated notes became simpler, but also more beautiful. This was a classic song. Even if it was the first time people heard it, they could not help but be intoxicated by it. As Yang Yi played, Murphy also played her handbell. It was a bow-shaped instrument with copper plates on its curved surface. It was like clapping hands. When the copper plates vibrated, it would make a pleasant sound. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Murphy's ringtone coincided with Yang Yi's beat, adding a layer of naughty charm to the monotonous piano. When Yang Yi began to repeat the melody, it was not a simple repetition, it was the same note, but the chords were different. Murphy began to sing, jingle jingle, jingle jingle, jingle jingle jingle, how happy we were skiing, we were sitting on the sleigh. The lyrics were very simple, but with Murphy's clear voice and deliberately adjusted singing style, it did not feel out of place at all. A simple melody meant that it was easy to sing. After Murphy sang it a few times, everyone couldn't help but gently shake their heads and nod their heads, humming along in their hearts. Breaking through the heavy snow, we sat on the sleigh, galloping across the fields, we laughed and sang, the horse's bell rang, how cheerful it made one's spirit, how happy it was to ski tonight, let's sing a ski song. It was Murphy's first time singing such a childish song in front of others. As she sang the song, it was difficult for her to maintain the coldness on her face. She couldn't help but smile when she thought about how she and Cece would ride on the sleigh and adventure together. Although Yang Yi was playing with his head lowered and Murphy was singing in front of the audience, the two of them did not make much eye contact. However, their tacit performance made the audience sigh with emotion. They were really a golden couple. Although they were a little older, the two of them were indeed a match made in heaven. Jingle jingle, jingle jingle jingle, jingle 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 jingle. When Murphy began to repeat the opening verse, she finally could not hold it in anymore. The little girl twisted around on Yang Huan's lap and hummed along softly. Xixi childish voice was even more moving than Murphy's. After the song Jingle Bells was sung, the Christmas atmosphere was revived. Everyone's spirits were also raised. Qin Wen even started to jeer, "Brother Yang Yi, Sister Murphy, the two of you are performing together. How can this be considered as a show? It's not enough, not enough." Yang Yi and Murphy looked at each other and smiled. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Luckily, we came prepared. It doesn't matter. Let's do another half." The English version of Jingle Bells, Jingle Bells. There was another round of cheerful playing. Although not everyone could understand the English lyrics, it did not hinder the joyful atmosphere created by this song for everyone. Golden Hook Cup, Golden Hook Cup, Golden Ode Away. Towards the end of the song, everyone couldn't help but sing along. All kinds of strange sounds reverberated in the coffee shop, making it unusually lively. See? This is what Brother Yang is good at. Guozi was eating the freshly baked cookies that Ding Xiang had brought out. He moved closer to Qin Wen and said with a smile, he can write lyrics and compose songs. He won over Sister Murphy with his talent. The performance of Yang Yi and Murphy also ignited everyone's enthusiasm. The guests present were either outstanding university students or people working in the entertainment industry. Even Yang Huan was going to take the Jiangchuan acting major in the future. How could it be difficult for them to perform a small show? Qin Wen, who was the most noisy, was pushed out instead. Everyone let her be the second to perform. Qin Wen did not have stage fright. She confidently danced a rumba. She should have learned it before. This dance was very professional, but it was a pity that it was a solo rumba. Latin dance was basically a duet dance. Rumba required a male and female partner. You advance and I retreat, you retreat and I advance. It was only interesting when they danced in a flirtatious manner. Of course, a solo rumba lacked some flavor. However, no one danced for her. Among the three men present, Guozi and Wang Chao did not know how to dance. Yang Yi knew how to dance a rumba, but he flattered and kept a low profile, so he did not take the initiative to dance for others. Everyone had a chance to perform. Guozi also came up with a guitar. He was going to sing one of Yang Yi's songs. However, it was not the song that he confessed to do Yuan Lei, University Days, but his favorite song, Want You. Every moment when I'm sad, I look at the sea alone. I always think of my friends walking on the road and how many of them are waking up. Guozi's voice was not as hoarse and sad as Su Wei's, but it still fascinated the onlookers. She liked to be lively, so she had already moved to the front. Yang Yi followed to take care of her. Murphy sat behind Yang Yi's original position and listened to the song quietly. However, Murphy's silence was only reflected in the fact that she did not clap and make noise like the others. She also gently nodded and listened to such a beautiful melody. Brother-in-law wrote so many songs? Mo Xiaowan came over and whispered to Murphy, I suddenly remembered that brother-in-law's songs haven't been sold yet, right? I've never heard of these songs in the market. Murphy nodded and whispered into Mo Xiaochuan's ear, many of his songs have only been registered for copyright and are placed on the website of the copyright organization. However, they are all set to be unsearchable, so no one else knows about it. That's too wasteful. Why don't you leave it to us? Mo Xiaochuan's interest was piqued. Your and brother-in-law's studio has been set up, but there's no business yet. I plan to poach Teacher Jean after your album is released, and then let them find something to do first. The studio had already been set up, but the name was still temporary to prevent others from noticing. However, Murphy had not yet decided whether to leave Tian Mei. Now that Tian Mei had done her best, even if Murphy wanted to leave and live the kind of work and life that Yang Yi described, she would find it hard to say. You can discuss these things with Yang Yi. If he agrees, I won't have any objections. Murphy left the decision to Yang Yi. As a girlfriend, Murphy did not have much desire for control. At most, she would care about the other members of the opposite sex that appeared around Yang Yi, and Yang Yi would deal with these appropriately. He would keep a safe distance from the opposite sex to make Murphy feel safe. These were the important reasons why she could get along well with Yang Yi. After several people finished performing, she was finally going to go on stage. The little girl did not sing or dance today. She was going to perform a special program for everyone. Yang Yi had arranged it for her early on. Yang Yi also smiled and walked up to the stage with her. Perhaps it was the rehearsal in the kindergarten this month that increased Shishi's confidence. In front of so many people, the little girl was not timid. Although she was a little nervous, she was still able to complete a complete sentence. Today, I will tell you a story with Papa. Okay. Yang Huan took the lead and applauded. He. The little girl was a little embarrassed. After giggling for a while, she began to tell the story. The story I will tell today is the story of a little turtle and a little rabbit running a race. I am the little turtle. Xianxia pretended to crawl slowly on the ground. Of course, he did not completely lie down. I am the little rabbit. She raised two small hands and made a V-shaped finger on her head as ears. She jumped twice. No one watched Xianxia's performance, but Shi's performance made everyone laugh. The little girl was seriously acting cute. She was so cute, however, Shi was a little embarrassed by the laughter. She looked at her father for help. Everyone is praising you. It's okay. Xianxia comforted her. Shi continued her performance. The little rabbit and the little turtle are running a race. The little rabbit is running very, very fast, and the little turtle is running very, very slow. In the field, Shi giggled and ran 2 laps around the empty field. Xianxia also imitated the turtle. 1 step, 2 steps, rubbing, as if it was playing in slow motion. Although the story was very childish, for some reason, everyone was watching it with great interest. The little rabbit is running so fast that it can't see the turtle. Well, the little rabbit will win, so it has to sleep first. After it wakes up, it will finish running because the little turtle is running too slow. She put her hands together and put them on one side of her face, pretending to be asleep. The little rabbit is sleeping, but the little turtle is still crawling. It is working very hard. She came to her father's side and pointed at her father, who was still doing slow movements with his left and right hands, and said seriously. When the little rabbit gets up, it runs to the finish line, but the little turtle has already reached the finish line. It is even faster than the little rabbit. She finally finished the story. What does this story tell us? Xianxia asked cooperatively. It tells us that we can't be arrogant. Arrogance means that we feel that we are super powerful, so we don't keep crawling like the little turtle. We have to learn from the little turtle and work hard. She looked at her father and finished the rest of the story. Clap clap. Applause thundered. Everyone gave the little girl a thumbs up. You told it very well, very well. She was not as calm as before. The little girl was a little embarrassed by the praise. She leaned on her father's leg and smiled shyly. My story is over. With that, the little girl ran and threw herself into her mother's arms. She snickered happily and shyly buried her little head in her mother's warm belly. The Christmas party was still going on, everyone had performed a show, and even Mo was asked to come up and sing a song that everyone liked, I Came Across the Sea to See You. Although Ding Xiang was not as versatile as everyone else, she mustered up her courage and learned to sing a pop song. Her pitch was a little off, but Ding Xiang was the maker of the small pastries at the party. She had worked hard and made great contributions. Everyone applauded her hard. Guozi was even more afraid that Ding Xiang would feel awkward, so he secretly picked a plastic flower that was decorated on the Christmas wreath and gave it to Ding Xiang while singing. This caused everyone to burst into laughter, and Ding Xiang's face turned red from his antics. Everyone was having a great time at the Christmas party. On this cold winter night, everyone gathered in a warm coffee shop. There was food and drink, and there was also a lively program. What could be better than this? So when it was about to end, everyone was still a little unsatisfied. But Shi was different. The closer it was to midnight, the more impatient she was for it to end. It was late at night, but the little girl, who was having a good time, was not sleepy at all. She had just taken a bath and was still in high spirits. If it were any other day, she would have pestered her father to tell her stories. But today, she did not want to listen to stories. She could not wait to climb onto the big bed, put the pillow on the bed, and then got into bed and covered herself with the quilt. Xianxia had just finished cleaning up the mess downstairs and came upstairs. He and Murphy looked at their daughter with amusement. The little girl lay down and closed her eyes. After a while, she could not help but open her eyes and turn her head to make sure the big socks were hung up properly. She was not relieved until she was sure. At this time, she saw her parents standing at the door and looking at her. She thought her parents were worried about her, so she waved her hand seriously and said, Papa, Mom, good night. She is going to sleep. Xianxia and Murphy knew the reason. The little girl was looking forward to the arrival of Santa Claus. It was still because of the lie that Mo Fei told Cece in order to make her sleep. Cece naively thought that if she didn't fall asleep, then when Santa Claus passed by in the early morning, he really wouldn't come down to give her a gift. So she had to go to sleep early. Even if she could not fall asleep, she had to close her eyes so that Santa Claus would not forget her. "Good night, baby," Murphy said softly. She pulled Yang Yi and the two went to the study. On Christmas Eve, Yang Huan took an early shower and went to her room. "I have a present for you today." Murphy pressed Yang Yi down on the chair, and then took out a big box that Mo Shaowan brought over today. She looked at Yang Yi and said embarrassedly, "For me? Aren't Christmas presents supposed to be opened together tomorrow?" Yang Yi was a little surprised. He had prepared Christmas presents for both Murphy and Shi. "That's a Christmas gift. The holiday we're going to celebrate should be Christmas Eve." Mo Fei knew what Christmas Eve meant to lovers. She blushed slightly, bit her lower lip gently, and said embarrassedly, "It's my first time celebrating Christmas Eve, can't you accompany me?" If Valentine's Day was the beginning of every girl's romance, then Christmas Eve was the beginning of every woman's romance. Murphy also longed to spend Christmas Eve with her beloved. Now, there is finally one. Although she is no longer young, her desire for romance has not faded. "Of course. Why wouldn't he accompany you?" Yang Yi looked at Murphy's anxious mood, and his heart softened. He nodded and agreed, while trying to think of what kind of Christmas Eve gift to Murphy. "Open my present first and see if you like it." Murphy looked at Yang Yi expectantly. She had put in a lot of effort to prepare this present. Yang Yi was also a little curious. Generally speaking, weren't Christmas Eve gifts apple or chocolate? What was in Murphy's big box? The ribbons, wrapping paper, and box were peeled off layer by layer like an onion, and the shape of the gift inside was revealed. Although Yang Yi had already roughly seen it, it was not until the last layer of film was completely uncovered that he said with some surprise, "Violin? You're giving me a violin?" This violin was very beautiful. Although it looked similar to other violins, the wood of its panel, in the eyes of Yang Yi, was definitely the top naturally air-dried spruce. Moreover, it was not a new violin that was just found in recent years. It should have been carefully cared for and maintained. Although it was as smooth as new, the violin itself seemed to exude a kind of spirituality, a musical charm that had settled down after being played for a long time. It sounded very mysterious, but Yang Yi could feel that in his previous life, he had collected a violin that was even better than this one. It spanned 300 to 400 years of history. Antonio Stradivari's violin was originally going to be buried in the warehouse of a Middle Eastern tribal chief, but it was stolen by Yang Yi later. Thinking about it, Yang Yi still felt that it was a pity. If he was no longer around, could that precious violin still find a suitable person to love and care for it? Last year, when I was in the United States, I accidentally bought it from a pawnshop merchant. The original owner was a very famous violin player abroad, Steve Van. I don't know if you have heard of him, but this is the instrument that he became famous for, but after he died of illness, his family sold it to the pawnshop in order to pay off the debt. Murphy gently stroked the violin and said softly. Obviously, with such a clear origin, Murphy did not have the opportunity to pick up a bargain. She still spent a lot of money to buy this violin. When she bought it last year, Murphy bought it for herself. She also likes the violin very much. She has been learning the violin and piano since she was a child. However, in her hands, this violin was still a bit of a waste. Because after buying it back, Murphy did not have much opportunity to use it. She spent all her time on her career as a singer. I know you can play the violin. The song Long Time No See has a violin accompaniment, but you don't have a suitable violin, so I want to give it to you. Murphy said with some apprehension. She was worried that this gift was not brand new. Would Yang Yi like it? However, Murphy was right. Yang Yi did not buy a violin for a long time because he had not chosen a satisfactory one. It did not matter whether the gift was brand new or not. What was important was Murphy's feelings for Yang Yi. Her words really touched Yang Yi. Yang Yi put down the violin in his hand. He stood up, hugged Murphy's face, and kissed her fiercely. This was a kiss that was not mixed with any eroticism. The kiss was very forceful and affectionate. When he let go, Murphy's face was as red as a peach. She was panting and couldn't help but hit Yang Yi's chest. She was shy and reproachful. "You know me well." Yang Yi laughed, hugged her in his arms, and said in her ear. He really liked this gift. Murphy had known Yang Yi for so long. She had never seen Yang Yi lose his self-control like this. But this kind of loss of self-control was good. Murphy was also full of joy. She felt that she had given the most valuable gift. After Yang Yi let go of Murphy, he put the violin on his left shoulder and casually pulled the bow a few times to test its tone. Naturally, there was nothing to say about the timbre. It was not as good as Yang Yi's masterpiece from his previous life, but it was still better than 90% of the violins in the world. Yang Yi was already satisfied. "I'll play a song for you. I originally had a draft in my mind. Today, when I saw your gift, I perfected it." Yang Yi suddenly turned his head and excitedly said to Murphy, "I didn't prepare any gift for you. This violin song I composed for you is a Christmas Eve gift for you, okay?" Murphy was pleasantly surprised. For her, a song composed for her was better than any gift. She quickly nodded and happily asked, "What song is it? Do you have a name?" "Yes, it's called Praise of Love, Note 1. Yang Yi nodded. With that, Yang Yi took a deep breath, immersed himself, and began his performance. At the beginning, it was a long and beautiful melody, with a strong serenade style. The delicate sound of the violin was full of affection, as if it was a lover's entanglement, gradually opening this elegant picture of love. It was the first time Murphy saw Yang Yi play the violin. Yang Yi did not let her down. Although the appearance of a 1.87-meter-tall man playing the violin was somewhat funny, Murphy was intoxicated. The person who played such a beautiful melody was her beloved man. After entering the B section, the melody became softer, and there was a melancholy mood in the softness. However, this mood was not sad. It was like the sweet and sour taste of love. Happiness spread out in this melody. Murphy listened attentively. At this moment, she was in a trance, as if she was sitting in a wide theater, sitting below the stage, listening to Yang Yi's performance on the stage. Finally, back to the theme of the A section, there was a big twist, and the mood burst. And after the change, the rhythm was meaningful, and the mood became more and more complicated. The music gradually slowed down and lightened, like a lover's whisper, gradually stopped in the gentle melody. Murphy was a person who loved music. She naturally understood the feelings that Yang Yi put into the performance. Praise of love, wasn't it describing the love between them? Wasn't love the beginning of a vigorous operation, and finally gradually walked into a dull, but was that the dull lingering? Wasn't such a dull love what she and he were looking forward to? This wonderful gift was destined to ignite the beauty of tonight's Christmas Eve. Without the apple, would Eve and Adam just sit face to face? Although Christmas was a holiday for foreigners, for office workers who wanted to have a holiday for 365 days of the year, it was reasonable for them to have a holiday. However, there was no such thing as a Christmas holiday in Zhao Yu's previous life, let alone in this world. Other than Yang Yi, the good boss of China, who generously gave Ding Xiang and Yang Huan some money for their activities, the rest of the people went to work or kindergarten. Yang Yi sent Shishi to kindergarten and coincidentally bumped into Boss Lan, who was personally sending his daughter to kindergarten. Before Yang Yi could tease him, Lan Caokai complained, "Yang Yi, you brat, you're finally here." It turned out that he was there to stop Yang Yi. Not only did Boss Lan come to stop Yang Yi personally, but he also brought his own bodyguards. Of course, this was just a joke. The bodyguards didn't come up at all. They were dozens of meters away from the car, indifferent. "What happened?" Yang Yi asked, puzzled. "I didn't trick you when I asked you to invest in Sahara Online Mall." Sahara Online Mall had been doing a lot of things in December. It had announced its own express delivery situation and plans, as well as the New Year's Day shopping carnival that had just started nationwide TV advertising. It had become the most popular internet company at the moment. With such high popularity, Sahara Online Mall's daily sales were also increasing. Before the New Year's Day shopping carnival was announced, Sahara Online Mall's overall valuation had exceeded 600 million. After the carnival was announced, Sahara Online Mall's market value was unstoppable. It could be said that with Lan Caokai's participation in the first round of financing, even if he hadn't recovered his capital, he didn't have to worry about losing money at all. With this momentum, Lan Caokai only had to worry about whether he would still have a share in the second round of financing. However, Lan Caokai didn't stop him today to talk about business. He gritted his teeth and said, "You didn't trick me, but your daughter did." With Lan Caokai's bitter description, Yang Yi finally understood what had happened. It turned out that she told Lan Xian about Santa Claus yesterday, and Lan Xian really believed it. After she went home, she picked out her longest pair of socks and hung them up. Yes, originally, only one sock was needed, but Lan Xian was a little greedy. She hoped that Santa Claus would give her 2 gifts, so 2 socks were hung on the bedside. Lan Xian didn't tell her parents about this at all. She was afraid that her parents would drive her Santa Claus away if they knew. The little girl was very devout. According to Yang Luoqi, before waiting for Santa Claus to give her a present, she had to make a wish. Only then would Santa Claus know what she wanted. So, Lan Xian even drew what she wanted on 2 small pieces of paper. It could be said that she was very attentive. With such sincerity, even the Buddha would be moved, right? But the non-existent Santa Claus obviously wasn't moved. Early in the morning, Lan Xian, who was still in a daze, thought of Santa Claus and quickly opened the sock to take a look. But it was empty. The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Lan Xian suddenly felt so sad that she burst into tears. With her voice, the whole villa was about to be overturned. "It's all because of you. You told your daughter about Santa Claus." Lan Caokai spent a lot of effort to find out the reason from his daughter this morning. He also hurriedly asked someone to buy a gift from a closed store for Lan Xian. Only then did he coax his heartbroken daughter. How could he not be full of resentment towards Yang Yi? Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only teach him a way. "When you go back tonight, ask someone to write an apology letter. The letter will probably say that the Santa Claus in charge of Xian Air overslept last night. He said that he was sorry that he couldn't let such a lovely and obedient child get her gift on time, and he will make up for it today. Then, when Xian Air falls asleep at night, you can put the letter on her bedside with the gift. When she sees it tomorrow, you can read the letter to her. You believe in the lies of Santa Claus? Why don't you just tell her the truth?" Lan Caokai felt a little incredulous. She's a child. It's good to let her have some beautiful imagination. Believe me, Xian Air is more willing to believe in the existence of Santa Claus. If you tell her that Santa Claus doesn't exist, she will blame you. Yang Yi laughed. Lan Caokai left. Yang Yi didn't know the specific effect, but she fooled her little friend. This became an interesting episode of this sweet and happy Christmas. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the last day of the year. On this day, Tian Mei held a grand press conference to announce the cover and song titles of Murphy's latest album, First Dream, and also announced that Murphy's new album would be released on the first day of New Year's Day. Many media came. Because this album was hyped up by the internet water army before it was released, it was very controversial. So the media reporters also asked Murphy about this issue. If it was before, Murphy might not be able to withstand the bombardment of these media, and even be angry because of their contempt for Mu Xiang when they asked questions. But after experiencing that night on Christmas Eve, Mo Fei seemed to have been enlightened, and her mentality became better. She learned to calmly face other people's doubts and began to understand the right way to deal with the gains and losses on her music path. Even if others scolded her badly, so what? Didn't she continue to make her own music? Even if a record couldn't get platinum, so what? As long as people liked her music and were willing to come to her concert and cheer for her singing, that was enough. Everything was because she had Yang Yi behind her. With Yang Yi, she didn't have to care about other people's criticism at all. So even if a media reporter stood up and asked in a very positive tone, "Murphy, now there are many voices questioning you on the internet, and some people say that you are trying to hype yourself by self-deprecating means. What do you think of this matter?" Murphy could also respond calmly, "It's just rumors on the internet. Please wait until you finish listening to my album, and then look back at these voices that once questioned me. Murphy, I'm a self-media person signed by Microbroadcasting, Water Spinach." A reporter who asked the question introduced himself in a very strange way, and he successfully attracted everyone's attention. There are rumors on the internet that you and Mu Xiang have a close relationship, so there were reports of you quarreling with reporters because of Mu Xiang's news. How do you respond to this matter? Murphy was stunned for a moment. She blamed Yang Yi in her heart for not telling her that he was Mu Xiang. In the end, she had already clarified her relationship with Mu Xiang on Fast Music Fast Music. No matter how she said it now, there was still a problem. Now was not the time to announce their relationship. Murphy hesitated for a moment, and could only vaguely say, Mr. Mu Xiang is a very good person. I have a good relationship with him in real life, and he has written so many songs for me. Now that he is suffering the violence of public opinion, I have to explain to the reporters that others have slandered him. After the press conference, Murphy found Mo Xiaowan and urged her to send her home quickly. Sister, you're going to Beijing tomorrow to hit the charts. Are you? Sure you don't want to have a good rest? Mo Xiaowan was very distressed. It's okay. I'll take the earliest flight tomorrow morning. I can still make it. Murphy smiled a little tiredly. But tonight is Xishi's first performance. I can't be absent. I've already promised her. Sigh, this chapter was added because this killer was a little cold. The title was wrong, so I can't change it. Springfield Kindergarten's New Year's Eve party was held on New Year's Eve, just like the Spring Festival party was held on New Year's Eve. Yang Yi spent the whole day with Xishi in the hotel auditorium where the New Year's Eve party was held. He was with the teacher and other children, preparing for the performance in the evening. As a qualified stay-at-home dad, Yang Yi also showed his skills in braiding hair. Therefore, he also worked as a hairstylist for the children in the middle class. Not only did Xishi braid her father's hair, but all the little girls in the class also lined up and couldn't wait for Uncle Yang to braid a beautiful hairstyle for them. Originally, Yang Yi was more popular in this class. Now, these children were about to fight for Uncle Yang. If fathers could be changed, perhaps every little girl would want to change their father to Uncle Yang Yi, who could tell stories, cook delicious food, and dress up for them. In fact, Yang Yi had other invitations today. Yuanlei had already studied the script and made a detailed shooting plan and preparations. She planned to start shooting on the last day of the year because shooting on New Year's Eve was a good omen to bring in the old and welcome the new. Sure enough, many directors were superstitious. Unfortunately, Yang Yi had to attend his daughter's New Year's Eve performance and couldn't attend. When he received the invitation a few days ago, he declined it. Moreover, he really didn't like these red tape. Even if Yuanlei arranged to start shooting at another time, he didn't want to attend. At most, Yang Yi liked to watch them shoot and satisfy his desire to understand the shooting process. Therefore, Yuanlei didn't need to postpone the shooting plan for Yang Yi, the investor and screenwriter. According to the original plan, after the ceremony ended today, Yuanlei immediately arranged the first day of shooting for Fairy Tale. When Murphy rushed to the hotel after the press conference, the sky was already as dark as ink. The good news was that the night was the best disguise. In the winter, she was wrapped in a big windbreaker with the collar up half of her face. In addition, she was wearing a mask. As long as there were no paparazzi following her, Murphy wouldn't be recognized so easily. Where's Xishi? Have you had dinner? Although Murphy was very tired, she still cared about her daughter and Yang Yi first. The teacher took them to the waiting room to do their makeup. There was only one makeup artist, so it was very slow. Xishi was with the other children. Their dinner had already been arranged. I'll wait for you to eat together. Are you hungry? Yang Yi took the bag from Murphy's hands and said with concern. Yang Yi knew that Murphy was in a hurry and didn't have time to eat, so he led Murphy to a private room in the hotel restaurant. He had ordered the dishes at the right time and asked the waiter to serve the dinner just before Murphy arrived. Now, all the dishes were still hot. When Murphy removed her disguise and took off her windbreaker, Yang Yi scooped a bowl of hot soup for her. Let's not talk about me. You're starving too. Hurry up and eat. I still want to see Xishi later. Murphy picked up a large drumstick for Yang Yi and said with concern. The two of them were indulging in their love when the door was suddenly pushed open. A bold and hearty laugh came from the doorway. Ha ha ha, old brother Yang, you're not being kind. You're eating alone here and didn't even call me. Murphy was a little flustered. Yang Yi knew who it was when he heard that voice. He patted Murphy's hand and said comfortingly, "It's Big Brother Lon." Sure enough, the all-powerful Lan Cao Kai went around the screen and appeared in front of Yang Yi and Murphy together with Lan Xian's mother. Murphy had heard Yang Yi mention Lan Cao Kai's name and background before. Moreover, when Lan Xian came to play at their house in the past, she had also seen this little girl and knew that Lan Cao Kai was her father. Calming down a little, she stood up with Yang Yi to welcome them. When he saw Murphy, Lan Cao Kai was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at Yang Yi, his gaze a little strange. "Yo, this is sister-in-law, right? She's mother?" He wasn't too sure. After all, there were plenty of rich people like that. Yang Yi smiled and introduced them. "Yes, this is Murphy. Murphy, these two are she's best friend, Lan Xian's father and mother. Big brother Lan Cao Kai, I've mentioned them to you before. There's also Wu Jingjing. You can call her Sister Jing like I do. It really is sister-in-law." Lan Cao Kai's heart calmed down. He laughed and joked, "I was wondering why I hadn't seen she's mother before. It turns out that she's too beautiful and was hidden away by brother Yang." Just as Murphy was busy greeting them, Lan Xian's mother, who had been staring blankly at Murphy without makeup, finally reacted. "Murphy? Is it really Murphy?" Wu Jingjing was a little excited. She confirmed again. Sure enough, she was recognized. Murphy nodded to her embarrassedly. "Which one? Do you know her?" Lan Cao Kai asked puzzledly. "Hubby, it's Murphy." Wu Jingjing patted him on the shoulder and said with some excitement, "Did you forget? The song I played to you before, for you, I used half a year's savings and crossed the sea to see you. Wasn't it sung by Murphy?" Lan Cao Kai really didn't remember. He didn't chase after stars, and he didn't have any artistic cells. He basically forgot the song after listening to it. However, he still had an impression of this song because Wu Jingjing often played it on repeat at home. Finally, after the two families officially got to know each other, everyone sat together for dinner. Lan Cao Kai didn't have much reaction to the fact that Yang Yi's wife was Murphy. Wu Jingjing, on the other hand, became a fangirl. She sat with Murphy, and the two women eagerly talked about some music and entertainment topics. After they got closer, she also asked Murphy for a few signed collector's albums of Same Love as Missouri Road that couldn't be bought on the market. Lan Cao Kai and Yang Yi chatted. He smiled and elbowed Yang Yi's arm. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Brother Yang Yi, you really amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Don't be in a hurry to explain. Let me count for you." Lan Cao Kai counted with his fingers. "You see, I thought you were just a simple writer, right? But who knew that you also know so much about business? This is the first one. At the time, I thought you were just rich in theoretical knowledge. I didn't expect that, coincidentally, you were also on my consulting company's recommendation list. You even invested in a company with someone else, and your net worth isn't small. This is the second one. Hey, now you've quietly brought out a big star's wife. You've surprised me again. I'm wondering if there's something magical about you that I don't know." Lan Cao Kai touched his chin and looked at Yang Yi as he clicked his tongue. "How can it be that magical? No matter how many results you do outside, no matter how much money you earn, don't people still have to go through life and death? The hard part is how to live a normal life, how to enjoy a limited life. So no matter what you see of me, I'm just a normal person in the end. Aren't you, Boss Lan, the same?" Yang Yi smiled and said calmly. "Hey, you're right. I'd just like to live like a normal person and live a normal life." Lan Cao Kai was moved by Yang Yi's words. He couldn't help but raise his teacup and signal to Yang Yi. It was almost the start of the gala when Yang Yi and Murphy finally saw their daughter. After makeup, she's face was pale and her lips were red. She looked, a little strange. If it weren't for the fact that the other children looked the same, Murphy would have thought that her daughter had offended the makeup artist. "Mom, we're the second to perform." The little girl raised two fingers and couldn't wait to tell her mom. Very soon, Mom will be able to see she's performance." The little girl didn't care too much about the makeup, but she felt a little uncomfortable with the lipstick. Her lips were dry and she didn't dare to lick them. Murphy took out the makeup box in her bag and applied some lip gloss on her daughter so that she wouldn't look so hideous. As she applied, she comforted the little girl gently, no matter which performance she is going to perform, Mom will definitely finish watching she's performance. So, she, don't be nervous. Do your best, okay? I'm not nervous. I want to perform. She said matter-of-factly. Then do your best, do your best. Mom believes that she will definitely perform well. Murphy kissed the little girl's hand happily. She was very happy today because her mother came to watch her performance. This was unprecedented. In the past, her mother couldn't attend many of her own events. Although the little girl was very sensible and could understand her mother's difficulties, she still hoped that her mother could come. After talking to her mother, she happily skipped back to her friend's group. As soon as she returned, she was immediately surrounded. Wow, who's that very beautiful auntie? Nanjiayu pointed at Murphy in the distance and asked. I know, she's Mom. Lan Xian rushed to answer. I've seen she's mom at her house. She's my mom. She puffed out her chest and nodded proudly. I told you, my mom is super beautiful. Chen Shiryun, who had made Shi cry because of this incident, had completely forgotten about it. She shouted, your mother is the most beautiful person I've ever seen. She didn't care about the past. She even shook her little butt in embarrassment and felt happy. The first performance was about to end. The teachers brought the children, who had already put on their costumes, backstage to wait. Teacher Mu looked at the children worriedly. In the end, he encouraged them. Just like what we usually practice. Don't worry about the audience below. Do your part well. Come on, I believe in you. We're not afraid. The children bumped into each other and laughed happily. Although they said that, when it was time for them to go on stage, there were still some children who had stage fright. Moreover, this kind of emotion would spread. A child looked at the audience of Mom's parents from backstage and couldn't help but cry nervously. The other children's moods were inevitably affected as well. All of their faces were taut, and their smiles from before had already disappeared. Fortunately, the crying child scenes were closer to the end, so Teacher Shen hugged him and comforted him. Cici also began to feel nervous. Her mind was still clear, but her body was trembling slightly. The little girl was a little worried that she wouldn't act well and that she would disappoint her mother. Many emotions intertwined. She looked at the bright stage and couldn't move her feet. Fortunately, before their performance began, the stage lights dimmed. Teacher Mu and Teacher Kai quickly led the children who were performing in the first act onto the stage. Shi, come here quickly. Ms. Mu thought that Shi was an obedient child who she didn't need to worry about. She only cared about the other children who had stage fright. Shi was extremely nervous. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt wronged and wanted to cry. No. Today, his mother came to visit him. He had to perform well and not make his mother sad. Another thought occurred to Shi. It was as if faith had given Shi strength. She mustered her courage and followed the team onto the stage. The little girl curled up under her eggshell, waiting for Teacher Mu's instructions. The voices on and off the stage were still very noisy. Suddenly, Shi seemed to hear her father's voice. Shi, come on. It was true. Daddy was cheering for Cici from below the stage. Shi looked up. Under the dim stage lights, the little girl's eyes were filled with surprise. She didn't know why, but when she heard her father's voice, Shi's heart calmed down. Her whole body felt warm. Shi felt that her strength had returned, the lights were turned on, and Teacher Mu began to read the narration. The countryside is so beautiful. In summer, the sunflowers are golden, and the rice seedlings are green. As the duck eggs hatched one by one, the ducklings broke out of their shells one by one. The child who played the role of the mother duck quacked. The other children who played the role of the ducklings also quacked. The parents in the audience couldn't help but laugh. The laughter made the children nervous. Fortunately, Teacher Mu's narration reminded them. Moreover, there weren't many scenes for the ducklings to recite their lines, so they could still remember their lines. This world is so big. After some tossing and talking, the mother duck hatched the big duck egg. She climbed out of the eggshell in her costume. She had just woken up, so she had to adapt to the stage lights. Soon, she saw the heads of many parents in the audience. A feeling of nervousness spread in the little girl's heart. However, she saw her parents in the audience. Her mother looked very excited. She held her father's hand and pointed at her as if she was saying something. Her mother must be saying, she is out, she is out. She was infected by her mother's joy. The little girl forgot her nervousness. She stuck out her little chest and performed well. All the actions appeared in her mind. She completed her actions meticulously. She acted well as a poor ugly duckling who was bullied in a chicken farm. As the plot progressed, this children's play that no one had seen before became more and more interesting. Every parent began to worry about this ugly duckling. They didn't have time to laugh, applaud, or communicate with the parents next to them. Almost everyone was watching the children's performance with rapt attention. There was no more noise from below the stage, and the pressure on the children on the stage was reduced by a lot. The little guy's performance was getting better and better. Even the little boy who was crying earlier wiped his tears and returned to the stage. Of course, performing well didn't mean that they wouldn't forget their lines. There was a scene where a little boy played the role of a male turkey swaggered toward Xianxia aggressively. He tried his best to widen his eyes and acted very well. However, he didn't say anything for a long time. He had forgotten what to say. Fortunately, Xianxia remembered. She reminded her in a low voice, Wang Shijuan, say that I'm big and ugly. Xianxia, you're big and ugly. Wang Shijuan shouted loudly with her hands on her waist. She didn't know that she had been exposed. Fortunately, the audience didn't know what was going on. They didn't notice, and this small mistake was covered up. Yang Yi, who was in the audience, noticed it. He even reminded Murphy with a smile. The two bad guys in the audience snickered. Gradually, the plot progressed. Xianxia, who was playing the role of ugly duckling, was ostracized and left. It began its pitiful wandering life. At this point, 1/3 of the drama was already done. Xianxia's part was also half done. The overall performance was not bad. The flaws couldn't obscure the beauty. Nanjiaoyu and another wild duck also went on stage. They flew over too. Look at Ugly Duckling. Ugly Duckling was a little scared and retreated step by step. In the past, Nanjiaoyu was the one who had problems in this scene. Xianxia had always acted very well. However, this time, the little girl didn't grasp the situation well. She tripped on the webbing of her costume. With a loud plop, Xianxia couldn't maintain her balance and fell backward onto the ground. She was sprawled on the ground and looked very miserable. Xianxia didn't feel any pain from this fall because she had a thick costume to cushion her fall. However, the little girl was frightened by this fall. She turned over and sat on the ground in a daze. Her mind was blank, and she didn't know what happened. She felt wronged, and crystal tears started to roll in the little girl's eyes. The moment Xianxia fell, Yang Yi couldn't help but stand up from his seat in the audience. His daughter fell. Where is she hurt? Does it hurt? Is she bleeding? Everything about his daughter affected Yang Yi's heart. He had already lost the ability to think properly. If it weren't for Murphy pulling him back, Yang Yi would have gone up on stage to carry his daughter. Fortunately, Murphy was calmer. Although she was also worried about Xianxia, she was someone who often performed on stage, after all, and knew that these small mistakes were normal. On stage, Xianxia pursed her lips, but she didn't cry in the end. She just held back the tears in her eyes and tried her best to stand up again. I have to perform well. Mom is watching. Xianxia relied on her conviction to suppress the grievances in her heart and wipe away the tears in her eyes. It was a little difficult for her to stand up. After all, the costume made Xianxia a little bloated. Nanjiaoyu and the other boy were also in a daze. They didn't know if they were scared silly by Xianxia's fall, but the two boys just watched their little friend struggle to get up on her own. No one knew who started it, but all the parents below the stage started to applaud Xianxia's strength. They didn't come to watch those real plays that required excellence. Didn't they just want to see the performance of the children after they worked hard? What was a little setback and a little mistake, amidst the applause, Xianxia still had tears on her face, but her mood had improved a lot. Looking at the little girl's tearful smile from afar, she was also very cute. Xianxia looked around proudly. He was very proud of his daughter. He didn't expect Xianxia to stand up on her own and be so strong. So this is my daughter. The performance was still going on. The most interesting scene was when the ugly duckling turned into a swan. Xianxia, as ugly duckling, crawled into the reeds in the swamp, and a child appeared on the stage holding a sun. The sun gradually rose, and this frozen land gradually warmed up under the sun's rays. The larks also began to sing beautiful songs. Ah, the beautiful spring has arrived. Teacher Mu's emotional narration also indicated that Ugly Duckling's ordeal had already passed. At this moment, Ugly Duckling walked out from the reeds. The audience exclaimed in surprise as it was no longer Xianxia who was playing the role of the dumb ugly duckling. Instead, it was Yang Luoqi who was playing the role of the elegant swan. Below the stage, Wu Yu was already clapping excitedly. She said to the parents beside her, "This is my daughter, this is my daughter." Xianxia's scenes had already ended. Xianxia and Murphy couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They had put down the burden in their hearts, and could calmly enjoy the performances of other children. However, Lan Xiaokai, who had gone to an unknown place, came back. Behind him was a bodyguard who was carrying a large net. There were many fresh and beautiful roses in the net. Each rose was individually packaged, and the thorns were carefully cut away so that they wouldn't prick the hands. Lan Xiaokai was very low-key. He lowered his head and jumped up and down among the parents. However, he made very little noise so as not to disturb others. It looked a little magical. A multi-billion-dollar tycoon was personally bowing and giving roses to the parents. Finally, he came to Xianxia. He sat down and handed a rose to Xianxia and Murphy with a smile. "Later, all of you go and give flowers to our children. After working hard for a month, let them be happy," Lan Xiaokai said. "Oh. By the way, you have to have two." Lan Xiaokai gave another rose to Xianxia and said with some jealousy, "You have to give one to my daughter too. She likes you, Uncle Yang. When she sees you giving her flowers, she will be happier than me giving her flowers." Xianxia laughed in surprise. When the performance of the story of Ugly Duckling finally ended, it received thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. Not only was the story novel and interesting, but it was also because the children acted really well. One had to know that this was a play. It was much more difficult for 4- or 5-year-old girls to perform a play than other singing programs. Moreover, it was such a big play. All the children participated in it. Just watching it was dazzling, not to mention the difficult choreography and practice behind the scenes. This made the parents of the other classes very impressed, and they wholeheartedly applauded the children of the middle class. Of course, the performance was not perfect. There were some bumps in the middle, and there were some small mistakes, but these were almost negligible. Compared with the performance of the children of the other classes, Xianxia and the others had done well enough. Amidst the applause, Xianxia saw the smile on his daughter's face. This little girl was finally able to enjoy the glory of her hard work. After a while, backstage, the parents of the middle class received their children one after another. Xianxia also saw Xianxia, who had just taken off her prop's costume. Although it was winter, the little girl was still a little hot because she was cooped up in the prop's costume. Her forehead was sweaty, and her hair was wet with sweat, sticking to her cheeks. The makeup on her face had already been washed away by the sweat. "Papa!" Seeing her father, Xianxia cheered. The little girl, who was relieved of her burden, was so excited that she immediately jumped over without even wearing her down jacket. Xianxia hurriedly hugged his daughter, and asked Mr. Mu for a wet tissue to wipe off the bad makeup on Xianxia's face. At the same time, he listened to Xianxia's chatter. In fact, this scene could be seen everywhere backstage. The children who were on the stage for the first time were very excited. Even the shy Yang Luoqi couldn't help hugging her mother's neck and whispering her feelings. "Hey, where's Mom?" Xianxia was excited for a while, and then she came back to her senses. She held the flowers that her father had just given her with her two small hands and asked in confusion. "Your mother is waiting for you outside. Come on, let me put on your clothes for you, and then we'll go see your mother." Xianxia smiled and took the down jacket for the little girl to put on. From backstage to the corridor outside the auditorium, Murphy was already waiting there. It was not convenient for her to go in just now because there were too many people. But she didn't care. She couldn't wait to be picked up by her mom. "Mom, did you see my performance?" "Yes. Our Shishi is so awesome. You acted so well. Mom really likes you as the ugly duckling. You even portrayed the pitiful part of the ugly duckling." Murphy praised. In fact, Shishi only listened to Murphy's praise. As for how good and what was good, the little girl didn't understand. But this was enough. Shishi smiled sweetly and said to her mom, "Mom, let me tell you. Don't tell anyone else. I almost didn't act well before. When Xiaoyu and the others came over, I even fell down and my butt hurt. Well, it didn't hurt that much. I was so sad that I wanted to cry." The little girl tried her best to describe her emotions at that time. Now, she didn't have the fear and grievance that she had at that time. Instead, she spoke with joy, as if she was describing something amazing. Then how did she get up on her own? Murphy was also very curious about her daughter's psychological activities at that time. She asked. When Mom saw it, she was very nervous. She was afraid that she would be sad. Hee, Mom, don't worry. Teacher Mu said that I was super brave and awesome. I wouldn't be afraid or cry. Then I stood up. I wanted Mom to see my performance. Don't cry, don't cry. I stood up. She was at a loss for words and said incoherently. Anyway, she is very strong, right? Murphy scratched the little girl's little nose and said with a smile. Yes. Mom, am I great? She looked at her mother expectantly. Of course, she is the best. Murphy kissed her daughter's face. She smiled happily. Yanni watched with a smile. He suddenly felt that it was good to let his daughter face some challenges sometimes. After experiencing this stage, he believed that she would become more confident. Looking at her in high spirits, this was also a kind of growth. 6 years ago, Jia Siyuan was still a young high school student. Because of Murphy's song Strangers, she began to like Murphy's singing and became a loyal fan of Murphy. 6 years later, Jia Siyuan was already a capable and well-trained white-collar worker. But even if it was New Year's Day, she still had to work overtime. She only skipped work after clocking in. Even if she was wearing black pantyhose and a thin suit in the cold wind, she still hurriedly came to line up. She rushed to the music store near the company and became the first batch of customers to squeeze into the music store the moment it opened. Like other customers in line, they had a clear goal and went straight to the shelf that displayed the newly released albums of this month. There were many new albums released on the first day of New Year's Day. Except for some singers who wanted to avoid the limelight, most of the singers who wanted to release new albums in these 2 months squeezed in this time. After all, this time was the most suitable time to hit the charts and avoid the Spring Festival in February. At that time, most of the music stores would be closed, which would have a great impact on sales. However, Jia Siyuan still found the first dream that she dreamed of from the dazzling collection of albums on the shelf at first glance. She reached out her hand. Coincidentally, a large hand reached over and touched her small, slender hand that was painted with nail polish. The one who bumped into Jia Siyuan was a clean-looking man in a suit with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He smiled politely at Jia Siyuan and raised his hand to signal, "You first." "Thank you." Jia Siyuan smiled at the other party. She took 2 Murphy's albums from the shelf and handed one to the man in the suit who modestly gave way to her. "So polite?" "Thank you." The man in the suit with thick eyebrows and big eyes quickly took it and said gently, "Miss, are you also a fan of Murphy?" Jia Siyuan was just expressing her goodwill and didn't mean to talk more with the other party. She just said a few words and hurried to the counter to pay. After paying for the album, Jia Siyuan was not in a hurry to leave. She sat down in the rest area of the music store. This was a relatively large music store, and they usually held signing events. Jia Siyuan opened the album package, took out the disc, and stuffed it into her Walkman. She put on her headphones and couldn't wait to listen to Murphy's new song that she had been keeping in suspense for 2 months. For the time being, Jia Siyuan skipped First Dream and Coming Across the Ocean to See You and listened to Love Me Don't Go First. It was not that she did not like those 2 songs, it was just that she had listened to those 2 songs countless times. Now she wanted to enjoy the other new songs first. She did not believe those reports that slandered Mo. She wanted to prove that they were wrong. From the headphones came a vague and lingering saxophone solo at the beginning. Xianxia was suddenly refreshed and had more confidence in Murphy. With such a beautiful melody, how could this song be bad? I'm still the same at this time. The loneliness at night makes people sad. I don't dare to think too much, because I'm alone. Murphy's voice was lazy but very attentive. It was not lazy at all, and it gave people a sense of sadness that was difficult to part with. After a few foreshadowing, the song entered the climax early. Love me, don't go. If you say that you don't love me, I don't want to hear you really say it. Give me a little more tenderness. Murphy could integrate the emotions of the lyrics into her voice. Listening to her seemingly casual but deeply sad singing, Xianxia felt that her heart was about to break. If you don't go, how can we, your fans, leave? Xianxia clenched her small fist. This song was very magical, not only because of Murphy's stirring, but also because of its melody and the simplicity of the lyrics. Listening to it, Xianxia felt that even if she was listening to the melody, she could sing along. Love me, don't go. If you say that you don't love me, and it was not difficult to sing. Xianxia felt that the next time she went to the KTV, she could try this song. Love me, don't go, in my song, Carefree Sigh. 10 songs, Xianxia listened to them one by one. Anyway, the leaders did not work overtime today, so no one would catch her if she skipped an hour or two. The more she listened, the more she felt happy. Really, what Murphy said in the Jishin interview was right. The remaining 10 songs were still classics, and they did not deceive the feelings of her fans. Xianxia liked Love Me Don't Go very much. No, she liked In My Song more. She wanted to have a wonderful encounter with the person described in the lyrics of In My Song. Without any precautions, without any worries, you appeared like this, in my world, bringing me a surprise. Just thinking about it made her happy. Taking off her headphones, Xianxia was ready to go back to work. But when she got up, she saw the man in a suit with thick eyebrows and big eyes who had collided with her before negotiating with the owner of the music store. After a while, he took out money from his pocket, and the owner reluctantly agreed. What kind of deal are they making? Xianxia did not have time to think about it. Her attention was attracted by the conversation of a college couple next to her. Do you want to buy a copy of Murphy's new album? I really like her singing of Crossing the Sea to See You. The girl said to her boyfriend next to her. Forget it. Didn't the newspaper say that Murphy's new album only has 2 songs that are good? You already bought those 2 CDs, why do you still want to buy them? The boyfriend curled his lips and said. The album is not expensive. It's only 18 yuan per copy. The girlfriend hesitated. Then there's no need to buy too much. In your dorm, the clothes, cosmetics, skincare products, and snacks are almost bursting your closet. Buy less if you can. And if we move out in the future, how can you finish buying so many things? The boyfriend tried to dissuade her. Listening to their conversation, thinking of the many classic songs she had just listened to, and thinking of Murphy and Mu Xiang's intentions, Xianxia, who originally did not want to meddle in other people's business, could not help but walk up to the girl and show her the album in her hand, saying, Believe me, buy it. You will never regret buying it. I just finished listening to this album. I can responsibly tell you that the other 10 songs are also very good, and the quality is not worse than Crossing the Sea to See You! Jia. Siyuan turned her head to look at the stunned boy and snorted disdainfully, Your girlfriend wants to buy something, but you don't give it to her. You want to ask her to come out and live with her, but you're afraid to help her move her things. Boys like you, aren't you a bit too much of a scumbag? Jiao Siyuan's contempt made the boy's face turn red. He hummed and hawed, not knowing what to say. On the other hand, the girl pulled her boyfriend behind her and asked somewhat embarrassedly, Sister, is what you said true? Are the other 10 songs really that good? At this time, a familiar melody sounded in the shop. The shop owner actually played her favorite song, In My Voice. Just now, the shop owner did not play Murphy's album. He always played his favorite old songs from the 80s. Jiao Siyuan looked thoughtfully at the man in the suit who was giving the shop owner a thumbs up. Her face also showed a smile. Listen, this is a very ordinary song among the other 10 songs in Murphy's album. Whether it's good or not, you can judge for yourself. Jiao Siyuan raised her eyebrows at the girl and said with a smile. End of chapter 324. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.